Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This is part 12 of What If Naruto was in Maken and got a harem. Before we begin, don't forget to like, share and subscribe, and also go and support the author, link in description. Orao rao 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 ra. Don't lose momentum. Naruto shouted as Golden Asura was sending blinding fists at Takaru and Usui, who were using their own spirits, or at least the arms since they don't have the full form just yet, to collide with Golden Asura's fists. Takaru sending punches and Kengo sending slashes with his spirit's blade. Damn it, I'm losing momentum. Takaru exclaimed. How do you do this? Kengo questioned with gritting teeth. The chant helps. Trust me. Try making a chant to help keep the tempo. Naruto said. Takaru and Kengo looked to each other, as they then got determined with the perfect chants in mind. Opai 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 opai. Takaru chanted. Arrow 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 arrow. Kengo chanted. Opai equals boobs or big boobs. Arrow equals erotic in this case. Oh Kami, I hate you guys. Naruto said with a narrowed glare. Izuki was watching from a balcony with an amused smirk. Those three are such dorks. Izuki said with amusement. Suddenly a pair of arms came from behind Izuki and wrapped around her as a chin rested on her shoulder. Hey lover Tilda. Cha-cha said with a grin. Cha-cha, get off. And don't call me that. Izuki exclaimed as she broke free of Cha-cha's grasp as the mocha-skinned girl giggled. Why not? After what you and I did last night, we might as well call each other so Tilda. Especially since we share the same man. Cha-cha said with a grin as she giggled. Izuki's entire face blushed red as she had an embarrassed look on her face with gritting teeth. Last night, oh how she wished she knew that those cans of peach cocktail was really liquor. Change me back right now Syria. Naruto screamed at the pink-haired pop star. Calm down Naruto-kun. You're scaring me. A frightened Syria said with her hands up in defense as she shook like a leaf. She's probably on her period. Fem Takaru said with a grin, but then Naruto grabbed her by the neck, choking her a bit as the blonde glared at her. Don't even joke about that. Naruto said with a ticked frown and twitching eyebrow. Oh Tilda, Yuka-chan. Fem Kengo moaned as Yuka was pleasuring her boyfriend by inserting her fingers in. I don't even need to finish this sentence. Usui-kun Tilda, how about we explore more of this golden opportunity upstairs? Yuka suggested with seductive eyes, tone and smile. Hi Tilda, Yuka-sama Tilda. Fem Kengo moaned as she gently bit her pinky nail. Well it's official. We know who the dominant one of the relationship is. Uruchi said with a dull expression. Izuki moaned with annoyance. This sucks. Izuki said. She then looked to Naruto, or Naruko in this case, shaking a Fem Takaru back and forth with anime anger written all over her face, while Fem Takaru looked anime unconscious. Haruko and Anaho were trying to calm Naruko down, while Syria remained shaking in fear of the dangerous blonde powerhouse. How am I supposed to find satisfaction with this? Izuki said with a frown. Suddenly an arm wrapped around her form and pulled her close as the side of her face smooshed against a pair of huge breasts. Oh don't be like that Izuki-chan Tilda. Girls can satisfy other girls too you know Tilda. Cha-cha said with a wink and toothy grin. I'm not talking about that. Izuki said with an embarrassed face and blush. Sure Tilda. Cha-cha said with a grin as she then took a can of peach cocktail and made Izuki drink it. You know Izuki, girls are cool too. I know. I've always felt that girls are awesome. Izuki said with a pout. Exactly. So why wouldn't you think they could satisfy you like that? Cha-cha asked as she made Izuki drink more. I never said that. I just think it sucks because I want to be with Naruto-kun and now he's a woman. Izuki said with a frown. Oh, don't worry about that Tilda. He'll be a man again before you know it. Cha-cha said with a grin. But what will I do until then? Izuki mumbled as she looked down to the side. Cha-cha then gained half-lidded seductive eyes. Well, I do know something. Want me to show you? Cha-cha asked in a low slightly husky voice. Izuki brought her bent index finger to her lips as she thought about it for a second, before turning her head to Cha-cha and nodded. Cha-cha then brought her own index finger to her lips and gave a small shush, before she grabbed Izuki's hand as she lead them out the room, very stealthy-like. Where'd Nei-chan go? Fu wondered as she looked around the room. And Azuki ne-sama. Kimi added as she noticed her favorite redhead was gone. Cha-cha giggled as she led Azuki into her room. Then she closed the door behind them and locked it. Cha-cha, is this thing that's supposed to occupy my time up in your room? Azuki asked. You look really sexy in just your underwear, Azuki-chan tilde. Cha-cha said with a sly open-mouth grin. Huh? Azuki questioned with genuine confusion. Oh poor Azuki. If only she wasn't drunk, then she would have known what this all led to. Oh well. On with the show tilde. MWA ha 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 ha. Lemon scene. Suddenly Cha-cha tackled Azuki, bringing her into an embrace as she locked lips with the redhead. Azuki's eyes widened as she finally realized what Cha-cha's special time waster was. Cha-cha. Azuki managed to pull away, but only for a second as Cha-cha recaptured her lips, inserting her tongue inside Azuki's mouth. Azuki made some noises of protest, but Cha-cha ignored them as her hand slid down Azuki's back and gripped her bottom, making her squeak with wide eyes. Cha-cha leaned forward, making Azuki lean back. Azuki's body shook, not with anger, but growing pleasure, her toes curling at the sensation of being kissed, tongued and having her bottom groped by her tall mocha-skinned roommate. She couldn't resist anymore. Azuki wanted this more than anything right now. Damn liquor. Azuki closed her eyes as she wrapped her arms around Cha-cha's neck as she deepened the kiss and brought her leg up, sliding against Cha-cha's leg, bring her own up to the Sylvette's waist. Anyone else here? I Kissed a Girl by Katy Perry right now. Azuki moaned as their tongues tasted one another, licking and sliding against one another. Azuki became bold as she slid her right hand down Cha-cha's neck, then her collar, and then when it was on her right breast, she gave it a squeeze, making Cha-cha moan in surprise and then pleasure. Cha-cha separated from the kiss and brought her mouth down as she started sucking on the skin of Azuki's breast, still held by her bra. Azuki moaned as she bit her index fingers mid-knuckle as Cha-cha sucked on her breast, then she suddenly gave a little bite, making Azuki moan with her head shot back at the sudden jolt of pain and pleasure. Cha-cha picked Azuki up by the waist and brought her over to her queen-sized bed, bring her down as she then ripped off Azuki's bra, exposing her mounds. Azuki blushed in embarrassment as she had an uncertain look on her face, but that just turned Cha-cha on furthermore. Cha-cha licked her lips as she stared at Azuki hungrily, and then she dived down as she took in Azuki's right breast into her mouth, with her tongue licking her nipple. Azuki moaned loudly as her toes curled from the sudden assault on her mound. Cha-cha sucked on the boob with pure delight, pulling on it with her mouth making Azuki moan louder. Cha-cha's right hand squeezed Azuki's left breast with her index and middle finger playing with Azuki's nipple in between the tips. Cha-cha moaned with a blush on her cheeks. She's finally doing it. She finally has Azuki in her grasp. Like Naruto, Azuki fell for her charms and now she was her own. Cha-cha wasn't going to say that she owned Azuki, but now her roommate will officially be called her girl. Cha-cha brought her free hand and slid it down Azuki's toned stomach and slid it into her panties, and then stuck her middle and ring finger into Azuki's majesty. Azuki moaned loudly as she felt her lower rein get invaded. Cha-cha deeply sucked on Azuki's breast one more time and pulled away with an audible pop, leaving a hickey on Azuki's boob. Enjoying yourself, Azuki-chan tilde. Cha-cha chimed with a wide smile. Cha-cha, you sneaky, tilde. Azuki moaned as Cha-cha inserted her fingers in deeper. Azuki panted as Cha-cha then increased speed a bit, going at a very fast pace, causing Azuki to scream with pleasure and ecstasy as she came all over Cha-cha's hand in her own panties. Wow. Naruto-kun was right. You can be pretty sensitive. Cha-cha said with surprise. Shut up. I'm embarrassed by that tilde. Azuki said as she looked away with an embarrassed pout. Cha-cha brought her hand up to herself and took it into her mouth and moaned as she licked her fingers. Tilde. Azuki-chan flavor. So good. Cha-cha said with a wide smile as she proceeded to lick her fingers clean as Azuki gave a small embarrassed shriek. Stop it. You're making me feel bad. Azuki exclaimed with a blood-red blush of embarrassment. Don't be. I like a sensitive Azuki. It gets me more pumped. Cha-cha said with a grin. Cha-cha then took Azuki's left breast into her mouth making her moan as she pinched her right nipple with her free hand. Azuki moaned from the pleasure, but then suddenly Cha-Cha pulled on her nips with such force, right in between fingertips and left held by Cha-Cha's teeth. Azuki screamed as she then lactated. Cha-Cha then released her grip on Azuki's nips and started to slowly lick the milk she produced off her breasts. Azuki's lips quivered with her bent finger up to her moaning open mouth. Cha-Cha sensually and slowly licked Azuki's breasts, tasting the milk on them, the tip of her tongue stimulating her nipples by licking them in circular motions. Azuki moaned as Cha-Cha licked her breasts, but then Cha-Cha leaned up and licked the side of Azuki's mouth and then captured her mouth with her own, making out with Azuki, her tongue licking every corner of the redhead's mouth. After a few moments of sensual mouth-to-mouth contact that caused moaning, Cha-Cha pulled back with a sexy smile on her face. Enjoyed the taste of your milk, Azuki-chan tilde tilde. Cha-Cha asked. Tilde, I only tasted your mouth. Azuki said with an embarrassed long frown. Oh tilde tilde. Suddenly Cha-Cha's hand slid into Azuki's panties through the back side, down Azuki's behind as then her middle and ring finger were inserted inside Azuki's pussy from behind making her moan. Is Azuki-chan saying that she loves the taste of Cha-Cha better, tilde? Cha-Cha chimed. Cha-Cha tilde, stop teasing me tilde. Azuki moaned. Cha-Cha's smile widened before she locked lips with Azuki one more time, making out with her, her tongue licking throughout the inside of Azuki's mouth. Azuki's toes curled a bit as she moaned from the sensation of the kiss. Cha-Cha's mouth, her tongue, it was all driving her so sexually crazy. Cha-Cha then pulled back as she was kissing down Azuki's neck, then her trapezius muscle, sucking on the muscle a bit, leaving hickeys, before she traveled down more to give Azuki's collar some more hickeys and licking the spot a bit with her tongue. Cha-Cha kissed downward to Azuki's chest, leaving hickeys on her breasts, enjoying the sensation of sucking her perfect breasts with her mouth, leaving marks of their love-making, before going down more to do the same to Azuki's toned stomach. Azuki's lip quivered from the pleasure. She was wondering what Cha-Cha was trying to do. Just pick a spot already. Spot. Oh no. Azuki's eyes widened as she looked down to see Cha-Cha kissing down straight to her panties. Once Cha-Cha's face was in front of Azuki's moist panties, the mocha-skinned young woman smiled sexually as she bit the panties, making Azuki moan from the sensation, as then Cha-Cha slowly moved her head down Azuki's legs, skillfully taking off Azuki's wet panties. Cha-Cha was so in control that when she directed her mouth up, Azuki lifted her legs as Cha-Cha rose up and successfully took off Azuki's panties, leaving Azuki completely naked. Cha-Cha stood up straight as she sucked on the moist underwear, tasting Azuki's love juices as she sucked them from the wet cloth. Cha-Cha like. Cha-Cha said as she took the panties out her mouth with her index finger and winked and grinned at Azuki, making the redhead blush red. Cha-Cha tossed the panties elsewhere as she then knelt down, grabbed Azuki's legs and spread them. Cha-Cha stared hungrily at Azuki's majesty, licking her lips with desire and hunger. Itadakimasu. Cha-Cha chimed as she then dove right in, taking Azuki's lower region into her mouth, making the redhead scream with pleasure. Cha-Cha sucked on Azuki's majesty, nibbling on her reign's lips. Azuki bit her lower lips as she moaned with pleasure and some pain, and then Cha-Cha started licking her entrance, making Azuki give noises of pleasure as the taller female increased her licking speed. Cha-Cha moaned as she then inserted her index fingers inside Azuki's entrance, stretching the lips a bit. The tip of Cha-Cha's right finger rubbed inside of Azuki's entrance while her other finger pinched her entrance's lips with the thumb, Azuki screaming with pleasure. Cha-Cha grinned as she started pumping her right index and middle finger fucking Azuki, making her moan with pleasure. Cha-Cha couldn't help but grin as she increased her speed, causing Azuki to moan as her love juices started dripping out with every pump. Azuki moaned with her tongue out as she panted from the increased body heat from the pleasure Cha-Cha was giving. Cha-Cha started licking the bottom of Azuki's majesty, making Azuki's pants increase. Sugoi, sugoi, sugoi tilde tilde. Azuki thought as her cheeks reddened. Cha-Cha giggled in her head. Azuki's going crazy for my touch. Cha-Cha is so happy. Cha-Cha thought with glee. She then increased her finger fucking speed, causing her hand to blur, which made Azuki shoot up, not really sitting up, but leaning upwards with her eyes wide and her tongue out as she tightly gripped the sheets, wrinkling them. Azuki moaned and made aching sounds as Cha-Cha finger fucked her hole faster, harder and deep. I was amazing. I'm losing my mind. Azuki's thoughts exclaimed. Cha-Cha then took away her hand as she brought her mouth to Azuki's entrance, sucked on it and then gently bit her clitoris, making Azuki's eyes widen immensely from the pleasure as she then screamed from the sensation and orgasmed all over Cha-Cha's face. Cha-Cha had to close her eyes as her whole face got drenched in Azuki's love juices. Azuki's screams soon became low moans as her orgasm slowly finished. Once her juices were done spilling, she fell back down to the bed. Cha-Cha stood up as she wiped a finger down her cheek then put it to her mouth, moaning at the delightful taste sensation of Azuki's cum. Sugoi tilde. My face is drenched in Azuki-chan's love tilde. Cha-Cha said with a smile. Don't say it like that tilde. An embarrassed Azuki whined with red cheeks and closed eyes. Cha-Cha savored licking the cum from the sides of her mouth and wiping the cum from her face just to lick the juices from her hands. She was enjoying the taste, as if it hydrated her. Once she was done, Cha-Cha smiled seductively as she then took off her own panties and moved her breasts so that they'd pop out of her bra's hold. Cha-Cha then leaned forward and landed her body on Azuki's, surprising the redhead. Cha-Cha. Azuki said her friend's name nervously. Cha-Cha's seductive smile widened as she then took Azuki's mouth into her own, now making out with her. As they made out, Azuki's eyes drooped a bit from the pleasure and feeling of fatigue from coming so hard. However, suddenly she moaned with her eyes shut tight as she felt something grind against her majesty. Grind. Azuki's eyes opened, looking down to see Cha-Cha's majesty against her own. She's planning to tilde. Azuki's eyes closed tight as Cha-Cha grinded her entrance against Azuki's. The two girls started to moan as their majesties slid against one another, their breasts pressed against the others, smooshin', giving off a tingling, sort of electric feeling as the two busts moved against one another. Oh tilde, Azuki tilde. Cha-Cha moaned as Azuki gave noises of pleasure. Cha-Cha's hands pressed against the bed, being next to both sides of Azuki's head. Cha-Cha looked down to Azuki with her tongue out, enjoying the look of pleasure and embarrassment on Azuki's face as she continued to grind her lower rein against Azuki's. Cha-Cha leaned down and started licking Azuki's cheek as she increased her grinding speed, making Azuki give more noises of pleasure. Cha-Cha's tongue licked Azuki's cheek at a fast pace as if meeting the grinding tempo below. Azuki's cheeks were just getting redder as she was being used in such a way, and by her own friend nonetheless. Azuki's majesty squirted some love juices, wetting Cha-Cha's own lower rein, making Cha-Cha moan with delight. Oh yeah tilde. Cha-Cha said as she grabbed Azuki, lifted her up and placed her back onto the bed, with her head resting against the pillow. Cha-Cha repositioned herself back onto Azuki as she slid her majesty against Azuki's, humping her as their entrances oozed with love juices. The two girls moaned from feeling their sensitive spots grinding up and down one another, then Cha-Cha locked lips with Azuki, making out with her tongue dominating Azuki's mouth and Cha-Cha's hands were gripping Azuki's wrists, keeping her arms down against the bed's surface. Sugoi tilde. No. Keep calm. You're going to lose it. Why you can't lose it? You got to stay calm. Stay calm, stay calm. Azuki tried to focus, but her body was moving instinctively as her legs slowly wrapped around Cha-Cha's waist, getting her hips to go deep as she grinded against Azuki. Oh god, I'm losing my mind. My mouth feels so warm and tastes so good tilde. Her pussy constantly moving up against mine. And her breasts, oh god. I could feel these against my own forever. Azuki's cheeks reddened even more as she realized what she was thinking. What's happening to me? Is the pleasure so good that I'm losing all sense of logic and reason? The hell? But it feels so good tilde. Ah. There it goes again. I can't help it. Help me. I'm losing my mi tilde 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 nd. Suddenly Cha-Cha leaned back with Azuki's back arching as they both cried with pleasure, climaxing in unison, both their genitalia drenching the others in their love juices. Their bodies shook as they were finishing up their orgasms, their majesties shaking against one another, and once finishing, they fell, Azuki against the bed's surface back first and Cha-Cha atop of Azuki. The two panted with their tongues out, their bodies drenched in sweat, glowing from the new shine. Finally, it's over. Azuki thought as she was slowly easing her breathing, but suddenly Cha-Cha lifted up her head and grinned. We're not done yet Azuki-chan tilde. Cha-cha chimed as in one swift motion, fully undid her bra, now being officially naked like Azuki. Azuki's eyes widened with shock as her cheeks were blood red. She's inhuman. Someone help me. I.e. Right now Cha-cha was sitting up, holding Azuki in front of her, with her arm wrapped around her torso with the redhead's breasts lying atop of the Sylvette's arm and Cha-cha's other hand was in between Azuki's spread legs, the fingers pumping into her majesty. Azuki panted as she felt Cha-cha increased her finger speed, making her blush and sweat. Era tilde, you're really turned on right now, huh Azuki-chan tilde. Your lips feel so swollen. Cha-cha chimed with a perverted smirk and half-lidded eyes with her cheeks blush as she continued to pleasure Azuki. Shish, shut up. You're being a pain. Azuki exclaimed. Iku, iku tilde. Come on Azuki-chan. Just give me a little squirt. Cha-cha said as she pinched Azuki's clitoris, making her scream as she squirted an orgasm. Damn it Cha-cha. Stop. Please. I don't want to feel good anymore tilde. Azuki whined with teary eyes from the pleasure and gritted teeth. Her toes curling as Cha-cha's fingers went deeper into her making her scream with pleasure. Oh, but Cha-cha loves it when you feel good. Cha-cha said with a lewd grin as she deepened her hand into Azuki, making the redhead scream even louder with pleasure. Stop. Stop, please, or oh god, that feels so tilde good. Azuki exclaimed with a now happy, perverse grin as the side of her mouth drooled. Azuki stuck her tongue out as her love juices were squirting from her majesty, drenching Cha-cha's hand. Now say it Azuki. Cha-cha said with a grin. What? Azuki asked. You know what? I want to hear you say it. Let me hear you Azuki tilde. Cha-cha said with a grin. I don't know tilde. Azuki moaned. Oh yes you do, now speak it. Cha-cha said. I. Suddenly Cha-cha's free hand glowed as her Maken compressor appeared. I have been wondering if my Maken can make breasts super-sized. You'd be the first and it might be super tough for you to walk around though with giant mounds. Cha-cha said with a grinning smirk making Azuki's eyes widen with shock. Alright. Azuki yelled as Cha-cha dug in deeper at a faster rate. Say it tilde. Say it aloud tilde. Cha-cha chimed with a grin. Azuki panted as Cha-cha continued to pump her fingers into her. Cha-cha grinded forward, her pelvis moving against Azuki's bottom, the two moving their bodies in a wave-like motion. Azuki moaned through her open mouth, before biting her bottom lip as Cha-cha continued to finger fuck her pussy. I'm yours. Azuki whispered. Huh? Cha-cha asked as she leaned in closer with a smile. I'm yours. Azuki spoke a little louder, but it was barely even a mumble. Tilde, I wonder how you'd react if I do this. Cha-cha tightly pinched Azuki's clitoris and twisted her fingers, making Azuki scream from the new sensation of pain and pleasure. Alright. I'm yours. Azuki cried to the heavens. Who is yours? I don't know yours. And what are you exactly? Cha-cha teased as she twisted Azuki's clitoris a bit more making her scream. I mean you, Cha-cha-sama tilde. I'm Cha-cha-sama's girlfriend. Azuki cried out. You're what? Cha-cha teasingly asked as she pressed the clitoris in between her fingers making Azuki grit her teeth, tightly closed her eyes and shook from the pained pleasure. Cha-cha-sama's girlfriend. Azuki answered. What? Cha-cha twisted the clitoris a bit more. Cha-cha-sama's girlfriend. Azuki said a little louder. You're what? Cha-cha asked as she pulled on the clitoris. I'm Cha-cha-sama's girlfriend. Azuki screamed to the heavens. That's what I like to hear. Cha-cha exclaimed with a grin as she released her hold on the clitoris and then rammed her fingers straight into Azuki's vagina, making her scream with new pleasure as Cha-cha started finger fucking her at a breakneck speed. Azuki's mouth was wide open with drool coming down the side of her mouth, her eyes closed. She was feeling too much pleasure. Cha-cha leaned forward, making Azuki do the same, until she was on her knees with Cha-cha pressed up against the back of her body as she continued to pump her fingers quickly into Azuki's majesty. Tilde. Azuki just kept making noises of pleasure as a grinning Cha-cha increased tempo. Now Cha-cha's fingers were blurring super fast as Azuki's majesty leaked with cum. Tilde. Cha-Cha gave one final strong hand thrust into Azuki's majesty, fitting her hand inside, making Azuki take in a deep breath as she then screamed with pleasure as her majesty gave an explosive orgasm. Cha-Cha quickly took out her hand, grabbed Azuki by the waist, turned her around, lifted her up and sat her on her shoulders with Cha-Cha's face pressed against Azuki's still orgasming majesty, drinking up as much love juice as she could. Azuki crossed her legs around Cha-Cha's neck and tightly held the back of Cha-Cha's head as she trembled throughout her orgasm, and Cha-Cha's desire to drink all of it up with her face pressed against her lower rein made things even more stimulating. Cha-Cha was simply amazing. As a fighter, Maken key member and now lover. She was a jack of all trades and truthfully Azuki loved it. Cha-Cha finished drinking the cum she could collected as she then came down, falling forward, letting Azuki's back hit the surface of the bed again, while her face was still pressed against her majesty. After licking it a few more times, making Azuki shiver from the sensation, before she moved up off Azuki. Now the two laid on their sides, Cha-Cha embracing Azuki, smiling at the redhead who had her eyes closed and her cheeks red as she leaned in, her body pressing against Cha-Cha's with her breasts smooshing her own. Cha-Cha-chan tilde. Azuki moaned. Tilde. Arigato for giving me so much attention, but I want more tilde. Please make me into a woman again tilde. Azuki moaned making Cha-Cha's smile widen. Oh don't worry. Cha-Cha will make you into a woman. She'll make you into such a woman, there will be no speck of girl-like wonder left. Cha-Cha said with a giggle as she then laughed as the sounds of Azuki's moans were heard. Lemon scene over. Azuki's entire face was neon red, glowing as steam came from her ears while she had an embarrassed frown and wide eyes on her face. Oh tilde, you're thinking naughty thoughts about you and Cha-Cha-chan again, aren't you tilde? Cha-Cha teased with a grin as she poked Azuki's red glowing cheek. Buzz off. Azuki shouted slapping Cha-Cha's hand away. Tilde. Maybe Cha-Cha-sama should make you feel like a woman again. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Wah don't you dare. Hey, get off. Down below, Naruto was yawning into his hand as Golden Asura continued to meet the two other teen male spirits with his own fists. Oh come on. You're not even trying anymore. What the hell man? Kengo shouted with annoyance. What can I say? I've done this for a while now and just got the hang of it without needing any real focus. Naruto said with a shrug. Come on Azuki-chan tilde. Naruto heard Cha-Cha's voice. Cha-Cha, no. MMPH. Naruto looked up to the balcony where the two young women resided, only to have his eyes widen anime style as he saw Cha-Cha embracing Azuki and locking lips with the redhead in a makeout of lust and passion. Oh yes, Cha-Cha was hungry. Naruto's nose shot blood as he shook in place with a shocked anime face with Golden Asura ceasing his barrage as the spirit mirrored his host, without the bloody nose part. Aura, aura. The young man and spirit shouted with shock and arousal on the blonde host's part, but then Golden Asura was punched in the face by Takaru's spirit and hit in the ribs by Kengo's spirit's pommel, sending Golden Asura and Naruto flying straight through some trees. Takaru and Kengo stared at the scene with shock at their accomplishment, but it seemed so wrong. Ah, we won, right? Takaru asked Kengo, turning his head over to him. A little later, everyone was enjoying a meal. Naruto didn't eat much, but he just said that he just didn't feel hungry at all, but he just felt like eating. It had to be a side effect of being a demigod. He probably has too much energy in his system to need sustenance. Before, Naruto was super strong as it is, able to create a plume of fire that could reach the heavens, just by yelling as he powered up. Now, well they couldn't even imagine how strong Naruto is. So are you ever going back to the labyrinth to get that armor back? Kengo asked Naruto. I already went back and got it. Although I tried putting it back on, it just shot off my body. I think I became too powerful with my god's blood that it can't even connect to my energy pool anymore. Probably needs stronger material. Naruto said. When did you go back? Yuruchi asked. About 3 in the morning. I just woke up, decided while I was awake that I go ahead and get it back. Naruto said. Why did you wake up that early in the morning? Haruko asked, sitting beside her brother. Don't know. Guess I just have too much energy in my system to stay asleep for so long. Naruto said. I guess sleeping has to become a hobby for you now if you can barely get any real rest. Haimgami said as she enjoyed some rice mixed with egg and soy sauce. Being a demigod kinda sucks. Naruto said with a pout. At least you heal way tilde faster now. You got up right after me and Takaru decked you. Kengo said. What was that about anyway? Takaru asked. Nothing. Just saw something that caught my eye. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Wow, Azuki-senpai, you're glowing tilde. Anaho said, making Naruto and Azuki blush red. You too, Cha-cha-senpai. Anaho said, making Cha-cha grin and scratch the back of her head. You slept with them again, didn't you? Haruko mumbled with a frown, making Azuki and Cha-cha flinch. They hadn't thought about the others noticing a sort of glow to them, so they didn't think about a way out if someone asked, and with the fact that Naruto wasn't the one who did them last night, well. Oh no. Azuki thought with distress. Uh-oh tilde, busted. Cha-cha thought with a grin. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Naruto said, turning his head away, holding it up high with his bottom lip out. Haruko groaned with annoyance as she then tightly pinched Naruto's ear and pulled on it. Ow, ow. Alright, I did. Quit it. Naruto exclaimed. Magic word. Haruko said. Please. Naruto pleaded. Thankfully that was all that was needed for Haruko to let his ear go. Cha-cha and Azuki were surprised that Naruto said that he did sleep with them. Naruto had a tiny smile that they noticed, making them blush, with Azuki looking even more surprised while Cha-cha grinned with some embarrassment that he knew. That guy. Azuki thought with a small smile as she resumed eating. Leave it to Naruto-kun to watch our backs. Then again, I wouldn't mind if the others found out. Cha-cha thought with a grin. May I sit next to you, Takaru-kun tilde? Takaru turned to see Syria. Oh, hey Syria. Sure. Takaru said as she sat down. Wait a minute, why are you still here? Aren't you still supposed to be doing that photoshoot? Naruto asked. I'm on break. Syria said with a smile. Well, she's lying. Naruto thought with a dull look. So tell me, do you remember anything from last night tilde? Syria asked Takaru with a smile and chime. I remember being choked to death by this guy when you made him into a woman. Takaru said with a dull glare as he pointed at Naruto, who returned the dull glare. You made the comment that I was on my period. Naruto pointed out with an anime glare and frown. Because you were throwing a fit like a woman having her time of the month. Takaru shouted. That's because I was transformed into a big busted bitch thanks to her. Naruto shouted, pointing to Syria, who just chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of her head. What man wants that? Except Yusui. How the hell am I the exception? Kengo exclaimed with annoyance. Like you weren't enjoying being a woman with Yuka last night. Naruto said as he and Takaru gave Kengo a sly open-mouthed smirk. Piss off. What we did is our own business. Kengo defended with his arms crossed. She was playing with you in front of us. Naruto said. This isn't proper breakfast conversation. Haruko screamed as she smacked the three in the back of the head with her Baken, giving them large bumps. The three rubbed their injuries and groaned. They stayed silent, but Naruto couldn't help but speak. At least you didn't have to wear a condom. Naruto mumbled to Kengo, but an angry Haruko put Naruto in a strong headlock, choking him. Okay. I'm sorry. That's Naruto ni-sama. No matter how cool he gets, he never changes. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. Is this how it always is? Everyone looked to see Kuuna was sitting with them, right in between Haimgami and Anaho. Kuuna, what are you doing here? Anaho asked. When did you get here? Azuki asked as she blushed red. Right when they said you were glowing. How does Naruto-kun just sleeping right next to you make you glow? Is that another ability of his? Kuuna asked, making Azuki's entire face turn red in embarrassment. You could say that. Kengo said with a nonchalant smirk, but that earned him a whack from Haruko's Baken. Ow. Kengo whined as he rubbed his head. Well, let me remind you, Takaru-kun tilde. Syria said as she then whispered into his ear, making him blush red. You were so forceful tilde. You know, my breasts still can't forget the warmth of your touch tilde. Syria chimed as she hugged Takaru's arm. En nani? Takaru exclaimed. She's lying. Last I remember, Takaru accidentally touched Haruko Ne-chan's breast and she sent him flying through the wall that I had to fix before tossing him back to his bed. Naruto thought with annoyance at the fact that he had to work a repair job, still in woman form too. Who was it that touched Siria's breasts? Naruto wondered with his index to his chin. Well then maybe touching them again will help you remember . Siria chimed, pressing her breasts further into Takaru's body, making Haruko and Anaho frown at Siria making a move on Takaru. Oh shit. I think it was Manaya-san that touched her breasts. Naruto thought as he remembered an image of a drunk Uruchi groping a drunk Siria's breasts with the pop star moaning Takaru's name. I'll pass. Takaru said. Sorry to interrupt, but may I sit here? Haruko asked, as she slammed her plate next down as she sat next to Siria. I'll sit right here. Anaho said as she followed Haruko's lead, but sitting on the other side of Takaru. How rude. Can't you see the two of us are deepening our relationship? Siria said with a pout, making Anaho glare at her anime style. We have never had a relationship. Takaru exclaimed. Can't you see he's uncomfortable around you, Siria? Anaho exclaimed as she hugged Takaru's other arm. He's just shy . Siria said. Oh man. Takaru thought with red blush and quivering open mouth. Geez, he's practically smitten with the both of them, Haruko thought with a frown as she rested her chin on the palm of her hand. All because they're rubbing his arm against their breasts. Haruko then thought of something that made her blush. She saw Takaru's hand was free, and she then looked down at her breasts as her blush deepened. Haruko slowly and nervously reached her hand for Takaru's hand. However, she noticed the sly open-mouth smirk and anime eyes from Naruto, Himegami and Kuuna, who saw what she was doing, so she abandoned the plan and pulled her hand away. Anyway. Takaru quickly finished his meal, surprising the girls. He broke free from and ran off. I have my morning training, so I'll be off. Takaru shouted as he continued to sprint. Wait. Anaho called out. Oh Takaru-kun. Siria called out as well. Naruto and Kengo watched him off with dull eyes and thin lips. What a kid. The two males said as they finished their meals. Well, we better join him. Naruto said as he and Kengo stood up. Lord knows he'll just keep running until he hits the shore. Kengo said as he and Naruto headed off at a slow pace. Haruko looked to her lap and frowned. Her mind was suddenly ringing with four little words. Haruko, I love you. He said it, didn't he? He told me that but why am I so scared? I've been wanting him to tell me this for so long, but, now that he has, I'm scared, but why? Haruko thought to herself. You never expected it. Himegami spoke, gaining Haruko's attention. You thought it would never happen, and now that it did, you're acting like the shy girl instead of him. Himegami said as she stood up. Better get your act together, or you're just going to keep hurting him. Himegami said as she walked away. Huh. Anaho tilted her head with confusion. I wonder what she meant by that. Siria wondered aloud with a finger to her chin. Haruko blushed as she knew she was talking to her. She then noticed Kuuna giving her the, okay, sign, showing agreement and support. Haruko turned to where Takaru left with a small frown on her face. Am I hurting him by not acting? Takaru was walking down a road holding two buckets in his hands with his arms straight out and a bucket atop his head, balancing all three together. So this is about balance, right? Kengo asked as he and Naruto walked beside him. Yeah. Unlike you two, I don't have proper balance down. So I'm focusing on this for training. Takaru said, however as he walked he couldn't help but think about Haruko. Why didn't she do anything before? She held his hand after he confessed to her. Or, was she just being nice to him? Does she not feel the same way? Takaru almost lost balance as his mind was plagued with these thoughts. Something on your mind? Naruto asked rhetorically. Maybe something having to do with a strong violet-haired maiden. Kengo asked with a smirk and arms crossed. Shut up. Takaru exclaimed as he returned to training, but he looked to the ground feeling a bit dejected. Do you think she doesn't? She does. Naruto simply said. It's as plain as day. Kengo added. Wait, really? Takaru exclaimed, almost losing footing and balance, but he managed to stop his stumbling as he stood up straight again. Then why? Maybe she's just afraid to make the next move. Why not ask her out? Kengo suggested. But I never asked a. Although you'll have to deal with Anaho and Syria. Kengo said with his arms semi-crossed as one of his hands cupped his chin. Takaru flinched as he looked to Naruto who stared at him calmly. Please don't kill me if I hurt Anaho's feelings. Takaru begged to the blonde. Naruto sighed. Yar. If there's one thing I've learned through my short experience with girls, it's that love is fickle. It's a hard road filled with bliss, pain and complexity. It's one hell of an experience. Naruto said. Takaru wasn't sure how to respond to that. What I'm saying is, if you hurt Anaho, I won't kill you. Love has to have its painful side or it wouldn't be as meaningful as it is. Naruto said. Oh, well, thanks for being merciful. Takaru said. Although, either way, I don't know how to ask a girl out. I mean I never had in my life because usually girls considered me a creep. Can't imagine why. Kengo said sarcastically with a dull expression and hands to his hips. You weren't any better. Takaru shouted at Yusui. At least I asked out my darling Yuka-chan. Kengo said with his head held high. Only because Naruto said he'd forever call you chicken shit unless you did. Takaru shouted. He's right. Naruto said. Nonetheless, I did it. Now you're the only one who needs to ask a girl out. Kengo said. Yeah, but, what about Syria? I'm sure she'll be merciful. Kengo said. Naruto just shrugged as his opinion. Man, I wish I could just have all three of them so none of them would get hurt. But you'd be doing it as a sign of compromise, not love. Trust me, I know. Just because I'm in a relationship with multiple women, doesn't mean it's easy and the right solution for others. Naruto said. He's right there. I mean look at me. I don't like the fact that Minerva-san gets hurt because she can't be with me, but I'd never decide to have both her and Yuka-chan to myself, because it would be unfair to them and myself. Kengo said. Man, you guys make relationships look easy, but sound hard. Takaru said. That's how they really are. Naruto said as he and Kengo bumped fists. So, how should I ask a girl out? Takaru asked. Well, if it's Haruko, break the ice by saying you want to talk about your childhood since you've been childhood friends, or just talk about your experiences together and say something sweet about her and ask her out. Naruto said. Wow, that sounds good, but, I'm surprised you're this good at relationships and advice now. Takaru said, surprised by Naruto's advice. Soap operas and romance shows. Be prepared for them. They do teach you things, but they're still boring as hell even with your girl in your arms, or girls in my case. Naruto said with dull anime eyes. Okay, but, I need an example. Takaru exclaimed. Kengo questioned as he and Naruto turned to him. I need you to ask someone out to understand. Takaru shouted. Naruto blinked his eyes, as he then rubbed his chin. I know the perfect person that'll assist me. Naruto said. Aki was sitting at the shore of the lake and waterfall where Minori was meditating on the stalactite. Aki stared in amazement as the redhead was just balancing on the stalactite in between her big toe and the smaller toe next to it, and was splitting the waterfall in half all by using just her energy itself. She was just so jealous of her. Damn, she's good. Aki turned to see Naruto standing right next to her with his hands on his hips. Naruto-kun. Aki said his name in surprise with a red blush on her cheeks. Yo. Naruto said as he turned to Aki with a smile making he blush even more. Naruto then turned to Minori which made Aki frown. You're thinking how amazing she is, aren't you? Aki asked as she looked to her feet. She felt there really was no need to ask since the answer was clear. No, but she is amazing. What I was thinking was my training. I mean just seeing Minori-sensei like this takes me back to all the injuries and internal damage I gained from training. Stuff you helped me heal. Naruto said surprising Aki and making her blush. Well, it is my job to heal. Something I take great pride in. Aki said as she looked back to her feet smiling nervously. Oh no, I hope I didn't sound cocky to him. That's something I've always really liked about you. Naruto said as he sat down next to her. Aki turned her head back to him in surprise as the blonde stared up at the sky with a smile. No matter what, you want to do more than just protect, you want to keep life going. All life. Well, wouldn't say all life. Aki stuttered a bit with a bashful smile and red blush as she twiddled with her fingers. But that's a great quality nonetheless. You'd probably even work yourself to death for another to gain another chance at life. Naruto said with a smile. Well, life is that important. At the cost of your own? Naruto asked as he turned to her. Aki then developed a calm look. Yes. Despite how little sense it makes, life is so important that I'd willingly give up my own, even if it's for just one other. Aki said with sincerity and conviction to her voice. Naruto smiled at her. Although I still haven't met someone who came to me as beat up as you. You injured your chest so bad it actually looked like a crater. Aki said with a smile, turning to him. Yeah, one of my clones was a sneaky little bitch. But then again, he did his job right by landing that attack. Naruto said with a smile and rubbing the back of his head. Aki giggled with a hand over her mouth. Naruto couldn't help but smile. She always did have a beautiful laugh. You're beautiful, Aki-sensei. Naruto said, making Aki stare at him in shock. Not just from your appearance, but your personality, charm, even your laughter. You've always been beautiful in body, mind and spirit. Just like the mantra of Tenbi. You really are one of a kind. Naruto said, still smiling as he turned to the split waterfall. What he didn't see was Aki turning away from him with her hands over her now red-hot neon glowing face, her eyes now swirls and steam coming directly out of her ears. Oh Kami. He's going to kill me with his charm. Must resist the temptation of lewd actions. Aki thought as her face glowed redder as she remembered the incident of being so drunk that she shamelessly jacked him off. Suddenly Naruto's strong hand and grabbed one of Aki's gentle hands. Aki-sensei. Naruto spoke as he gently pulled her hand towards himself, making Aki look to him. Please go on a date with me tonight. Naruto spoke with calm sincerity. Aki's face no longer glowed thanks to the shock, but her cheeks were still red as she stared at Naruto for a few moments of silence as she processed what he just said, but when she successfully took in what he said, she immediately tackled him to the ground and started making out with him. Takaru and Kengo, who were hiding in the bushes a bit away from them, seeing the action, had their jaws drop and eyes opened anime-wide. Okay, the conclusion might not be the same for you, but either way you got your example, so what now? Kengo questioned. I'll think'll wing it. Takaru said. So what? Was this whole demonstration pointless? Kengo asked with a dull anime look. No, it helped, but, well, there's a difference between Haruko and Aki-sensei, so I got to do things differently so I don't screw up with her. Takaru said. Good man. Kengo patted Takaru's back with a smile on his face. So you doing it tonight? I don't know. Pansy. Oi. Back with Naruto and Aki, who were still making out, Aki was in bliss, enjoying the kiss, with her tongue inside of Naruto's mouth, sliding against his own tongue and tasting the corners of his mouth. However, she realized that she might be coming on too strong, and in front of Minori no lesser, so she pulled back and sat up. Aki cleared her throat and looked to the side with an embarrassed smile and rubbing the back of her head as Naruto sat up. Gee Gomen. Aki said with embarrassment. Naruto chuckled a bit. You still haven't give me an answer. Naruto said with a smile. Yes. 1,000 times yes. Aki exclaimed with excitement and joy in her tone as she held his hands with a joyous smile and sparkling eyes. Damn, the woman acts like he just asked her to marry him. Kengo said as he and Takaru stared in surprise at Aki's behavior. Great. There's actually this spot I found that I know you'll love. Naruto said with a smile. Well then you better go prepare for it. Minori spoke up, surprising Naruto and Aki and the two hiding in the bushes. Oh, and if you see Takaru, make sure he's doing his exercise or else I'll beat him, till he's blacker than the night sky. Minori said with a smirk as Takaru was then sweating bullets. Right. Naruto said with a smile as he stood right back up. Later, Minori-chan. I'll see you tonight, Aki-sensei-chan. We'll meet here. Naruto said with a smile as he bowed to the two older women and then left. Once he was gone, a now nervous Aki looked to Minori as she sweated a bit. Have fun tonight, but remember, I'm number one. Minori said with a grin and wink as she pointed her thumb proudly to herself. Aki sighed, but smiled. I thought Azuki was number one. Takaru thought before he and Kengo left. Fuck a duck, are you serious? There are only 9 crossover stories of my story and JoJo. Naruto complained as he was busy making some cakes for his date with Aki. And all of them are in English. Well, except for one that's in Polish. Least I know how to speak those languages. Kami, Yusui might be right. I am a dork. Naruto said with a pout. If you love something, don't be ashamed about it. Naruto said as he put away his phone as he continued stirring the batter. Suddenly the oven went ding. Oh good, the cake's finished. Naruto said as he summoned Golden Asura to open the oven and take out the cake. Golden Asura then grabbed the frosting and fruits for the cake, and faster than the eye could see and quicker than you can say. Holy damn, the cake was fully frosted with a ring of peaches on the top with a large strawberry in the center with 4 sliced kiwis surrounding it. A completed chocolate mousse cake. Perfect work Golden Asura. Naruto said smiling at his spirit. Aura. Golden Asura said with a thumbs up. The spirit then vanished as Naruto finished the stirring and then started pouring the batter into pans. Behind the counter, slowly rising their head, was Anaho, who was staring at the cake with determined anime eyes and a cat-like smile. She had smelled the aroma of sugar, chocolate, frosting and fruits. She came down, sneaked by and now stared at the magnificent work her older brother had created. So beautiful. Anaho thought as she stared at the masterpiece in front of her. Completely unique with its decoration of peaches and kiwis. The strawberry is so large and by its geometric shape it has to be very juicy from the first bite, down to the last. Chocolate mousse, inside and out, and vanilla frosting as well. Its mass is perfect. Plentiful, even in a slice. It's truly genius. I must have a slice. Anaho slowly extended her finger toward the cake, wanting a small, little taste from the beautiful work of art her brother had made. I hope those hands were recently washed. Imouto. Naruto said with a smile, not turning to Anaho, who flinched and pulled her finger back. Anaho just shook nervously as she kept her anime face as she stared at Naruto. If you want a cake, I'll bake you one. Or a few. Naruto said as he finished filling the pans. Anaho quickly shot from behind the counter as she started calling out her order. I want one exactly like this. I want one that's strawberry filled and made with real handmade buttercream icing. I want a cannoli cake. And finally I want the world's most perfect cheesecake. And then I want one that's all 4 flavors in one. Anaho squealed with excitement with her fists to her chin. An ultimate challenge to blend 4 separate cakes into one, making a delicious pastry without the flavors contradicting each other. I'll take that challenge. Naruto exclaimed with new determination. Yay! Anaho suddenly appeared next to Naruto and hugged him. I love you Ni-sama. Anaho cheered, making Naruto smiled as he patted her head. What's with the cake? Naruto turned his head to see Fu. Oh. I asked Aki-sensei out on a date. Naruto said. Oh. You're going on another date with another woman. Fu said with a pout. Dashta. What's the matter? What's wrong? Naruto asked. Nothing. Fu exclaimed with a nervous smile and waving her hands defensively. Fu quickly turned around with her arms crossed as she pouted. Yar. Guys already asked so many that are available. When's it going to be my turn? Fu-chan. Naruto spoke with a calmness making Fu blush by the chan suffix. Fu slowly turned her head a bit toward him. Would you like me to make you something? I'm always happy to make something for someone I very much care about. Naruto said with a smile. Fu turned away again as her face turned red as she had a smile on her face. I wouldn't mind a little dorayaki. Oh. Make me one too. Anaho exclaimed, jumping up and down with her hand raised. You got it. 2 dorayaki for one of the best kunoichi in the world and for the cutest sister in the world. Naruto said with a grin and wink as he patted a giggling Anaho's head. I heard that last part. Himegami shouted, making Naruto and Anaho laugh. Fu just still blushed as she stared down to the side. He thinks I'm one of the best. Naruto was dressed in his usual gear. His white with black trimming undershirt, leather pants and ankle boots with biker gloves on. He was waiting by the waterfall with a large sky blue blanket under his arm as he had his hands in his pockets. He waited for Aki patiently. Naruto then looked down to his gold buckle and grabbed it. Maybe I should buy a belt and make my Hitai 8 into its belt buckle. Naruto said to himself. He then went back to waiting. And waiting. And waiting. And waiting. Waiting's boring. Aki was making her way to the waterfall, which is where they agreed to meet. She couldn't believe she was finally going on a date with Naruto. This was a dream come true. It was so shocking to her that she actually pinched herself a few times when she got back to the manor and right before she left to meet with him. Either way, she knew it wasn't a dream because when she told Minori earlier that she fears it might all be a dream that she'll tragically be woken up from, the redhead heat manipulator tripped her. Minori's reason. She said they say that right before you hit the floor you wake up. Well, despite the pain it did help put her at ease, kind of. She was finally at the waterfall, but when she looked around for Naruto she found him in a boxing stance, but he was weaving side to side in front of a tree in what she could describe as a figure-8 motion. In fact a few trees looked to have been torn right through. Suddenly Naruto gave a grunt as he started hook punching the tree while moving in the swaying motion, side to side. Instead of tearing the tree apart in one punch, which was undoubtedly possible for him, the blonde tore the bark off in one hook punch and then started burrowing deeper into the tree with the continuous flow of punches. He looked amazing. So in control. Aki blushed as she stared at his progress. He was so fluid, so strong, so controlling. He was turning her on. Aki felt her lower region tingle making her move her leg over a bit to hide he region despite it already being covered. She watched as he finished burrowing through the tree, giving the final punch that broke the tree in two and ceasing the motion he was going as the tree fell to the ground. Aki walked over to him. What move was that? Dempsey roll. It's a famous move created by the famous boxer Jack Dempsey. To contend against heavier boxers he used the technique to gain the upper hand. It's basically a series of rapid hook punches whilst continuing bobbing and weaving, catching the target in a high-paced barrage of punches. The user puts their entire body weight behind the punches. It's a great technique against any kind of foe. I saw it off of a clip of Hajime no Ippo and I told Kenway I wanted to learn it. Naruto explained, his back still to Aki. You put your entire weight behind those punches, but you had so much control over the situation. Aki said, amazed that Naruto had such control over a very hard-hitting technique. Naruto turned to her with a fist up as he gave her his trademark grin making her blush at the smile. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he noticed the attire Aki decided to wear. She wore a dark blue bikini bra that only managed to cover her nipples, a small Hawaiian skirt wrap that was blue with yellow floral pattern on it, no doubt there was a matching bikini bottom to go with her bra, and simple sandals and she had a hibiscus flower on the left side of her head. She was beautiful. Naruto blushed at the sight of her. Dashta. Aki asked with a red blush and her fist to her bottom lip as she twirled to the side with her other hand behind her back. It's just, you look beautiful. Naruto said with a bashful smile. Aki blinked in surprise before she smiled as she held her red-hot cheeks. Arigato. We got a bit of a way to travel to get to this spot, but you'll love it. Trust me. Naruto said as he pointed his thumb in a direction. I'll always trust you, Naruto-kun. Aki said with a smile and nod. Naruto smiled modestly as he rubbed the back of his head and blushed. Naruto started walking and Aki followed him. So this attack of yours seems very powerful. You plan on using it in any upcoming fights? Aki asked. That's the thing. The Dempsey roll is definitely a powerful technique, but the problem is that it can be countered. Sometimes quite easily. If anything messes up the flow, that'll cause problems. I don't plan on using it just yet, but now that I have mastered it, I'm going to add the mirages to complete it. The mirages? Aki asked. In my fight with Wabisuke, there's this technique he used. He used his chakra and element to mold a shell over him that took on his exact appearance and commanded it to perform a specific move to distract me, fooling me into believing it was him, only to disappear when introduced to my own body from the new pool of energy I produce or when the commanded action has been accomplished, while the real Wabisuke attacked me from a different direction. It's a perfect misdirection technique that isn't actually a genjutsu, so I could perform it myself easy and I'm lucky Kurama caught on and understood the technique so he could explain it to me. I plan on integrating the mirages into the Dempsey roll. The idea is while I move, I form mirages that will follow my exact pattern. With the numerous visions of myself, the enemy will not be able to follow my pattern, so it will make my Dempsey role very difficult to counter. In theory, not even the Sharingan will be able to decipher which is the real me, seeing as it sees chakra in colors and the mirages are actual chakra in the form of myself, it will not be able to tell which is the real me. Hopefully if I can do it just right, my foes will be helpless. Naruto explained. When he finished he turned to Aki, only to look surprised as she stared at him in amazement with starry eyes, a red blush in her hands holding her cheeks. There were also stars and hearts surrounding her. Sugoi tilde tilde. So ingenious. Aki said in amazement. Arigato. Naruto said with a bashful grin and blush as he rubbed the back of his head. Oh, so Aki-sensei, meaning to ask, but I've been wondering how Maken Ki started, Ttebeo. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Aki sighed. There's not much to it really. Minori, Tomiko and I formed Maken Ki ourselves, out of distaste for the way people were misusing their Maken. Gen joined and later so did Akaya. Our advising teacher was Takeshi Oyama. Oyama. Wait, Takeru's dad? Naruto questioned with surprise, earning a nod from Aki. Huh. So how was he like? Takeru tells me his dad's a pain in the ass. Well, I wouldn't say that. He was carefree at times. He was definitely a handful, but not as much as Minori. Well, with a given nickname called the Natural Calamity, I shouldn't be surprised. Naruto said with his hands behind his head. Yes. She was much of a handful. Causing a bit more trouble than necessary, usually speaking before really thinking, taking matters into her own hands, stubborn. Sounds just like me. Naruto thought with a smile. Also inappropriate. She once fondled my breasts during pool activities. Aki said with a pout and blush as she had her arms crossed. Naruto's eyes were anime-wide and blood trailed down his nose. You don't say. Aki nodded. She used to also bring in underwear and swimwear for me to try. Usually they were very revealing. That explains a lot. Naruto thought as he remembers all the sexy swimwear and attire Aki wears. Aki sighed. I've always been so jealous of her. Aki whispered. Nani? Naruto turned to her. Oh, nothing. Aki said with a red blush and her hands up. Anyway, Naruto-kun, how has your experience been in Maken Ki so far? Aki asked leaning forward a bit with her hands behind her back. Naruto smiled a genuinely joy-filled smile. It's been the greatest experience of my life. Naruto said with sincerity. Aki blinked in surprise. Really? Does this mean you enjoy it more than your shinobi life? Aki asked. That's basically asking two different things, seeing as the jobs of shinobi and Maken Ki differ greatly, but truthfully, I do find it more heartfelt than being a shinobi. Naruto said with a smile. Heartfelt. Aki-sensei, you do know my past, correct? Naruto asked turning to her. More than I'd like to know. Aki said with a frown, looking to the side, but then she flinched as she realized how her words could be taken a different way. I didn't mean. I know what you mean. Naruto said with a hand up and a calm, understanding smile. What I'm getting at is, with my life, all I've ever known since I was young was isolation, hatred and fear, at least for the most part. When I was young I wanted people to acknowledge me, respect me, having friends, people who genuinely care for me. I figured that Hokage was the answer, so I wanted to desperately earn that title to reap those rewards, but not only was it not easy, but it was also the wrong way to earn these treasures I desired. When I met people who cared for me like Iruka-sensei, and people who inspired me to protect those people like Haku, I only desired strength to protect what I found precious. However, despite the people I called my friends, my heart never really felt complete. At least, I didn't realize that at the time. Not complete? Aki asked with concern as Naruto frowned. In my heart. I wanted something more. I just could never explain it, but the day I met Wabisuke, the day he kidnapped me for Mayonaka Moon Shikai, I felt so scared, not just because I felt I would never see my friends again, but also because I felt I would never find the answer. However, Naruto stared at the ground, worrying Aki, and her worrying increased when he shed some tears. However, the blonde then smiled and looked to her. It was the best thing to ever happen in my life. Naruto said with a smile, shocking Aki. How? Aki asked, not finding how being kidnapped could mean so much to someone in a positive way. Because I met all of you. Naruto said as if it were obvious, shocking Aki. Don't get me wrong, I hate Mayanaka Moon Shikai, but because of what they did, I got to meet everyone here. The people I hold dear ever so close to my heart. At first everything seemed weird, but when I got to be a part of Maken and to be with everyone, I felt at peace. Like I belonged there. I felt complete. Because I found people closer to me than many others. I got to meet people who I know will be my friends for the rest of my life and more. Naruto said with a widening smile. More? Aki asked, only wanting to know more. Naruto turned to her and smiled brightly. I gained a family. Naruto said with a joy-filled smile. Aki's eyes widened at his answer, then they had gotten shadowed. Naruto. Naruto looked to her with concern as to why the mood changed, but she suddenly hugged him tight. Shitaru. I love you, Aki said, shocking Naruto. Naruto stared at Aki in shock, but then he smiled and hugged her back. Aki-sensei, arigato. Naruto said with a smile, making Aki smile. How about we travel faster? Naruto asked, but then he immediately picked up Aki bridal style, then leapt into the sky, jumping from treetop to treetop. Aki stared at Naruto with a blush at his sudden action, but then she smiled lovingly at him with eyes filled with care and love. Aki then snuggled into Naruto's chest, surprising the blonde, before he then smiled and blushed. Takaru was walking back and forth in his room, thinking about what to do. Even though he was given a perfect example, he was still nervous as hell. I mean, he has had a crush on Haruko for the longest time. Sure, he may have been a bit excited when it comes to other girls, but he's a guy. A girl would do the same thing in his position with a good-looking guy. Hell, Naruto is the perfect example of his statement. With how many girls love him, the guy could rule Tenbi if he wanted to. Which isn't really an exaggeration. Anyway, back to his situation, Takaru was pretty nervous. How am I supposed to do this? I mean, I already confessed to her. I think, did she even hear me? She probably didn't hear me. Takaru then grabbed the sides of his head and screamed. This is so hard. I need to. Hey. Takaru turned to see Yusui at the door with his arms crossed. Oh, Kengo, what's up? Takaru asked, forgetting his dilemma. I heard you scream. So I wanted to say shut up. Kengo said, pointing his finger at Takaru with a dull annoyed look on his face. Okay. Takaru said with a dull look on his face and a sweat drop. Also, since you're so scared to ask Haruko out, you're a chicken shit. Kengo said. Excuse me. Takaru shouted. And you'll always be a chicken shit. Naruto and I don't have time for guys who are too afraid of things. I'm not afraid of things. I'm Yakamashi, chicken shit. Kengo said as he then turned to leave. You'll always be a chicken shit. Keeping this secret from Haruko, and not jumping the gun despite given all the help you need for this one thing. You're always going to be a chicken shit to us until you ask her out, which will be never. Later. Kengo said as he left. Takaru shook with anger and his face turned red with rage, his teeth gritting. That bastard Yusui. I'll kill him. Calling me a chicken shit because, Takaru closed his eyes as they became teary-eyed. Haruko. Takaru said through his gritting teeth. Suddenly Takaru then ran out the door and dashed down the hall towards a door. Takaru knocked on the door hard and fast. Nobody make that, she said, pun. The door opened as Haruko pushed out her head to see Takaru. Watch TV. With me. Takaru shouted. Huh. Takaru then grabbed Haruko's hand and dragged her downstairs. Kengo watched the whole thing with wide eyes. Wow. That chicken shit method actually works. Kengo said with surprise at how effective the same method Naruto used on him to get him to ask Yuka out. Naruto and Aki in his hold have been traveling for a while, but Aki didn't mind. She was smiling the whole way as she rested her head against Naruto's chest. Naruto gave one last jump as he then descended to the ground, landing gently. We're here. Naruto spoke. Aki moved her head to see they were in front of a giant hole. A hole? Aki questioned. The other day I found this, and when I went to inspect it, well, trust me, you'll love it. Naruto said with a smile as he and Aki jumped down into the hole. Aki closed her eyes as they descended, and once they landed, she opened her eyes only to gasp as she saw they were on a crystal blue underground lake that shined in the moonlight. She looked around to find they were in an underground cave. You can get a beautiful view of the moon and stars above. Naruto said as he looked up with Aki to see the beautiful starry sky with the moon shining bright. Naruto walked over to the shore of the underground lake. After making it to shore, Naruto summoned Golden Asura with the large blue blanket in hand, unfolding it, spreading it out on the ground, before vanishing as Naruto walked over and gently placed Aki on the blanket and sat down next to her. Suddenly golden flames appeared around them and dispersed with food surrounding them. Oh my! Aki said with amazement in her hand over her mouth. Naruto extended to her a glass filled with wine, surprising her. I wanted to make this special for you, Tt Ibeo. I figured with how much affection you showed, that you deserve something special since it's been, kind of overdue. Naruto said with an embarrassed blush. Aki smiled lovingly as she took the glass. It's perfect. Naruto smiled, happy to hear that. So just wondering, what is your Maken? I already know about the others' Maken, but I never got to know your own. Naruto said with new interest. Oh, let me show you. Aki said with new excitement. The left side of her head glowed, where the eye was, surprising Naruto. Maken debugger. Valhelm. Aki exclaimed as it looked like she had a scouter over her left eye. Oh tilde. Interesting. Naruto said as he leaned in closer to get a better look at the Maken, making Aki blush upon closeness, her eyes looking to the side as she had a bashful smile. So what's its function? Does it decipher the weaknesses of an enemy? Or knowing your personality, is it medical? Naruto asked. Well, pretty much both really. It tells me the diagnosis of a person's health. It focuses on the damage in a person's body, showing them off as black spots. The darker they are, the more severe the injury. It also helps with other things, such as, Aki looked away with a blush. Such as what? Naruto asked. Well, I use it to also erase a person's short-term memory. Although, Aki put her fist to her mouth. Naruto placed his hand on Aki's shoulder. You can tell me. Tonight it's just you and me. No one else. Naruto said with a smile. Aki blushed, but she smiled and got more comfortable. Well, truth be told, I pretty much use it when people see me. Aki gently bit his index's mid-knuckle. Exposed. Aki confessed with a red blush. Oh tilde. Smart. Naruto said with a grin, surprising Aki. Do you know how many women, hell, make that people want that ability? I'm so jealous of you Aki-chan sensei. Naruto said with a huge grin. Aki blushed at the compliment. Why you don't have to put the sensei part. Aki said with a bashful look and blush as she looked to the side, her index's mid-knuckle up to her mouth. Well you are my teacher. Naruto said with a smile and rubbing the back of his head. Suddenly Aki kissed Naruto right on the lips. Once they separated, Naruto looked on with wide eyes. Okay, just Aki-chan. Naruto said with a red blush, making Aki giggle. Aki then looked to the ground with somber eyes, but still retained her smile. Naruto noticed the look in her eyes and got concerned. You know, no one has ever said that before in regards to me. Aki said with a small smile. Naruto stared at her with a calm expression. Except, Aki then grabbed the bottom of her breasts. When regarding to these, Aki said as she pushed them up a bit, making them jiggle. Naruto blushed red, but his eyes were shadowed. Honestly, I've always been jealous of Minori. Naruto looked to her with slightly wide eyes. She's always been the strongest of us all. That's true. She actually gave Wabisuke a hard time and from what the others told me, she wasn't even at 100%. Naruto thought. She's always been jealous of me appearance-wise, but other than that I've never understood why she would be jealous of me. She's strong, a great leader, always thinking about others despite her general attitude and reckless behavior. She was even so powerful that her element alone was strong enough to crack the seal placed atop of Amanohara. Now she could break it by herself easily. She's also a better teacher than myself. Aki sighed feeling gloomy now. Look at her now. She's the principal of Tenbi and is inspiring many others to better themselves. And all I do is increase boys' fantasies. I don't really do much, but heal others. And that's not much to you. Naruto asked. Well, it is, but I want to do more than heal people. I want to show I can fight too. At least, enough to protect people I love. Aki said, looking to the side. Naruto's eyes were soft as he stared at the brunette. Punch me. Naruto said. Huh. Aki said as she flinched and looked to Naruto in surprise. Punch me. Naruto said with a serious yet calm expression and tone. This is rather strange to ask, and on a first date no less, but I don't want to. Aki said, looking down to the side with a blush and the side of her fist, thumb first, to the side of her lips. I wasn't asking. Naruto said with a frown. Aki flinched before looking to the floor. No. Aki said as she turned her head to the side with her eyes closed. Punch me. I don't want to. Aki said, turning her head to the other side. Aki-chan, you're not going to hurt me. Not really, anyone can in Maken ki. Naruto said. It's not about thinking I can hurt you. I just don't want to. Aki said, turning her head back to the other side with her arms crossed. I want to know where you stand. Punching me is the best way to know. So punch me. Naruto said. No. I refuse. Aki said with a pout as she faced Naruto, but still kept her eyes closed and arms crossed. So Minori beats you at having guts too. Naruto said, making Aki's eyes widen. Yar yar. Guess your hands are only good for healing. Naruto said with his eyes closed, but suddenly Aki punched him in the face. Once the deed was done, Aki glared at him, but as she saw his surprised face, facing to the side from impact, Aki placed her hands over her mouth in shock at what she did. Naruto's eyes looked to her, making her own fearful at what she had done. Naruto closed his eyes and suddenly began to snicker, before it became an all-out laugh. Well, I'll give you this. You can give a bit of pain. Naruto said with his trademark grin. Aki's lips under her hands twitched a bit, before she then giggled as she and Naruto laughed together. She then jumped at him, wrapping her arms around Naruto's neck, hugging him. Gomen. Aki said with a smile. Don't be. I did ask for it. Naruto said, wrapping his arms around Aki's form. Literally. The two laughed at how odd and funny the situation was. This was turning out nice. Haruko and Takaru were sitting down just watching TV. Although it seemed they were enjoying themselves, really they were both blushing red, lost in thought. Takaru was looking down to his lap with a nervous stare as his face turned red. Okay. You got her here. Now do it. Takaru thought as he took in a deep breath through his nose. What do I do again? Haruko was looking to her own lap with her cheeks burning red. He asked me to watch TV. With him, but now what? Is this it? Is there something else he wanted to ask? Is this about? Haruko then remembered the incident in the river where Takaru confessed. Haruko's eyes softened as she remembered the events. Haruko. Haruko turned to Takaru to see staring at her with a very nervous look, wide eyes and his entire face red. Yes. Haruko responded, with blinking eyes as her blush remained on her cheeks. You look beautiful. Takaru shouted, shocking Haruko and himself in the process, as both their faces turned red. Arigato. Haruko said as she turned away with a smile on her now red face. Takaru looked to his lap, thinking over what to do, as shown to him. Haruko. Takaru started making Haruko look back to him. Remember when we first met? Takaru asked. Of course. You pulled up my skirt, showing off my underwear in front of my father and your mother. Haruko said with dull eyes. Right. Bad thing to start with. Takaru said as he rubbed the back of his head with embarrassment. But what I meant to start with is, well, I remember thinking how beautiful your smile was on that first day. Takaru said nervously, making Haruko blush. Oh. Haruko said with her fist to her mouth as she looked to the couch cushions. And the friendship we started, I'll always treasure it, Takaru said. I see. Haruko's eyes softened. But I felt, more. Takaru confessed, surprising Haruko. I don't know when it started, but it happened. Takaru said with his face turning red as his eyes were shadowing. Haruko looked to him with blinking eyes. I've always been so scared to tell you, even now I feel like I'm about to throw up my heart. I'm happy I at least confessed to you when we were in the river. Haruko gasped a bit with wide eyes. So I wasn't hearing things. Haruko thought as his cheeks reddened. Haruko, Takaru started. Why yes. Haruko responded breathlessly. Takaru slowly inched his hand toward her own and grabbed it, surprising her. Please, go out with me. Takaru said. Haruko silently gasped as she felt the whole world disappear. She stared at the still nervous Takaru, shock evident on her face. He asked me, too. Haruko started to lean in with her eyes slowly starting to close. Takaru was looking down to the couch, too nervous to look Haruko in the eyes, but when he finally got brave enough to look up to her, he developed a look in shock to see Haruko leaning closer to him with her eyes closed and her lips puckered out. Haruko. Takaru spoke her name with shock. Take, Haruko whispered as she leaned closer to kiss the shocked Takaru. Takaru-kun tilde. Syria appeared jumping over the couch, hugging Takaru, with his face smooshin' against her breasts, shocking both the red-headed teen and Haruko. Syria-san. Wah. I just couldn't stay away tilde. I wanted to see you tilde. Syria exclaimed with joy as she hugged Takaru close. Haruko's wide eyes blinked as she stared at the pinkett hugging Takaru, only to notice a sneaky glance at her from Syria. She did that on purpose. Haruko thought with an annoyed frown and narrowed eyes. How did you even get in the house? Takaru asked. See more like this. Naruto said as he punched the air. Like this? Aki asked as she did the same. Hold on a sec. Naruto grabbed her arm, making Aki's skin tingle from the touch of his fingertips against her skin. Naruto positioned Aki's arm a bit in a cocked back position. Okay, you feel those muscles tightening? Naruto asked, getting a nod from Aki. Okay then, now. Naruto said. Aki then threw a punch that was fast and strong. Aki gasped as she felt the difference. Aki brought her fist back, staring at it. Ma, that was great Aki-chan. Naruto said with a grin. Amazing. I felt like I actually broke through the air a bit. Aki said. That's how you know your punch is strong. Naruto said with a grin and his fist pumped. Aki smiled at her blonde date. Arigato. No problem. I'm always happy to give a few pointers. I just wonder how strong your leg strength is. Naruto said with a smile as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, Aki looked to the side with a blush and small smile on her face as she then brought her leg up, having it right in front of Naruto's face, Disney's Hercules style. We could test that. Aki spoke softly yet suggestively, making Naruto blush as he stared at her long, slender, sexy legs. Alright. Naruto said as he gently grabbed Aki's leg and lowered it. Well, for that, you got to. Naruto noticed the position of the moon, so he then took out his phone and checked the time. Is something wrong? Aki asked. Maybe I went too far with that bold move. Perfect. Naruto said as he put away his phone. Then he grabbed Aki and sat her down against him, shocking her as she blushed, feeling his warm body against her own. You're going to love this. Naruto said with a smile as he pointed towards the moon, then slowly his finger descended down until it pointed down to the lake as it shined even more, as then a glow came below. Aki leaned in closer, only to gasp as she noticed there were crystals below the lake. And that's not the best part. Naruto said, still smiling. Suddenly rays of light shined out of the lake, as then several different colored crystals on the ceiling were hit by the light and ricocheted them off others, causing the crystals to glow into various different colors, as the whole cave then became multicolored. Aki gasped as she stared at the whole cave with awe, admiring its beauty. Crazy, right? I don't understand the science itself, but I don't care. This is beautiful, and the first time I saw it, you were the first person to come to mind. Naruto said with a smile, shocking Aki, who turned her head to him. I knew that you would find this beautiful. Probably even more than myself. Well, I'm not sure if that's possible. It is beautiful, but I'm sure you see more beauty in this more than myself. Aki said with a smile as she watched the colors. Please. You see the beauty in everything. Even I can't do that. Naruto said with a modest smile. Don't sell yourself short, Naruto-kun. Aki said with a loving smile at how sweet Naruto can be. The two rested there and watched the beautiful colors together. Aki thought over this date, and it is safe to say that it is better than she could have imagined. Naruto was sweet, the scenery is drop-dead gorgeous, and the food is perfect. How did he know she liked peaches and chocolate mousse? This certainly is the best night of her life. Or at least, so far. Aki moved a bit to get more comfortable, but her behind had actually slid up against Naruto's crotch, making him turn red as his member moved a bit, causing Aki to squeak in shock and surprise. Aki's eyes widen as she felt Naruto's member get a bit excited, poking out a bit, followed by a moan from the blonde. Aki's cheeks turned red from the action, but then, her body moved instinctively. Aki started rubbing her rear against Naruto's member, making him moan as his cheeks were turning red. Aki-chan sensei, Naruto said her name as he felt his member twitch against her rubbing rear. Aki leaned forward as she rubbed her bottom against Naruto's member, arousing him. Naruto grunted as he felt his member started to get stiff. Damn, what's gotten into her? Grr, she's turning me on. Naruto thought with gritting teeth. Aki continued her action. She didn't know what has gotten into her, but her body was just moving on its own and her mind was blank, as if accepting her actions. Naruto groaned as he felt his member getting harder from feeling Aki rubbing her bottom against it. He didn't know what has gotten into her, but he liked it. Aki was staring down to the blanket as she continued. He liked it. She could tell just from the feeling of his rod hardening against her. Her cheeks reddened and her eyes closed as she continued. Her body wasn't the only one moving on its own. Naruto's right hand slowly moved around Aki's body and made its way to her front region, creeped down and gripped it, making Aki's eyes widened in shock as she then moaned in new pleasure. Naruto K-kun. Aki turned her head to him. G. Gomen. My body is just moving on its own. Naruto said. Aki squeaked and moaned as Naruto's hand rubbed up and down her sensitive spot. Aki's body shook with pleasure as Naruto pleasured her with his hand. Suddenly Naruto's middle finger was inserted into Aki's covered entrance, making her squeal with pleasure. Suddenly Aki got off Naruto and tackled him into the ground, or blanket in this case, with her mouth locked with his own as she also took off her Hawaiian skirt wrap. Aki then sat up on his lap and started grinding against his covered crotch. Aki-sensei. Naruto exclaimed the brunette's name in shock. Gomenasai. My body is, it's just. Aki squealed as she then started panted, continuing to grind her covered majesty against his covered soldier. Naruto blushed as he stared at the blushing Aki. He then grabbed her hips, surprising her, as he then started assisting her, moving her hips more, making Aki blush red as she squealed. Naruto-kun. You want this? So do I. We don't need to be shy anymore, right? Naruto said as he continued moving her hips, rubbing her front region against his own. Naruto-kun. Aki smiled at Naruto as her cheeks remained red. Naruto then increased speed, making Aki grind against him at a faster pace. Naruto-kun tilde. Aki panted as her majesty rubbed against Naruto's crotch, getting wet at the pleasure of just rubbing against the blonde's tool. Aki brought her fists to her chin, with her breasts bouncing as she rubbed against him. Sugoi. Totemo Subarashi. Wow. So great. Aki said as her hips increased speed. Sugoi can mean, wow, and, amazing, etc. Subarashi can mean, spectacular, excellent, glorious, etc. You pretty much can't go wrong with either one. Aki-sensei. Naruto groaned as his right hand then creeped deeper into Aki's leg, went into her underwear and then his thumb, index and middle went into her majesty and pinched her inner wall, making Aki scream with some pain, yet much excitement and pleasure from the sensitive touch. Aki then dove down and took Naruto's lips, wrapping her arms around Naruto's head and deepening the kiss as she grind against him. Aki then brought her lips to Naruto's ear and licked it. Naruto-kun. Please tilde. Take me. I want to give you my virginity. I want to give you all of me. Please, the weight is killing me. I've been dreaming about you. I've never felt this way with someone before. I've never fallen so hard. Please. Make love to me. I need you tilde. Aki pleaded as she then nibbled on Naruto's earlobe. Naruto panted as she felt a new fire welling up in his chest, making it hot inside and out. I do as I'm commanded, for my Heims. Naruto whispered in a husky tone. Lemon scene. Naruto then push Aki off him, carefully making sure that she isn't rough slammed against the covered ground. Naruto then ripped off her panties and dove his face right in, sucking on Aki's majesty. Aki let out a squeal of ecstasy, excitement and passion. Aki brought her right arm to the back of her head and her left index finger to her mouth as she squealed and moaned with pleasure from Naruto eating her out. Naruto was licking Aki's entrance at a fast pace, tasting the love juices that the lower region was secreting from the sensitive pleasure. Aki panted with her chest heaving as Naruto quickly licked her lower region. He then suddenly bit Aki's vaginal lips, making her scream with pleasure as orgasmed. Damn. She's more sensitive than Azuki-chan so far. Naruto thought as she licked all of Aki's love juices. Then he pulled back, grabbed Aki's waist and flipped her over, positioning her on her hands and knees as he then dived right back and started licking Aki's lower region with hunger. Aki squeaked and panted from having Naruto taste her, the pleasure becoming so intense for her that she was now resting on her elbows. Naruto-kun, sugoi tilde. Aki moaned as tears from the intense pleasure started coming down her eyes. Naruto's right hand then pinched the bottom of Aki's majesty making her squeal with pain and pleasure. Aki had her right hand hovering over her opened mouth, her cheeks red hot. Naruto licking feverishly, demanding more as his left hand then traveled to the side of Aki's lower region, pinched the left wall as then both hands pulled on Aki's majesty, expanding it a bit as Naruto's tongue dove straight through her entrance and started licking the inside of Aki's lower region. Aki screamed from the new pleasure, bursting with an orgasm as her teeth gritted. Once her orgasm was done, drenching Naruto's mouth, Naruto continued licking making Aki's body, mainly her legs, shake from the continuous pleasure. En Naruto-kun, sugoi ne, subarashi desu ne tilde. Aki moaned as her majesty oozed with her cum, dripping onto the blanket with Naruto drinking most of it. Aki drooled as she felt Naruto pleasure her greatly. Motto, motto. More, Aki chanted as Naruto tasted more of her insides. Naruto then pulled his mouth out, wiped off the love juices from his mouth with his left forearm and then cleaned it all off with one lick. Naruto then leaned over, his front laying on Aki's back, as his strong hands then fondled Aki's mounds, making her squeak and squeal with surprise, moaning audibly as he fondled them. Naruto panted predatorily as he fondled Aki's breasts without mercy. Naruto then retracted his left hand as he then unbuckled his pants, whipping out his long erect member. Aki's cheeks were burning red as she quivered from feeling Naruto rubbing his member against her majesty. Aki whined as she felt the long, strong, thick member rub against her sensitive, soft majesty. Her toes curled as she was both nervous and anticipative for the next action. Naruto then positioned his member to enter Aki's entrance, the tip of his stick touching her vaginal lips. Aki tried to control her breathing, but her heart was beating a million times a second. This is her first time. Once this thing was thrusted into her, she would no longer be a virgin. All her life she felt ashamed to be one, because it made her feel like she was still a little girl and not a woman like Minori. She would be lying if she said she wasn't nerve-stricken, but at the same time she was incredibly excited. Why? Because the man who was going to finally make her into a woman was the perfect man. The young student who wanted to know her personality and desires rather than focus on her body like all others. This man was willing to die for her, even sell his soul. She could tell everything about his character just from looking into his eyes. The man she fell hopelessly in love with. Naruto Uzumaki. Aki-chan. Naruto spoke, getting her attention. I'm rather nervous. Naruto spoke, surprising her. It's just, I guess I'm too nice because I feel that. I want this, Naruto-kun. Aki spoke. If you are concerned, then please, lay me on my back. Aki said. Trust me. Naruto remained silent, but he then smiled. Hi. Naruto spoke softly and in a husky tone. Naruto gently placed Aki on her back, allowing her to face him. Naruto stared into her face and smiled as he stared at Aki's smiling face. She wanted this. They both did. Aishiteru, Aki-chan. Naruto spoke softly. Aishiteru wa, Naruto-kun. Aki spoke softly. Naruto then started inserting his member into her, making her close her eyes tightly as a squeak came from her throat as her lips quivered from the pleasure. Naruto then groaned as he fully went inside Aki's lower hole. Naruto thrust hard into Aki, making her squeak with pain as her close eyes tightened and her teeth gritted. Some blood came down her pussy, but it then evaporated away, no doubt from Naruto's warm energy coming off his body. It's done. It's finally happened. Aki said with tears of joy and pain as she smiled. I'm finally not a virgin. I'm a woman now. Aki said as she then laughed with joy. Naruto smiled as he then continued thrusting into her. Making love to her. Oh Naruto-kun. You're so good. Aki said as he pumped into her with her legs up and bent with her toes curled. Aishiteru, my love. Aki spoke with love and joy. Aishiteru, Aki-sensei. Naruto spoke with his hot breath warming her neck. Arigato. Aki spoke with pure joy. Kami-sama. Arigato, for bringing me this man. I love him. I love him so much. I want to be with him. Live with him. Cook for him. I want him to be my husband. I want this man to be the father of my children. Please, let me be with him for the rest of my days in this life and every other. Aki thought with pure joy and love as Naruto made love to her. Naruto pumped harder into Aki, making her move a bit and squeak with every thrust. Naruto grabbed her right leg and lifted it up, getting a better angle as he thrust in harder making Aki moan with every thrust. Naruto licked up Aki's leg making her blush red as she moaned from the touch of his tongue sliding against her skin. Naruto then came down as he sucked on Aki's breast making Aki's lips quivered from the new sensation. It actually felt enticing as he sucked her mounds, making it feel like electricity was coursing through her breast, his tongue licking her mound. Naruto bit her breast making Aki cry with pain and pleasure. Naruto sucked on the breast and pulled on it making Aki moan as he greedily sucked on her breast. Naruto retracted his head, as he then pulled the bra cloth off her right nipple and then started licking it making Aki moan before he wrapped his mouth around the nipple and suck on it, pulling it back making Aki moan with an open mouth and her pinky to her bottom lip. Naruto sucked on Aki's nipple for a bit longer then released it with an audible pop. Naruto wrapped his arms around Aki's waist and sat up as he thrust harder into Aki at a steady pace. Aki panted as she leaned back, enjoying the pace. Naruto-kun, you're so manly. Aki exclaimed as she was moving her hips to match Naruto's rhythm. Arigato. Naruto said as he gripped Aki's right breast and sucked on her nipple again, pulling on it with his teeth and mouth, before releasing it with another audible pop. You're such a lovely woman, Aki-chan. Naruto said in a husky voice. Oh ravage me. Aki pleaded with her arm wrapped around Naruto's neck. Naruto then pushed Aki down and cleanly pulled off her bra in one fast pull, then he strongly tightened his hold around Aki's hips as he then mercilessly slammed his member and hips into her at a fast pace. Aki made noises of pleasure as he pounded into her. Aki panted as her breasts bounced, jiggling with every thrust. Naruto grabbed Aki's right breast and fondled it, while his mouth sucked on her left exposed breast, licking her nipple. Aki moaned and whined with pleasure from Naruto's sudden attack on her mounds. Naruto was enjoying sucking on Aki's breasts, the feel of her large, wondrous breasts against his hand and mouth were an amazing feeling. Naruto's right hand then creeped downward, sliding down Aki's perfect bottom, making her smiling lips quiver from the tingling sensation of his skin rubbing down her butt, and then when he slid down further, he managed to get his hands to her entrance and hooked his middle and ring finger into her making her moan audibly with pleasure. Naruto pumped his fingers into Aki, all the while still thrusting his stiff into her. Then he put in his index finger, and used his index and ring to spread apart her entrance and have his middle pump and sliding inside her majesty making Aki moan with closed lips. Naruto increased his thrusts making Aki squeak each time her thrust into her. Suddenly he thrust faster, his hips blurring, making Aki's body shake at a fast pace with her breasts jiggling, moving up and down her chest, her eyes opened wide and tongue out as she moaned at a bumpy pace as Naruto slammed his member into her. Naruto then quickly stood up, carrying Aki as he continued to fuck her at a fast, strong pace, pumping his member and fingers into her. Aki's head was leaning back as Naruto continued to pound into her. Her toes curled, tongue out and eyes were rolling to the back of her head as he pounded into her relentlessly. Naruto gritted his teeth as he continued to pound into Aki, feeling her love juices drenching his cock from the constant pounding. Naruto leaned forward and licked Aki's neck, as he held her tight, thrusting into her. Oh I'm losing my mind. I think I'm going to. Sugoi tilde 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 tilde. Naruto groaned as he then ejaculated into Aki. Aki made some acking noises as Naruto released himself in her. It felt like hours, but was just moments as he ejaculated into her. Aki's body trembled from the pleasure as she panted with her tongue out and her pupils dilated from feeling Naruto release himself inside her. My god, he finally came inside me, but how many times did I come? Aki wondered to herself as her body shook and she continued to pant until he was finally done. Aki moaned as he toes curled. Naruto knelt down on one knee and placed Aki back onto the ground as he then locked lips with her, making out with his tongue inside her own and tasting every part of her mouth as her tongue then subconsciously did the same. Their tongues then started tasting each other, Aki moaning from the taste of the blonde's tongue. Naruto then separated from Aki, and looked her in the eyes. You still able to keep going? Naruto asked. Aki smiled and nodded. Naruto turned Aki's body around, firmly placing her on her hands and knees. Naruto placed his hand on Aki's right butt cheek and started rubbing it, making Aki moan as she bit her bottom lip. Man, any touch is sensitive to her. Naruto thought. Naruto leaned down to her, bringing his lips to her ear and whispered. I want to try something if you're up to it. Naruto whispered. Oh of course, Naruto-kun. I'll do anything for you. Aki said with a smile. I don't want you to do this for me. I want to know if this is what you want. Naruto whispered. Aki's eyes widened a bit, then they softened as she smiled. She grabbed Naruto's left hand and rubbed the back of it against her cheek. Yes, I do want it. These moments were what I have desired for so long now. Please, go ahead. Aki said with a smile. Naruto smiled at her response. Okay. Naruto positioned himself as he then started inserting the tip of his member into Aki's anus. Aki squeaked as she gritted her teeth a bit and closed her eyes tight as her rear's insides started to expand to adapt Naruto's member as it infiltrated her rectum. Aki picked up her head as she squealed with pain, before crying out as Naruto finally stopped. Aki bit her bottom lip as it quivered in pain. Gomen. It'll take some time, so I won't move until you get fully adjusted and the pain subsides. Naruto spoke. No, it's fine. Please, continue. Aki said. Are you sure? Naruto asked leaned down with his lips to her ear. Yes. I am strong too, Ttebeo. Aki said with a wink. Naruto's eyes widened a bit, before he then smiled. I get ya. Naruto said with a wide smile. Naruto continued on, going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. Aki sucked in her lips as Naruto thrust into her. Naruto then suddenly slapped her bottom making her yelp in surprise, but when he did it again, she squeaked then moaned in pleasure. Naruto tightly gripped Aki's twin rear cheeks and tightly squeezed them making her moan with puckered lips. Naruto was going slow, or at least slow to him, as it looked like a normal man's pace as he thrust into Aki, but now he was picking up speed. Aki squeaked as he thrust faster into her. Aki squeaked with every thrust making Naruto blush and smile as he enjoyed hearing her cute squeaks of pleasure. Naruto then suddenly came down, wrapped his arms around her and used his strong hands to grip and squeeze her breast making he cry out a moaning pleasure, as Naruto then gave a long lick across her mid-back to top back. Aki's lips quivered from feeling him licking her back. Who would have thought that a simple lick against the skin was so tantalizing? Naruto then reared his member back and gave a strong, hard thrust into Aki making her squeak with pleasure as he then proceeded to ram into her with strong, powerful thrusts. Aki's bottom was turning red as he thrust into her. Aki panted as her eyes were slowly rolling up. She was blushing red as she felt the strong thrust slam into her rear. His long strong shaft slid inside so hard, and her inner walls tingled as it slid out of her rear, only to slam right back in, causing her bottom and insides to shake with every strong thrust. Aki had her tongue out as she gave a long moan and then started to pant with her tongue out like a dog in heat. Aki's body started to sweat as Naruto rammed into her at a strong fast pace. Her bottom turning red from the strong and fast thrusts. Her body moved forward with every ram and before she could fully move back he just rammed back in faster than she could comprehend. Naruto brought his left hand down to Aki's lower region and inserted his fingers into Aki's entrance making her moan a long one with her tongue out and mouth wide. Naruto pumped his fingers into her at a fast steady pace as he continued to ram into her at a strong, fast pace. Through Naruto's thrusts into her rear, her own body thrusts forward from his momentum, making his fingers go deeper into her lower region, which of course made the pleasure all the more better. Naruto then suddenly increased speed, making Aki's body move faster, increasing the pleasure in both holes, with his member thrusting harder and faster in her and his fingers getting devoured more by her moving majesty. Suddenly Naruto gave one strong thrust that when he slammed into her, her frontal region went forward so fast that it took in Naruto's whole hand. Aki screamed as his whole hand went inside her and he didn't let the opportunity go to waste, as the blonde then balled his hand into a fist and started stirring it inside Aki, making her eyes widen exponentially as she then shot her head back and screamed, giving off a large orgasm that drenched Naruto's entire hand and came out of her lower region like a broken water pipe, wetting the towel they were on. Naruto then quickly took out his hand from Aki's lower region, making her moan from the ecstatic sensation of sliding out of her, his skin sliding across her inner walls before it finally came out. Naruto quickly brought his hand to his mouth and gave a long, savoring lick, tasting Aki's love juices, before his left hand went back to her breast as both hands then started fondling her breast making her cry with pleasure as tears were showing at the edge of her eyes. Naruto gritted his teeth as he pumped into Aki harder, making her eyes start rolling further up. Naruto grunted with every thrust, feeling such pleasure as Aki's rear walls tightened around his member, making it feel so good, he felt his dick cold melt at any moment from the pleasure. Naruto manhandled Aki's breasts feverishly, without mercy, making her globes tingle with such electrifying pleasure, feeling her glands react from his manhandling. Aki panted with her tongue way out and her eyes rolling to the back of her head, but then she started moaning as he continued to mercilessly thrust into her and fondle her breasts. She couldn't take it anymore. She was going crazy. Her mind was going blank. Was this what the others experienced? How did they survive such a relentless yet breathtakingly incredible experience? Holy hell, her heart was speeding faster than sound. SSSSSS sugoi tilde 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 tilde. Naruto then growled as he pulled on Aki's breasts, making her breasts lactate hard along with her pussy exploding with an orgasm. Naruto growled as he gave one final thrust and exploded into her. Aki trembled as she felt Naruto ejaculate inside her, but suddenly he dragged her down as they both fell down on their sides against the blankets as Naruto then quickly brought his head to Aki's left breast and managed to take her whole nip into his mouth as he drank the milk coming from her breast, while his right hand gripped Aki's breast tightly making her breast milk coming out more, drenching his right hand a bit with her lactation. Aki's eyes squinted with her teeth gritting, biting her bottom lip, her cheeks red as he body trembled from the insane pleasure. Aki was losing herself from it all. The lactation, orgasm and Naruto ejaculating inside her. She couldn't take it anymore. Her brain was going into overdrive, only knowing pleasure. She couldn't even breathe at the moment. It was all too good. What pleasure is this? Is this pleasure really from sexual intercourse? Oh no. She knew this pleasure is only experienced through doing it with Naruto. And she loved it. The blanket was getting soaked by Aki's liquid, her body still trembling as she finished up her orgasm. Her lactation already finished before, with the occasional squirt just coming out. Naruto moaned as he finished drinking up Aki's milk and started licking the leftovers as she finally breathed again, taking in a big gasp of air. Her throat made noises as her trembling body finally stopped leaking juices and milk. She started breathing heavily for a few moments before her entire body went slump and fell right to her side, but luckily Naruto controlled her descent so she gently rested upon her side. Naruto continued to suck on her breast for a bit as she panted before retracted his head back, pulling on her breast ushering a whine, before he let go, making her moan as her breast returned to position. Man. Any man would kill to be in my position right now. Naruto thought as he retracted his right hand and started licking off the lactation, savoring the taste. Aki lied there on her side, slowly breathing while Naruto tasted the milk from his right hand, wrist and a bit on his forearm, then doing the same with his left, licking the leftover cum from her previous orgasm that he caused with his fist inside her. Aki gave a sigh as she brought her right hand back and rested it underneath the side of her head. Aki then giggled with a small smile on her face. Something on your mind? Naruto asked as he finished licking all the leftover cum. Just thinking how lucky I am. Aki said in a soft tone. What do you mean? Naruto asked in a low tone as he leaned down, resting on his side with his face leaned closer to the side of her own, his mouth next to her ear. Do you know how many girls would kill to be in my position right now? Aki asked rhetorically with a smile on her face as she turned her head to him. Funny, I just thought the same a moment ago with guys in mind. Naruto said, making Aki giggle. Naruto. Thank you. Aki said as she rested her head back onto her hand. I've wanted this for so long. The fact that you gave me the time of day was more than I could ever ask for. Honestly, this was just something I dreamed of, but I never thought it would actually happen. Thank you. Aki said with a small, happy smile. Naruto blinked his eyes in surprise. This really means a lot to you. Of course. I love you. Aki said with a smile and shimmering eyes, surprising Naruto more. A little time with someone you love and care for goes a long way, believe it or not. Naruto stared at her in shock before his face became somber. So is this what Hinata thinks as well? Would really a little time be that important to her? Naruto wondered. Naruto stared at Aki's beautiful smiling face as he gained new determined look. Then I'll make the time I have with you the best you've ever had, Aki-chan. Naruto thought as his left hand then slowly slid down the side of her stomach and waist, making her moan from the touch as his hand slid down her hip and into her inner thigh, where he then pinched his clitoral gland, making her cry out a squeaking moan. Naruto-kun. I want to make this time with you one of the best I'll ever give you. I figured a little more pleasure wouldn't kill you. Naruto said in a soft, husky voice. Oh but Naruto-kun, I'm so sensitive right now Aki moaned with closed eyes. But isn't that a good thing? Naruto whispered into Aki's ear in a husky tone. Aki moaned as Naruto pleasured her with his hand. Naruto's index and middle fingers went inside Aki's entrance while his thumb rubbed up and down her vaginal lips, making the nurse moan with pleasure as her cheeks turned red. Naruto's middle finger rubbed the inner walls of Aki's majesty, making Aki moan. Naruto inserted his middle and index finger more into her majesty, making her moan more, sucking in her lips as her left pinky finger was pressed against them. Naruto was rubbing the inner walls of Aki, pleasing her, but then he started slowly thrusting back into her anus, making her moan loudly with her mouth open. Aki's cheeks reddened as Naruto slowly thrust into her from behind and pleased her frontal region with his hand. She was so sensitive that the pleasure was very, very enticing. Naruto increased his rate of thrust, making her pant from feeling the pace increase. Naruto then increased his hand's motion and thrust, making Aki moan loudly before orgasming. Wow. Now she's really sensitive. Naruto thought with slightly wide eyes. Oh. I don't know what's wrong with me. I just feel so sensitive. Oh my chest. Aki pressed her fingers from her left hand against her chest. Naruto looked to Aki's chest to see it rise and fall for a bit, but he felt heat come from it. Naruto brought his hand over to Aki's, touching the middle of her chest, making her squeal in surprise. It does feel warm. Naruto said. Naruto-kun. Aki purred his name. Naruto looked to her and decided to entice the mood by gently biting her neck, making her squeal with excitement. Naruto-kun, please lay on your back. Aki pleaded. Naruto pulled his head back and looked to her. Please Aki pleaded with her bottom lip out and puppy dog eyes. Naruto blushed red as he stared at her face. Kawaii Naruto thought as he then pulled back from her, his member sliding out of Aki's rear hole, making her moan from the tingling sensation. Naruto then laid back against the blanket, as Aki got up on her hands and knees, crawling over to him, climbing atop of him, now sitting down on his stomach. Aki grabbed the bottom of his shirt and pulled it off over his head. Aki leaned down and started kissing his chest and sliding her hands against his rock-hard pecs. Naruto blushed as Aki kissed his chest and then started kissing downward. Kissing his abs, making his muscles tingle, granted they didn't shake, tracing down them. Aki blushed, surprising herself, let alone Naruto, from the fact that she was kissing his body in a sensual way. Aki managed to get to the bottom, kissing the last bit of Naruto's skin before her face was in front of his crotch. She stared at his impressive strong member, gulping at the size of the thing, amazed that she actually took it all in both holes. Aki blushed red as she grabbed part of the member with her right hand and started rubbing her hand up and down it, making Naruto's cheeks turn pink. Aki's cheeks remained red as she stroked his member, but then she got brave and kissed the tip of his member, making Naruto shiver from the contact. Aki kissed the tip more a few times, before she then started licking his tip, making Naruto groan with pleasure. Aki moaned as she continued to lick her tongue against the fat tip. Aki then wrapped her lips around the tip, starting to suck on the tip, making Naruto grit his teeth a bit from the new form of pleasure. Aki continued to suck, and honestly, Naruto thought she was really good at it. Personally, he thinks Kimi-so is the best at oral sex, but Aki personally does come close. Although, Minori is without a doubt the best, but because she uses her thermal heat manipulation to make the experience incredible, but on natural skill alone, Kimi was somehow better, with Minori being second and Aki now in third with Cha-Cha. What can he say? Not even he can consider them all equally in some aspects. Although who could blame him? Naruto groaned as Aki sucked on his tip, licking the whole of his penis, which enticed new pleasure from being licked. Naruto's hands shook with new excitement as then his right hand hovered over Aki's head, but he restrained himself from grabbing her head and forcing her to take his whole length in. Naruto did some zen breathing. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Aki looked to him to see he was giving his best to not give in to his greater temptation. Aki blushed at how sweet he was being, but she wanted him to be forceful again. However, she could understand the concern. After all, his length and thickness were jaw-breaking. Possible being as literal as it is metaphoric. Although she wanted to show she could take some punishment. Aki then wrapped her mouth around Naruto's tip and started taking in more of his member. Naruto grunted and started groaning as Aki took in a bit of his dick. Aki continued to lick the top of his member, making him groan with pleasure. Aki blushed as she was happy to get a reaction out of him. Naruto bit his bottom lip as he felt Aki take in more. Aki felt Naruto's member go in more and touch her uvula. It was so strong and thick. She knew by his side this would be no easy feat, but, damn. Aki then made muffled swallowing sounds, gulping down any saliva that could slide across Naruto's member and down her throat, although that was a near impossibility with his size. Aki then started to slowly bob her head up and down, making Naruto groan with pleasure once more. Naruto's lip was quivering as he felt Aki moan as her saliva was covering some of his member. Naruto moaned as he felt Aki take in his member. Aki-chan sensei is amazing. Man, she knows what she's doing. If she's really a virgin, then she must research or something to be this good. Or she's just naturally talented. Naruto thought. Naruto then started thrusting up, making Aki moan as his member thrust deeper into her. Naruto closed his mouth as he started thrusting faster. Aki was trying to keep pace, but Naruto was just increasing the rhythm, making it difficult for her. Naruto's member then started going deeper down into her throat, making Aki make noises as she felt her throat get invaded. Aki tried to pull back to get a calm pace once more, but suddenly Naruto's hand grabbed the back of her head and thrust it down while thrust his member in even further. Aki's eyes bulged as she felt Naruto's member go straight down deep into her throat. Naruto then started thrusting fast and hard into Aki's mouth. Naruto groaned with his eyes closed and gritted teeth, feeling the amazing pleasure of Aki's mouth and throat. The tightness constricting his member. Aki managed to make noises as Naruto ravaged her mouth and throat. She couldn't take it. She felt like she could die. She was on the knife's edge right now. And she was enjoying it. Despite how ruthless the situation is right now, she was just getting turned on in being used like this. She was shocked at what Naruto was doing. She never heard about him being forceful in this sort of sense from Minori, Cha-Cha and Kimi's stories about their experiences with him, but she was enjoying it. Did he know that she enjoys this? This feeling of being dominated. This control over her. Maybe not consciously, but subconsciously. Like he could tell upon instinct that she wanted to be dominated. How? Aki's eyes were watering as Naruto thrust hard into her, choking her. Luckily she was able to breathe through her nose, but barely with the punishment she was receiving. Naruto grunted more and more as he fucked Aki's mouth, causing his member to be drenched in her saliva. Naruto then tightened his hold on Aki's head and increased speed on both Aki's head and his thrusts. He is so close. Naruto's teeth gritted hard as his teeth grew fangs from the intensity of pleasure. Aki's eyes were rolling to the back of her head. She was coming from the intense feeling of being choked and violated, her orgasm leaking out of her majesty. Aki's gag reflexes were the only sound that was being made from her. Her body was trembling, her mind spiraling, the blanket beneath just getting dirtier and dirtier with cum, tears and sweat. Aki's body was now going limp as she was starting to black out, her vision was becoming hazy. Naruto's now sharp teeth gritted intensely, enough to send feelings of pain through his jaw, but he didn't care, the pleasure becoming so intense that nothing else mattered. Naruto growled like an animal, his whisker marks becoming more defined and a red-hot aura surrounded him. His muscles twitched as he felt power pulse throughout his body. Naruto growled and grunted as his muscles tightened. Naruto then gave a roar as he ejaculated into Aki's mouth-throat. Naruto's member twitched inside Aki's throat as the secretion inside went down her throat and into her stomach. Naruto panted heavily as he felt himself empty his fluid inside Aki. After some time, Naruto sighed with relief as he finished. Naruto pulled back Aki's head with his eyes closed. Damn, that was good. Naruto said as he released Aki only for her to fall against the blanket, surprising Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at the mess that is now Aki Niju. She lost consciousness with tear stains down her eyes and saliva down the sides of her lip, and her majesty was wet with some love juices still leaking out a bit. Oh shit. Naruto thought with new fear, worry and concern. Aki-sensei. Naruto grabbed Aki, picking her up. Shit, she's out cold. I lost control. Naruto quickly placed his hand on Aki's left breast and started pumping his energy into her, healing her. After a few moments, Aki moaned with her eyes closed and her lips twitching. She looked to Naruto to see his concerned expression. Oh, the kami. I got scared there. Gomen. Naruto said with a worried and apologetic tone and expression. Aki stared at him with a blush, touched that he was concerned. However, lust came back into her heart as she then tackled Naruto to the ground and locked lips with him, fiercely making out with him with her hands behind his head. I love you. Aki said as she then sucked on the left side of his underjaw. I need you tilde. Aki sucked on his neck. Marry me tilde. Aki sucked on his collarbone. Damn. Naruto whispered as he stared at the horny Aki. I think I lost her. Naruto thought with wide eyes. Aki then made a gasp, then a moaning noise as she placed her hand over her left breast. I don't know why, but I just feel so warm right now. My heart, it feels like it's about to explode with a fierce yet warm fiery passion. Aki moaned as her breasts bounced a bit, making Naruto blush red. Well, Naruto sat up a bit and grabbed Aki's shoulders. I can help contain that. Naruto said as he then started sucking on her neck, making Aki moan. Naruto stuck his fingers into Aki's entrance, fingering her, making her moan audibly as she came from having Naruto's fingers go in and out of her, sliding his fingers against the walls of her majesty. Aki's lips quivered from the sensation and then she cried out with pleasure as she came all over Naruto's fingers. My, you've gotten real sensitive, haven't you? Naruto teased with a smile. I can't help it. I'm just so hot. I can't help but feel sensitive. Like there's a sun inside me. Aki exclaimed. Naruto-kun, I need you. Please lay down. Aki pleaded with her hands on his buff shoulders. I do as I'm commanded. Naruto said as he then lied down against the blanket. Aki moved a bit, lifting herself up a bit as she then grabbed Naruto's member and positioned it under her entrance. Aki panted with a smile on her face as her cheeks turned red. Aki then lowered herself down onto Naruto's member, causing it to go in, and as it was going in, Aki gritted her teeth from the pleasure with her lips quivering until it went completely inside her. Aki moaned as she placed her hands onto Naruto's chest and started bobbing up and down his member. Naruto had his hands behind his head as he watched Aki bounce atop of his strong tool. Naruto blushed red as he stared at Aki's breasts bouncing up and down as she bounced on him. Aki held her left red cheek as she moaned from the sensation of Naruto's erection going inside and out of herself. Aki moaned with her lips puckered as she arched her back and brought her head back, grinding on Naruto's member. Naruto moaned with a smile as he felt the nice pleasure of Aki grinding against him. Aki licked her lips as she felt her strange tingling from feeling Naruto's member go in and out of her. Aki firmly placed her hands on Naruto's hard chest and started increasing speed as Naruto's member went in and out faster. Aki was making noises of sudden pleasure as she increased her grinding against Naruto's member, her nails digging into his shirt. Naruto brought his right hand around Aki and gripped her left bottom cheek, squeezing it, making her scream with pleasure, as Naruto then suddenly used his other hand grab Aki's right breast, squeezing it making her scream further as she then lactated. Naruto smirked as he sat up as took Aki's left breast into his mouth and sucked on it, drinking the breast milk that came out from it. Aki's tongue was out as she moaned with ecstasy from the pleasure Naruto was giving her. She is so sensitive right now and she wasn't sure why. Was it Naruto's chakra? Or is it his new god energy mixed with his power that made her this way? If so, then damn. Naruto increased his speed and power, making Aki bounce every time he thrust into her. Aki gasped loudly with every thrust, making noises of surprise and pleasure as he thrust hard into her. Naruto pulled on Aki's right nipple causing more milk to come out of her nip. Aki moaned with her head back as she lactated. Naruto thrust faster into, gritting his teeth from the pleasure as he then released himself inside her, making her cry out with pleasure. Naruto then got up to his feet as he finished sucking on Aki's left breast, then sucked on her right. Naruto's left hand then went to Aki's bottom holding it tightly with both hands. Naruto continued to thrust hard and fast into Aki as he sucked on her right breast. Naruto pulled on her breast, sucking hard on her right breast, before releasing it with an audible pop, then he started sucking on her left breast. Naruto's hands roamed down her bottom, sliding down her cheeks, causing a tingling sensation. The fingers of his right hand then inserted into her rear hole while the fingers on his left hand were inserted into the bottom of her majesty, fingering both holes as the blonde continued to thrust into Aki. Aki cried with pleasure and ecstasy as she came all over Naruto's fingers and member. Naruto then gently brought Aki down, laying her upper back and head against the blanket, while he held her legs in place to the sides of his waist as he continued to thrust inside her. Aki gave noises of pleasure as Naruto continued his fast, hard thrusts, making her breasts jiggle from the thrusts. Naruto gritted his teeth and growled as he continued to thrust into Aki. His right hand then stretched down and grabbed Aki's left breast and started to fondle it a bit roughly. Aki cried as she felt the pleasure of Naruto fondling her as he continued to bang her. Her pussy was becoming mush, being pounded and used roughly by the blonde before her. He banged her hard, causing droplets of Aki's love juice to come out as he continued to bang her. Naruto increased his hip motions, causing Aki to move around a lot with her breasts continuing to jiggle endlessly from the constant momentum delivered upon by Naruto's manhood. Aki made noises with her tongue out as Naruto banged her. Naruto gnashed his teeth as they started becoming fangs with his whisker marks becoming more defined. Naruto growled in an animalistic way as he increased his speed and power. Aki's love juices were spilling out as she was having a strong orgasm as Naruto fucked her even harder. Naruto's growl increased more as he increased speed, his hips blurring from the speed of pounding Aki's sweet hole. Naruto's muscles were tightening as he then released a strong, audible roar, releasing himself inside of Aki. Aki's breasts lactated as Naruto released himself inside her, but then the blonde came down as he now wrapped his arms around Aki's body as she was now lying flat on the blanket with Naruto atop of her. Naruto's strong arms were wrapped around Aki's body as he continued to thrust into her with strength and speed. Aki panted with every thrust into her. Aki was blushing with an open mouth and her tongue out as Naruto pounded hard into her, his hot breath tickling her ear, warming it with every exhale. Aki was in heaven. She couldn't take it anymore. She was going insane. She couldn't even speak anymore. She lost her voice. Suki, I love you, Suki, 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 Suki. Naruto growled like an animal as a golden aura surrounded him as he pumped faster into Aki, harder into her that her strange was going numb, leaking love juices out as he continued to mercilessly pound into her. Naruto opened her mouth as he licked Aki's ear, making little circles around the inner part of her ear, before his fang gently bit down on her earlobe, sending an electrical surge throughout her body as she heated up more and came again with her nipples leaking some. Naruto growls got more intense as his aura became a fiery red. Naruto increased his hip action to a fast degree that Aki's entire body was trembling from every single pound that came faster than a second with each thrust. How is Aki still alive? Naruto growled more. Louder. 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 Naruto roared as he came inside of Aki again, making her wail with pleasure as she came as well, with her breasts lactating against his chest. Daisuke de yo tilde tilde tilde. Aki thought before her mind was consumed with a white light. Lemon over. Daisuke means I love you, with Suki pronounced ski being the short version. Technically it means I like you, but it's still close. Naruto laid against the very dirty blanket with his hands behind his head as the naked Aki had her arms wrapped around his neck with her head resting against the left side of his chest, a smile of satisfaction adorning her face as she had her eyes closed. Tilde, suge ne tilde. Aki moaned as she snuggled more into Naruto's chest. Naruto smiled as he wrapped an arm around Aki's body. Glad I made her happy. Naruto thought with a smile. Naruto then sensed something weird, but then it vanished. That's weird. Wonder what the hell that was. In the shinobi world, Jiraiya was crying as he bit the collar of his shirt. Damn it. The Gaki finally banged that hot blue-haired nurse and I missed the entire action. Why Kami-samas? Why was this the one I had to miss? Ha! I'm so evil. In a hotel room, Oken was eating his banquet in a sloppy and hungry manner. So you hid from him? Oken said. Gomenasai, Oken-sama. I'm afraid I am useless in a battle against him. Hikuto apologized with a bow. HMPH. Nonetheless, your help will not be needed. You just handle the key as planned. Oken said as he bit into some chicken, tearing the meat off the bone. Forgive my opinion, Oken-sama, but how do you plan on matching him? His power is very overwhelming. A plan of action is needed in order to face him. Hikuto said. That's why I've brought a little trinket with me. Oken said with a grin. Outside the door, two men in black suits, one bald, the other with brunette hair, were guarding the door to Oken's private suite. Although, they knew that their protection wasn't needed. Honestly, they were there to escort Oken to the island by orders of their boss from Yomatsuri. Wasn't our job to escort him to the island? The brunette guard asked. Yeah, the bald one answered. But it looks to me like he doesn't care about getting there. The brunette guard said as he took out a cigarette. Hey. We're not even sure if out VIP is there or not. Regardless, we're still on duty. The bald one said as his partner put the cigarette in his mouth. The island's right in front of us and he's fooling around in this hotel. Maybe the food is so good that he never wants to leave. Watch your tongue. The cigarette was then snapped in two by a kick from Miyabi. Wah! The brunette guard fell down to the ground from the force behind the kick. You insolent fool. Oken-sama has his reasons for being here. You ordinary humans can't comprehend how his great mind works. Miyabi berated the cocky brunette guard. That's enough, Miyabi. Oken said. I am staying here because the food is delicious. My apologies. I did not mean to step out of line. Miyabi said with an apologetic bow. It's all right. Besides, I'm only waiting for the right opportunity. And when that opportunity presents itself, I'll make my move. In the meantime, prepare the secret weapon. I'm going to need it for my encounter. Oken spoke. Hi, Oken-sama. Miyabi exclaimed as she ran off to prepare the secret weapon. Oken broke apart a crawfish and sucked out the meat from its shell. I need much nourishment if I wish to match this boy. Back at the manor on the island, Naruto flashed his way inside with Aki, currently sleeping and redressed in her clothes, being carried in his arms bridal style. Luckily, with his new energy and demigod heritage, Naruto now has the power to flash from one place to another all on his own, in a golden flash. It's sort of like his own version of the Harem, but without seals and used through his own power, sheer will and mentality. Naruto then flashed to Aki's room, where he made his way to her bed and gently laid her down onto it. Putting the covers over her body, Naruto leaned down and kissed her forehead, making the sleeping Aki smile. Naruto expertly sneaked out of her room, and gently closed the door. Naruto sighed as he went downstairs to the laundry room. Once there, golden flames surrounded his hands as the now messy blanket stood in its place. Naruto's nose managed to pick up the scent of the blanket, making Naruto's face scrunch up in disgust and his teeth grit. Damn, this shit got dirty. Naruto said as he put it in the washing machine and prepared the machine. I might need to clean it more than once to get the stink out. Naruto said as he finished putting the cleaning chemicals into the machine and on the blanket before starting the wash. Naruto then crossed his arms as he stared at the machine. Then again, who says it has to be me? Naruto said as he then created a clone. Finish the job. Naruto said as he walked away. The Naruto clone sighed. Great. Summoned for cleaning duty. What a pain. The clone complained. Naruto hummed a tune as he made his way to his room. Oh, you're back. Naruto turned to see Fu with her door opened. Yeah. Were you waiting for me this whole time? What? No. Of course not. I just woke up just now. You know, shinobi instincts and all. Fu quickly said with a red blush. Geez Louise. The guy knows just about anything without even trying. Why is he so cool? Fu thought bashfully as she scratched the back of her head. She then noticed Naruto staring at her. Dashta. Naruto blushed as he realized that Fu noticed him staring at her. He was staring at her nightwear, which was a long white button-up shirt that seemed similar to a dress shirt, and a pair of pink panties. The shirt was unbuttoned a bit to reveal Fu's cleavage. Naruto doesn't even think she's wearing a bra. Nothing. It's just I admire your attire. Naruto said, acting nonchalant. Fu blushed red at the comment. Yar. I still say things without thinking them sometimes. I'm such an idiot. Naruto mentally complained. That sure is the understatement of the year. Kurama said, ticking off Naruto with an anime dull glare and tick mark on his head. Oh, thank you. Fu said with an embarrassed smile with her fist to the bottom of her lip as her right foot started twisting side to side. Fu then looked to the side as she thought to be honest now. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked to Fu. Well Fu couldn't even really form her sentences anymore. Oh come on Tilda. Why am I getting so embarrassed? I mean sure it is Naruto. The cool, strong, fun, handsome, hot guy who can beat down anyone who comes his way. Just standing in place doing nothing as he hurts jerks without having to move a muscle. In such a cool, violent, cool, destructive, cool, yet controlled, cool. Fu moaned with a frown and red blush. He's just so cool. Fu-chan. Is something wrong? Naruto asked as he placed a hand on her shoulder. She looks like she's constipated or something. Why yeah. It's just. Fu then got bashful with her hands behind her back as her cheeks remained red with her lips out as she started twisting in place. I never really got to thank you for saving me. Yes you did. Naruto corrected. No, I mean in the right way. You gave me a chance with these people. I have a great life now and now have a big sister who loves me, and it's all thanks to you. I don't think I can ever repay you for this life. Fu said as she stared into his beautiful cerulean eyes. Fu, just you being happy with the life you have now is more than enough to give joy to my soul. I'm really happy that you're truly happy. I could never ask for more. Naruto said with a smile. Fu smiled as her cheeks reddened more. He just had this effect on her. She felt like the shy girl next door to the cool guy everyone loves. He just had this way to make her love him so much more every time. Fu took a step forward as she then stood on her tiptoes, leaning up closer to Naruto's face. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he saw Fu close her eyes and pucker her lips. Fu's lips then connected with his own. Naruto stood there shocked by what was happening. Fu felt her world freeze for a few moments. The world shined as she felt his lips upon her own. His sweet, sweet lips, that kind of tasted bitter. She liked it. She enjoyed the warmth they gave off as she felt the heat from his lips pulse throughout her body, filling her body and soul with warmth. The experience was indeed magical. Fu, sadly, pulled back with her feet leveling back to normal. Fu opened her eyes as she stared at the clearly surprised Naruto. Her cheeks were reddening again as she stared at him, and then her entire face glowed neon red with steam coming out of her ears. Anyway. I should get to bed. I'll need all the training I can get in the morning. Oh look at me I am such a mess, better go take a shower. Ya nay. Fu quickly said with embarrassment and an embarrassed smile as she then slammed the door. Fu leaned back against the door and slid down it with her hands over her face, groaning into them. I can't believe I just did that tilde. Bad Fu tilde. Fu brought the hands away from her face as her left hand slowly touched her lips. His lips, I can still feel them, he is so warm. Fu smiled with a blush as her toes curled. I kissed him. Fu's eyes blinked as she then silently gasped. I kissed him. Fu's eyes widened more. She then ran over to her bed and jumped on it. I kissed Naruto Uzumaki. Yada. Fu mentally cheered, laughing as she continued to jump on her bed. Naruto blinked in confusion at Fu's sudden mood change. He thought it was cute. HMPH. Naruto smiled with his eyes closed. Well, I'll be damned. Geez, what's with my luck in this place? Naruto thought as he continued down the hall to his room. Got to say, Fu-chan really is a cute girl. Pretty sexy too. Naruto picked his ear. Maybe I got a thing for girls with color and exotic hair. In a dark room, an old man with a gray soul patch, wrinkles on his face, with gray combed back hair with side bangs sitting on a large throne with tubes and wires connected to him. He wore a green long coat with twin tails, a black dress vest, white undershirt, black tie, green dress pants and black dress shoes. His left hand was something out of the ordinary. It was a large dark green stone-like fist with a neon grass green outline of a circle on the palm with neon grass green lines coming out of the sides of the circle and going around the hand where it met another neon grass green circle outline on the back of the hand. There were also neon grass green lines around every joint of the fingers. Covering the entire forearm was a large cylinder-shaped arm guard, dark green with 3 neon grass green lines circling around it. The old man took in a deep breath through his nose and then gave a heavy, deep exhale with green fog coming out of his mouth. Walking into this dark room was Annabelinda. Toshiyuku-sama, our favorite friend is closing in. Annabelinda said with a smile. Good. The old man smiled. Prepare the portal. We'll come in time to take what we need. Hi. Annabelinda said as she bowed and then turned, leaving. Toshiyuku smiled as he looked to his stone fist. I can't wait for our little reunion, Makoto. It was now morning. The crack of dawn. Naruto yawned as he walked downstairs, dressed in his sleeping attire, which was just orange pants. Stretching his arms and torso, Naruto walked down the stairs and headed for the kitchen, rolling his shoulders and snapping his neck side to side. Putting on an apron and then a bandana, Naruto summoned Golden Asura's arms to get all the ingredients for today's breakfast. Entwining his fingers and stretching them forward, letting the bones give a cracking sound, before crossed his arms. Naruto closed his eyes as he took a deep breath in through his nose, then out his mouth. He remained motionless for a few moments, the sound of the clock and the birds tweeting outside being the only sound heard. Naruto's eyes then shot open as suddenly, faster than the eye could see, Naruto's hands expertly moved, grabbing and preparing the ingredients. To another person, all they would be able to see would be blurs. Naruto chopped vegetables, poured oils into pans, started cooking meat, broke open some eggs, and prepared baking. The works. Through experience, exceptional hand-eye coordination, and his new abilities that granted his senses and speed a higher plane of efficiency, Naruto is able to prepare a banquet faster than any being on the planet. And through good judgment and intuition, he was able to make the proper calls on every dish he prepared without a single fault occurring. Just another typical morning for the blonde hero. After finishing breakfast, Naruto was now sitting down on the couch, watching the news. What the hell is cocaine? Naruto questioned. I did not just hear that. Naruto turned his head to see Kengo, dressed in black and white bathrobe, scratching his head as he came downstairs. I don't think my world has that stuff. Naruto said. Or maybe you just don't know about it. Kengo said, making his way over to the fridge. I've been on multiple missions to bust drug rings and never have I heard of cocaine. Naruto said. Well, it is called the rich man's drug. Maybe you just beat up deadbeats trying to make quick bucks with stuff like crack. Kengo said as he took out a carton of milk. By the way, the sissy managed to ask out his dream girl. About time. Naruto said, turning back to the TV. While Kengo grabbed a glass cup and poured his milk into the glass. So, I hope you don't mind me asking, but have you finally made Aki-sensei an official woman from your date last night? Kengo asked looked to Naruto. The blonde remained silent and watched TV. I can sense that's a yes. Jerk. Naruto said with dull eyes as Kengo drank his milk. I smell bacon. Cha-Cha's voice was heard loudly. Suddenly the sound of a stampede was heard coming downstairs, as the girls ran downstairs and ran out to the back, outside, where Naruto usually places the food with a pair of clones to guard them. I think your food is the reason why everyone gets up so early in the morning, fully dressed. Kengo said. I feel pride. Naruto said with a smile. I see Aki-sensei wasn't with them. Kengo said with a sly smirk and tone. Neither was your future wife, what's your point? Naruto shot back with a dull glare. Yuka then came downstairs, stretching and moaning, a pink and white bathrobe, as she made her way to Kengo as the couple then wrapped their arms around each other's waist and walked to the back outside where the girls were. Naruto sighed. If it wasn't for age, those two would be married right now. Or is it something else? Why aren't they married yet? They live together, sleep together, and do the dirty business. They're practically already married. Things just aren't official. Naruto said to himself. Reminds me of someone else. Takaru said with a smirk as he walked downstairs. A blonde loser I know. Quick wit there. Naruto said as he stood up. So you finally grew a pair and asked her, huh? Naruto said with a grin. Takaru laughed nervously as he looked to the side with a red blush on his cheeks as he scratched the back of his head. Oh. How was your date with Aki-sensei? Takaru asked. Smart dodge. Naruto said with a smirk as he walked over to Takaru and placed a hand on his shoulder. How about we both save the details for later? Naruto said with a smile, making Takaru smile as they both headed out back. Once making it to the table, they sat down and were about to eat, however Himegami extended a black shirt with the Uzumaki symbol on it to Naruto. Nobody wants to see your bare chest. Himegami said as she ate some rice. Speak for yourself. Cha-Cha said with a grin. Naruto sighed as he put on the shirt. See what you did Himegami tilde. Cha-Cha whined. Yes, and I am glad I can eat my meal in peace. Kodama said as she continued eating. Naruto stared at Kodama with dull eyes as he started eating. As he chewed on his food, he felt a pair of arms snake around his neck, the slender hands resting on his chest as he felt a cheeks rubbing against his own. Ohio Naruto-kun tilde. Aki chimed with a smile. She was dressed in a simple dark violet bikini and her doctor's coat. Oh. Ohio Aki-chan. Naruto said as he continued eating, but the others looked to them questioningly. Aki-chan. Uruchi questioned. Oh no. Azuki said with narrowed eyes. What's this about? Himegami questioned with dull eyes. Acting nosy now, aren't you? Naruto said as he stared at Himegami with dull eyes as well. Naruto, what did you do last night? Haruko questioned in the older sister tone as she had a stoic yet serious expression on her face. Nothing. Just showed Aki-chan this underground cave I found with a small lake in it and a large hole with the moon's light shining into it and had a picnic there. Naruto said. How romantic tilde. Anaho said with sparkling eyes as she and the other girls awed at the details. It was such a magical night. Aki said as she snuggled into Naruto's neck as the blonde blushed and took a sip from his tea. He finally made me into a real woman. Aki said with joy as Naruto spat out his tea while everyone's jaws dropped. Naruto had a now fearful look as his eyes slowly looked towards Haruko, who shook with anger as a dark aura surrounded her. Congratulations. Minori exclaimed with a grin as she opened a can of beer. Bye. Naruto said before flashing away, surprising the others. Naruto Uzumaki. Haruko screamed as she then shot out of her seat, causing a large shockwave and gust of wind that made everyone's clothes blow with the wind, along with some of the food flying off the table. Screams from the blonde was heard as he sprinted away from a gaining Haruko who was flying at him at a high speed with a green Mach cone surrounding her, composed of the force of her speed and raging elemental energy, Bakken ready to strike the blonde for his latest sex escapade with an adult woman. After some time, the chase ended with a plume of elemental energy shot into the sky with the blonde shinobi screaming in agony. In the shinobi world, in the Uchiha district, Sasuke was sitting lotus-style on his bed. Sasuke had his eyes closed as he quietly meditated. Although I do feel bad for Sasuke. Naruto's voice echoed through his head making his eyebrows scrunch up. Oh right, the whole truth about the Uchiha massacre. Yeah, poor guy. You're not thinking of telling him the truth, are you? I don't know. I mean he was my best friend and I feel that I should tell him, Ttebeo. But he might go berserk if he find out the truth. Well, what do you expect me to do? Lie to him? Sasuke gritted his teeth in new rage. No. He's over in Konoha and you're here. You could talk about what really happened and he would never know. Just don't bring it up and don't tell him a thing. It's not lying. It's just keeping a secret. Two totally different things. Sasuke's eyes shot open as his Sharingan shined blood red. I will know the truth. Naruto was now relaxing on a beach, solely wearing his orange with black flame trunks, resting on a blanket as he absorbed the sun's rays. Next to him was Matabi, curled up into a ball on the blanket, and Shukaku biting a hermit crab's shell, trying to get to the hermit crab inside, and Isobu was in his shell, resting next to Naruto as well. Kuuna was on the beach, keeping time on the girls' laps as they ran around the beach 20 times with their weights on around their wrists and ankles. Although, currently Kuuna was just staring at Naruto, admiring his form, instead of keeping tabs on the time on the stopwatch in her hands. Time. Haruko shouted as she made it to Kuuna, but the girl remained still, staring at the blonde demigod. Kuuna. Huh. Kuuna was knocked out of her daze. Oh. Sorry. Kuuna pressed the stop on the stopwatch. Subtract 6 seconds. Naruto called out. Okay. Not a bad time. Haruko said as she looked to the time on the stopwatch over Kuuna's shoulder. Haruko then noticed the red blush on Kuuna's face as she looked down to the ground. Kind of hard to keep focus with him around, isn't it? Haruko said with a smile making Kuuna go, eep. I wasn't staring at him like that. I'm just a little girl. Kuuna exclaimed with embarrassment as she waved her hands in defense with her entire face turning red. You've hit puberty pretty early, huh Kuuna-chan. Haruko teased making Kuuna squeal with embarrassment as she held her red cheeks. Haruko then felt something rub against her leg making her look down to see Mori. Hello Mori. Haruko said with a smile as she picked up the kitten, only to notice he had a red scarf tied around his neck. A scarf? Oh, yeah. That scarf is a sign of our friendship. You guys had such a big impact on my dad, that he also had a change of heart about Mori. So now he's finally living with me. Kuuna said with a smile. That's good to hear. Haruko said with a smile as she petted the kitten that was snuggling against her chest. Time. Cha-cha exclaimed as she ran past the two, causing Kuuna to quickly press the timer. Damn it. Izuki shouted as she passed by making Kuuna press the button again. 3 minutes 52 seconds, 3 minutes 54. Kuuna said. I told you I'd win. Hello Tilda. Cha-cha trotted over towards the sunbathing Naruto. Mind if I lay here? Cha-cha asked as she laid to his left on her side with her head resting on her right hand with her left resting on her hip. You're welcome to stay. Naruto said with a smile. Izuki then sat next to him on his right side, sighing. How much are you girls carrying in those weights anyway? Naruto asked. We started doing that thing you do with that gravity increase. Izuki said. We're at 3 times Earth's gravity, but we're getting stronger by the minute. Cha-cha exclaimed as she flexed her biceps. Wait, you're all doing 3 times the weight of Earth's gravity? Naruto asked with surprise. Time. Anaho exclaimed. 4 minutes 21 seconds. Kuuna said. Hooray! Anaho cheered with Manji, on her head, meowing with a smile. Then how's Kimi-chan doing? Naruto exclaimed with worry. Oh, would you shut up? Your concern is sweet, but unneeded. Kimi's strong, you know. Izuki said with her eyes closed and a dull frown. Sorry, but I can't help it. Kimi-chan is amazing on the field and she is a powerful fighter, and her Maken is incredible, but doing physical training at this caliber brings me concern. I mean she isn't as physically fit as you and Cha-cha. Naruto said, only to earn a knock on the head by Izuki. Cool it. She's strong enough to take it. Izuki said. Alright. If she falls and scrapes her leg, gets sand in her eyes causing bad pain, twist a muscle, get a cramp, injure a tendon, and break a bone. Stop it. You're making me worry about her now. Azuki shouted with a worried expression all over her face. She then blushed red as Naruto and Cha-Cha smiled and grinned at her slyly. Shut up. Azuki said with her arms crossed and looking the other way. Time. Fu exclaimed as she ran on by. 5 minutes 7 seconds. Kuuna said. Ah damn it. Fu cursed as she kicked up sand. Don't worry Imouto, you'll get the hang of it. Cha-Cha exclaimed with a grin, while Fu pouted with her arms crossed. Oi Fu-chan. Naruto called out. Huh. Oh, yes. Fu answered with a blush. How is Kimi-chan doing so far? Naruto asked. Kimi-senpai. Not sure. I think I saw her turn red a bit. Fu said. And she's still running? Cha-Cha asked. Fu nodded. See that? She's turning red and she's not giving up. She kicks ass, huh? Cha-Cha said with a grin as she gripped her bicep, turning to Naruto and Azuki, but she looked surprised at the worried faces on Naruto and Azuki. Were they sweating bullets? Time. Furin said as she ran past Kuuna. 5 minutes 30 seconds. Kuuna said. Furin rested her hands on her knees as she panted. Naruto got up and walked over to Furin. You alright? Naruto asked as he bent over to Furin. Yes. Pant just tired, pant. Furin answered. Golden flames appeared in Naruto's hand as a bottle of water appeared, and he extended it to her. Furin took it, twist off the cap and chugged the water, giving a delightful sigh from the taste of the cool water. Ice cold. How do you do this? Furin questioned. I just think ahead. Naruto smiled with a shrug. So Kimi-chan is still running. Yeah, but I think she's pushing herself too much. She looked ready to pass out. Furin said. Furin's face scrunched up in some pain as her knees trembled and she fell to her knees. Looks like you pushed yourself too. Naruto said with his hands to his hips. Yar yar. Naruto bent down and grabbed Furin, standing up carrying her bridal style. Guess it can't be helped since you are our president. Naruto said with a smile as he walked over to his blanket. It's good to see one of the best leaders I've ever met take her role and growth so seriously. Furin blushed as she stared up at Naruto. How does he keep making her fall for him more and more? Furin smiled as she snuggled her head into his chest as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto made it to the blanket and rested Furin on it. I'm strong too. They all turned to see Kimi running the best she can to make it to the finish line. Here she is. Anaho cheered with a cat smile. Go Kimi-chan. Cha-Cha cheered with a grin and a fist thrust into the air. You can do it Kimi-senpai. Fu cheered. Kimi panted as she continued to run with all her might. She was drenched in sweat with her skin turning a bit red from all the stress and pain she was feeling. Oh no, she's pushing herself too much. Haruko said with concern. Azuki had a worried expression written all over her face with gritted teeth, worried slightly wide eyes and her right hand hovering over the right side of her mouth. Kimi panted as she felt ready to collapse. Suddenly she tripped, worrying the others. Kimi panted as she tried picking herself up. She looked over to the others feeling too tired to move, but she noticed the look Naruto was giving her. She was worried about why he looked so serious, but her eyes widened when she saw him give her a thumbs up. He's cheering me on. Kimi thought with a blush. She then gained a new determined look as she used all her strength to get up to her feet and continue running. Yeah. Go Kimi. Cha-Cha cheered. Don't fall again. Azuki shouted with concern. Cha-Cha and Azuki Ne-sama are cheering me on too. I will succeed. Kimi thought as she continued to run, coming closer to the finish line. I will succeed. Kimi thought as she finally managed to pass Kuuna. Time. Everyone cheered. 7 minutes 12 seconds. Kuuna exclaimed. Kimi panted as she then slowed down and started to fall down to the side, but suddenly a pair of arms caught her. Kimi's tired eyes looked up to see her boyfriend had caught her. Naruto-kun, Kimi said his name weakly. You never cease to amaze me Kimi-chan. I'm proud of you. Naruto said with a smile. Kimi's eyes shimmered as she smiled at him. I Shitaru. Kimi spoke softly as she tried to lift her arms, but they were too tired. Naruto assisted by unlocking her weights and wrapped her arms around his neck. Naruto got up as he walked over to the blanket and sat down with Kimi in his arms. Kimi snuggled into Naruto's chest with a blush on her cheeks. Kimi, are you alright? Azuki asked with concern. I am now, Kimi said as her toes curled. She sighed as she listened to Naruto's calming heartbeat. Cha-Cha crossed her arms and looked away as her lip quivered. What's with you? Furin asked. Nothing. Cha-Cha said, making her roommates look to her. Cha-Cha tried to remain strong, but her body trembled as she couldn't hold it in any longer. I can't resist. I want to be held by Naruto-kun too. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she then wrapped her arms around Naruto. No fair. If you're allowed to, then same goes for me. Furin exclaimed as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Will the fighting never stop? Seriously. Azuki complained. Oh screw it. Move over and give me some man. Azuki exclaimed as she squeezed in and wrapped her arms around Naruto. The girls were trying to pull Naruto closer to them more, making it a kind of four-way tug-of-war for the blonde. The others stared at them dryly. How does he handle this kind of stuff? Kuuna wondered. Well, it's not easy. Naruto's never been known to do things the easy way, and yet even when he takes the hard way, he somehow manages to make everything work. Despite the circumstances, on my point of view of things, this is something to be admired. Haruko said with a small smile. Naruto just grinned as his four girlfriends smiled, grinned from Cha-Cha, as they hugged him close. Kuuna pouted, feeling jealous that she could hug Naruto like these girls, but she then smiled as she was at least happy to see Naruto happy. Wait, where's Manaya-san? Anaho asked as she looked around. The others had almost forgotten about her. Where is the young first year? Suddenly they all heard screaming, making them turn to see Takaru sprinting away in fear of an angry Yuruchi. Takaru having a fearful anime face and Manaya an angry anime expression. I said I was sorry. Takaru screamed as he and Yuruchi ran past the group. 8 minutes 55 seconds. Kuuna said, staring at the stopwatch. In the forest, jumping from branch to branch, Kengo and Yuka were clashing with swords. They both were wearing the weights just like the others, but instead of running, were using them in their shinobi training that was being supervised by Tomiko. The two jumped at one another and clashed their weapons, but Yuka managed to kick Kengo away, flipping back onto a branch, while Kengo went flying, hitting a branch, hard, but used his spirit arm to grab onto it and flip onto the branch. Kengo panted as he had some cuts and bruises on his body. Geez. This extra gravity training sucks. I never thought 5 times Earth's gravity would be this much of a pain. Kengo complained. I'm on 7 times actually. Yuka said with her casual smile. 7 times. Kengo exclaimed with shock. Yuka giggled. Well, what else is there to expect? I am a growing woman. Wouldn't you agree, Yusui-kun? Yuka said seductively with a flirtatious wink. Oh, I love you, Yuka-cha n. Kengo chimed with a wide dazed smile and dazed eyes as hearts appeared all around his head. Suddenly a kunai whizzed past his head, alerting him, but sadly Kengo lost his footing as he then fell to the ground below, hard. Keep your guard up. Focus is the key, Tomiko said with a smile. Hi. Kengo replied. Suddenly the ground shook, alerting them. What was that? On the beach, the rest of Maken tried staying in place as it felt like an earthquake was happening, but it felt off. Kuuna fell off her feet, but Golden Asura managed to catch her in its arm. The earthquake happened for a little while longer, but then it stopped. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Kuuna thanked her blonde crush with a wave. What in the world just happened? Fu wondered. Ow! Takaru cried as the sound of impact was heard. I'll tell you one thing. It wasn't caused naturally. It felt like it was made by an unnatural source with a strong elemental source of energy. Yuruchi said with her hands to her hips. Naruto gained a serious look as he thought of something that could cause this and fit that description. Big Lenny. After eating lunch back at the manor, Naruto got dressed in his favorite attire. The same he wore in his fight with Wabisuke. His leather black pants, black ankle boots, white with black trimming undershirt and fur-collared black leather jacket with the symbol on the back of the red sun ring with the red flame in the center of it, and finishing off the look with his black biker gloves. He then left his room and headed downstairs. Where are you off to? Azuki asked as he came downstairs. I'm going to go do some scouting. What's with the basket on your back? Naruto asked. The girls and I are going to the beach to pick up trash. Do our part to keep this ecosystem clean, ya know. Azuki answered. Yeah, I hear ya. Naruto said as he walked up to her. Then I'll see you later. Naruto said with a smile as he wrapped an arm around Azuki's waist and brought her into a kiss, surprising her, but she closed her eyes and wrapped her hands behind his head. Once finishing the kiss, Naruto headed out and left through the front door. Azuki stared at the doorway, sighing. That guy is too much sometimes. Azuki said with a small smile and blush. Naruto had felt 3 different energy signatures in the past hours that he deduced had to be Big Lenny's energy. He had already checked 2 of them, surprisingly finding holes that led underground into a new cave. Naruto had realized after the second hot spot that the hole he found and took Aki to for their date was most likely caused by Big Lenny. Right now he is on his way to the third hot spot, which was near the labyrinth. Naruto increased speed as he hurried to the hot spot, wanting to get back in time to cook dinner. Naruto stopped at the cliff side and looked down it to see the far-off drop. Naruto blinked his eyes as he looked across to see the far distance towards the other end where the Sakuyabime field and labyrinth reside. Naruto took in a deep breath through his nose and took a step forward, then another, and then another. Right now, he was walking on the air like his sister. Naruto smirked as he confidently walked over towards the other side. He started remembering his training with his Imouto. About a week and a half earlier, everyone was having breakfast. Yuka and Kengo flirted. Tomiko sent a bit of ki. Kengo's way just for laughs. Uruchi was talking giddily to Haruko while the violet-haired maiden along with Anaho glared at Siria who was hugging Takaru's arm and flirting with the blushing boy. Minori was teasing Aki, making her blush red and waving her hands in a defensive way. The conversation probably had to do with Naruto. Fu and Cha-Cha were laughing about something they were talking about. Kimi was showing Azuki and Furin some drawings. You know, a typical morning. Naruto slurped the noodles of his ramen with delight, moaning with ecstasy from the taste. I think I finally made the best ramen my culinary skills can produce. Naruto thought with closed eyes and a wide happy smile on his face. Kodama was slurping some noodles as well, albeit in a more good-mannered and calm way. Not bad. Himegami thought. The 2 blondes simultaneously drank the broth of the ramen, placed it down when done and sighed with smiles on their faces. Alright, let's go. Himegami said as she got out of her seat and grabbed Naruto's arm. Naruto looked to the blonde lowly. You said you wanted to learn to walk on air. So are we doing this or not? Himegami said with a raised eyebrow. Oh yeah, let's do it. Naruto cheered with a grin as he got up off his seat. Walk on what now? Uruchi questioned with wide eyes as they all stared at the retreating blondes. They all just watched the 2 walk away without making a sound. They then looked over to where they sat to see a bunch of bowls of ramen in front of where they sat. The sight made them all think in unison. They're more alike than I thought. The 2 blondes were now at a cliff side, with Kodama standing in the middle of the air in front of the cliff side while Naruto was at the edge of the cliff. Okay, here's the gist of it. You just concentrate element to your feet to collect the particles in the air, bring them bunched together to the soles of your feet as you take each step. They'll act like a solid with them all crammed together underneath your foot. If you can't do that, then I suggest with your energy level and control so far to instead collect the moisture in the air, bunch them together underneath your feet and shift their nature into a solid, by dropping the temperature so low that they freeze with each step you take. Understand? Kodama explained with an uninterested nonchalant tone and her arms crossed. Wow. If I hadn't crammed all that knowledge with my clones in the last few weeks, you would have lost me. Naruto said. Is that a yes or a no? Himegami asked with disinterest. I'm doing it. Naruto said with a determined expression and fist pumped. Then what are you waiting for? Naruto looked down to the far drop, sticking his lips out a bit as he continued to stare. Naruto focused element to his feet and took his first step, but as it didn't stick to the air, Naruto had to stop his foot not to fall. Naruto retracted his foot and tried again. Haimgami stared at him with dull eyes as he continued to try and take his first step on air, only to fail every time. Getting sick of the sight, Haimgami gave her 2 cents. Maybe doing it a little faster would be better. I'm taking my time. It's a far drop and I want to make this just right. I don't want to a splatted bug. Naruto said as he continued to try. And here I thought you had guts. Guess I was wrong. Kodama said with her eyes closed. The hell you say? Naruto said with a dull glare. To be afraid of something that you obviously can survive. What a pathetic loser. I pity Miss President and the others. Haimgami said with a smug smirk, making Naruto glare at her anime angry style, with gritting teeth and steam coming from his ears. Oi. That's it. I'm coming over there to kick your ass. Naruto shouted with his pissed off anime face and walked right over, but as he took his first step, he fell off the edge. Quickly thrusting his hand back to grab the edge, he managed to grip it, but the piece of it he grabbed broke off, shocking him anime style before he then fell down towards the ground, screaming all the way. Haimgami stared down as she soon heard the crashing sound, making her smirk. Enjoy the travel back up. She then noticed a dust cloud coming up the mountain, which was a pissed off Naruto, running up the cliffside with ease. Thanks you ninja training. Naruto managed to get up to the cliff, turned to Kodama, glaring at her angrily as she just blinked at him. He then ran over to attack, but he failed to walk on air once more, leading to him falling all the way down, screaming. Kodama blinked as she stared down to the ground, hearing the crashing noise again. I'm going to enjoy today. The young female demigod said with a smile. It has been 12 hours and Naruto had not yet got the grasp of taking the first step. He was able to slow his descent now by using his wind manipulation, but that doesn't really help in the long run of things. At least it makes impact less harmful. Naruto was now back atop the cliff, panting as he started at Haimgami, who still had not moved a muscle. Naruto groaned with annoyance. At least he knew that it took more control than power output to do this exercise. I hope you actually are using your brain. Not that I'm tired of seeing you fall and scream, but I don't want to waste the rest of my vacation spending quality family time with you. Haimgami said. Naruto narrowed his eyes at her as he growled. Naruto thought about the situation a bit more. He has been trying to come up with sold ways of sticking this technique, but he hasn't really found the proper way yet. He had this idea, but hasn't tried it yet, because it technically wasn't walking on the air, but it still could count as his first step. Naruto took a deep breath in through his nose and then charged forward with a battle cry. Kodama remained unmoved and had a stoic expression as she watched him run off the cliff again. However, Naruto suddenly brought his legs up and then thrust them down as he suddenly kicked the air, sending him flying toward Haimgami. Haimgami gasped with wide eyes as she stared at the grinning blonde's amazing feat. You're mine now. Naruto shouted with a hand outstretched. Kodama just moved to the side with a dull look, surprising Naruto. Naruto stopped in midair and turned his head towards her as he then started to descend, and despite using his wind control to slow it and trying to swim up to grab onto Kodama's leg, his control faltered and he went back to falling towards the ground with a scream. HMPH. Not bad though, I'll give him that. Haimgami said with a smile. For the next few days, the two continued the training, and Kodama was annoyed. Sure, she knew no ordinary human could do what she did, but Naruto wasn't an ordinary human anymore. He was the closest thing to a god that anyone would ever see. She sighed. She figured it was hopeless. If he couldn't get the control down in a few days, why bother? Sure, she heard that control wasn't really something he was considered good at when he was still an official shinobi, but from the fights she's seen him in, it looks like his control is great, so there should be no excuse, right? Haimgami just frowned with her eyes closed with the fingers of her right hand pressed against her forehead and nose. Things are not going to change. Yes. Or maybe she spoke too soon. Haimgami opened her eyes to see that Naruto finally was able to take a step on the air, albeit with some difficulty as his foot shook, trying to stay balanced, but it was a huge step in his training. Naruto then put on a concentrating expression as he took his next step. Then his next and his next. I'm actually doing it. Naruto cheered with a grin. Good job. Haimgami said with a smile as Naruto almost lost his foot, but regained it. It took you long enough, Fox Baka. Haimgami said with a wider smile as Naruto grinned to her. Although you still need work. Kodama pointed to Naruto's feet, making the taller blonde look down to see he was slowly descending downwards, fortunately at a slow pace. Damn it. Naruto cursed. Don't tear your hair out. It takes time. Haimgami said with her eyes closed and a smirk. Naruto couldn't help but look up to her and smile. Well, at least I got the gist of it down, but it still takes some effort. I got to train more if I want this to be second nature like most of my other techniques. Naruto thought as he was halfway towards the other side. Oh man, won't the others be jealous if they could see me now? Naruto thought with his trademark grin, but almost lost his foot through the minor loss of focus. Damn it. This is still going to take some time. Naruto thought with his lip out and dull, annoyed anime eyes. Naruto made it to the other side and then looked up to the sky to see it was orange. He looked to the sun, seeing that it is now setting. Damn big Lenny. He's kept me busy all day. Naruto thought as he headed over towards the spot. Hopping along the trees, Naruto felt he was getting closer. Let's see, by longitude and latitude, I should be there in like 2 minutes. Or instantly by one huge leap. Naruto concentrated energy to his feet as he then burst into the sky, flying up into the now evening sky and descending down as he noticed the rather large hole down below. Landing in front of it, he bent down and looked deeper into it. Naruto cupped his chin with his thumb and index. Jumping down into the hole, he looked around it to see a pathway made. Concentrating golden flames to his fist, he thrust it towards a direction, sending a large stream of fire that followed down the path, showing how deep it is. He's making a system. The first two had something similar, and now that I think about it, they're connected. I think that guy's been making a new home for himself. Naruto deduced. Go figure. He shrugged as he jumped back out of the hole, only to sense thousands new energy signatures. Now what the hell is this? He questioned with calm, serious eyes. Stepping out of the shadows was a bald man with an Oni mask over his face with a naginata in hand. Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah. Naruto raised his eyebrow. We are here to exterminate you. The Oni masked man said as he got in his battle stance as thousands of elemental signatures flared. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Who do you work for? Kengo was whistling as he sat on a lawn chair outside of the manor. He had nothing to do. He could have either trained, but he didn't feel like it today. Not after this morning's harsh training. He could have picked up trash with the girls, but he refused to do a boring job like community service. Right now his only option was stay at home. Kengo leaned back on the chair with his training katana resting on his shoulders. Whistling, Freedom, by homemade Kazoku, Kengo stared at the stars above. Yawning an audible yawn, Kengo was now officially bored. However, he saw a shooting star in the sky. I could make a wish. Kengo thought. I wish I had something to do. Kengo said. Suddenly he felt a burst of energy surrounding the manor, making him get up and look to see people in masks with glowing weapons surrounding it. It worked. Next time I should just wish for 100 million yen. Kengo said as he leapt over and got into position. Let's do it. The girls were running down the beach looking for more trash to collect, but so far it looks clean. Haruko then senses something making her stop, which led to the others stopping as well and looking to her. What is it, Haruko? Anaho asked. Haruko looked towards the ocean with wide eyes, making the others look, wondering what's gotten her so worked up, until they saw the ocean splitting apart, leaving a whole new path. What the hell is this? Azuki shouted with shock. This power. Yuka thought with surprise as she then looked over to Furin, who had a fearful look upon her face. He's here. Something then flew over them, rocketing through the sky. Sitting in a dark-colored office, with a fireplace, a large shelf with books, a ruby-red carpet with gold lining in the center, a large painting of a man sitting cross-legged with golden hair tied into a ponytail, wearing purple samurai armor and a katana and whip in both hands over his lap on one side of the wall, a silver-colored wooden desk with two black seats in front of it, and behind it a much larger seat with a man currently occupying it, petting a live lion next to him. Lon was quietly resting his eyes as he petted his lion lying next to him. Suddenly a long orange mirror appeared in the center of the room, with a certain red-headed Shinatsu walking out of it. Say boss, I just had a call with someone who now wants to officially switch side. Tiansen said with a smile. Lon opened his eyes and looked to the redhead. It turns out Akaya requires some help getting to Kamigari's private island in a snap and asked us to assist. Apparently Okan is making his way over and is most likely there now. He and his team wish to assist Maken Ki. Also he said something that caught my attention. Apparently Otahime had played mad scientist with the villagers before and things might get ugly. Literally. Tiansen explained. Assist them. Send Ketsugaya just in case. Lon ordered. Ooh, sending out one of the big guns already, huh? Tiansen asked, with a grin. This is most likely where Kamigari meets its end. Best to not take any chances. Lon said. You think he might use it? That's why you're concerned, right? Tiansen asked with a raised eyebrow. He's going up against a powerful young man. He'll need it to match him in the slightest. Best to finish things quick and clean. I hear ya. Tiansen said with a smile as a round mirror appeared on the ground in front of the red. I'm off. Tiansen said as he jumped into the mirror and then they vanished. Lon sighed as he continued to pet his lion. Turning the clock back a bit. Minori stood in front of a cave with a tall red gate with a large, long rope going across the center of it. She had been thinking for a while. She didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling that something was going to happen. Something not good. Minori turned to see Aki. Why didn't you tell me? Well, I was going to tell you about the situation with Heimgami. Eventually, Minori said with a nervous smirk and rubbing the back of her head. Not that. Naruto-kun is gone. I know that you know. Aki exclaimed. Oh that. Yeah tilde, he's hunting that giant monster he and the other two knuckleheads fought at the labyrinth. Minori said nonchalantly as she picked her left ear with her left pinky. And you just let him go? Aki shouted with shock. I asked if he'd be okay. He said, yeah, so I let him go. He pretty much took care of that big bastard mostly on his own. Actually Takaru and Yusui probably didn't even need to be there. Other than provide a distraction. I know he's strong, but I worry. Aki said with a frown and sad eyes. I do too, but what are you gonna do? The kid's stubborn as hell. Minori said with a shrug. He's not a kid. Aki shouted. I know that. It was a slip of the tongue. I know that he's more man than anyone just as much as you do. Minori shouted. Unbeknownst to them, Heimgami was in a tree above them, trying to read, but was bothered by their conversation. Wait, what did you mean, situation with Heimgami? Aki asked. Well, it involves Kamigari. You want me to capture Heimgami Kodama? Leo questioned, sitting in the building he and his men stayed in provided to him by Kamigari. Tonight. But isn't that enough questions? Just follow your orders and get it done. Miyabi shouted on the other end. Leo's eyes became somber. But what if I run into Uzumaki Naruto? Leo asked. Don't worry about that. A few of our subordinates can handle it. I hope they can handle a guy who can kill you with just a stare. Leo mumbled. What was that? Miyabi shouted. Nothing. Just coming up with a game plan. Harada Leo out. Leo exclaimed with fear before hanging up on the phone, displeasing Miyabi greatly. Leo sighed as he got up, put on his jacket and headed out. Where are you going, Leo-san? The brunette of his two boys asked as he cleaned the floor outside. I got some business to take care of. Finish cleaning this place before I get back, understand? Leo said. Sure. Leo walked away with his hands in his pockets. Damn, I really don't want to do this. Leo complained as he kicked a pebble. But those men they sent to stop him. If he was able to beat Hakuto-san down without lifting a finger and instill fear into him, heaven help them when they make contact. Leo said as he looked up to the setting sky. Night time. Heimgami was jumping from treetop to treetop with her three Shikigami with her. I don't understand Heimgami-sama. Shouldn't they know that you're useless to them now seeing as Naruto-san has Habakiri now sealed within him? Kaguzuchi spoke. Apparently not. Either way, I don't care, because this provides me with an opportunity to finally rid the world of some scum. Heimgami said. Not to doubt you, but are you sure you can handle this? Ikaichi asked with concern. I've grown along with the rest. You know the new things I can do with your powers, and with you three by my side, I have nothing much to worry about. Haimgami said with a proud smile, making her Shikigami smile with her. She then stopped on a treetop as she sensed the energy. I can feel it, he's near, I won't let him get away. Not this time. Haimgami looked up to see a large piece of earth fly through the air. Something's coming from below. Ikaichi exclaimed. Huh. It's a powerful element. Noyachi shouted. Haimgami looked down to see a blast on energy coming her way. Takaru looked over from the top of the waterfall to see the ocean was split apart. Okay, something tells me this isn't good. Takaru tilde. Takaru looked down to see Minori with Aki waving to him. Are you able to see what's going on? Minori called out. The ocean just split in two, like in the story of Moses. And I don't think it's Naruto's doing. It seems too small to be his doing. Takaru shouted back. Minori then laughed. Is that so? The ocean is split in two, you say? Minori laughed, but then had sent a kick up the waterfall, splitting it in two through just the force alone. Like I'd believe something that stupid. Minori screamed with an annoyed anime expression as Takaru jumped down to avoid the force that was strong enough to split the earth behind the waterfall in half by a mile. You're strong enough to split a waterfall, so why is it so hard to believe someone can split the ocean? Takaru exclaimed as he descended to the ground below. You're right. Only someone with the same power level as me could be strong enough to split the ocean. Minori said with a smug, proud smile, cupping her chin with her thumb and index. Takaru landed on the water, but managed to gain enough control of chakra with a bit of element through instinct to keep himself mostly out of the water with everything hallway below his calves in the water. So, someone strong enough to take on Wabisuke? Takaru questioned with new worry. Huh. Oh no. Let me rephrase that. Someone less powerful than me can do that. You see, I forgot that I'm even more awesome than before, so I got a little mixed up with what I was trying to say. Honestly, I haven't fully tested out my true strength to see what I can do, but since I'm even more super badass, I can do more than split the ocean in half. Minori said with a grin and scratching the back of her head. So not much to worry about, huh? Takaru said. Pretty much. Minori said with a smirk and her hands to her hips. Minori. The sensor just picked up Haimgami-san's elemental signal. Aki spoke with a radar out. Really? Minori asked, appearing instantly next to Aki, making her squeak in surprise. Minori took the radar and stared at it intently. It was only for a second, but Leo-kun's elemental signal was near hers. Aki added. I guess we'll find out why when we get there. Minori said, scratching the top of her head, wondering which direction was Kodama. They're southeast from here. Aki said. Southeast, huh? Okay. Let's go. Minori then started to run off, but Takaru and Aki pulled her by the air. Ouch. That's the wrong way. Takaru and Aki shouted. Owie tilde. Minori whined, rubbing the back of her head. Suddenly the radar was going crazy, beeping at a high intense volume, making them look to it. What's going on now? Takaru asked. Minori and Aki's eyes widened as they stared at it. Oh my lord. Aki said with her hand over her mouth. This damn thing. Work right. Minori shouted as she shook the radar with an annoyed anime face. I don't think it's malfunctioning. It really does look like thousands of elemental signatures are on this island. Aki said with new worry. What? Takaru screamed. Not so loud. Minori shouted as she punched the back of Takaru's head. She then looked back to the radar intently, only to look surprised as it seems the signatures were starting to drop at a high rate. I think the thing really is broken. Minori said. Suddenly her phone rang its Darth Vader theme, so she answered it. Hello. HYA. It's been a long time, Minori-chan tilde. It has been a long time. Goodbye, Akaya. Minori said with annoyance. You don't have to be so shy with me, Minori. Oh hi Naruto-kun. Want to talk to my friend here? Alright, I'll stop teasing. Party pooper. Anyway, brace yourself. Oken, or at least that fake, is after Kodama Haimgami, so you better protect her and get the blonde idiot ready for battle. It's most likely that Okun's going to use the O. Suddenly Minori's phone was destroyed by a concentrated blast of energy. Oh damn it. Minori cursed with new anger. Who's the dead man? Minori screamed. Minori turned to Takaru to see him pointing to the sky. Following his line of sight, she noticed in the sky a person on a flying piece of earth. Minori narrowed her eyes as she glared at the person on the rock. Jumping off the rock with two men in his grasp, Okun fell down towards the lake below. Minori grabbed Aki and Takaru, and jumped up to the top of the cliff where the waterfall was, landing atop it as Okun stomped down in the center of the lake, causing the water from the lake to shoot into the air in all different directions. Where the lake stood was just earth, with the ground beneath Okun's feet formed into a crater. A full moon is out. Don't you feel that it's nights like this when you're able to really have some fun? Okun said with a grin. Who the hell is that? Takaru exclaimed. Okun. Or at least someone who looks like him. Honestly, this Okun is different from the Okun I know. Minori said with a serious expression and frown. So he's Yamato Okun. Takaru exclaimed as he stared down at the old man below. That person standing there seems like a fake to me. Minori said, rubbing her chin. A fake? Takaru questioned as he and Aki turned to Minori with confusion. He might have the same powerful element, but the last time he looked like that was over 10 years ago. Minori said. She quickly noticed Takaru sliding down the cliff side, to get closer to Okun. I don't care if he's a fake. He's still the one who was behind half of those attacks on Tenbi. Takaru shouted as his energy flared. Okun looked at Takaru with interest. A powerful source of energy and strong body. Although, you're not Naruto Uzumaki, are you? Okun asked. No. Trust me, if I was, you would have been dead already. But, I'm still strong enough to give you trouble. Takaru exclaimed. Okun took in a deep breath through his lungs and then blew it out at an intense force, creating a shockwave, sending the two men next to him flying, while Takaru and Aki fought against the wind, and Minori was just standing there with a nonchalant look on her face. Takaru gritted his teeth as he glared at Okun with annoyance. Hold on, if memory serves right, I believe your name is Takashi, correct? It's not polite to be aggressive with someone that you just met. Okun said with a smirk. I know more than enough about you to be aggressive, Kusu no Makoto. Takaru shouted. Okun's Kusu eyes widened as he then appeared in front of Takaru and punched him in the gut, making Takaru spit up saliva, as Okun inhaled more air and exhaled it instantly, hitting Takaru with it, full force, sending him flying into the cliff side. A mere mortal like yourself is never allowed to call me that. I am Yamato Takaru. I've evolved from being Kusu into the man I am now. Okun Kusu said arrogantly with his arms crossed. Takaru coughed as he got out of the cliff side with some new scratches on his body. Man, what is with this guy and his breath? Takaru wondered. It's his Kodadama. Minori exclaimed as she landed next to Takaru. Kodadama. It's Okun's weapon. He uses his abnormal lung capacity and low-frequency sound waves to create it. You could call it his voice. Minori explained. Are you serious? But putting that aside, what do you think you're doing using that weapon against my student, Okun-san _. My body just reacted to the hostility emitting, you understand, right? Anywhere a man goes, there will be enemies waiting for him. I happen to be in the middle of planning a war, so I can't be too careful. Okun said with a smirk. A war, And with who exactly? Minori questioned rhetorically with a smirk, holding her chin with her thumb and index. Okun just grinned. Hey! Okun turned to Takaru, who was standing right back up with a glare. Are you really here to kill Naruto Ines, or is there something else? Takaru demanded answered. HMPH. What a rude brat. Reminds me of you back when you attended my school. Okun said with his arms crossed, referring to Minori when he said, you. The reason I am out here is really to finish the mission Akaya failed at. Wait, so you mean, you're after Himegami-senpai? Takaru shouted. Okun just grinned in response. Minori stared at Okun with a stoic expression. It seems that Okun, or Kusu no whatever, doesn't know about Habakiri being released and is now in the hands of Naruto. Best to keep that a surprise. Oi! Old man. Minori exclaimed, getting Okan and the others' attention. I challenge you to a match. If I win, you leave my students be. You are never to lay a hand on any of them ever again. You stupid old man. Minori shouted, pointing to Okan. Okan just laughed. I accept. Okan then looked to Aki. Woman. You'll be a witness to this match. Some time ago I would use my Maken to fight you, but now I can kick your ass with these bare fists. Minori said with a confident grin as she cracked her knuckles. Takaru, climb up there, and if you find my horizon, keep in close just in case. Minori ordered. Oh, right. You have Dragon Ace in there. Takaru said as he then hopped high up and landed next to Aki. Okan grinned as he took in a deep breath in through his nose, then shot out a large blast of energy from his mouth toward Takaru and Aki. The two stared wide-eyed, but Takaru quickly grabbed Aki and shielded her body, before it hit. A bit beforehand. Okan's four Shishigami, his grandchildren, Guken with Odahime being carried by him bridal style, Hakuto and Miyabi ran through the split through the ocean. Remember. If we kill Kodama Himegami, Ji-san would have our heads. So we need to capture her alive, no matter what, understand? Odahime spoke. I'll hurry ahead to Okan-sama. Miyabi spoke. Miyabi. Don't you even think of. Let her go. I'll be the one to capture that Himegami girl and capture Himegami-san. They all looked to see the girls of Maken Ki. You just don't know when to give up, Kamigari. Haruko said with annoyance. Amaya Haruko, and the Maken Ki group, why are they here? Odahime questioned. Puzzling, they think they could reside on this island when it is owned by Kamigari. Guken said. Kamigari won't own this anymore when Naruto beats down your crappy leader. Izuki said. How dare you? I'll make you regret insulting Ouken-sama. Miyabi screamed with new anger. Miyabi-san, I believe it's best we do our job. We must not get carried away at a time like this when a mission is more important. Hakuto said in a calm tone, but his fist was shaking with anger. Furippa. Toss. Odahime shouted. Suddenly a large tail fin came up out of the ground, sending Hakuto and Miyabi flying. What the hell? Izuki shouted as they all saw Miyabi and Hakuto land behind them and ran off. No you don't. They all went to run after them, but Guken got in front of them. I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to get in our way, Guken said, but suddenly he was kicked across the face from Izuki, sending him away as she ran off to get the two spectacled Kamigari agents, but suddenly a giant Komodo dragon-like claw came out of the ground and went to slam down on Izuki, but she quickly jumped away. What the hell? Izuki exclaimed. Guken suddenly appeared in front of her and went for a kick, but Cha-Cha suddenly appeared in front of Izuki and blocked the attack with an X block. Cha-Cha. You're good. Cha-Cha said with a grin, but then when she pushed Guken back, a wave of energy burst from her from unfolding her arms, slamming into Guken, sending him skidding back. But you're going to have to do better than that if you want to stand up to Maken Ki tilde. Cha-Cha said with a wink and grin as she wagged her finger. Guken stared at her, but then he noticed the shadow looming over him, making him look up to see a golden statue come down on him. He managed to roll to the side in time to avoid the statue, which was a giant golden fat Buddha. HMPH. Kimi glared at Guken with her Maken comic star glowing. Suddenly chains came from the ground and wrapped around Guken, shocking him. Now Izuki senpai. Kimi shouted. Izuki suddenly appeared in front of Guken and sent a blurring barrage of kicks at Guken, hitting every point in his body, and then sent a hard power kick to his jaw, sending him flying. Ni-san. Odahime screamed with shock. You. Haruko pointed her bakan at Odahime, who gritted her teeth as she glared at the members of Maken Ki. Why do you people want Himegami so much? Haruko demanded answers. Now why would I tell you? Odahime said with her arms crossed. Haruko glared at Odahime as her aura glowed green around her, unnerving Odahime. TCH. Fine. The reason Okan-sama wants Himegami Kodama is because she is the key to unlock the power that sleeps within the sacred mountain, Amanohara. Odahime explained. You mean Habakiri? Anaho asked with curiosity. Odahime raised her eyebrow. Anaho-san, shish tilde. Uruchi whispered. Oops. Sorry. Anaho apologized. How do you know of the treasure that lies inside? Otahime questioned, but then it clicked. You already unlocked it. You have it in your possession. Don't you? Otahime shouted, worrying the others. This changes everything. Who has it? Otahime shouted, demanding answers. They all stayed silent, but after a few moments of thinking, Otahime got the answer. The best place to keep a powerful weapon is in the hands of the most powerful fighter. Uzumaki Naruto. The girls of Maken Ki glared at her. Otahime had a grinning smirk on her face. Hey! Otahime looked to see Kimi pointing at her. If you even think of getting near Naruto-kun, I'll mess you up. Kimi shouted. TCH. Like I'd feel a gram of fear coming from a lowly like you. Otahime said. Furippa. Otahime shouted as the ground started to move. Suddenly something came from under Otahime, rising out of the sand. The members of Maken Ki jumped away as something large, like a whale, came out of the ground. The creature had a round head like an orca with a large orca-like dorsal fin on its head, no eyes, a long neck with a sort of iguana-like under-neck bear, whatever that part under the neck is called, Komodo dragon legs and claws, a long lizard body with spikes on its back with fins connecting to each spike, and a long whale-like tail. Its colors were black on the top of the head, white for the bottom jaw and under neck, green for the body and legs, black for the back and the back of the tail, and white for under the tail. What the hell is that thing? Fu screamed. Otahime did an Oju-sama laugh. This is my new pet, Furippa. Ever since my encounter with the blonde fool, I've developed this cutie to deal with him. And how do you suggest that? Haruko shouted. Furippa tilde, special trip D please tilde. Otahime chimed. Furippa opened its mouth as a purple fog came out of the beast's mouth, coming toward the girls. What in the? Haruko spoke with confusion. Kimi's eyes blinked as she heard a voice in her head, making her eyes widen. It's poisonous. Hold your breath, Kimi shouted. It's too late. The poison fog can infected you through your skin. And you're all too close. You're all finished. Otahime shouted with a sadistic grin. The girls screamed as they were surrounded by the poisonous fog. Otahime giggled with her eyes narrowed smugly. Don't worry. You'll all continue to live on, as my new dolls. The fog completely consumed all the girls in the group, however, the fog started to move away, surprising Otahime as it moved away from the girls and evaporated as a light purple mist surrounded them. Nani? Otahime questioned as she looked to the new fog. Suddenly it lessened to reveal everyone was safe, shocking her. Nani? Otahime screamed with shock evident on her face. B. Bacana. Impossible, how could you survive Furippa's atta? Otahime had noticed a mist behind Kimi with white glowing eyes. Violet haze, you protected us. Kimi said as she looked to her formless spirit. What in the world is? Otahime looked at it with some fear, but then bravado took over as she then gave another Otahime laugh. Whatever that mist of gunk is does not bring me worry at all. Nonetheless I must tell the news to my grandfather, so, I'll leave you with my other pets. Otahime said. Azuki growled as she charged forward at a high speed, but she came to a halt as some of the villagers appeared in front of Otahime and Furippa. Everyone. She's dangerous. You have to get away from her and that creepy whale lizard. Kuuna shouted. You want to know why they're here? Let me show you. Otahime's Maken glooming garden zone appeared in her hands. Suddenly the villagers' bodies started to shake violently as their bodies suddenly started to change. The girls of Maken Ki's eyes widened in horror as they stared at the metamorphosis taking place. How could you? Haruko said with horror. No, this can't be. Kuuna was horrified beyond belief. Her own people she knows as close friends and neighbors, have been altered into something horrible. This is too cruel. Otahime laughed maliciously as the villagers were now insect humanoid creatures. Kya ha 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 tilde tilde. It's funny how the pathetic people of this island who called us monsters have now become monsters themselves, isn't it tilde? You should be grateful tilde. It's rare that you'll get to experience excitement like this tilde. Otahime exclaimed with sadistic delight. Kuuna's lip quivered as she started to cry, but then she got mad. I wish Naruto-kun was here to spank you. Kuuna screamed. Otahime's eye twitched as she glared at the girl. Guken landed on Furippa, next to Otahime. Oni-chan, go tell grandfather that Habakiri is in the hands of Uzumaki Naruto. I'll be here to enjoy seeing that little bitch get eviscerated. Otahime said, pointing to Kuuna. Hi, sister. Guken said as he jumped away, but Azuki and Cha-Cha suddenly jumped in front of her. No you don't. Azuki shouted with hawk ready. You still have to deal with us. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she held a large soda can over her head. Suddenly two of the mutated villagers appeared in front of them, startling the two. Guken landed on one of the back of the monster villagers and hopped right off it and then landed on the giant can Cha-Cha was holding over her head. I see you put rocks in here and enlarge them with the can. Smart. Guken said as he jumped away. The monster villagers went slashes with their claws, but Azuki's hawk glowed leaving her entire leg in an armor that she used to block the claw slash and Cha-Cha enlarged her left arm and blocked the claw, still earning a wound, but being small once transformed back to normal. Azuki and Cha-Cha landed onto the ground, Azuki glaring and Cha-Cha looking to the tiny claw mark on her left forearm. Cha-Cha, back me up. Gotcha. Everyone readied themselves. Remember. Don't go too far. These are still people. Furin exclaimed. Soft-hearted bimbos. Otahime said as she did another Oju-sama laugh. Haruko glared at the laughing Otahime. She's mine. So that's it, huh? Himegami questioned. She was currently sitting atop of Leo, who tried to ambush her. Yes. I told you everything. Good. Then I get the pleasure of killing that pig. Himegami said. Pig. Himegami and Leo turned to see Hakuto. That's not something a young lady such as yourself should say at all Kodama-san. Hakuto said with a twitching smile. Oh look. It's the pig's lapdog. How low it is to work for such a disgusting human being. Himegami said as she got off of Leo who was frightened. Such words Oju-sama tilde. Such words, must not go unpunished. Hakuto's body began to morph, horrifying Leo, while Himegami just looked surprised. This is it? Himegami questioned. Hakuto transformed into a hideous being. His hair became short, spiky in the back with the long lock of hair being the only thing to remain, his sclera black, green pupils, his body green with black armored pectorals, shoulders, left forearm, right two-clawed hand, and a long black insect limb coming from his right back shoulder blade. Spiky armored plates on his right forearm and middle of his left arm. Left hand being a claw, two-clawed black feet, curved spike coming from his left shoulder and a spiky oval mouth in the middle of his stomach. Apparently gaining that wretch's power leads to such disgusting metamorphosis. Himegami said. You truly could never understand. This is beauty incarnate. To be one with power as beautiful as Okan-sama's. Glorious tilde. Hakuto said with a creepy grin. I've seen his power before, and his intentions. He's despicable. Inside and out. Himegami said with a scowl. Such words Oju-sama, earns a spanking. Hakuto charged at Himegami, but suddenly a spear of lightning pierced his body. What? Suddenly more and more pierced all over his body, turning him into a voodoo doll, before he was suddenly electrocuted to a painful degree. Hakuto then fell to the ground, in human form, smoking from the experience. HMPH. Sloppy. Maybe months ago you would have had a chance, but now, you are barely worth remembering. Himegami said. Leo stared at Himegami with shock. No wonder they want her. Earlier. After being blasted with Okan's Kodadama, Takaru and Aki coughed as they noticed they were fine. Looking over, they saw that Minori was in front of them with her body covered in thermal element. Oi, you two okay? Minori asked with a grin. Yeah, thanks. Takaru said. Yar da. Do I really have to worry about you two as I fight? Minori questioned with a smirk and shrug. Don't worry about it. I'm tough to you know. Takaru said with a smile. Yeah tilde, but not as good as me. Minori said turning back to Okan. Oh man. You got hurt. Takaru exclaimed pointing to the wound on Minori's back as the back of her track suit was torn off. Yeah tilde, but I managed to send a burst of thermal energy to cancel the attack, before it got really bad. This really isn't anything special. Minori said. Aki sighed. Takaru turned to see the horizon next to the two men in suits Okan had with him earlier. There's that fan. Takaru said as she dashed over faster than the eye could see, scaring the two suited men as he grabbed the horizon and dashed back to Minori and extended it to Minori, but she had her hand up. Keep it. I'll only need my twin fists to beat him down. Minori said as she hopped down towards Okan. Alright. Now here, the two paths, Okan shot his Kodadama at her, but she easily dodged it. Oh you motherfucker. Minori shouted as she dashed over and punched Okan in the gut, the thermal energy exploding right through his gut as he was sent flying into a stone wall, causing the whole thing to fall apart and for the entire thing to be covered in a dust cloud. The men in suits' jaws dropped in shock as they stared at the wall where Okan was sent flying towards. See. No problem. Minori said with a grin as she stretched nonchalantly. Damn. Nice work. Takaru said with a smile. Good job kicking the crap out of that asshole. Takaru cheered. Ouken-sama. Takaru turned in time to see a woman charging and going for a jump kick. Takaru pushed Aki away in time as Takaru was then kicked straight into the cave Minori stood in front of earlier. Takaru-kun. Aki screamed as she ran over towards the cave, but a leg got in front of her as she turned to see Miyabi. That little bastard deserved it. Miyabi said with anger as she glared at Aki. Damn it. Minori turned and was about to run over to save Aki, but suddenly she felt Okan dash behind her, making her turn to see he was readying his Kodadama. Minori glared as her right fist was surrounded in thermal energy. Minori thrust her fist into Okan's mouth as he shot his Kodadama, causing an explosion of wind, element energy and thermal energy. Ouken-sama. Miyabi screamed with fear, providing Aki the opportunity to dash over towards the cave. Aki stopped at the edge as she saw Takaru hanging on. Aki extended her hand to Takaru, who grabbed it and as she pulled him up, she was grabbed by the back of the hair and pulled on it, making Aki's back arch. Aki-sensei. Takaru shouted with worry as he saw an angry Miyabi glare at him as she then kicked him in the face, hard, sending him falling down deeper into the cave. Miyabi growled as she tossed Aki away, causing her to bounce off the ground and skid across it from the force of Miyabi's throw. Minori coughed as she walked from the damage down. Acha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Minori said as she waved her now charred right hand. She looked up to see Miyabi marching over to a down Aki. That bitch. Minori growled with a glare. She ran over, but she sensed another Kodadama blast. She jumped to the side, allowing Okan enough time to rocket pass her, run up the stone wall, jump high into the air and exhaled out a large quantity of energy, creating a giant ball he held in his hands and threw it down towards Minori. Minori blinked her eyes as she stared up at the new attack. That's new. The battlefield exploded, alerting Aki, gasping with worry. She turned, glaring at Miyabi, who marched over with tick marks all over her face, growling with anger written all over her face. Aki put on a brave face as her left eye started to glow, alerting Miyabi. Maken. Debugger Valhelm. Aki cried as her Maken shined, her back arched and breasts jiggling for movement. Miyabi got into position as she readied herself for a fight. Your shoulders, or stiff. Huh. Miyabi looked confused. Your trapezius has poor blood circulation. Your latissimus dorsi muscle being tight could also be the cause. But the main reason is that your bra is the wrong size. You shouldn't force yourself into smaller bras to push up your breasts and make them look bigger. Aki finished her diagnosis. Miyabi growled. You bitch, you're Maken, all it does is let you medically examine people. Miyabi yelled, pointing at Aki with annoyance. Why yes, but it's still a Maken. Aki said with embarrassment. Che, I was a fool for thinking your Maken was dangerous. You're just Tenbi's poster girl. There's no way you would've. Suddenly she was punched in the face, making her spit up saliva as she was sent flying away. Miyabi wiped the blood coming down her mouth, glaring at Aki who was waving her hand from the pain of impact. Owie, 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 ouchie tilde. Aki whined as she waved her hand and then blew on it a bit. That bitch. Miyabi thought with a glare directed at Aki. I wish Naruto-kun warned me about some pain once done. Aki said with a pout. But still, he is one excellent teacher. Miyabi growled as she got to her feet. Her right foot glowed as her heel became a steel gadget. I'm going to devour you with my missing lips. Miyabi growled. Yuhu tilde tilde. Minori appeared behind Miyabi with a wave and grin. Miyabi's eyes widened as she turned only to have two chops straight to her trapezius muscles, making her scream as she was slammed into the ground, creating a small dust cloud. You really shouldn't doubt Aki. Her Maken may not be battle-ready, but it sure does help to know what are the best spots on your opponent's body to strike. Minori said with a grin and her fists to her hips. Aki smiled, but suddenly her head was slammed into the floor, shocking Minori. Oken had his foot atop of Aki's head, his body steaming and red with his torso bare. He panted as he glared at Minori. Aki! Minori shouted. Stay right there. Oken warned as he grinded his foot against Aki's head, causing Minori to flinch with worry and fear. Miyabi, bring it over. Oken ordered. Hi, Oken-sama. Miyabi said as she got up to her feet, shaking from some pain. Once she got up, she kicked Minori across the face, making her stumble back from the kick. Minori glared at Miyabi with a growl as Miyabi just smirked, adjusting her glasses as she walked towards Oken. Reaching into her blazer, she grabbed something as she stopped in front of Oken. Here you are, Oken-sama tilde. Miyabi cooed with a smile and blush with her right hand on her cheek as she extended a box to Oken. Oken grinned as he grabbed the box and opened it. Oken grabbed what was inside to be a tiny broken green glowing piece of some sort of structure. Minori raised her eyebrow as she stared at the chip in Oken's hand. Suddenly Oken's neck twisted to the side as his teeth gritted. Oken growled as his muscles flexed and veins all over his body bulged. His eyes turning pure white. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Sugoi tilde tilde tilde. Miyabi fawned with a red blush as her body heated up from excitement. What the hell is going on? Minori thought with shock. Oken roared with power bursting from him, scaring his two suited escorts, watching from a bit away. His foot buried Aki's face deeper into the ground. Aki! Minori screamed as she went to run over. Stay right there. Oken said in a deep voice. Or else. Oken's foot grind against Aki's head. Minori shook with anger, but she felt helpless. She didn't know what to do. Oken grinned sadistically as he took a deep breath in through his teeth. Oken's muscles doubled in size as he glared at Minori with dark intent. Oken then opened his mouth, as a large concentrated amount of energy fire at Minori. All Minori could do was stare as she was consumed by the blast of Oken's super Kodadama. Takaru hit his head at the bottom of the cave. Sitting up and rubbing his head, Takaru groaned. An unknown visitor. Takaru's eyes widened a bit as he turned around to see a large, very muscular tan-skinned man sitting in front of a giant statue. He was like the size of Kuragasa. Anger, resentment, selfishness, a lost puppy who can't control his emotions, yet, has the will of a lion, strong and powerful. Such power, potential residing in a being with many flaws, what business do you have coming here? The man turned his head and stared at Takaru. He looked to have pure white eyes, no pupils, no iris, just sclera, and his hair was red and tied into a spiky ponytail, Tamari spiky ponytail style, and a long strand coming off the widow's peak of his hair. The most distinct feature that caught Takaru's eye, a feature he could never forget, was the scar on his large forehead that had 4 long scars extending from it, making a sort of X with a huge scarred center, the bottom points going across his eyes. I know you. 10 years ago, Takaru gritted his teeth as the man started to rise to his feet. It was you. Takaru screamed as he charged forward with his fist cocked back. The man tightened his fist as he and Takaru simultaneously thrust their fists forward, slamming them together, as a huge explosion of pressure erupted from the impact, causing the two to fly back. The man skidded back as Takaru flew into a wall. The man looked to his fist, seeing the skin of his knuckles bleed. This boy. He is strong. The pressure behind his fist. If I had not pushed in my own energy into my own, he would have shattered the bones in my fists and cracked the ones in my arm. The man thought as he stared at his bleeding knuckles. The man looked to Takaru. You're the man, you're the one from 10 years ago. You're the one, who killed my mother. Oyama Atsuma. Takaru screamed. Boy, are you Atsuma's child? The man questioned as he started to remember this young man was the same boy with the bandaged forehead from all the way back then. I see, so Atsuma is dead. You're the one who killed her. Takaru screamed as he charged back at the man with his fist glowing as wind started to surround it. The man narrowed his eyes as he rocketed into the air, avoid the punch's energy blast from his thrust fist, flying straight into a wall, causing an explosion of force that caused a crater in the wall. Impressive. Takaru looked up to see the man on the ceiling, his feet slammed into the rock above. The force behind that punch could have killed me. You have grown as strong as your mother. Possibly even stronger. The man said. Get down here and fight or I'll come up there and break the ceiling. Takaru shouted with anger. Tell me boy. When you have the chance, will you kill me? Would you have the guts to finish my life? Takaru's eyes widened as he never really thought about that. Would he have the guts to kill him? Or would he be too soft? Would he really have the guts to kill the man who took his mother's life? All he ever thought about was beating his stupid face in, but take his life. Would he really go so far to avenge his mother? The man then landed in front of Takaru, causing the cave to shake as a crater formed underneath his feet from the impact. I am Teshin, the fatal hand, Kushiya. And I shall be your opponent. The man known as Teshin declared with pride as he got into his battle pose with his right fist cocked back and his left extended forward with his palm facing Takaru. Takaru growled with his fists up. Bring it! Takaru shouted with anger and new determination, but then he realized something. Wait, Kushiya! Takaru shouted with shocked wide eyes as Teshin rocketed to him. In a far part of the island, thousands of people lay defeated. Beaten down. Naruto was the only one standing from the mess of people, rolling his shoulder from his latest exercise. HMPH. Taketsuna. Boring, Naruto said as he cracked his neck side to side. Naruto strutted over to a groaning bald man, who was the leader wearing now half of an Oni mask. Naruto knelt down and grabbed the man by the collar of his yukata. Oi, Manukega idiot, tell me what this is about before you knock out. Naruto said. Ah, why would I? I can heal people. I don't like to beat a man when he's down. It'll hurt my heart. However, if I heal you, then it'll be a fair fight again, wouldn't it? Naruto said, scaring the man, causing him to sweat. So hurry up and talk, Nukasaku. Idiot, again, Naruto said with two finger up to the man's face. Naruto's eyes widened as he sensed something from afar. Looking up to a powerful energy signature from afar, consuming another stronger energy. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what that other signature was. Minori-chan. Suddenly an elemental chopped to Naruto's neck. Naruto looked down with dull eyes at the bald man, scaring him that his technique had no effect. Well, it kind of did. Naruto was pissed. Naruto stood up, holding the man by the collar with both hands. You got 5 seconds to spill. And 3 just passed. Speak now. Naruto screamed with anger, causing new force to explode from his voice, causing the thousands of bodies to fly away as the force cleaned the area of the bodies, far away from the area. The man looked around the area with shock and fear as how just a scream cleared out thousands of bodies from the area. The man looked back to the blonde, who had pure anger written all over his face. Teeth gritting, becoming fangs and his eyes glowed red. The man felt pure unadulterated fear. He voided his bowels. Ouken-sama, help me. Kengo looked to the sky, crouched down. He had some scratches on his body, but other than that, he was fine. Bodies littered the rear of the manor. Kengo picked his right ear with his pinky. I wonder what the hell that was about. Kengo said as he took his pinky out of his ear. His eyes then became serious. Did that voice just say? Kengo's instincts kicked in as he managed to block a sharp projectile with his training sword from behind. Kengo looked to the floor to see a poker card. 3 of hearts. Suddenly he heard giggling, alerting him as he spun on his feet and stood up with his training katana ready. He looked to see a young man leaning against the branch of the top of a tree. He had forest green mopped hair, a smile and closed eyes. He had a simple black suit, with the blazer having 2 tails, white dress shirt underneath a black dress vest with gold buttons with scorpions on each of them, black trousers tied by 2 belts, a chain coming from his right pocket and connecting to his bottom belt, steel-toed black shoes, a tie and finally a fedora atop his head. The appearance is based on Hazama Hinoka from BlazBlue, but with a darker shade of hair. The young man chuckled as he played with a deck of poker cards. That little block sword. Still a trainee, Although to be able to block like that makes me think otherwise. Do you just like it? The young man said with a smile. You with them? Kengo questioned. The young well-dressed man pushed off the branch and grinned at Kengo, still playing with the deck in hand. Kengo glared at him, ready to fight. Nice tattoo. The young man said, confusing Kengo. I never thought I'd see someone adopt the Sasori seal again. Kengo was shocked. How the hell do you? The young man threw multiple cards at Kengo, who slashed away from the cards. The young man grinned as the rest of the cards flew straight at Kengo. Kengo's eyes widened at the countless cards as he then summoned his spirit's arm and its spirit blade as they both slashed at the cards, sending them away from piercing Kengo. Once taking care of the cards, he saw a flock of doves fly away from where the green-haired man stood. Kengo noticed a piece of paper descending in front of his face. Grabbing it, he found it was a note. See you soon. T.A. T.A. What kind of name is that? Kengo wondered. Suddenly it dispersed from his hands via purple sparks. Kengo blinked his eyes in surprise, but then he got serious as he looked to the unconscious bodies. Shrugging, he just ran off towards the beach to see what was going on. Oken grinned as he stared at the defeat Minori in front of him. Oken stomped over and curb-stomped Minori's head 4 times and grind his foot against her head. Oken chuckled maliciously while Miyabi blushes sweated from excitement as she watched Oken. Oken-sama, he's so powerful. Oh tilde tilde. Miyabi thought as she suddenly came in her panties. Oken then walked over to Aki, lifted her by the hair and took off her bra. He licked his lips as he took her right nipple into his mouth. Oken-sama. Oken grunted as his eyes darted towards Miyabi. I don't wish to disturb your hobby, but is it not best to capture our objective? That way we could secure our goal, and then you could kill that wretch Naruto. I'm sure that will bring you greater pleasure, yes. Miyabi reasoned. Tilde. Oken released his mouth's hold on Aki's nip. You're right. That would be a greater thrill. Oken released his hold on Aki, letting her fall to the floor, as he walked over to Miyabi and wrapped his arm around her waist, bring her closer. Why haven't I taken you yet? Oken said with a lecherous grin. Oh, Oken-sama. Miyabi said with a blush and smile as she was shaking with excitement at the thought of the man holding her just ravaging her now. Mission be damned, if they waste time have intercourse, then so be it. Oken heard some feet scraping making him turn towards his escorts. You too. The 2 men of Yomatsuri shook in place as they didn't like the look Oken was giving them. I'm going to need your help. Oken said with a wide grin. Takaru dodged to the side of a punch, and then flipped over a sweeping kick, but Teshin then stood up straight and thrust his hands down, sending a force to the floor that created a shockwave, sending Takaru flying away. Takaru rolled down against the floor, before bouncing off and was now skidding back in a crouching position with his hands against the floor. Teshin got into position while Takaru panted as he got up to his feet. Kushia. He couldn't be related to Anaho. He couldn't, she's too sweet and he's not. Plus they don't look alike. Takaru thought. Panting as a habit should not be a trait of a warrior. Teshin spoke. I'm not a warrior. Takaru dashed, jumped over Teshin and slammed his heel down, only for Teshin to block it with his forearm. I'm a man, you pissed off. Takaru screamed as he put more force behind the attack, causing Teshin to dig deeper into the ground with a crater formed underneath his feet. The giant man gritting his teeth. Takaru bounced off of Teshin, then sent a barrage of punches that Teshin was blocking with his arms in an X block. Teshin groaned in pain as his arms were getting bruised from the punishment of Takaru continuously punching them. Teshin roared, pushing off Takaru with a strong force, sending him back. Takaru skidded back, but then dashed back to Teshin and sent a hard right jab that Teshin blocked with his right arm, but as impact was made, Teshin's arm bone cracked from the power of the punch despite surrounding his arm in element. Teshin remained strong on his feet, not moving. Takaru jumped up and sent a flying roundhouse to Teshin's neck, but the large man blocked it with his back hand, harming it, as he grabbed Takaru's leg and threw him away. Takaru landed against a wall and bounced off it, rocketing towards Teshin. Teshin narrowed his eyes as he cocked his right fist back, concentrating energy into his entire arm, and then thrust it towards Takaru, but suddenly a pair of green arms came out of Takaru's body, grabbed Teshin's fist and lifted the reddish-haired teen over Teshin. Teshin looked up in surprise as the green arms from Takaru tightened into fists and readied for attack. Takaru roared as his spirit arms went for the barrage. Opai, 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 opai. Takaru's spirit beat down Teshin into the ground, literally, with its barrage of blurring fists. Takaru flew over Teshin and landed on the other side with his spirit arms still out. Takaru glared at the mess he made. He could still feel Teshin's energy. He was still alive. Suddenly he felt a pulse of energy from the man. Teshin's energy started to rise at a high level, shocking Takaru. Suddenly an explosion of energy came from Teshin, a force pulsing from the body and expanded throughout the cave, sending Takaru flying back as the cave shook. Takaru's back hit the wall. He looked up to see Teshin back up to his feet, his aura a red-violet hue. Blood pointer. Takaru thought with wide eyes. No one, but your mother, has pushed me this far. Teshin shouted as he got into his battle stance. Takaru growled with a glare as he dashed forward with his fist and his spirit's fists cocked back, but Teshin sent a fast punch to Takaru's chest, sending a blast of invisible element through Takaru's chest. Takaru's eyes faded a bit as blood came out his mouth. Takaru flew into a stone wall. Teshin breathed in through his nose as he thrust his hands down, causing a shockwave from the force behind the hands. Takaru coughed up blood as he fell to his knees. Damn. It hurts. Takaru panted looking up to Teshin. Takaru gritted his teeth as he started seeing red. Takaru roared as he rocketed towards Teshin with a roar. Teshin sent a punch that connected with Takaru's own, causing a shockwave. Takaru quickly sent a barrage of punches that Teshin blocked with his arm, then pushed both of Takaru's arms away with his own. The two then roared as they sent barrage for barrage of punches to one another. Their fists slammed against one another through the exchange. Teshin got in a lucky hit, impacting a left hook into Takaru's side, making the teen's eyes widen as he coughed up blood. Right when Teshin was going to retract his fist, Takaru wrapped his arm around Teshin's forearm, shocking the giant of a man. Right before Takaru slammed his knee into Teshin's elbow and his left fist down onto the same arm's cubital fossa, other end of the same place where the elbow resides, sandwiching Teshin's arm, making the man grit his teeth in pain. Teshin sent a punch to Takaru's face with his free arm, only for when it made contact. Instead of Takaru's face, it was Takaru's spirit's hand that grabbed the oversized fist. Takaru pulled Teshin towards himself as he sent a hard gut punch to Teshin's stomach, making the giant man's cheeks puff up, and then Takaru sent another hard gut punch with his other fist. Takaru delivered a right hook to Teshin's face, followed by a left hook, and finally he grabbed Teshin's trapezius muscles with both hands, lifted himself up so he could be on eye level with Teshin and ended it with a headbutt straight into Teshin's scarred forehead. Teshin's eyes widened in pain as his scar reopened, bleeding from impact. Memories started to flash through his mind, remembering his fight with Atsuma, the last being her using the same move at the end of their fight. Takaru kicked off of Teshin, causing the giant of a man to be sent flying. Takaru flipped in the air and landed on his feet. Takaru held his head, wiping blood from his forehead. Takaru flinched when he felt his index touch a certain spot at the top of his forehead. Damn it! I reopened that damn scar. How did I? Takaru flinched when his finger touched the scar again. Only this time a flash of a young Inaho came to his mind, along with some forgotten memories of the two together. Takaru's eyes widened as he remembered the memories. Inaho. HMPH. Takaru looked over to see Teshin getting to his feet with a smile on his face, but then he got serious when he looked towards Takaru. Perfect. You are just as strong as your mother. However, she activated her blood pointer to finish me. It's probably what finished her. Such a useful, yet dangerous technique. Teshin said. Wait, you mean, my mom could use blood pointer? Takaru asked. It is a very powerful, yet dangerous technique that can take much out of your life, even taking away years' worth from you through extended use. It is an incredible technique, but is a double-edged sword. Teshin explained. Takaru's eyes widened. Mom, was that the real reason you died? Takaru thought with wide eyes. Teshin got into his battle stance, building up a great amount of energy into his body. The power increase was causing the whole cave to shake with debris coming down from the ceiling. This is my last attack. If you can defend against it, then I shall yield. Teshin screamed as his fists glowed red-violet. Takaru's eyes widened as Teshin brought his hands back, Gaelic gun style, and then thrust them forward. Seishu Tekina Pushu. Final push, Teshin screamed as he fired a concentrated blast of red-violet energy at Takaru. Takaru's eyes widened as the beam came closer to his body. He didn't know why, but it felt like all the drive to face this man head-on had left him. Not because he lost the will to fight, but because his mind was too plagued with thoughts of this man possibly innocent from the cause of his mother's death. The elemental blast came closer to him and was about to consume him. Takeru's mind was blank, but his instincts were still working. Teshin watched as his most powerful technique consumed Takeru, or so it seemed. As his attack came to a close, Teshin raised an eyebrow in surprise as he saw a pair of hands behind the blast, only to see his attack become absorbed into those hands. Teshin stared in shock to see something new. Takeru stayed silent as he spaced out, but as he blinked his eyes he finally saw a new being in front of him. The being was entirely green and muscular. It had hand armor, bands tightly wrapped around its elbows, shoulder armor, a tight detailed pectoral-shaped chest plate, its green abs exposed, 2 belts tied around its waist, baggy pants, long armor boots that stopped at its knees, visor armor over its mouth, yellow glowing eyes and had hair just like Takeru, except it was wavy like it was flowing with the wind. Takeru blinked his eyes as he stared at the being. How? The being turned to Takeru, staring at him, looking like the ghost of a warrior. Takeru's eyes widened as he realized who this being is. My spirit. Takeru exclaimed as he stared at his fully formed spirit. Takeru's spirit just stared at its master. Now that I think about it, I never gave you a name, did I? Takeru said with his index finger to his chin. The spirit stared into Takeru's eyes, who blinked as he heard a new thought come to mind. Sentinel. That's what you want to be called. Takeru suggested. Sentinel spun around Takeru and had its arms out to the sides of Takeru, ready to fight. Yeah, Sentinel. That's it. Takeru shouted with a grin. Takeru blinked his eyes, before shaking his head. Whoa. Double vision. Takeru said as he grabbed his head, only to notice he was seeing things through the eyes of Sentinel. Literally. Is this normal when using a spirit? How did Naruto get used to this so fast? Teshin stared at Takeru and the being floating behind him. He chuckled a bit as he fell to his knee and then to his side, managing to hold himself up with his left arm, although it was purple halfway up it from the attack Takeru delivered to it. I am finished. Teshin admitted defeat. Takeru stared at Teshin with a frown on his face. Takeru started walking over towards Teshin. Stopping in front of the large man, Takeru crouched down as he was at eye level with the man. You never killed my mother, did you? Takeru asked. I wouldn't know. However, I assume the fight I challenged her to lead her to relying on the blood pointer to finish me. Add that with the wounds from our battle, she must have overworked her body, causing her to succumb to the damage. Why did you challenge my mother to a fight? She had someone I love in her care. My daughter Anaho. Takeru stared at Teshin with shrunken eyes. You're Anaho's father. Takeru screamed pointing at Teshin, who blinked in response. But you look nothing like her. Of course. We're not blood related. Teshin cleared up. Oh. She was left on my doorstep when she was an infant. I raised her as my own. Taught her my techniques. Building her up to be a great fighter. However, when I let her go into town one day, she met some kids, and started becoming close with one. I'm sure you know. Teshin said, making Takeru blink in realization that he meant him. I had gotten afraid of losing her, so I pushed her. I worked her hard in training. I was so afraid of losing her that I abused her. Hurt her through our training. You idiot. You raised her. She'd be nothing without you. Like she would ever leave you, her own father. Takeru said. HMPH. Teshin smiled. I realize that now. Although the punishment I put her through, I don't deserve to call myself her father. Did you learn from it? Takeru asked. Teshin looked to Takeru and nodded. Then you're worthy of a second chance. Takeru said, surprising Teshin. Now get up. Takeru said as he grabbed Teshin's arm and helped him up. By the way, how did you end up with a group like Kamigari? Takeru asked. Back then, Kamigari policed the world of ability users. Through my harsh treatment of Anaho, I was imprisoned. Oken had come to me and gave me an offer. Swear loyalty to him, and I'd earn my freedom. I took it. The first thing I did with my new freedom was to take back my daughter. At the time, she was in the care of a very powerful woman. Someone I had come to respect. My mother. Takeru spoke aloud with wide eyes. Teshin nodded in confirmation. Your mother made me realize the pain I was putting Anaho through, even though she held nothing but love when she stared at me. I left her in your mother's care. But I did not know of her fate after I had left. Teshin finished explaining. Takaru looked down to the ground with somber eyes. You're much like her. Takaru looked up to Teshin. Just don't get too carried away. When it comes to emotions, you and your mother are very passionate. Teshin said. Takaru smiled, happy to hear that he was like his strong, awesome mother. I do not sense Okan outside. Or at least, what he has become. Teshin said looking up to the cave's high entrance. Become. Heimgami's eyebrow twitched as standing in front of her was Leo. For the last time, let me pass or get fried. Heimgami growled as lightning coursed through her body. Please Tilda, you can't face Okan. It's not that I don't believe in your skill, it's just he's a cheap jerk who'll do anything to win. He could have something planned to counter your abilities and beat you. Leo said. That'll make things interesting. Heimgami said with a smirk. Leo's jaw dropped as he then grabbed his head and moved it side to side. What is with you Maken key people? Leo shouted. Heimgami raised her eyebrow, but then sensed an oncoming attack, so she pushed Leo to the side as she was suddenly kicked in the stomach, sending her rocketing away from impact. Heimgami rolled against the ground for a bit, before coming to a halt. Heimgami held her stomach as she got on her knees. She looked up, only for her eyes to widen in shock as she saw Okan, but he was different. His veins bulged around his body with his now larger muscles twitch, with his sclera and pupils being jet black while his iris was golden. Okan was grinning madly at Heimgami. Kodama panted as she stared at Okan. Wiping blood from her lip, she got up to her feet. Kodama tilde. Okan breathed in through his nose. You haven't changed a bit. On the beach, the girls were busy fighting off the villagers and Otahime's large mutant pet, Furippa. Haruko, Azuki, Fu and Cha-Cha clashed with the villagers, jumping back from impact. Furippa sent a tail smack at the four, but they managed to jump back in time. Furippa's neck then expanded as the abomination exhaled a large amount of poison fog. Kimi quickly summoned Violet Haze, and had the spirit change the direction of the fog to go up into the sky. Otahime growled with annoyance. Stupid bitch. Otahime cursed, glaring at Kimi. Furippa then turned around and started slamming its tail into the ground multiple times, trying to squish the girls, but they managed to jump away in time. The shock from each tail smack caused shockwaves that sent them flying into the ground. They all tried to get up from the ground, as the mutated villagers charged at them. One slashed at Azuki with its praying mantis claw, slashing her jean shorts down the crack. What do you think you're doing? Azuki screamed as she kicked the monster villager away. Only Naruto can touch me down there. Aki said with a red blush and bashful look with her index resting over her mouth. Are you serious? Yuruchi shouted with an anime expression with Anaho had anime eyes and her trademark cat-like mouth. Fu punched one of the monster villagers away, Cha-Cha flying double-kicked one away and Haruko slashed another away. Furippa roared, sending the girls of Maken Ki skidding away, with Haruko grabbed Kuuna to keep her from flying away. Otahime gave an Ojou Sama laugh as she stared at the group. What futile attempts. Otahime continued to laugh. Okay, I'm done. Azuki shouted as her entire right leg glowed with armor along with her left foot. Azuki rocketed towards Otahime, ready to kick her in the face. Otahime screamed as she used her glooming garden zone to control the monster villagers, having them be used as human shields in front of her. Azuki halted her kick and instead went for a block with her right leg as one slashed her down to the ground. Otahime laughed again. How pathetic. Such gall, yet is too soft to harm beasts just because they used to be humans. You're better used a stepping stone. Otahime grinned maliciously. Furippa. Stomp that little slut. Otahime ordered. The amalgamated beast lifted its foot up and went for a stomp upon Azuki. Azuki senpai. The girls screamed. Azuki's eyes widened as the foot came closer to her. However, it was suddenly sliced off, shocking everyone. Azuki blinked her eyes as a young woman was in front of her with her back turned to her. You know she is right. You're still as soft as ever. The young woman turned to Azuki with a smirk, as it turned out it was Yan. Guess you are a dog with a bark and no bite. Yan said with a smirk. Yan-san. Kimi exclaimed. All right. Cha-cha cheered. Nani. Otahime exclaimed. The mean girl who's in love with Naruto. Where did she come from? Fu questioned as she stared at Yan. Kill them. Otahime screamed as the monster villagers jumped down at Yan and Azuki, but right before they connect, they were hit with a heart-shaped beam that suddenly made the monster villagers shine green as they suddenly turned back into humans. The villagers fell against the ground, shocking the others. Nani. Otahime screamed. Non, 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 non tilde. Everyone looked to see Syria on the beach wagging her finger. For bad kids like you, the superstar of love and hope, Syria-chan will give you a spanking, aha. Syria said with a sideways peace sign over her winking right eye. Otahime-sama. Otahime looked up to see the rest of Team Venus standing on floating orange flat circular mirrors. I'm afraid I have terrible news. Akaya said with a smile and his fingers pressed against his forehead as sparkles shined around his form. Team Venus has officially allied itself with Tengoku no Mon. Yes. Back up. Fu cheered with a fist pump as Cha-Cha, Kimi and Anaho cheered along with her. Otahime growled with new anger. Furippa. Gas him. Otahime ordered, but the creature didn't respond. What the hell is wrong with you? Listen you damn lizard whale. Otahime shouted as she stomped on Furippa's head multiple times. Suddenly the giant beast trembled, alerting Otahime. It won't work. Otahime looked up to Demetra, pointing her Jingu, trident at Furippa. I am controlling your pet through its blood. My control over liquid has increased tenfold over time that I can now easily control someone through their blood. At least easy when a deep wound is inflicted. Demetra explained. Otahime growled as she sweated with uneasiness. Yan brought up 2 fingers, her face stoic as her fingers quickly moved in specific motions, faster than the eye could see. Furippa suddenly started to bleed all over, as then the amalgamated beast burst apart, its body now a mesh of cubes falling to the ground. Otahime fell to the ground, impacting against it, bottom first. Otahime moaned as she rubbed her tailbone. She then looked to see Yan and Azuki make their way over to her. Stay back. Otahime exclaimed with new fear. Seeing that they ignored her orders, she reached into God knows what since she is wearing a black skirt so she didn't have pockets, and took out a trigger device. Don't make me use this. Otahime warned. Azuki growled as she and Yan glared down at Otahime. Otahime trembled with fear. She then screamed as she went to press the trigger, but Yan kicked it away. Otahime looked to the trigger, then back to the kick-happy women in front of her. Otahime screamed as she quickly ran the other way, but Azuki grabbed her by the skirt, keeping her from running away. You think, after all the crap you've done, that we'd let you go? Azuki said with a red aura surrounding her. No. I mean, please show mercy. Otahime screamed as she continued to try and run away. Azuki growled as she pulled on Otahime, but suddenly the sound of a button being pushed was heard, making Azuki turn to see Kuuna had pressed the trigger. Kuuna. Haruko exclaimed. What? Azuki questioned, but she heard giggling making her turn back to Otahime, who was facing her with a cheeky smile as a new little doll of a girl was on her glooming garden zone. I tricked you. Azuki growled, glaring at Otahime, but suddenly the ground began to shake, putting everyone on guard. Look! Fu shouted, pointing towards the ocean. Everyone turned to see dorsal fins in the water. More of Otahime's monsters had come, some shooting their heads out of the water, to reveal they were more of Furippa. Oh my lord! Haruko said with shocked, worried eyes. The sound of an, ouch, was heard as some turned to see Azuki rubbing her hand that had a bite mark on it as Otahime ran off. Hey! Get back here! Haruko yelled. Otahime climbed up a rocky structure and once she got to the top, she turned and laughed with her fists to her hips. Behold my battalion! My army of Furippas! Otahime laughed in her smug way as more fins were appearing from a distance. Prepare to be drowned in a sea of beasts that will devour you all right down to the very soul. Oh come on. Can't we catch a break today? Fu complained. Otahime continued to laugh with smugly as she felt high upon the world. Speaking my language there kid. Otahime stopped laughing as he had started to slowly turn to her right to see man sitting there, making her scream. Who the devil are you? Otahime exclaimed. The man had shaggy blue hair, A white high-collared long shirt with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows, black vest over the white shirt, and over the black vest was a blue Haori jacket, army green pants with black long knee-high boots with a white line going vertically down the front of the boots. The man himself was very handsome. He was sitting cross-legged with a nodashi wrapped around his right arm, with the end of the scabbard in between his legs. The man was just smiling, not responding to Odahime's question. I asked for your identity, now speak. Odahime shouted. TCH. How irritating. The man stood to his feet. I wanted to spend my time sleeping, watching the clouds stroll by in the sky or even watched the pop-eyed goldfish in the pond swim by without a care in the world. But I had to get dragged out here to waste some energy on Kamigari. How irritating. The man said, rubbing the nape of his neck. Quit ignoring me. Odahime shouted with annoyance. Some of the Furippas were coming closer to shore. The man opened his eyes a bit to reveal yellow-green eyes. As he unsheathed his nodashi a bit as suddenly the top halves of the heads of the Furippas were sliced off by an invisible force. Wasting time on these things. How irritating. The man said, but still retained his smile, despite his words. He then looked to the shaking Odahime, making her jump in fear as he stared at her with his yellow-green eyes. All he did was close them and widened his smile, causing her to scream as she ran off into the forest. The man sighed as he stared at the dust cloud Odahime left behind. Sigh. What a troublesome little girl. The man said with his ever-present smile. Ah tilde, so you must be the second-class general of Tengoku no Mon. Akaya exclaimed with bravado. The man sighed, still smiling. Yep. That's me. Ketsugaya Toshinobu. The man now known as Ketsugaya spoke. Well, Toshinobu-san, mind helping us? Akaya asked. Get back here. The two men turned to see Azuki with Kimi and Cha-Cha chase after Odahime. You guys, wait. Haruko shouted as they followed. Akaya and Ketsugaya's eyes blinked as they stared at their retreating forms. Well, that's a bother. Akaya said. Ketsugaya sighed with a smile as he jumped down to the beach. You go with them. I can handle this stuff by myself. Ketsugaya said with a smile. You sure you can handle this? Yan questioned with a raised eyebrow. Ketsugaya effortlessly sent a vertical slash that caused the ocean to be split in two once again, killing some Furippas in the process. I'll be fine. Ketsugaya said with a smile. Yan looked surprised, but she quickly shook it off. Well, if he says it's okay tilde. Syria sprinted off, leaving a dust trail. I'm coming Takaru-kun. Yan sighed. Airhead. Yan said as she and the rest of Venus chased after their comrade. Ketsugaya's smile widened as his half-lidded eyes turned back to the Furippa army, coming out of the water. Geez tilde Louise tilde tilde. This isn't worth any sort of effort at all. Ketsugaya said, rubbing the back of his neck as he unsheathed his nodashi. Takaru and Teshin climbed out of the cave. Leaving the exit, they saw a person wearing black, holding Minori and Aki, who were now covered in gold flames. Naruto. Takaru spoke. Yo. Naruto greeted, turning his head toward Takaru. Oh, thank Kami-sama. Dude, where have you been? Okan's here. Takaru shouted as he ran over. I know. He sent thousands of his men to distract me. Guess it did the job. Naruto said with somber eyes as he looked down to Minori and Aki in his arms, their wounds healing thanks to the golden flames. 1,000 men. How in the cloning? Takaru and Naruto turned to Teshin. Kamigari has a history of successfully cloning an entire human being. They have been cloning their own soldiers to turn their organization into an army. Although to reach up to the number of thousands, it amazes me. Naruto blinked as he stared at the large man. Takaru, who's the guy who kind of looks like Goki Akuma from Street Fighter? Naruto asked his best friend, earning a confused expression from Teshin. Oh, right. This is Teshin. He's Anaho-chan's father. Takaru said. Oh. Naruto said. He looked to Teshin, who looked down to him, then back to Takaru. Nani? I Imouto's two-san. Naruto screamed as the golden flames around Aki and Minori diminished. Imouto. Teshin's right eye scrunched up in confusion. Yeah, I know right. Apparently she was adopted. Takaru said with a smirk as he rubbed the back of his neck. Oh, Naruto said looking to Teshin. You called my daughter your little sister. Has she been readopted? Teshin asked. Nah, but I've been seeing her like a sister these past few months, so I just started calling her Imouto, out of nowhere. Don't know when it started though. Naruto said looking back to Minori and Aki. Oh, I almost forgot. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself, turning back to Teshin. So you are the one Oken fears. Teshin spoke. Fears? Takaru questioned. From some reports Kamigari special agents had given, Oken grew a bit fearful from the feats this one has done. Ever since Akaya reported the declaration of war, Oken became a bit paranoid. He increased his organization's muscle. Otahime created new monsters, cloning had increased, and a special trump card had been decided to be used. Trump card. There is this legend that there once was a statue whose structure had magical properties. It is said that the statue as a whole was very dangerous, that it had to be broken to pieces. The statue was not a problem anymore, but the pieces were still dangerous. You're talking about the Orochi statue, aren't you? Naruto asked. Yes. The origins of the statue is shrouded in mystery. Some say that it is a shell of the original Yamata no Orochi, but that is speculation. What is known is that the pieces can grant a mortal immense power surpassing their limit beyond comprehension. Even a tiny piece can turn a person into a raging powerful beast. A young Miko woman used a spell to separate these pieces, sending them across the world into hazardous areas. Despite the dangerous terrain they reside in, man has found a way to survive and take these pieces. Oken desired one of these pieces, but it is difficult to find one without the proper technology. Instead, Akaya Kudai was ordered to steal one from Tengoku no Mon. Succeeding, Oken now possesses a piece of the Orochi statue, and from what I can tell, he's become an even more beast of a man because of it. Teshin explained. Damn, we got to finish him. Takaru said with a tightened fist. Get in line. Naruto said, making the two redheads turn to him. I called dibs on him, remember? Naruto said, turning his head to Takaru. Moaning was heard, making Naruto look down to see Aki and Minori starting to stir. The two busty women started to crack open their eyes as they noticed they were being held. Good to see you two finished your nap. Naruto spoke softly. They too stared up at Naruto, blushes on their faces. Naruto-kun, Aki spoke softly. She suddenly wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. You're back. I'm so happy. Aishita Amasu. I love you, Aki cheered with a joyous smile. Baka. Where have you been? You made me almost miss you. Minori said with a grin as she lightly bopped Naruto's chest with her fist. Lovable idiot. Teshin cleared his throat, getting their attention. Teshin. Minori exclaimed with a shocked anime expression. My apologies if I interrupted something important, but Oken must have already found your friend. Teshin said. Heimgami, Minori said with a serious expression. Naruto slowly released Minori and Aki, making the two look to him to see his eyes were shadowed. Naruto slowly stood up to his feet. Aki-chan. Naruto spoke. Yes. When I got here, you were braless. Naruto spoke, making Aki blush red as she was surprised along with the others. Tell me, did he do something to you? Naruto asked. I don't know. I was unconscious at the time, but, I do feel dirty on my. Aki frowned as she grabbed her right nip. So he did something to you. Naruto's aura started to show. Red energy surrounding him, shocking the others. First Furan-chan, then you, and now he's attacking my Imouto. Naruto growled with rage as the air became heavy and the ground beneath him breaking apart, causing fissures to appear around the area. Naruto growled with pure unadulterated anger. He's gonna die. Naruto screamed as he disappeared, but after a few moments, wind exploded throughout the area, forcing the others to cover their faces. After a few moments, the winds died down. They all uncovered their faces, shocked by the power they felt. Amazing. He's so powerful that he is faster than sound. The sound and winds themselves were delayed from the force of his power. Teshin said. Holy crap. Takaru spoke as he pointed in a certain direction, making them all look to see a giant path broken right through the forest, trees broken out to the sides. Maybe he's a little too powerful. Teshin said with a finger to his chin. Sugoi tilde tilde. Minori and Aki said with shining eyes of admiration and lust, staring at the destruction Naruto's rage had caused. Tenshin's eyebrow was raised as he stared at the two women. He had never seen women, especially Minori, act this oddly before. Takaru noticed the two bodies of the men in suits from earlier. Hey! Those guys! What happened to them? Takaru exclaimed as he ran over, but Tenshin stopped him, by grabbing his shoulder. It's too late. Oken has already devoured their souls. Tenshin said. Their souls? Takaru questioned, looking to Tenshin. Oken's Maken soul collector not only allows him to control a person through their soul, but also to rip souls from their bodies and devour them to heal his body. Minori elaborated. Takaru stared at her with wide eyes. That guy, why has he been allowed to live this long? This is wrong. Takaru shouted. Yeah, I know, but nobody had the power to stop him. Minori said, rubbing the back of her neck. But you're stronger than him. Takaru shouted. True. But the guy likes to play dirty to get his way. I could have finished him if he wasn't using Aki as a hostage. Minori said. I got to go after him. Takaru shouted. You know Naruto can more than handle him on his own. Minori said. Yeah, but I want a punch in before Naruto obliterates him. Takaru shouted. HMPH. Tenshin stared at Takaru. Bite my arm. Tenshin said, lifting his right arm. Takaru blinked his eyes at Tenshin. Huh. An ability of the blood pointer is to suck in elemental energy from any source and use the power as its own. Since I sense that you are a user, all you need is to bite my arm and suck the element right from it. Tenshin explained. Yeah, see, I'm not sure going into blood pointer mode. You don't need the technique active for this. Oh, then that makes it better. Takaru said as he walked over and bit down on Tenshin's arm. He focused as he felt himself start to absorb Tenshin's elemental energy. Takaru felt his muscles strengthen once more, his power returning to new heights. He felt superior. Oh yeah, tilde. Takaru cried with energy bursting from his body. He then rocketed away, following the path Naruto created. Oi! If things get too heated, then take off your weights. They suck your element away so long as you keep wearing them. Minori called out. I don't think he heard you. Aki said. PFF'd. Minori gave a hoarse noise with her lips. Tenshin sighed as he knelt down. Aki looked to him as she reactivated her Maken Valhelm, and checked on Tenshin's diagnosis. Oh my. Have you been using too much element? Aki asked. Yes. The young one pushed me far enough to activate my blood pointer. I used up much of my energy to fight him. His attacks were so powerful I was forced to surround my body in an elemental cloak that protected my bones from being crushed. Tenshin explained. Well, I do train the best. Minori said with a smug, proud smirk with a sparkle in her eyes, and her chin resting in between her extended index and thumb. So you trained him. It explains his incredible power and impressive skills in battle. Tenshin commented. Ma, you're flattering me too much. Minori smiled, getting a big head from the comment as she rubbed the back of her head. Don't give her too much of a big head now. A voice spoke. Who dares insult the great Minori-chan? Minori shouted with an angry anime face as they all turned to see Tenshin. I wouldn't say insult. Tenshin said with a hand up and smile on his face. More like looking out for you. Someone needs to keep that ego in line. Minori growled as she glared at the Shinatsu with anime eyes. Tenshin-kun. Aki spoke. Tenshin, the fatal hand, Kushia. It's an honor to meet you. I've heard a lot. Tenshin said as he walked over to Tenshin. I wanted to ask, and I hope you don't think of me speaking out of line, but, how loyal are you really to Yamato Takaru? Himegami was suddenly punched in the gut, her eyes widening in pain, as she was then punched in the face, sending her flying. Himegami broke through a tree, and hit the ground behind the now stump, causing a cloud of dust to be created through impact. Oken marched over with a grin, as Himegami got up on her knees and right hand, her left hand on her stomach as she vomited out blood. She had been trying to fight Oken, but all that's been accomplishing is her getting her ass kicked. Her hair was now down, losing its twin pigtail look, and her black gothic Lolita dress was scratched up. Oken stopped in front of Himegami, grabbing her by the hair, lifting her up to his level. Heimgami quickly sent lightning element to her right hand and stabbed it right into Okun's stomach and electrocuted him from the inside out. Okun gritted his teeth, glaring at Heimgami. The muscles of his stomach tightened around Heimgami's hand, crushing it, making her scream. Okun grinned with satisfaction, loving the sound of Heimgami's cries. Ojo-sama. Noyachi screamed her master's name with concern. Suddenly Leo landed on Okun's back, grabbed him by the neck and summoned his Maken. Lightning Fang. Leo screamed as more electricity coursed through Okun's body. Okun growled as his muscles released Heimgami's hand and then sent his head back, smacking Leo in the nose. Okun roared as he threw Heimgami to the ground and stomped on her right arm, making her scream in pain as her arm was now broken. Okun started marching over to a retreating Leo, crawling away from Okun, who just calmly trekked over to him. No. No. This is it. I knew I would die like this. Leo thought with fear written all over his face. Okun moaned a ghost-like moan as he reached his hand over to Leo. Leo sweated profoundly with fear, but suddenly two shadows hovered over him, leaping toward Okun. Leo looked up to see it was his two boys. Tadao. Tsutomu. Leo stared at his two subordinates with surprise at their bravery. Okun just grunted as he punched the two away, sending them right through tree. Leo gasped in fear for his men. He looked up at Okun, who lifted his hand up in a chopping position, ready to give the final blow. However, as the hand came down, it hit wood, instead of Leo. A tree had risen from the ground, carrying Leo up away from Okun. That was close. Leo thought. Okun turned around to see Heimgami back to her feet, glaring at him. Okun growled as he charged at Heimgami. Heimgami brought her left hand up as it was covered in fire. Helsing pentagram. She started as a large pentagram of fire appeared underneath Okun. Burn! Heimgami screamed as a plum of fire shot out from the pentagram, consuming Okun. Heimgami stared at the mess with a stoic expression, however that crumbled as Okun ran out of the fire, ready to attack. Heimgami quickly conjured up lightning into her left hand, creating a sword of lightning, as she then sent an upward slash up across Okun's body. At least that was the intent, as when the bottom of his torso started to get cut, Okun grabbed the lightning sword and broke it apart with his own hand. Okun head-butted Heimgami in the nose, grabbed her by the shoulder as he repeatedly punched Heimgami in the stomach, making her cough up blood, and then he punched her across the face, then a jab into her face, sending her flying back. Heimgami tumbled across the ground for a while, before coming to a halt. Heimgami felt defeated. No matter what she did, Okun was still standing. She never felt so useless in her entire life. Except on that day. The worst day of her life. The day she lost her family and never saw her brother again. She felt like a total failure. Okun marched over to Heimgami's body, but suddenly a wooden platform grew from below her, surprising Okun as then a giant wooden fist came from the ground and went to slam down onto Okun, but the powerful elder man just sent an upward punch, breaking the wood apart. Suddenly a barrage of fire and lightning came at Okun. Okun's body twitched and grew a bit, before he roared, sending the barrage away from himself through the force behind the roar. Heimgami's three Shikigami, trying to protect her, were blown away from Okun's power. Okun hopped up to the wooden platform Heimgami was on and stomped on Heimgami, hard, sending his down into the ground, breaking apart the wooden platform easily. Once they made contact below, a dust cloud was created. Okun grinned down at the beaten Heimgami. Don't take any of this personally. I don't despise you or anything. Okun knelt down and grabbed the side of Heimgami's face. Now, don't try to force your way out of this, bitch who abandoned Amanohara. If not for the Magatama's power, it would be pretty hard to sustain that appearance of yours, no. Okun then started tearing off Heimgami's clothes. If we let the seal take over again, it would highly inconvenience me. Okun continued to rip more of her clothes. Just so I know this body is in good shape, I'll need to test it out. Okun laughed boisterously as Heimgami's eyes started getting teary. How shameful, to be so vulnerable in front of this kind of lowly scum. I'm so sorry, Ni-sama, everyone, Naruto Oni-chan. Heimgami closed her eyes with an embarrassed blush across her cheeks. Your determination was admirable, seeing you struggle endlessly by yourself, yet unable to change a thing. Okun said, pulling on Heimgami's panties. He licked his lips as he started bringing his face closer to Himegami, his tongue out to lick her face. Himegami's lip quivered as she could feel Okun's hot breath coming closer to her face. His saliva falling onto her cheer. Okun inched closer, until he was about to lick her face. When a hand firmly grabbed the top of Okun's head, shocking the elder man, as then the fingers of that hand dug deep into his skull as it pulled Okun's head back, making the possessed old man scream in agony. Himegami and Leo looked in shock as they saw Okun in pain. Himegami's eyes shimmered as she stared at her savior. So, you're Okun. Or is it, Kusu no Makoto? Naruto said with a stoic expression. Either way, I don't give a crap. No one touches my sister. Naruto threw Okun down to the ground and punched his face in, causing blood to gush from his mouth and nose. Naruto grabbed Okun by the neck, tossed him up and kicked him straight into the chest cavity, sending him straight into a row of trees. Okun growled as he got up and rocketed towards Naruto with his fist cocked back, but when he got in front of him, Naruto sent a simple uppercut to his jaw, disorientating Okun, as Naruto picked up his own left leg and spiraled chakra around his left foot. Risenkuru. Naruto kicked Okun straight into the torso, causing the leg to dig deep into Okun, like a drill, before Okun was sent rocketing away, spiraling in the air all the way. HMPH. Naruto said, sort of, as he dully glared at where he sent Okun flying towards. Naruto walked over to Himegami, who sat up with her left arm over her breasts. Naruto took off his jacket, knelt down in front of Himegami and wrapped his jacket around her. It's not much, but at least it's a big size for you. Naruto said. Himegami groaned as she looked to the side. I can handle him on my own. She said with a blush. Of course that was a lie, but she refused to let him think she was weak. I'd like to see that. Naruto said with a smirk. HMPH. Himegami held her head high as she got up, putting her arms through the sleeves and zipped up the jacket. I'll take the next move. She said with her arms crossed. Suddenly Naruto's hand was in front of her face, holding Okun's hand. Too slow. Naruto said with a smirk. You really got to be faster, Imouto. Naruto said, causing Himegami to growl with annoyance. Naruto slammed his free hand down atop of Okun's head, causing him to crashing into the floor. Okun lifted his head up, trying to get to his hands and knees, but both the blondes slammed a foot on his head, both having their arms crossed. Your assistants no longer need to fulfill this punishment. Himegami said with a stoic look. Like I'd want to help you instead of deal punishment myself. Naruto said with the same stoic look on his face as well. Alright then, glad we're on the same page. Himegami said as both her and Naruto's auras were menacing. Suddenly the two started stomping on Okun's head repeatedly at a blurring speed. The two blondes then kicked upwards Okun's chin, sending him in the air. Finish it. Himegami ordered. TCH. Was Naruto's response. Golden Asura along with Kagazuchi, Ikaichi and Noyachi appeared and attacked. Kagazuchi and Ikaichi sent barrages of fire and lightning, while Noyachi created wooden fists from the ground to come and hit Okun, while Golden Asura went with the classic. Orao rao 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 ra. Okun was sent flying into the sky as the spirit and Shikigami vanished. TCH. Sloppy. The blonde siblings spoke in unison. Leo stared up at Okun with pure shock written all over his face. Miyabi ran through the forest, finally made it to find the two blondes, but no sign of Okun. Looking around, she managed to notice Okun descending from the air, bring her new fright. Ouken Okun's eyes glowed green, concentrating energy into his lungs, air going into his mouth as he descended closer to the ground. He flipped and landed as he opened his mouth and shot a giant concentrated blast from his mouth. Himegami gasped in shock as she and Naruto were about to be consumed. Yes. Kill them. Make them suffer. Miyabi thought with a sadistic grin. The two blondes were consumed by the Kodadama, scaring Leo while Miyabi grinned with delight. Guken made it in time to see his grandfather finishing up his Kodadama. Once it was done, Okun grinned, wiping imaginary saliva from his mouth. Yada tilde, Okun-sama tilde. Miyabi mentally cheered. Coughing was heard. Himegami was on her knees, coughing with her first to her mouth. She realized she was saved from the blast. She looked up to see Naruto in front of her, acting as a human shield for her. Naruto. So you can do a move like that too, huh? Naruto said, surprising and confusing the others watching. HMPH. Let me show you how it's done. Naruto said. Guken finally managed to find his grandfather, finding him facing off against Naruto. Naruto took in a deep breath in through his mouth. Naruto's roommates managed to arrive with the other girls of Maken to see Naruto's chest expand as he readied his attack. Oh tilde. Cha-Cha said with delight, seeing Naruto's pectorals expand. Naruto's mouth started to open as a green glow started to shine from within his mouth. Mouth cannon. Naruto's voice echoed as a gigantic blast of energy, overshadowing everybody, being 7 times bigger than Okun's Kodadama, charged at Oken, consuming the shocked man. Everyone watched in shock as Naruto continued to fire his attack. The beam started decreasing in size until it completely diminished. A large rut was created from the technique, along with a large section of the forest. Their standing was Oken, but gravely wounded. Oken was bleeding with some of his skin burnt off from his torso, arms, and legs and feet, exposing his inner muscles, and the skin that survived is red with steam coming off. Some hair was also burnt off. He looked horrible. Oh, Oken-sama. Miyabi said his name with grave fear as she stared at him with fear and concern for his life. Oken's body shook with pain. He had never felt pain like this before. Oi. Oken looked to Naruto, to see him wiping some imaginary saliva from his bottom lip. Don't kill over on me now. That was just a love tap after all. Naruto said in a husky voice with a stoic expression. Some golden flames came out of the sides of his mouth for a moment. Sugoi tilde tilde, so cool tilde. Kimi, Cha-Cha, Fu, Kuuna and Anaho said, with the first 4 with hearts for eyes and Anaho with stars for eyes. Okun's eyes were wide as he stared at Naruto with fear. Impossible. Grandfather. Okun's eyes, or better yet head, since his eyes are completely white, looked over to Guken. Habakiri no longer resides in Amanohara. He has it in his possession. Guken shouted, pointed towards Naruto. Okun's eyes widened in shock. Him. Oken turned to Naruto who continued to stare at him with half-lidded eyes. Naruto extended his right hand outwards as golden flames came out at and extended up long, and once they dispersed, there in all its glory was the legendary Habakiri in Naruto's hands. Those who didn't know of Naruto possessing the legendary Maken, stared in pure shock and disbelief, while Naruto's friends stared with shock and worry on what Naruto was doing. Oken, or should I said Kusu, stared at the sword in awe, and slowly he started to grin maliciously. Mine. Nah. I'm pretty sure this is owned by me now. Yatsuno Obaken trusted me with it. Naruto said as he spun the blade in hand to the side, in windmill formation. Give it to me, now. Oken shouted. What's the magic word? Naruto teased in a stoic tone. Oken screamed as he rocketed over to Naruto, but he was effortlessly punched in the face. Skidding across the ground, Oken held his now bleeding nose as he came to a halt. You, never learned manners, have you? Little shit. I'll take that as a no. Give me the blade so I can cut myself with it. Oken screamed as he got back up, slamming his feet hard into the ground, causing the earth to shake, causing everyone, but Naruto and Himegami, the latter sitting, to stumble. Kuuna had to be held by Anaho to keep her from falling. That's rather dark. Naruto said with a dull stoic expression, making Oken growl. But if you want to get cut, Naruto patted the flat side of Habakiri against his palm as it glowed, alerting Oken and everyone else. I'll be happy to do so. Naruto glared at Oken. Himegami gasped as she knew what was coming next. Naruto wait. Naruto ignored his little sister, as he burst forward, charging at Oken with the blade ready. Oken grinned in excitement and delight as Naruto came closer. Naruto. Haruko screamed as the members of Maken and Leo, were shocked and frightened by what the blonde shinobi was doing. Stop, you idiot. Himegami screamed with fear and her hand extended out. Come to me. Oken shouted with joy. Naruto gave a roar as he slashed at Oken's torso, leaving a large scar. Oken laughed as he was left scarred. Everyone stared in disbelief at what happened. Ahahahahaha. Behold my new power. Oken screamed with his head held high and his arms out to the side. Yada tilde. Okan-sama has won. Miyabi thought with a happy grin and fist pumped. No, no, no. What has he done? Haimgami thought with disbelief and fear. Suddenly Okan's new wound exploded with magma-like liquid and orange energy, shocking everyone. Okan screamed to the heavens in agony, as everyone stared at him in shock. Huh. Nanaga. Haimgami spoke with shock and confusion. Okan fell to the ground with his hand around his melting wound, continuing to scream in bloody agony. Itai, 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 Itai tilde tilde tilde. Okan screamed as Naruto strolled over. Oh tilde, that looks like it hurts, ha kou sukun. Naruto said, bending over a bit with the index and thumb of his right hand cupping his chin. Nani tilde tilde tilde. How is this possible? Okan screamed. Naruto sighed as he leaned back. You really thought I was stupid enough to cut you with just Habakiri's power. I know of the tale. Get cut by this, you're fated to die, but if your will is strong you can become a deity. Or half of one actually. Naruto said. Half. Miyabi questioned within her head. Haimgami blinked as she stared at Naruto. With just Habakiri's power. Haimgami questioned, noticing the way Naruto said his sentence. Wanna know why you're only feeling agony instead of strength? Look. Naruto pointed to Habakiri. Okan just looked up at it, but saw only the blade. Here. Let me make it more noticeable. Naruto said. Suddenly, appearing around the blade was orange chakra, surprising everyone. Nani? Okan shouted. You notice? This is chakra. The chakra of a friend inside me. Habakiri is powerful as hell, but does have its drawback. So I came up with a few ideas on how to withdraw that. I tested this in the labyrinth on a giant ox. It worked perfectly. The only drawback is that it won't exterminate your life after just one cut. Naruto said, standing up straight, looking down at Okan with stoic eyes. Sujina. Amazing. Kimi, Cha-Cha, Anaho, Fu and Kuuna cheered with huge smiles and grins and their arms thrust into the air. Amazing. Furan said breathlessly with shock and amazement, her opened hand hovering underneath her mouth. He can use Habakiri without the effect now. Haimgami whispered with disbelief and amazement. Wait a minute, you tested this on a giant ox. Are you mental? Haimgami yelled with a pissed anime face and sharp teeth. I had to test it somehow. Naruto replied with a shrug. Guken then appeared next to Naruto, ready to attack, but Naruto slammed his fist atop of his head, slamming him into the ground. Butt out, Junior, men are fighting. Naruto said without even turning to him. He was just like a fly to him. Okan crawled away from Naruto, his wound melting with some of the magma-like liquid oozing from his wound. Oh tilde, never took you for the crawling away type. Naruto said. Manukega. Miyabi screamed, making Naruto look to her. How dare you say such a thing about Okan-sama? Who are you? Naruto asked, ticking off Miyabi. I am Okan-sama's personal assistant. Miyabi shouted. When did you get here? Naruto asked, genuinely confused, which just pissed off Miyabi even more. He never noticed me this whole time. Miyabi thought with a growl. You little shit burglar. How dare you not notice my existence? How dare you call Okan-sama a pig when you never even met him? How dare you start a war with him? And how dare you hurt him in any way and form? Miyabi screamed with anger as she pointed accusingly at Naruto. Naruto just blinked at her. Great. A fangirl. Just what I need. Naruto said with an annoyed dull expression. You little shit. Miyabi screamed with anger, but Naruto was already facing away from her, focusing on Okan, who was trying to get up. How dare you ignore me tilde tilde tilde. Miyabi thought menacingly as she grinded her teeth and adjusted her glasses. Okan turned toward Naruto, panting with wide fearful eyes. What? You scared? Naruto asked with a smirk. Of this? Naruto pointed to Habakiri. Okan continued to stare at the weapon. Fine. Naruto shrugged with his eyes closed as the sword vanished via golden flames, surprising everyone. I don't need the help of an ancient sword to kick your ass. Naruto grinned as he cracked his knuckles. My fists are more than enough for that. He's like another Minori. Miyabi thought with surprise and disgust as she adjusted the side of her glasses. Furan stared at the scene, still in shock. Here they both were. Okan and Naruto, facing one another. The powerful old man was trembling in front of the grinning blonde teen. Despite his grand power, he was no match for Naruto. Furin's eyes then focused on Naruto. Her eyes shimmed as she stared at him, her cheeks blushing. Naruto. Furin's heart skipped a beat. She fell even more in love with him. Baka. No one dares insults Ouken Sama like that. How dare you even think such a thing? Miyabi screamed with anger, pointing at Naruto. Naruto's eyes were shadowed as his left eyebrow started to twitch. The vulgar you possess boils my blood beyond that of an active volcano. I don't care if you possess the legendary Habakiri. I'm going to end you pitiful existence with my Maken missing lips, you little impudent shit bald smelly assed creti. Yakamashi. I hate women who scream their heads off. Get lost or stay quiet. Naruto yelled with a pissed off expression, causing a harsh wind to explode from him, causing everyone to lean back from the force along with the leaves flying off the nearby trees. Everyone stayed silent with shocked expressions on their faces, while Naruto glared at Miyabi with a stoic expression still on his face. His whole demeanor oozing with intimidation. Miyabi stared at the glaring, stoic and very intimidating Naruto with shock from the power in just his voice alone. Suddenly she got hot with her downstairs area, releasing some love juices. Hi tilde. Miyabi said with a red blush, adjusting the side of her glasses, and her legs wobbling from fear and excitement. She then realized what came over her, making her freeze. Nani. How the hell can this Lee, this poo, how can this man make me feel this way? Miyabi exclaimed with her glasses adjusting. Naruto just kept his eyes on the panting Oken. And he's ignoring me again. Bastard tilde. Miyabi growled. Why is my body tingling? Kuuna questioned as she held her lower area with a red blush on her cheeks with her body trembling. No way. Naruto-san actually made Kuuna go through early puberty. How did he do that? Uruchi thought with wide shocked anime eyes and a dropped jaw. Uruchi then heard moaning, making her turn to see Cha-Cha, Kimi, Izuki, Fu and Furin's legs shook with their knees together, as their cheeks were completely red. The front of their lower garments were wet. They all came. Uruchi's mind screamed as she stared at the 5 girls with disbelief. Oken glared at Naruto. The blonde staring at him with stoic eyes. Oken growled as he then roared, charging at Naruto. Oken sent a blurring barrage of punches at Naruto, but he kept effortlessly moving around while staring stoically at Oken. Yar. You're really boring, TT Ibeo. Naruto said with a bored tone. Suddenly Naruto's fist slammed into Oken's elbows, sandwiching them together, breaking his arms. Oken growled in pain, before he was suddenly punched right in the right temple, then in the lower jaws, the impact breaking his teeth as he flew away, and landed hard against the ground. TCH. Naruto went with a stoic expression. Miyabi then suddenly was over him with her right heel glowing, revealing her Maken missing lips, but she was suddenly struck by an arrow of light, sending her flying back and into the ground. Naruto blinked his eyes as he turned to his left to see Furin with her Maken Habai out. You stay away from him, you bitch. Furin said glaring at Miyabi, who glared back with a growl. Arigato, Furin-chan. Naruto said with a smile and calm eyes. Hi tilde. Furin cooed with a red blush, holding her right cheek. You little. Miyabi got to her feet as she continued to glare at the 2 blondes. I'll kill you both with my Maken. Miyabi flinched as she looked to Oken, who was back onto his feet, albeit trembling. Don't you dare interfere with this battle. It is mine and no one else's. Stay on the sidelines and only kill whoever interferes, understand? Hi tilde, Oken-sama tilde. Miyabi cooed with a red blush, holding her right cheek. Furin-san and that woman are like the same person. Uruchi thought with a shocked face. Do you think Furin-san and that woman are somehow related? Kuuna asked looking up to Inaho. Maybe they're cousins or something. Inaho said. I am nothing like that bitch. Furin and Miyabi thought as they glared at one another. Oi, Furin-chan. Naruto spoke, earning Furin's attention. Hi. Furin looked to her blonde lover. If you want, you can go ahead and fight her. I can sense you want to take her on. I'm positive you can kick her ass. Naruto said, looking to Furin. Excuse me. Miyabi exclaimed with gritting teeth. Naruto-kun, you understand me so well. I'm falling tilde. Furin thought with a red blush, holding her left cheek. She shook her head, and then got focus. No. I have to focus. Furin thought with determination written all over her face. Hi. Furin exclaimed as she started walking over toward Miyabi. Passing by Naruto and Oken, Furin sweated a bit, feeling her spine shivering just being near the old man. Furin's eyes hesitantly glanced towards Oken, feeling her body tremble with fear as the powerful old man grinned at her, making her heart beat faster in fear. Oken then licked his lips, making Furin freeze and develop a frightened, disgusted expression on her face with her eyes widened as she felt his lust. Suddenly Oken's tongue was set ablaze, making him scream and shocking everyone. Oi! Everyone noticed Golden Asura pinching Oken's tongue between his thumb and index finger. Put that tongue away or else I'm gonna burn it to ashes. Naruto ordered, pointing to Oken with a stoic, yet annoyed expression. Furin looked to Naruto with wide eyes. Naruto nodded his head to the side, gesturing for her to move on. Furin blushed with shimmering her eyes. She nodded as she continued to walk over towards Miyabi, who growled, glaring at Naruto with a shaking fist. Bastard! Miyabi growled with blood-boiling rage. Miyabi's heel glowed as she took a step forward, but Furin stood in front of her with Habaya aimed at her. Your fight is with me. Furin exclaimed. Little whore. Miyabi said with a growl. Golden Asura vanished, allowing Oken to retract his now bleeding, burnt tongue. Not a bad move. Yan said as she and Venus finally made it. Oken roared as he vanished from sight, but suddenly he was smacked in the face by Naruto's palm thrust. Oh, Yan-chan, been a while. Ohio Demetra-chan. Or is it Oyasumi, good night now? Naruto greeted the two girls he liked the most from Venus, while Oken was trembling as Naruto's hand was pressed against his left cheek. Demetra gave a small chuckle with a smile on her face, along with Yan, who only smiled with her arms crossed. For some reason, Naruto had the ability to make them, the coldest members of Venus, to smile genuinely. Where's Takaru-kun? Syria exclaimed, making some of the girls sigh. How dare you smack Ouken-sama? Miyabi screamed. I told you to shut your mouth. Get lost. Naruto yelled with annoyance and an annoyed stoic expression, causing the area to feel the explosion of wind like prior to happen again, causing the girls to shake, while the girls who liked Naruto blushed red, feeling tingly. Furin moaned in ecstasy from feeling Naruto's strong authority, but she managed to shake it off. Acting quickly, Furin grabbed Habaya in a melee weapon manned as the Maken glowed white. She ran over to Miyabi, who was shaking in delight from the feel of power. Miyabi managed to shake it off, but she was too late as Furin swung Habaya, in a baseball bat-like manner, straight into her stomach, making Miyabi's cheeks puff up with her lips puckered out, as she was sent flying far into the forest. Furin got a determined look on her face as she adjusted her glasses, before she sprinted off into the forest to catch up with her opponent. Naruto smirked as he stared at Furin's retreating form, but he noticed Himegami was still kneeling in the same place. Oi, Imouto. Why the hell are you still on the floor like that? Naruto questioned. Why Yakamashi, Fox Baka? Himegami exclaimed as she stood up and went to join the group of girls, but she noticed someone new sprinting towards them. Oji-san. Otahime shouted, but as she skidded to a halt, she realized she was surrounded as the girls of Maken Ki, Akaya and Naruto looked over to her. Otahime blinked as she looked to see her brother slammed into the ground, Hakuto in human form appearing to be dead and her grandfather in an unfavorable position. She then noticed Azuki and Haruko glaring at her, with the redhead cracking her fists. The only thing Otahime could do, scream. Ah! Oken slapped Naruto's hand away and went to knee him in the gut, but Naruto slammed his elbow into the knee, shattering it as it fell to the ground, but Naruto wasn't done. Naruto cracked his fists, before he spun and sent a hard right downward punch right into Oken's face, interlocked his fingers then sent an interlocked punch upward against Oken's jaw. Naruto gut punched him, making Oken spit out saliva, then diagonal uppercut, spun around delivering a backhand, then finally spun around, as his fist then slid across the floor, picking up wind and force. Think of the last move as Takeshi Sendo's smash, aka Deadly Smash or Low Smash, from Hajime no Ippo. Upsy daisy. Tatsumaki. Naruto shouted as he slammed his fist straight into Oken's neck, causing his cheeks to puff up, and then he vomited out blood as a tornado was created from the force and wind picked up from Naruto's punch, sending him spiraling into the air. Once it stopped, Oken was returning to the ground, but a gleam appeared in Naruto's eyes as he summoned Golden Asura with 4 arms to continue the assault, while he turned his back to Oken with his hands in his pockets. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura finished its assault with punches straight to the teeth, right temple, heart and liver, sending Oken flying into the sky with blood coming off his body. Otahime stared into the sky with her jaw dropped and her eyes wide. She shivered in place, feeling fear, true fear, coursing through her body. Her eyes slowly looking down to stare at Naruto. The blonde's eyes were shadowed as he stared away from where Oken once stood, his ethereal being floating behind him. Golden Asura faded away, as everything was silent. Naruto's eyes glanced over to Otahime, making her scream as she fell on her butt and quickly crawled away quickly with her back hitting against a tree. That's my Naruto-kun! Cha-Cha exclaimed as she and the girls cheered. Ma, it was nothing. Naruto said with an embarrassed grin and rubbing the back of his head as he had a blush on his cheek. Otahime trembled with her jaw agape. He's a monster. A monster. No one's that strong. This is a dream. A dream. Otahime's mind screamed. Leo, who had been holding onto the tree Heimgami created to save his life from the mutant Hakuto, had released his grip and fell on his bottom, staring at Naruto. How can there be someone that strong? Leo questioned with shock as she shook. Akaya finally noticed his old colleague. Oh, hopeless Leo. Been a while. Akaya said with a flashy pose with sparkles surrounding him. Akaya, Yaro tilde, why'd you have to come here? Leo said with annoyance just staring at the man. Tilde. Still sore about that little fight of ours back in the day? Akaya, innocently, asked with a smirk. Leo growled at the man. How does a jerk like him get to be so much more successful than a hard worker like me? I would be. Naruto interjected. In fact, you assaulted me the first time we met. I believe it's safe to say you are not a very likable man at all. Naruto said with a dull look. You trespassed in Minori's office. Akaya shouted, pointing accusingly at Naruto. Only to talk to her. Naruto rebutted. You drank one of her sake bottles. And that's enough to start a fight with me. Naruto exclaimed, starting to get annoyed. Reasons aside, I had done what I had to in order to protect a dear friend, and I had not lost our little skirmish. Akaya said with his head turned to the side with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. You didn't win either. Naruto said with dull eyes. Regardless, it does not matter for I had not lost our match. Akaya said with a smirk as he had his chin rest between his extended index and thumb. But he beat you months later. Yen said with a dull look. Whose side are you on? Akaya said through his gritted teeth. Suddenly Akaya heard knuckles cracking, scaring him as his eyes slowly looked to Naruto. Well then, if you're so eager, we can have our rematch right now. The little pause in my fight should be enough time for me to show you not to underestimate me. Naruto said with a menacing grin and half-lidded anime eyes with his hands out, both next to the sides of Akaya's head, with his fingers wiggling. See Chato Mat, hold on a second we can postpone our fight for after our situation is done. Akaya said with his hands up in defense and a nervous grin on his face. He scares Akaya that much. Damn, this kid's something else. Leo thought with wide eyes. Pause. Minerva questioned, tilting her head as she noticed the words, little pause, Naruto used in his sentence. I'm not done with Oken yet. Naruto said, returning his hands into his pockets as he turned to see Oken slam into the ground. Okay, spill. What's your secret? You should have been dead, or more accurate, a beaten corpse right now, but for some reason you're still alive. What is it that's giving you this power to keep yourself up? Naruto wanted answers as he looked to Oken, shaking from pain as he got on his hands and knees. Oken panted with blood leaking from his mouth. Oken glared up at Naruto with rage. Pure anger in his being. You want to see, the reason why I'm still standing. Oken shouted as he got up on his knees, his right fist glowing green, looking as if it was made of pure element. Oh tilde tilde ppai. Takaru came out of nowhere, slamming his fist straight into Okan's left cheek, causing some teeth to come out as Okan was then sent flying away. Takaru stood tall with a glare as he saw a small cloud of dust where Okan then slammed into. Takaru growled as his eyes narrowed. Yo Takaru. Naruto greeted his best friend with his hand up to greet him. Yo. Takaru greeted back, turning his head to Naruto, his serious expression gone. Takaru ku tilde 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 n. Syria cheered with a happy smile, instantly hugging Takaru tightly, her arms wrapped around his neck. Syria. Takaru looked down to Syria, but then noticed the rest of Venus had arrived. Oh, Venus. Hey. Takaru greeted with a hand up. He then appeared next to Naruto, whispering something to the blonde. Hey Naruto, are you going to sleep with Yan and Demetra like you did with the other girls? Takaru whispered. You got something stuck to you. Naruto said pointing to Syria, who still had her arms wrapped around Takaru's neck. Suddenly Syria appeared next to Yan and Demetra. Pissed. Yan, Demetra. Naruto-kun already had sex with Azuki-san. Yan's body froze as her eyes became shadowed as she gritted her teeth with her bottom lip up. Cha-cha-san, Kimi-chan, Furin-san, and even Minori-sama and Aki-sensei. A dark aura surrounded Yan while Demetra just blinked her wide eyes in shock. You two should quickly jump on the wagon before they hog him all to themselves. Syria whispered. But I've only known him for months. And we're not even in a relationship. Demetra said in her usual tone, but was still shocked by the new knowledge. Syria-san, your grip. Takaru choked out with gritting teeth as he held Syria's arm. Era tilde. Naruto-kun has already made love to all the girls he's dated, including the principal and nurse. How scandalous tilde. Minerva said with a giddy smile, holding her left red blushing cheek. Akaya and Leo's jaws dropped, while everyone blushed red, except Yuka, and Kuuna. The latter being confused on what that meant and why everyone was so stunned. Syria blinked as she turned her head to Naruto, sweating a bit, as he stared at her with a stoic expression. You got a big mouth Syria. Naruto said, pointing to the pop star, who laughed nervously with her eyes closed and rubbing the back of her head. What did she mean by, made love? Kuuna asked Anaho, making the elder girl blush red with wide anime eyes and her trademark cat mouth. Akaya and Leo's jaws were hanging with eyes as wide as saucers. Both making, acking, sounds. Lucky motherfucker. Turning back time a bit. Miyabi crashed through the tree, before hitting the ground, tumbling to a halt. Miyabi groaned as she got to her knees, growling as she adjusted her glasses. That bitch! Miyabi shouted. Miyabi sensed a huge energy, causing her eyes to widen. She noticed in the sky, a flying, heavily injured person, and she knew exactly who that person was. Ouken-sama. Miyabi screamed. She got up to her feet and went to run back, but suddenly a light arrow whizzed past her face, burning a new cut on her cheek. Miyabi halted with her eyes widened as she watched Furin walk over with Habaya in hand. Your fight is with me, remember? Furin said with serious determination in her voice. The little whore. Miyabi growled with anger written on her face. She could still remember first meeting her. Miyabi was reading through the list of new third-year girls of Tenbi to train in Kamigari, but she spotted something queer that caught her eye. Takaki, Furin, second year. Miyabi questioned with surprise. She groaned with her bottom lip out as she took out her phone. This is Miyabi Utori. Tell me. What is the meaning of this? The student who is only a second year. Miyabi watched the third years, or so it seemed, but in actuality she was staring at Furin. The young blonde student was using a bow and arrow to face off against her opponent. Apparently from what she discovered, this student can use Habaya, one of the 8 original Maken, and it showed. She perfectly surrounded the non-lethal arrows with a coating of element, to add some extra power to them. So far she successfully defeat 30 opponents. Miyabi had her arms crossed with her right index finger tapping her left bicep. This girl was skilled. Her intuition is impressive. She is definitely powerful. Furin is definitely a prodigy. You're staring at that one for too long. Miyabi turned her head to see Otahime smirking at her. TCH. Miyabi turned her head away from the young Ojo-sama. I can understand why you'd be jealous. Otahime said, still smirking with her hands behind her back. Who said jealous? Miyabi said with a tick mark and a twitching eyebrow. Well, she is like someone else that I've heard was just as good with a certain heel. Focused. Intuitive. Strong-willed. Strict. Determined. I could go on. Otahime said, making Miyabi growl through her throat. It's like looking into a mirror, isn't it? Except you see a younger, more innocent reflection. Why are you bothering to instigate a reaction from me? Miyabi questioned with growing anger. I heard grandfather is interested in her. Otahime said, putting emphasis on the word interested, causing Miyabi's eyes to widen with shock. Memories returning. I wonder if he'll change her mind like he did yours. Miyabi growled as her left fist shook with rage. Just letting you be prepared. Otahime said, smirking as she turned and left. Miyabi growled with pure rage. Little bitch. Miyabi growled out. She looked to Furin, who rolled out of the way of a Tekko Kage strike and shot her opponent in the side, then did a flying roundhouse to her temple, effectively defeating her. That's 31. Miyabi stared at the young girl with an odd sense of jealousy, and something else. For the rest of the day, she watched Furin exceed many expectations. And it just boiled her blood. It had come to this. Okan, Yamato Takaru, demanded to see the young second year who had defeated 48 opponents. Miyabi was leading Furin towards Okan's chambers, secretly harboring a small grudge against the girl for obtaining Yamato's attention. All the while Furin was walking with proper posture. She was feeling nervous. To meet the leader of Kamigari is considered a high honor. She couldn't believe how lucky she is. And it all came through hard work. Furin glanced over to Miyabi, who was walking with the same posture as her. Furin blushed at how perfect she was. To Furin, she is what she is inspired to be. She remembered the first day she saw her. Miyabi glanced to her, forcing Furin to look ahead. Something on your mind? Miyabi questioned. I'm just nervous. Furin said. You should be. You're about to meet the most perfect man to exist. Miyabi said with a wide smile and blush. Do you love him? Furin asked. Miyabi cleared her throat and adjusted her glasses. Miyabi stayed silent, which meant Furin probably stepped out of line. Gomen. HMPH. Miyabi looked ahead. Although, she felt okay with letting her answer slip. I admire the strength he has. I guess you could call it love. Miyabi said, adjusted her glasses. I see. Furin continued to stare ahead, but she blushed as she wanted to ask something else. Do you remember me? Miyabi. Miyabi and Furin froze as they were in front of the very large door that led to Okan's chambers. Send her in. Hi, Okan-sama. Miyabi said with a blush. Go right in, Takaki-san. Miyabi ushered as she opened the door a bit. Hi. Furin said as she then walked right in. Miyabi closed the door and had a stoic look upon her face. After about 13 minutes, the door opened to reveal Yuka Amato. So it is true, Miyabi thought as she watched the young Amato member walk away, silently. The next hour or so, she heard the experience behind those doors. Miyabi's body shook with jealousy and rage. Do you remember me? The words of Furin echoed through her head. Instead of thinking what she meant, she just thought of how she will forever remember her now. And it boiled her blood. The girl, who almost became my replacement. Miyabi thought with a glare and gritting teeth. Furin continued to stare at Miyabi with a serious expression, but her eyes became somber as she stared at the woman. Suddenly a flash of a memory passed through her head. It was of three people. A beautiful blonde female student wearing glasses, a tall brunette-haired male student with red-framed glasses, and a little blonde girl with her hair down. The blonde female student smiled down at the girl adjusting her glasses, while the little girl smiled back, while the brunette teen boy laughed. Furin's eyes shimmered with sadness. You still don't remember me. Furin thought with sadness. Furin Takaki, despite my better judgment, I will give you one last chance to walk away. Miyabi said, adjusting her glasses. Furin narrowed her eyes at Miyabi. Seeing that the student wasn't going to back down, she released her glasses and stared at Furin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Miyabi then disappeared from sight. Furin rolled under a kick, dodging Miyabi's flying kick with her Maken heel. Miyabi stomped her other heel where Furin was, but Furin parried the heel with Habaya. Miyabi hopped back and glared at Furin. Furin quickly shot at Miyabi with a few light arrows, but Miyabi kicked the light arrows away with her Maken, making them disappear from each kick. I'll admit, it's surprising to see you use Habaya without becoming exhausted. Miyabi admitted. I trained. Believe it or not, Kamigari is weak compared to the organization that has trained me and the rest of Maken-ki and Venus. Hold your tongue, child. Insulting Kamigari is the same as insulting Okan-sama. Miyabi shouted with new annoyance as she adjusted her glasses. Why are you still so loyal to him? You know what he has done. And yet you still talk to him in such high regards. Where is your respect? Furin shouted. Respect. I only respect the strong. Miyabi exclaimed. That's not what you always thought. Furin said. Miyabi growled as she charged at Furin and sent a sharp kick with her Maken, but Furin blocked it and shot an arrow, only for Miyabi to move to the side from point blank. Miyabi sent a jab, Furin dodged, then attempted a slap, but Furin ducked, only to get kneed in the jaw. Miyabi grabbed Furin by the hair and started slapping Furin in the face over and over again. Furin quickly jabbed Miyabi's throat, making the older blonde cough and release her, as she grabbed her throat. Furin gave a sweep kick, making Miyabi fall to the ground. Furin quickly got atop of Miyabi, and punched her in the left cheek, then again, but Miyabi grabbed her arm and pushed it away. Miyabi grabbed Furin by the throat and started choking her. Furin quickly brought back her knee and slammed it in Miyabi's frontal region, making the older blonde's eyes widen and her cheeks to expand. Furin slammed Habaya against Miyabi's throat, making her cough up. The two glared at one another, choking the other. They growled at one another with anger in their eyes. Miyabi hated this girl so much. Even now, Okan considered her a great asset. The moment she graduates, Yamato was going to make her his. She wanted to be Yamato's. She was always tired of the whores with big power levels and skills. She was still superior to many and yet she hadn't been used by him in years. What made Furin more deserving of his attention than her? Her skills. He know how. The fact that she's the one who got away. Why? Suddenly a tear hit her cheek, surprising Miyabi as she stared at Furin, finally noticing she was crying. Miyabi's eyes blinked. Why? Why is she crying? You really don't remember me? Furin said with a gritted frown. Miyabi's eyes blinked in confusion. Furin's mouth quivered as more tears streamed down. Furin suddenly delivered a headbutt straight to Miyabi's nose, making it bleed. Furin leaned her head back, trembling as her glasses fell off. I have the same last name. How the hell do you not remember me from 9 years ago? Furin shouted with her eyes being shadowed, but the tears continued to fall. Normally after receiving a painful attack like that, Miyabi would be furious, but instead she was feeling confused. Why was Furin so obsessed with her remembering her, from 9 years ago? Did she meet her when she was just a child? She just couldn't remember. You're too lost, aren't you? You can't remember. Damn it. Furin shouted as her lips continued to quiver. Why? Furin's strength on pushing Habaya against Miyabi's throat lessened. Why can't you remember me? Remember him. Furin sobbed. Him? Miyabi questioned, but when she heard him, she quickly remembered Okan. She realized the position she was in, so she kicked Furin away. Furin rolled against the ground, as Miyabi quickly got to her feet and adjusted her glasses. TCH. Like I'd ever forget Okan-sama. He has changed and you should accept that like I have. Miyabi exclaimed pointing a finger at the Neil Furin. Not Okan, you idiot. I'm talking about my brother. Furin screamed with many tears coming down her eyes. Miyabi looked at her with confusion, an eyebrow raised. You really don't remember. I'm Mugetsu Takaki's little sister. Furin shouted with anger and sadness. A spark flashed through Miyabi's head as a flash of a brunette young man flashed into her memory. The area became silent for a few moments before a word was uttered. Huh. Forget it. Furin got to her feet. That seems to be the only thing you're good at now. Forgetting your past and friends. Minori had told me you were a friend of hers once, before you left to Kamigari in your second year. You changed to someone almost unrecognizable. Minori and I. Friends. That disrespectful dunce of a so-called principal. Please. Miyabi adjusted her glasses. You didn't think that before. You admired her idea to start Maken Key. You just never had a chance to join because he got to you first. I chose to side with Okan-sama because he is powerful and a true leader. Miyabi argued. Or is that what he made you believe? Furin suggested, making Miyabi flinch in surprise. How do you know that what I'm telling you is a lie? What would I gain from it? Why would I even bother to convince someone who's hurt my friends, let my best friend become a sex toy and did nothing, and led me down to a path that cost me my innocence? Furin trembled as her lips quivered. Despite all that, I don't hate you. Miyabi became shocked. I never could. You made him happy. You inspired me. You were a good person. Miyabi Nei-chan. Miyabi flinched with shock. Nei-chan. Ha ha ha. Looks like she really likes you, Miyabi-chan. A voice echoed in her head. Miyabi grabbed her forehead, sweating a bit as her eyes shook. What was that? Now. Miyabi looked back to Furin. You've become a person who's so obsessed with a man. A cretin. Doing everything to please him, while he just uses you like a tool. What are you babbling on about? Miyabi shouted with new anger, but also confusion and a hint of fear. You don't realize it. It's sad. You haven't ever thought that you're just another victim of the monster's soul collector. Furin said. Miyabi froze as her eyes widened with shock. She started developing fear, but why? Why was she feeling betrayed? Betrayed. Shut up. Miyabi screamed as she dashed at Furin. Miyabi leapt and sent a flying roundhouse that Furin blocked with Habaya. How dare you suggest such a thing? Yamato Takaru would never betray me like that. Miyabi screamed as she continued to send a barrage of kicks to Furin, who blocked it with Habaya. No Sama at the end of his name. Miyabi growled with anger. Miyabi landed onto her hands and sent a rising double kick to Furin, which sent her flying, despite blocking it with Habaya. Miyabi quickly landed to her feet and jumped high into the air and started kicking Furin all over her body. Sozo Dekanai, inconceivable, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai, Sozo Dekanai. Miyabi spun and slammed a kick into Furin's stomach, sending his rocketing to the ground, causing a dust cloud. Furin groaned as her body shook with pain. Furin cracked her eyes open to see Miyabi diving towards her. I'll devour you. Miyabi screamed as her right heel glowed green. Furin's eyes widened as Miyabi got closer. Furin quickly rolled away in time as Miyabi sent a kick that created a pair of green giant lips that slammed into the ground where Furin was a second ago. Miyabi wasn't thinking straight. Only now did she realize that her Maken had not disappeared. Miyabi was going to land on her big eater, about to be devoured. Suddenly she was struck with a light arrow, sending her flying away from the giant lips on the ground, and slamming into a tree. Furin panted as Habaya stopped glowing. Yata, Furin said with a sigh. You little bitch. Miyabi got to her feet. How dare you pity me like that? I never required help. Miyabi screamed as she charged forward, the previous lips she created vanishing. Miyabi sent a sideways kick, the Furin blocked, then a jab kick into Furin's stomach. Miyabi jumped and delivered a spinning vertical kick. Furin blocked it with Habaya and pushed Miyabi away. Quickly sending an orb straight into Miyabi's cleavage, Furin followed up with firing 3 light arrows. Miyabi however quickly sent a kick that created a big eater that devoured the light arrows. Habaya. An amazing Maken. One of the original 8. The ability to always land a hit on their target, so long as they have touched an orb created by the bow. Miyabi said with a smirk as she picked the small orb from her cleavage with her index and middle fingers. However, my Maken missing lips and big eaters can devour anything they touch. Your arrows are nothing compared to them. They are the perfect counter. Miyabi exclaimed with a grin as she crushed the orb with her fingers. Furin narrowed her eyes at Miyabi, readying an arrow. You know I should warn you, that ever since we discovered Akaya's blunder, as of the Shishigami have trained to prepare in case we were to cross paths with that blonde bastard, Naruto Uzumaki. Guken and Hakuto still didn't compare in strength. Obviously their mistake seeing as apparently the little brat far exceeds anyone in physical strength. However I have done something better. I have developed a new technique. Miyabi smiled with superiority as she pushed up her glasses. Furin's eyes narrowed. Don't slouch. Miyabi said with a grin. Miyabi's missing lips glowed bright green as her entire foot and foreleg glowed bright, as if made of element. Miyabi brought her glowing leg up and started sending jabbing kicks that created a barrage of miniature miniature eaters if you will, that flew towards Furin. Feeding frenzy. Furin took in a deep breath in through her nose as Habaya glowed white. Archer Brigade. Furin shot numerous light arrows that countered and cancelled the green flying lips. The two continued to send more barrages of miniature eaters and light arrows, both techniques cancelling the other out upon contact. Furin groaned as she focused on her attack, while Miyabi growled as she continued to kick more miniature eaters. The outcome determined on whose stamina would deplete faster. So far Furin was keeping up, but she was starting to feel the exhaustion of using Habaya so much. With Miyabi, she was running on rage, adrenaline, but the human brain could process the chemicals so much, she was starting to feel the mental strain of being so angry, bringing new fatigue. Despite losing energy, the two continued to fire their projectiles. You think my big eater is dangerous? My miniature ones are just as deadly. They're the equivalent of sniper rifles. They will go right through your body in a straight pattern, leaving holes throughout you to bleed out. You'll be Swiss cheese, Takaki Furin. Miyabi mentally screamed. Furin groaned as she felt her energy depleting. Her barrage lessening. Miyabi's feeding frenzy started to increase, but Furin remained strong, to keep matching them, but the power behind her light arrows is decreasing. Yada. You're losing energy the more you use Habaya. I'll finish you now. Miyabi started giving a war cry as she increased her pace. The barrage of miniature lips started to increase, getting closer to Furin. Furin's body was sweating as she started feeling exhaustion. The barrage was getting closer. She was seeing more lips than light. She was losing. Naruto, I'm sorry. I couldn't beat her. Furin thought with new tears. Suddenly a red-violet light shot from out of nowhere, and got in between the clashing barrage, breaking apart the miniature lips and light arrows, shocking Miyabi and Furin. A roar then followed, causing a force of energy to burst from the light, decimating the barrage and sending the two blondes flying into trees. Furin groaned as she held her side in pain. Looking up she saw it was Takaru, surrounded in a red-violet energy with steam coming out of his mouth, and his eyes totally blank. Takaru. Furin thought with surprised eyes. He's not here. Takaru said, looking around. He suddenly sensed a new energy, causing him to face a certain direction and rocket over towards it. Furin blinked her eyes at what the heck that was about. Furin noticed a shadow over her. She looked up to see Miyabi above her with her leg up high. Furin rolled away, as Miyabi sent her heel down, cracking the ground Furin was on. Furin flinched with an eye closed as she held her side. Miyabi took advantage and kicked Furin in the stomach, sending her a bit away. Furin moaned with pain. Miyabi wrapped her arm around Furin's neck and lifted her up, holding her in the sleeper hold. Miyabi's missing lips glowed as she sent a kick that created a big eater. Grabbing Furin's head, Miyabi grinned maliciously as she started pushing Furin's face closer to the big eater. Furin's eyes were wide as she tried to fight Miyabi's strength, but Miyabi's strength was still greater, and it didn't help that Furin was almost out of element. As he face got closer to the lips, Furin's eyes became teary again. Nei-chan, don't. Furin said as she started to cry. I am not your Nei-chan. And even if that was who I was, she is dead. You will never see her again. You hear me? Miyabi screamed with an angry expression. Dead. Suddenly a flash of Furin's memories came to her. It was of a beetle. Dead. The beetle got onto the arm of what appeared to be a younger Furin. A child. Dead. The younger Furin flinched and closed her eyes. Dead. Young Furin got brave and looked to the beetle, seeing it was harmless. Dead. Furin smiled as she brought her arm closer and observed the beetle more. Dead. The child Furin laughed. Dead. Child Furin smiled at the teen student in front of her. Dead. A young, smiling Miyabi Utori. Dead. No. Furin screamed as her body suddenly radiated, shocking Miyabi. Furin suddenly exploded with light. Back with Maken, Ki and Venus, they all sensed new energy burst. They all turned to see light in a far direction of the forest. Most of them wondered what it was, but Naruto and Yuka knew who it was. Furin. Yuka thought with concern for her best friend. A foot stomped into the ground, shaking the earth, making everyone turn to see Oken, still alive and pissed, steam coming out of his mouth as he panted. Oken growled with anger as he showed a tiny green fragment in his hand. Naruto's eyes widened as he knew what that fragment was. Behold, your destruction. Oken screamed as he stabbed his hand into his left pectoral, shocking everyone. Oken's teeth gritted in pain. His hand went deeper and deeper in, until he stabbed the fragment into his heart. Oken's eye glowed green as he then roared with power. Power seeped through Oken's muscles. The muscles grew in size, hulking as Oken grew in size. Everyone stared in horror. So this is what a tiny piece of that statue can do. Naruto questioned as he stared at the now larger, hulking Oken. His muscles bulging to inhuman size, with green steams of energy seeping from his body. Holy shit. Once those words were uttered, Oken fired a kodadama that was as big as the mouth cannon Naruto had shot out previously. Everyone screamed as they covered their eyes. Naruto quickly appeared closer to the blast, in front of the group to stop the blast, but a new being appeared in front of him, taking the blast. Naruto watched in shock as the being absorbed the kodadama. After a few moments, the kodadama ceased, allowing everyone to look to see a green being in front of Naruto. No way. Anaho said with shock and amazement. Yes. Good job, Sentinel. Takaru cheered with a grin and thumbs up, earning one from his spirit. Dude, that's your spirit. He's fucking awesome. Naruto exclaimed with a grin. Takaru-sama, you're so cool tilde. Anaho cheered with hearts for eyes. Why is he so cool? Uruchi growled with gritting teeth as she held the sides of her head. Haruko blinked her eyes as she stared at Takaru. Take, Haruko spoke softly as her eyes shimmered with admiration and affection. Oh tilde 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 Takaru ku tilde 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 n. You're so ku tilde l. Syria cooed with delight, amazement and head over heels affection. And she was still holding onto him. Oken roared as he charged and punched Sentinel in the face, causing it to fly away. Takaru spat out blood, shocking everyone. Takaru-kun. Syria shouted. Takaru shook as he held his bruised cheek. Ow tilde 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 tilde. Takaru whined with teary eyes. That shit really tilde tilde hurt tilde 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 ts. Oken roared as he charged at Sentinel again, but Golden Asura appeared and punched Oken's fist, causing a shockwave, sending the other flying back. Takaru stayed strong and only skidded back. Takaru-kun, you're so strong. Syria exclaimed. Oken roared as he sent another punch, but Golden Asura punched him away. You got to be more focused, dude. Golden Asura said, with Naruto's voice turning to Sentinel. What the hell just happened? How come that hurt so badly? Sentinel asked, with Takaru's voice, as he rubbed his cheek, despite it being armored. The freak's so pumped up on element that even a good punch from him will seriously hurt us. So keep your guard. Oh man tilde. Sentinel whined as it and Golden Asura disappeared as Takaru and Naruto took their places. That sucks. Takaru complained. Tell me about it. Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. Syria was still latched onto Takaru, blinking her eyes. Syria. Takaru spoke, earning the popstar's attention. Go to the others. Naruto and I are taking on Oken. But Takaru-kun. Enough. I don't want you to get hurt by this maniac, so just stay with the other. Are we clear? Takaru said with much authority in her voice. Syria stared at Takaru with shimmering eyes, as her love and admiration for him grew. Oh Takaru-kun tilde. Syria hugged him tighter. He said go. Naruto said with dull eyes. Right. Syria said standing up straight and started running towards the others. Good luck, Takaru-kun tilde. Syria called out with a smile and wave. Oken growled as he stared at the two. He noticed Hakuto's body on the floor, causing him to grin. Kimi got back up, to see Naruto and Takaru facing the overpowered Oken. Naruto-kun. I can help too. Kimi exclaimed as she got up and ran over. Kimi wait. Fu called out. Kimi was running over as fast as she could, only to bump into Syria. Kimi-chan, you shouldn't join them. Things are about to get really dangerous. Syria said with her hands on Kimi's shoulders. But I can help too. I have a spirit as well, remember. Kimi said as violet haze appeared behind Kimi. I know that, but let's believe in the men we love. They're strong enough on their own. Syria said with a smile. She then picked up Kimi and placed her on her shoulder. Besides, if Okan can leave a nasty bruise on Takaru-kun's face by punching his spirit, then no telling what could happen with yours. But I don't think regular punches really work on Violet Hayes. She is a mist. Kimi said, pointing to her following spirit. Suddenly Okan disappeared, alerting everyone, as he then appeared next to Hakuto's charred body. All that power gone to waste. Okan said as he grabbed Hakuto by the back of the head, lifting him up. Seeing as you're so loyal, I'll give you more of my strength to kill off those little bitches over there. Okan then sent a surge of his energy into Hakuto, causing his whole body to convulse as it glowed entirely pure green. Kill for me, Phantom. Show me your dedication. Kill them all. Okan exclaimed as Hakuto's body changed once more. Okan released him as Hakuto grew in size. Hakuto started to become a giant. His right arm grew into a sickly yellow-colored giant three-clawed arm. His left split apart and grew into two separate left arms with razor-sharp claws, his legs large with two claws in the front and one in the back of both feet. The area of his crotch became armored. His abs and pecs became an exoskeletal armor, spikes came out of his back, and his lower jaw grew longer as his teeth became sharp. His hair all came together and flowed like an anti-gravity mane. And he grew a tail. His left eye became squinted while the other remained hidden behind a monocle. Hakuto was on his feet, panting like a wild animal, hungry for blood. Yes, Okan-sama. Hakuto quickly disappeared. Suddenly Syria and Kimi were kicked towards the other. Luckily Violet Hayes blocked the attack for them so it didn't hurt that much. Kimi. Syria. Haruko shouted as they rolled towards her and the others. Hakuto panted as he started trekking over. Naruto and Takaru went to run over to the others, but Okan appeared in front of them, making them stop in their tracks. Your battle is with me. Okan said with a sadistic grin. The two growled and glared at Okan before they cursed. Damn. Back with Furin and Miyabi. Miyabi had broken through a tree, coughing, and groaning as she held onto her side. Slowly getting up to her feet, she looked over towards Furin to see her body glowing white, surprising her. Furin had her eyes closed as she could feel the light inside her. Calling to her. Talking to her. When she opened her eyes, the light started to vanish. Miyabi managed to break herself out of her stupor state. She growled as she started making her way over to Furin. You little, Miyabi growled as she charged over. Furin turned her head over towards the charging Miyabi. Habaya glowed a heavenly white aura as Furin brought it up and aimed it towards Miyabi. A white arm then came out of Furin and placed its hand on the Maken, pulling back on the string of it, as 4 new light arrows. Furin looked to it to see it had a bracelet on with a ring on its ring finger and one on its pinky, but a cloth was attached to the ring finger ring and extended all the way to Furin's body, probably attached to something else from the white entity that must be inside her. The hand of the white being released its grip on the string, causing the 4 light arrows to shoot at Miyabi. Miyabi quickly sent a kick with missing lips, causing a big eater to appear to devour the light arrows. However, the light arrows themselves suddenly flew around the big eater, shocking Miyabi, right before they stuck her, sending her flying through numerous trees, and slamming into one final one. Furin gasped in shock as she watched the big eater vanish and Miyabi lay upon the ground in pain. Furin quickly ran over towards her. Miyabi moaned in pain as she tried getting to her feet, but she didn't even have the strength to get up onto her knees. Miyabi felt weak and useless. All that training just to be outdone by the girl she was jealous of most. She had suddenly felt someone grasp her arm, making her turn to see Furin, with a somber look, wanting to help her up. This girl who had defeated her wanted to help her to her feet. Why? Pity. To be the bigger woman. Miyabi couldn't stand it. She slapped Furin in the face, tossed her to the ground and got on top of her as she started to choke the life out of her with her bare hands. Miyabi growled with anger written all over her face. She watched as Furin started choking, desiring air. Miyabi glared at Furin, just wanting to see the life leave her eyes. She couldn't take this girl anymore. She just wanted her to die. 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 Miyabi's angry eyes widened a bit as she saw the look on Furin's face. It wasn't a look of fear, or anger, or even one of desperation. It was of sadness, but not of failing to defeat her or failing to be of use. Furin was sad, because it's Miyabi who's choking her. In her eyes, Furin's eyes reflected sadness of the fact that it is Miyabi who is trying to kill her. Who is she? How does she know her? And why does Miyabi feel like her heart is breaking the more she is causing Furin pain? What is happening? Miyabi was feeling guilt, sorrow, regret, remorse, everything that made her feel less of the person she is. She did not like these feelings. She does not like the feelings this girl is giving her. She needs to. Something wet had suddenly struck Furin's cheek. Was it a tear? Miyabi is crying. Instead of anger, Miyabi too had an expression of sadness. She didn't know what she was doing, but despite the tears, she did stop trying to choke the life out of Furin. Everything was spiraling for Miyabi. This girl. These feelings. The name Mugetsu. What has happened? I have to kill you. Miyabi watched as Furin's eyes shed a flood of tears. Miyabi's heart broke even more, causing her tears to be floods as well. What is with these feelings she has for the girl? Suddenly Miyabi was whacked in the stomach by something, causing her to release Furin as she went airborne. Furin coughed a bit, before taking in a huge amount of air into her lungs. Furin panted, feeling exhausted and pained. A hand extended towards her brought her back to her senses. She looked up to see it was Kengo. Blinking her eyes, she is surprised to see her best friend's boyfriend come to her aid. Taking his hand, Kengo assisted Furin to her feet, letting her lean on his body when she almost fell to the ground. Easy. From the looks of it, you're all tired out. Kengo said. Thank you, Kengo. Furin thanked the dark-haired teen. Don't worry about it, Kengo said with a smile. We're friends after all. Furin looked to him. Besides, you're my Yuka-chan's best friend and one of her most important people, if not the most. Since you're important to her, you are important to me too. Kengo said with a grin. Furin's eyes widened and then shimmered as she felt touched by his kindness to her and his love to her best friend. Hearing a groan, Furin turned her head to see Miyabi try and get to her knees. Getting off of Kengo, Furin started walking over to Miyabi. Kengo didn't follow, out of respect for Furin, knowing that she wanted to take care of this on her own, but he was still ready for anything. Furin stopped in front of Miyabi's trembling body. Tears fell from Miyabi's eyes. Her teeth gritting. You don't remember me. Furin spoke, making Miyabi's fist tighten. You don't remember my brother either. Furin spoke once more, causing Miyabi's fist to shake. Then let me refresh your memory. Furin spoke softly. My name is Furin Takaki. I am the younger sister of Mugetsu Takaki, and he was the man who was in love with you. Furin spoke, shocking Miyabi. 9 years ago, my family and I traveled over to Tenbi to surprise my older brother, Mugetsu, who was a first year at Tenbi. There I met you through him. You were his tutor. I remember how highly he spoke of you through his letters and phone calls I've had with him. When we first met, I made a joke about you being my new Nei-chan, because of how much my brother said he wanted to marry you. Although it was a joke, for some reason, you accepted me as a pseudo-sister. Furin smiled as she shed a tear. You taught me so much. From lessons to know in school to ones to take in with life. I loved learning from you. You became my idol. I wanted to be just like you. You became my inspiration. The dedication you showed, the joy for the life you were lucky to have, the school that modeled you, and your friends, Minori and my brother being two of them. I wanted to be so much like you that I adopted your posture, way of life, everything, but then, you left. Ever since you trained at Kamigari, you became an entirely different person 2 months later. I couldn't even recognize you, you didn't even recognize me, yet I still wanted to be just like you. Even though I followed the path you carved, I strayed from it when I finally met him. I've never been more thankful and yet so sad that you were seduced by him. Brainwashed into forgetting me and my brother. The area became silent. Mugetsu. Miyabi started. If this is all true, then why wasn't he there to come after me? Because he was killed by you. Furin confessed, shocking Miyabi, gasping from the shock. When that monster, Okan, no, Kuso no Makoto, violated me, he boasted about how he did my brother in. He took pleasure in the fact that he had you wrapped around his finger, but he knew as long as you were connected to my brother, his hold on you could instantly shatter at any moment. He had his men kidnap my brother, dress him up as one of their soldiers and, had you kill him. Furin cried with more tears shedding. The initiation, Miyabi thought with shock. When she was still a student, she was offered early graduation. Her initiation into Kamigari was to extinguish the life of a selected number of soldiers chosen by Kamigari. All were masked. She remembered she couldn't hear their words clearly, as if their mouths were taped. She then remembered something, a young brunette man with half his face missing, and her crying, but she obeyed when Okan told her to move on. Who was he? Was he? It couldn't be true. It just. Suddenly Miyabi felt a pair of arms wrap around her. Moog ni-sama, loved you very much, and I do as well. Furin said with a somber tone in her voice as tears came down her eyes. Miyabi's eyes shook in disbelief. This can't be real. Not of it, but, it felt all too truth. What's happening? Why is this all happening? Has her life been based on a lie? But how? When? Okan. Yamato Takaru. Kusu no Makoto. A pair of lips kissed her cheek. They were Furin's. Miyabi remained still as she felt the affectionate kiss upon her cheek. It was so warm and loving. This girl, she was not lying to her, was she? Goodbye, Ne-sama. Furin said her teary goodbye to the person she looked up to the most before standing back onto her feet. Furin started walking back towards the fight where Okan and Maken were. Her legs were shaking with each step. The exhaustion and pain taking much out of her. She suddenly noticed her glasses being extended to her. Looking over, she saw Yusui extending her glasses to her. Arigato. Furin thanked the dark-haired shinobi in training. Are you nearsighted or far-sighted? Kengo asked. I don't remember. It's been so long. I just wear these because, they were my brothers. Furin said with a fond smile as she stared at the glasses. Kengo's eyes softened as he could sense the pain of remembering her late elder brother. Sighing, Kengo got in front of Furin and bent over. Well, get on. We can get there faster together if you hang on to me. Kengo said, ushering for Furin to get on his back. I'll be fine. Furin said, putting her glasses back on. Please don't lie to me. Just get on my back. Kengo said. There's no saying no to you, is there? You could try, but we'll be here all night if you try to change my mind. Furin smiled down at the younger teen. She got onto his back. Once safely secured, Kengo got up and started hopping from tree to tree. You're very stubborn. Furin spoke. You're our president. Can't let you go walk around in pain like that. Not after all the stuff you do for everyone. Besides, we're friends after all. Kengo said with a smile. Furin smiled with joy at Kengo's words. Yusui. Yeah. Kengo turned his head to the smiling Furin. Yuka chose the right one. Kengo's eyes widened a bit as he blushed at the statement. He smiled, feeling honored that Furin said that. Honestly, it made his day. Naruto and Takaru blocked punches from Okan, causing shockwaves. Okan suddenly started a barrage of punches to the two. Naruto and Takaru summoned their spirits' arms to block the punches as well, but the punches still hurt the arms of both spirits and hosts. Okan gave a boisterous laugh as he sent a powerful double punch to them, causing an explosion of elemental energy, causing Naruto and Takaru to fly back, but they managed to hit their feet back into the ground. Naruto noticed the trouble behind Okan. Hakuto roared as he charged towards the group of Maken, Venus and Leo. Himegami's eyes glowed as she brought her hand up. A wall of lightning appeared in front of them, that Hakuto slammed into. Hakuto grind against the lightning, which did not alarm Himegami, but when Hakuto's claw hands broke right through the wall, shocking everyone, as Hakuto split the lightning wall apart. Frightened Ojo-sama. Hakuto teased with a malicious grin, as he leaned towards Himegami. Himegami's eyes shook with shock and fear at the impossible feat Hakuto had done. Hakuto broke the lightning wall apart and slashed Kodama away with his two left arm and claws. Kodama. Azuki shouted. Demetra appeared next to Hakuto. Jingu, trident ready, but as she was next to him, he vanished and appeared behind her. Demetra, in shock, turned only to get punched away by Hakuto's giant right claw. Yan sent a sideways chop infused with lightning that caused an invisible blade of lightning to shoot at Hakuto, but all that happened was the blade of lightning to disperse without bringing harm to Hakuto. Damn. How hard is that body? Yan wondered to herself. Yan looked to Demetra, and vice versa, both nodding. As if they had a telepathic link, knowing what the other was planning. Hakuto's body was suddenly starting to get struck by lightning balls that had no effect. Hakuto turned to see it was Leo, giving his all by sending a blinding barrage of lightning balls. Baka. Lightning doesn't affect me anymore. My armor bounces back any elemental attack off my body. Nothing can kill me. Hakuto yelled with arrogance. Hakuto charged at Leo, paralyzing the man with fear as Akaya jumped in front of him with his Maken swindle ready for attack. Nothing, Minerva chimed as her finger glowed. Hakuto's left leg had suddenly disappeared, causing the giant mutant of a man to fall to the ground. Seems like my ability is as sharp as ever. I still breathe. Hakuto said as he pushed off his hand claws and balanced on his sole foot. Maybe not for long, Minerva said with a smile. Suddenly, Hakuto was hit with a large amount of water. Blinking his eyes, Hakuto was confused on what the hell that was supposed to accomplish. Out of nowhere, Yan jumped onto his back. It's over. Yan spoke. Sending electricity to her hands, Yan created a current of electricity all throughout Hakuto's body, electrocuting the beast of a man. Nani? B. Bacana. Hakuto screamed. You said your armor could protect you from lightning strikes, but how about a current going through the invading water within your body? This exoskeleton may be useful as armor, but all armor has holes and cracks in it. Just enough for liquid to pass by them and be absorbed into the body. Yan said as she continued to electrocute Hakuto. I see. Demetra used her control over water to drench Hakuto and have it seep right into his body through the cracks in his exoskeleton. Yan then just uses her manipulation of electricity to send a current straight through the water particles inside and out of Hakuto, creating a current that goes straight into his body. Genius. Heimgami thought with an impressed smile. No, this is not how it's supposed to end. Hakuto screamed as his body exploded with energy, causing everyone to fly away. Meanwhile, Naruto and Takaru were matching Okan's barrage of fists with their own, but they sensed the explosion of energy. Naruto grabbed Okan's arm and punched him into the ground. Huh. Naruto said as he and Takaru looked over to see Hakuto's muscles grow to gargantuan size with his body turning blue and green glowing veins appear all over his body. His missing leg having been returned or replaced. Alright then worms. Time to suffer. Hakuto said as he vanished from sight. Yan was suddenly hit with a new bleeding wound, then Demetra. Minerva's finger glowed, but suddenly Hakuto rocketed into the air as he grew wings that were a mix of bat and fly wings. He sensed my attack immediately when I conjured it. Minerva thought with shock. Hakuto dived at her, but Yuka managed to grab Minerva and jump away in time, but a tentacle-like whip came out of Hakuto's hand and lashed at Yuka, scarring her back, and sending her and Minerva rocketing into a rock. Guys! Naruto shouted as he ran over with Takaru, but Okan appeared in front of him, grabbing him by the neck and rocketing into the sky. You're fighting me, remember? Okan antagonized, making Naruto growl. Takaru tried to hurry over, but more tentacle whips came from the ground, grabbing him. Hakuto chuckled as he lifted his whips from out of the ground, then brought Takaru high up into the air, as he followed by slamming the reddish-haired teen into the ground repeatedly. Takaru-kun. Syria screamed his name with worry and fear, but then she got angry. You ugly freak. I'll show you to never mess with a girls. Suddenly she was hit in the head by Hakuto's elbow. I am not ugly. I have been blessed with an even greater source of Okan-sama's power. I'm beautiful. More than that, Hakuto retracted his whips holding Takaru and then slammed a headbutt to Takaru's head and threw him far away. I'm gorgeous. Hakuto cried with glee to the heavens. Take. Haruko screamed her crush's name with new fear for his health. Anaho gave a war cry as she appeared above Hakuto with Kamuto ready, but Hakuto appeared above her and slammed both his interlocked claws down on top of her, sending her into the ground, where he stomped his foot onto her head, and laughed. Haruko growled as Hakuto resumed attacking the others. Haruko gripped her Baken tightly and waited. Closing her eyes, she sensed Hakuto incoming. Jumping away, Haruko swung her Baken, faster than the eye could see, cutting off Hakuto's right arm. Impressive. And all with only a Baken. It must be a marvel to see you wield Murakumo. Hakuto said, actually impressed by Haruko's skills. However, Hakuto's severed right arm shot out tentacles that wrapped around Haruko's body tightly, making her breasts stick out more. It's a Maken key story. What do you expect? You are still an unexperienced hatchling. Hakuto said with a sharp-toothed grin. Hakuto roared with energy, laughing as he continued to torment his victims. Kimi was still lying on the floor, but she managed to start it and get herself up. Resting on her knees, she looked around with concern and fear as she watched everyone getting attacked by an invisible force. Or at least invisible to her. What's happening? Why is everyone bleeding? Could this all just be a dream? Kimi questioned, hoping the answer to her last question was, yes, but she knew it was not true. She knew what was happening. Hakuto noticed Kimi was wide open, making him grin at the new fresh meat. Rocketing towards her, Hakuto prepared to end her life first with his claws. Coming closer and closer, he thrust his left arms forward, causing blood to flying. Kimi's eyes widened as she stared ahead. In front of her were Cha-Cha and Azuki, protecting her. Hey, bug bitch, you want to hurt her, you'll have to go through me first. Azuki said with a pained grin. She had her armored leg up, but one of Hakuto's left claws slid off it and stabbed into the side of her stomach. Don't get selfish, Azuki. Remember, I want a piece of him too. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she had her now enlarged left arm up to take the blow, which had the claw stabbed right into it. Cha-Cha, Azuki-senpai. Kimi said their names as she stared at the two, but suddenly element shot from Hakuto's claws, causing beams of energy to break right through Azuki and Cha-Cha's torsos. Kimi's eyes widened in fear as she watched her two best friends fly over her and fall a ways behind her. Cha-Cha. Azuki ne-sama. No. Kimi screamed. No. Fu screamed as she flew over and sent a hard punch to the back of Hakuto, causing his exoskeleton to crack and bleed green blood. Hakuto cried, but he grabbed Fu by the face and slammed her into the ground, and proceeded to stomp on her with his large foot. Naruto watched from the sky in horror as he saw two of the girls he loves get. Oken slammed his fist into Naruto's face, but before he could retract it, Naruto grabbed his wrist and broke it with a lot of pressure. Naruto growled with gritting teeth as his eyes became flaming. Oken did not like this one bit. Kimi shook, staring down at the ground in her hands. This can't be happening, this has to be a dream. A big fat dream. Kimi thought with fear. Cha-Cha, Azuki ne-sama, they're not dead. They're still sleeping back home in our beds. Naruto-kun isn't fighting the leader of Kamigari, he's busy cooking us breakfast before we wake up. Maken Ki isn't losing, we're still an unbeatable group who everyone looks up to. And I'm not actually here, I'm not. Hakuto sent a claw strike at Kimi. Violet haze quickly appeared and blocked the claw strike, but was a little too late as a part of Kimi's cheek got cut, bring her to reality. The blood from the cut slowly went down her cheek. Kimi touched it with her hand and brought her hand over to see blood on the fingertips. I am here, and everyone, I don't want to be here. Hakuto roared as he lifted his foot up, attempting to stomp on Kimi. Violet haze consumed Kimi and flew away, towards Azuki and Cha-Cha, narrowly dodging Hakuto's foot. Violet haze released its host, allowing her to be near Azuki and Cha-Cha. Kimi blinked her eyes as she realized what just happened. Azuki ne-sama, wake up. I know you're not sleep. You're not one to slack off on the job, so get up. Please. Kimi begged as she shook Azuki's body lightly with her hand, but there was no response. Cha-Cha, say something cheerful. You've always been optimistic, even when fighting a really powerful opponent. Please wake and say something. Kimi begged as she shook Cha-Cha lightly with her hand, but she too did not respond. Come on guys, please Tilda. This is not funny. Wake up. Kimi begged them both, shaking them lightly, but they both still did not respond. You can't, neither of you can die now. Not when we haven't live our lives together, with Naruto-kun, and have a bigger family. Please, wake up. Kimi started to cry as she felt the life from her two best friends fading. No. Kimi's head hung as tears fell from her face. Hakuto was already overshadowing the trio. staring down at Kimi with a sadistic smile. You, Kimi quickly turned around and started knocking her fists onto Hakuto's hard body. You monster. How dare you take their lives? Kimi yelled with new anger and sadness. Hakuto just laughed. Rather easy. Like this. Hakuto swung both his left arms to Kimi's neck. Violet haze blocked it, but the force still sent Kimi flying. Kimi rolled against the ground, in pain. Kimi's body shook as she continued to hear her friends get attacked by the monster known as Hakuto. I have to do something. I'm the only one who can keep Izuki-ne-sama and Cha-Cha's wills alive. I cannot. Hakuto stomped into the ground, shaking it. He started walking over towards Kimi. Kimi's body shook as she slowly got up to her knees. I cannot fail. I will not fall without giving my all. That's my way of life. In a way, that's my ninja way, Naruto-kun. Kimi turned around as she glared at the approaching Hakuto with new determination etched all over her face. I will be strong. Kimi got to her feet. I will give it my all. She brought her fists up. I won't run away. Kimi gave a war cry as she ran over to Hakuto, spinning her arms in a windmill-like fashion. Hakuto just laughed as watched Kimi charge at him. Baka little girl. Hakuto exclaimed with a sharp grin, raising her foot high up and went to slam it down onto Kimi. I don't care if I die, so long as I give it my all. I'm strong too, just like the people I love. Kimi thought with her eyes closed as she thought about Naruto, Cha-Cha and Izuki. Suddenly a slamming noise was heard, but after a few moments of not feeling any pain, Kimi opened her eyes to see Violet haze, blocking the foot with an X block. Hakuto growled. Damn missed. Hakuto shouted as he started to repeatedly stomp on the spirit. Violet haze continued to block the attacks, but it was being pushed back. Suddenly chains appeared, wrapping around Hakuto, restraining him. Violet haze looked back to its master to see her have comic star out. I know you're a part of me, so this is technically self-defense, but I don't want to lose you either, Violet haze. Kimi confessed. The living mist blinked its eyes at Kimi. Hakuto roared, causing the chains to break and wind to pick up. Hakuto opened his mouth as he charged element into his throat. Violet haze noticed what was happening and started to do something. Hakuto shot his beam of element out from his mouth, but Violet haze exploded into a large mist that soon became a fog of purple gas. Within the fog, Kimi was on her knees with her eyes closed and her hands over her head. My head, everything's happening so fast. What's happening? Kimi's lips quivered. Why is everything going nuts? Kimi exclaimed within her mind. Suddenly a pair of arms wrapped around her, making her eyes widen as she wondered who was hugging her, but she felt she knew who it was. On the outside, Hakuto kept clawing at the fog, trying to get inside to kill Kimi, but nothing was working. Eat this. Hakuto's mouth glowed as he then opened it and readied to fire. Mangaka. A purple fist came out of the fog and punched Hakuto, right into the lower jaw, closing Hakuto's mouth shut as his attack exploded within his mouth, causing Hakuto to fly away. Everyone, who was injured and bleeding, turned to see Hakuto fall to the ground. They were all shocked by what happened, but the purple fist explained it all. The mist started to disperse. As it disappeared, in its place was Kimi and her spirit, now finally having a true form. Violet haze now had the figure of a curvaceous woman. Her whole being purple in color. She wore a belt with an oval buckle that had a double-pointed pencil design on it, small-heeled high boots that stopped over the knees with long pencil design on them going from under the knees and the point stopping at the ankles, two large pencil armor-like plates tied onto each side of her hips, her torso being covered in a spider web design, think Spider-Man torso, but without the spider insignia, with the back having a circle with the kanji for love and dreams, I and Yumi, with a fountain pen going diagonally between the two kanji. Studs on each knuckle of her hands that had long gloves on that stopped underneath the elbows and had a sort of dune-like design on the back of the wrists, a pair of shoulder plates, a purple opal at the center of the collar bone, and 5 stars on its body, one on the right side of the torso, one on the bottom left, one on the left trapezius muscle and 2 on both of its thighs. The face just only had purple lips, lines that went down the eyes and curved at the end with the spirit's lips being between the curved ends, a very thin headband, with slick back shoulder-length hair that curved at the end of it, think like the fourth Raikage's haircut, but without the lines in them, and a long strand poke out from the headband and acted as the sole thin lock of hair hovering over its forehead. Everyone stared in amazement as they stared at the spirit's new form. Violet Haze. Kimmy exclaimed her spirit's name with joy. Violet Haze turned to her master and gave the, okay, hand sign, making Kimmy's eyes shimmer with joy. Kimmy then smiled as she got ready to finally fight. Let's go Violet Haze. Kimmy cheered with a smile. Hi. Violet Haze spoke. Hakuto managed to get back to his feet, panting as he felt pain in his charred mouth. Hakuto roared as he charged over to Kimmy, but Violet Haze quickly punched him in the face. Manga. Then a punch to the gut. Manga. And finally a kick across the face, sending him flying. Manga. Haruko, still being entangled by the tentacles, sent element and chakra through her body and made it burst to break apart the tentacles. Haruko looked to Kimmy in shock and amazement, along with everyone else. Hakuto growled as his missing right arm crawled back to him and reattached itself. Hakuto roared as he charged right back at Kimmy and her spirit, but Violet Haze's right index finger glowed purple and faster than anyone could comprehend, a fence with the kanji SFX sound effects of electricity, BZZT, surrounded it, and when Hakuto ran into it, he was electrocuted once more. Luckily the water still had an effect on him. The damn water from before. It had elemental infused properties in it. Hakuto yelled with pain and anger. Kimmy quickly ran off and instinctively, knelt next to her two dying friends. You too, I wish you could have seen Violet Haze. Kimmy said with a sad expression, crying. Violet Haze floated next to Kimmy, wiping away a tear. Violet Haze's finger glowed once more as the spirit put its finger inside of Cha-Cha's wound, shocking Kimmy. Violet Haze, what are you doing? Kimmy exclaimed with concern. Violet Haze's finger moved quickly inside of Cha-Cha, and as it retracted, Cha-Cha's wound was healing. Kimmy gasped in shock as she realized what was happening. Once done, Violet Haze did the same to Azuki, closing up her wound as well. After a few moments, Azuki's lips moved as she reawakened with Cha-Cha. The two sat up, rubbing their stomachs. I'm hungry. Cha-Cha whined. What hit me? Azuki questioned. You're alive. Both of you. Kimmy exclaimed with joy as she hugged her two sisters. Kimmy. What do you mean, alive? Did we die? Azuki asked. Moaning was heard, making the trio look to see Fu moaning in pain on the ground. Imouto. Cha-Cha cried out with fear and concern. Nei-chan, you're still alive, I'm so glad. A pained Fu said with a smile. Cha-Cha quickly crawled over to Fu and picked her up into her arms. Please don't scare me like that again. Fu said with a grin as Cha-Cha started to cry that her little sister got hurt. Fu suddenly noticed the purple being floating next to Kimmy. Holy crap. What's that? It's Violet Haze, Fu-chan. Kimmy said with a smile, shocking Fu, Cha-Cha and Azuki. That's Violet Haze. Whoa tilde, she looks so cool. Fu said in amazement. I know, right? Kimmy said with a grin. Hakuto managed to break himself free of the electric fence and turned his head over to Kimmy and her three friends, feeling enraged. Hakuto roared as he charged over to the four, but Violet Haze went on the defensive. With her purple glowing right finger, Violet Haze drew an elastic neon purple net in front of them that stopped Hakuto in his tracks. Hakuto growled with rage as he leapt back and rocketed high into the air and dived down towards them. I'll eat your souls. Hakuto screamed with rage. Kimmy's eyes became determined as Violet Haze cocked her fists back. Manga tilde ka. Violet Haze cried out as she punched Hakuto 8 times, faster than the eye could see, making him immediately stop in midair, before continuing her barrage of blinding fast fists. Mangaka kaka 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 kaka. Violet Haze cried as she battered Hakuto's body with her uncountable barrage of fists. Manga. Violet Haze slammed both fists into the temples of Hakuto's thick head, breaking the exoskeleton. Tentacles shot from Hakuto's body and came after Violet Haze and the others, but Violet Haze's left index finger glowed pink and faster than the eye could see, used it to quickly erase the tentacles, shocking Hakuto, before the spirit continued her barrage. Mangaka kaka kaka. Mangaka. Violet Haze finished her barrage with a powerful punch to the face, breaking apart the sharp teeth held inside it as Hakuto was sent flying into the air. Violet Hayes had her left hand to her hip as she stood, or floated, with superior confidence. Sugoi tilde, Violet Hayes. Kimi cheered with amazement as her eyes sparkled as she stared at her own spirit. She is so cool. She came make and erase things. She's the best. Cha-Cha exclaimed with a grin and her fist thrust into the air. And she's able to heal people by remaking their body parts once more. Sugoi yo, Violet Hayes. Kimi couldn't get enough of her spirit. Slamming into the ground, away from the group, Oken had hit the ground hard, all beaten and bruised up, but he was still conscious. Naruto landed to the ground gracefully and saw that everyone was okay, but more importantly, Kimi's spirit Violet Hayes had finally obtained its form. Naruto smiled seeing the joyous look on Kimi's face and the fact that everyone was still okay. Hakuto landed back into the ground. Hakuto groaned as he started to feel the left side of his face starting to change back into his human form. You little runt. You think this is the end? I'll kill you. I'll kill all of you. For Oken-sama. Hakuto screamed. I just want this to end. Kimi said, not wanting to fight Hakuto anymore. Violet Hayes heard her voice, and started her plan of attack. I will kill all of Hakuto suddenly gave a choked scream, alerting everyone. Hakuto grabbed his neck as he was trying to breathe for air, but he felt his lungs start to poison. What's going on? Ailalu questioned. Is something the matter with him? Lilu asked. When the hell did you two get here? Yuruchi exclaimed. We've been here the whole time. Ailalu spoke. Since the very beginning. Lilu added. These two are quieter than ninjas. Yuruchi thought, feeling uneasy. Kimi blinked her eyes as she stared up at her spirit, leaning forward with a fist pointed downward, and to see a mist coming from it. Violet Hayes. Kimi said. No nitrogen for you. Violet Hayes said. Nani? I see. Akaya started. That being is able to control the gas in the air. She is taking away the nitrogen from the air around Hakuto, allowing him to only breathe in oxygen. Isn't oxygen what we all breathe? Leo asked. You really were never good at your studies. The air we breathe is only 21% oxygen, while 78% of it is nitrogen. To organic beings, too much oxygen becomes a poisonous gas to the body, and despite his appearance, Hakuto is still human as well. Akaya explained. Hakuto started changing back to his human form, as he was choking on the poisonous oxygen gas. After what seemed like hours, but was merely about a minute, Hakuto fully reverted back to his human form and fell to the ground, unconscious. Violet Hayes leaned back and untightened her fist back into a hand as the mist surrounding her vaporized. Is he dead? Yuruchi asked. Akaya walked over and checked Hakuto's pulse. No. Just unconscious, but still greatly harmed. I have to say, I don't want to ever face your spirit in battle, Miss Sato. You and me both, sissy pants. Naruto thought with a smile, happy that Kimi's spirit finally fully matured. Oken got to his feet, his chest expanded and enlarged greatly. Oh shit. Naruto. Takaru shouted. Naruto turned with a glare to see Oken firing another kodadama at him. Takaru quickly jumped in front of the blast, with Sentinel, but suddenly a blade of energy hit the kodadama, breaking it apart, canceling it out. Everyone looked shocked at what just happened. Ladies and gents. Everyone turned to see Kengo, with his glowing training katana in hand and Furin on his back, giving a grinning smirk to them all. Your hero has arrived. Yusui-kun. Yuka exclaimed her boyfriend's name with joy and love. You arrived in time. Minerva cheered with joy and affection. Both she and Yuka had hearts around their heads. Where the hell have you been? Takaru asked. I was holding down the fort. A bunch of Maken users attacked the manor, so I defended it. I followed the spiking energy signatures after I was done and ended up crossing Furin's path. Kengo explained as he walked over to his two best friends. Are you alright, Furin-chan? Naruto asked with concern. Yes. A trip down memory lane can exhaust a person. Furin said with a tired smile. I get ya. Naruto said with a smile as he rubbed the back of his head. How did you do that thing earlier? Takaru asked. What? You mean destroying that attack? Not sure. I just swung and it vanished. Kengo said with a shrug. Huh. Here, let me help you out. Naruto said as he grabbed Furin's hand and brought her back onto her feet. I can take it from here. Yuka appeared next to the two blondes. Naruto nodded as he handed Furin to Yuka. Guess it's us three against him now. Kengo said as he, Takaru and Naruto faced Oken. Looks like it. Naruto answered. And where was Minori and her group at while all these fights were happening? Okay, I think it was this way. Minori said pointing towards a direction she ran over towards. No, maybe it was this way. Minori ran the other way. No, this way. Minori ran in a new direction. Aki sighed with a frown as she watched her friend run in totally different directions. We could just use the scanner to find them, you know. Aki put in her 2 cents. This way. Minori exclaimed, running in a totally new direction, making Aki sigh once more. I do not understand it, Tien-san. Could you not transport us to where the others are? Teshin asked. Normally I would, but Minori threatened to break open my head like a cantaloupe if I took things the easy way. Tien-san answer. Ah, she does have the power to do that. You're telling me. Okay. I am 48% positive that it's this way, so let's go. The three only males of Maken Ki stood strong as they stared down the monstrous Oken. Oken's eyes had then glanced over towards Furin and Yuka, making him smirk. It's been so long since I've seen these two concubines together in my presence. Oken said, causing Yuka and Furin to freeze in place while Naruto and Kengo's glares grew more heated at the word concubines. The fuck you mean, too? Kengo questioned, with venom laced in his tone. Oken disappeared, alerting the teens. Yuka's jaw was then grabbed by Oken's hand, scaring her as he stared at her in the eyes. I still remember your scent from all those times we spent together, Yuka-chan. Oken said as he put his nose against her hair and took a long smell. Get your dirty ass picking hands and nose off of my Yuka-chan. Kengo screamed with new rage. His aura radiating purple all around him. I see. So he is one of mine. Oken thought. She was once mine. Another of my mistresses. That is until she let this one take her place. Oken grabbed Furin's face, making her whine and shiver with fear and disgust. Naruto got incredibly angry at the sight of him touching Furin. They could never forget me. Whenever they are with you two, there is thinking of me. Oken said with a grin, and started leaning towards Furin with his tongue out, but suddenly he was stabbed right through the stomach with a katana. I never think of anyone but Usui-kun himself when I am with him, you demon. Yuka said with an angry glare. A light arrow suddenly appeared in Furin's hand. She quickly stabbed the light arrow right through Oken's throat. No matter what, you will never be a microgram of the man that Naruto is. You hear me? Furin screamed with rage. You whores. Oken growled with rage in his eyes. No one dare scars me. Oken slapped the two girls into the ground, shell-shocking everyone, but none more than Naruto and Kengo. I'll crush your brains out underneath my foot. Oken said with his foot raised. Suddenly he was stabbed in the chest by something black, causing him to double back, as it was gone. What in the aura? Golden Asura slammed 6 of its own fists into Oken, sending blasts of wind right through Oken's body, sending him flying back. Oken rolled against the ground, but found the strength to skid on his hands and knees. Panting, he got up to his feet as he glared at Naruto and Kengo, both radiating with golden aura Naruto, and purple aura Kengo. Oken growled as he got to his feet and started to walk over, but when he took his first step, a new wound was burst open from his chest, shocking him. More wounds started stabbing right through the rest of his body. Nandato. What the hell, and other meanings with what in them? Confused. A voice echoed out of nowhere. Oken tried to find the voice. It sounded like Usui's, but he clearly wasn't talking and just walking over to Yuka in silence with Naruto heading over to Furin. Oh, you won't find me there. I may be a part of my master, but I am still something different. Master? Oken questioned. Suddenly a new wound appeared out of Oken's left pectoral. Oken looked down to his new wound to see darkness inside with a pair of white eyes staring out. Apparently my master and I are really good at getting into tight spaces. The spirit spoke. Coming out of the wound was a muscular jet black spirit with white eyes. The spirit was shirtless with its forearms and hands wrapped in bandages with its fingers bare. A single rope wrapped around each bicep and 2 wrapped around each shoulders, making a total of 6 ropes on its arms. It had baggy pants with black ninja boots on with ropes wrapped around the calves of the boots. A belt with a buckle that appeared to be a rectangular outline with 2 sharp points pointing down from the bottom. All it wore over its face was a shinobi mask over its mouth and had spiky tied in a long spiky ponytail, kind of like Golden Asura's hair. Finally in its hand was its spirit katana. Nani. More of you damn ghosts. The spirit slashed a barrage of lightning-fast slashes at Oken with its spirit blade, causing him to bleed greatly with all the new wounds he was given. The spurt sent one last hard slash, sending Oken flying back a bit. The spirit flew back to its master, who knelt down to his girlfriend and helped her up, along with Naruto for Furin. You alright Yuka-chan? Kengo asked. Yes. I'm fine because you're here Usui-kun. Yuka said with a smile and teary eyes. Kengo smiled back to his girlfriend as his spirit hovered over them. Yuka looked up to the spirit with a smile. What will you name him? Like always, my love for you continues to awaken new strength I use to protect you whenever needed. His name will be Shaded Love. Kengo proclaimed proudly with a smile. It's a perfect name. Yuka said with a smile. It kind of sounds like they're naming their child. Furin said with a smile as Naruto helped her up. Minerva was watching from afar, amazed by Kengo's spirit. Amazing. Usui-kun is so cool. How jealous I am of Yuka-san. Minerva thought with her fists to her mouth and hearts surrounding her. Minerva-san. Ailalu started. You're drooling. Lilu finished. Takaru walked over to them with a smile, but he noticed Oken getting back up. He's back, again. Takaru said. Naruto and Kengo glared at Oken with pure anger towards him. I will never fall, monkeys. Oken roared as he charged towards them, but he was getting slower as suddenly both his arms were suddenly sent flying off of his body. Oken's eyes darted over to see them land in front of the members of Maken Ki and Venus, with some of the girls screaming. What? Oi. Oken looked over to see Shaded Love open his fist to show that he had the green glowing fragment that was once stabbed into his heart. Bakana. Oken's muscles started to shrink, with his eyes returning to normal. Naruto and Kengo appeared in front of Oken. Well then, Kengo said with his eyes shadowed and his purple aura radiating. Let's make this great. Naruto said cracking his fists, with his eyes shadowed and his golden aura radiating. Takaru's fist shook as he stared at Oken. From all the stories he's been told about him and what he learned so far, his hatred for him grew. He was angry as well. Maybe not to the extent as Naruto and Kengo right now, but he was angry about all this guy has done to his friends, innocent people and women. He wasn't going to lose out on the final assault. Oken shook with fear as he sensed the giant wave of killer intent coming his way. Taking a chance, he took in a deep breath, expanding his chest, ready to fire one last Kodadama, but as he opened his mouth, Golden Asura punched him straight in jaw, breaking it. Shaded Love sent 4 fast strikes to Oken's chest. Takaru quickly bolted over and slid between his 2 friends as he summoned Sentinel to send a hard kick right into Oken's stomach. The 3 spirits then roared as they started striking him with barrages of fists and blades. All 3 chanting to keep tempo. Orao rao 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 ra orao rao 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 ra. Aura. They all sent Oken flying into the sky, a trail of blood following the body. Yada. They did it. Kimi shouted as Oken's body came falling down to the ground, with an audible thud upon impact. Everyone stared at Oken's defeated body. The area was silent, with the only sound made being the wind. Naruto started walking over to Oken's body with Kengo and Takaru following. Kneeling down, Naruto checked the old man's pulse. Miyabi finally made it, trekking over, but had to lean against a tree as her body shook, still exhausted. Her eyes widened as she stared at Oken's bleeding armless body. He's dead. Naruto said, causing some people to gasp, including Miyabi. He was dead. Oken is finally dead. Miyabi stared at the scene in utter disbelief. She couldn't believe it. He was finally dead, and by the hands of someone who thought he was nothing to him. She couldn't even comprehend this. She lost him. Miyabi slid down against the tree, unable to stay on her feet any longer. She looked over towards Furin to see her crying, but not tears of sadness. Tears of joy and disbelief. Hey! Everyone looked to Azuki. That damn brat ran off. Azuki shouted, looking around with an annoyed expression. Brat. Oh, you mean that rude little girl. Son of a bitch. Haruko shouted with new anger. Don't worry about her. No matter where she goes, she cannot bring any harm to us anymore. With Tengoku no Mon around now, and this fake Okan finally gone, we have nothing to worry about from Kamigari anymore. Akaya exclaimed with a proud smile and sparkling pose. So they converted to working with Tengoku no Mon. Nice. Takaru said. It's so weird. Kengo said with his arms crossed as he looked down. Yeah, I know. People we once called our enemy, but half the time we called our friends, are now our full-time allies. Actually, now that I think about it, our relationship with Team Venus has been pretty odd. Takaru said with a semi-arm cross, with one hand cupping his chin. No, I mean, look at him. Kengo pointed down to Okan with his pinky. He's smiling. Kengo added as Takaru looked down to see it was true, but the odd thing was that it wasn't a malicious or evil smile, but a genuinely happy one seeing from a kind man. He's gone. Naruto said. Yeah, I think you've already cleared that. Kengo said with dull eyes. No, I mean Kusu. I didn't sense any evil intent when we finished him off. It felt like he ran off. This is the face of the real Okan. I think he's happy that he's free now. Naruto said. Whoa. Takaru said with his arms fully crossed and leaning closer. So where did he go? Takaru questioned. Who cares? Kengo said with a shrug. Kengo then grabbed his head as he felt a pang to it. You okay? Takaru asked. Yeah. Weird thing. I felt like I heard a voice for a second there, but it soon left. Kengo said as he released the side of his head as his spirit floated by him, being the only one not to vanish. I don't know what this is. Kengo said as he opened his palm as Shaded Love was about to hand him the fragment piece. But it sure. Don't touch that. Naruto quickly grabbed the fragment from the spirit's hand. Dude, what the hell? Kengo asked. Sorry, but this thing would make you go crazy. Only those with god blood in them can handle it. Naruto explained, looking down to the fragment. How do you know that? Takaru asked. Well, you see, suddenly the three were knocked off their feet, becoming airborne as something snatched the fragment from Naruto's hand. What the? The three looked up to see Guken floating in the air bent over backwards, with his arms crossed laughing at them, but he was completely different. His sclera was black and his iris glowing green. Kusu. The name is Yamato Takaru. Guken Kusu exclaimed as he slammed his foot into Naruto, Takaru and Kengo's guts. Guken laughed maniacally as he floated away and landed to the ground. The three young men got up to their feet, holding their guts as Guken continued to grin towards them. Okay, now I'm really confused. Kengo said. Let me explain it to you. Kusu jumped from Okan to Guken. Naruto explained briefly. You mean he soul hopped? How? Soul collector. Naruto and Kengo looked to Takaru. Minori explained that Kusu's Maken was the ability to control souls. Brainwashing people through them, ripping out their souls and eating them to heal his own injuries, and now apparently this. Takaru explained. He eats souls. Kengo exclaimed with shock. Naruto's eyes widened, before he turned and growled at Guken Kusu with pure hatred. Guken grinned as his throat glowed green, surprising Naruto. Opening his mouth, he shot concentrated element from his mouth. The boys prepared for it, but the beam just whizzed past their heads, surprising them. The beam was instead headed right for Yuka and Furin. The girls stared wide-eyed before impact. Yuka. Furin. Haruko cried out. Guken laughed as he shot into the air as a small ball of green energy appeared between his hands, and once he was high up into the sky, he expanded the small ball into a gargantuan one and threw it down towards the others at high speed. Before anyone could blink, it exploded. Minori, Aki, Teshin and Tiensen heard the explosion from afar. That way! Minori shouted as they all hurried. My instincts never fail. Guken Kusu grinned with his arms crossed, watching the dust clouds below where his enemies once stood. Goddammit, that hurts. Guken raised an eyebrow as he watched the dust clear to see a large dome of element over the members of Maken Ki and Venus. The Finian twin had conjured up their Maken giant pot of Daguda. You really shouldn't. Ailalu started. Underestimate us. Lilu added. Because we're small. They both finished together. Ah. Guken's eyes glanced to see Kengo hunched over. Goddamn it, this hurts like a motherfucker ass wrapping with on the surface of the sun. Kengo cursed. Man, what a dirty mouth. Takaru thought. He turned towards where Furin and Yuka were to see Naruto and Golden Asura, along with Shaded Love guarding them, with Golden Asura and Shaded Love shook with pain. Naruto gasped as he fell to one knee. Naruto. Furin knelt down next to her boyfriend. Usui-kun. Yuka ran over towards Kengo as his spirit vanished. Oh Kami, why does it hurt so bad? Kengo cried out as he held his torso. By the looks of it, your spirit along with Naruto and Golden Asura made it in time, but you didn't have enough time to properly guard yourselves. When a spirit gets hurt, the pain is delivered to the soul. Takaru said. God damn. Why use a spirit at all? Kengo exclaimed. Because they're awesome. Takaru simply answered. Are you alright? Naruto asked Furin. Me. What about you? You're the one who's shaking. Furin exclaimed as she held Naruto's slightly shaking body. Downside to possessing a spirit. If they get injured, that stuff will hurt your soul more than your body. And trust me, pain to the soul is the worst pain anyone can ever feel. Naruto said. Furin stared at him for a moment, before giggling, confusing Naruto. I'm sorry, it's just, that really sounds like some corny line from a romance novel. Furin said as she continued to giggle. Naruto smiled and then started laughing with a grin. Miyabi stared at the two younger blondes. They looked so happy. A roar from Guken was heard as he stomped onto the element dome, causing it to shake and crack a bit. The Finian twins were concentrating their best to hold the dome, but Guken just continued to assault it with his fists and kicks. You will all die here. Or I can just take you women as my own and leave the men to rot. No matter what, I will remain as the apex of this world. Guken Kusu shouted as he continued to assault the dome, but suddenly a rock hit him in the back of the head, causing his skull to crack and bleed from impact. Guken growled in pain as he held the back of his head. Turning around he spotted Naruto with a rock held by his thumb and index. Naruto flicked the rock with his thumb, causing it to shoot like a bullet, grazing Guken's left temple, causing a new wound in it to bleed. Guken held his temple as he glared at Naruto with pure rage and hatred, growling as he felt his blood boil. Naruto stared into Guken's eyes with the possessed white head glaring back into his own. Silence consumed the area as no one uttered a word, with the wind blowing being the only thing to make a sound. Silence still stood. At least for another moment. Nigaru da yo! Naruto screamed as he ran away, shocking everybody, leaving them all dumbfounded. What the hell is he doing? Akaya screamed. You bastard! Guken screamed as he exploded with new raging energy, eradicating his jacket and shirt as his muscles bulged. He then rocketed towards Naruto, chasing him via flight. I'll kill you for making me look like a fool. Guken Kusu screamed as he chased Naruto far away from the others. Everyone stared at the two retreating forms, feeling shocked and speechless. Takaru and Kengo grinned and chuckled a bit. That jerk. Coming up with a plan and giving us no signal. Kengo said with a grin. Don't worry. Naruto's just getting him away from us. Takaru called out. I see. Akaya said, grabbing his chin with his thumb and index. Because he has insulted that being known as Yamato Takaru. Kusu no Makoto. Kimi interjected. Thank you. He will not let Naruto get away without delivering punishment. It seems this Kusu person has become so obsessed with Naruto that he refuses to let him leave his presence. Akaya finished his explanation. Even when he runs away, everything he does is for the good of others. Fu said with a smile. He's so coo tilde l. Fu mentally cooed as she blushed. We'll be right back. Takaru exclaimed as he started running after Naruto. Take. Haruko called out as she ran after him as the Finians released their dome. I'll be back my violet. Kengo said as he gave Yuka a passionate kiss. I'll be waiting. Yuka said with a blush. Usui-kun tilde. I'll be worried to tilde. Give me a reassuring kiss also tilde. Minerva called out. I'll be back, don't worry. Kengo called out as he ran off. But where's my kiss Tilda? Minerva whined, while Yuka giggled. Take. Haruko quickly caught up to Takaru, and grabbed his arm. Don't just run off like that without proper Baku. But suddenly Haruko was interrupted as Takaru grabbed her by the waist and gave her a passionate kiss. Everyone looked surprised, with Anaho and Syria looking heartbroken with wide black anime eyes with anime tears rolling off them, and Yuruchi had a saddened expression, before her face became anime furious, complete with fire surrounding her being. Takaru pulled back from the shocked Haruko and said, I'll be back. And then ran off with Kengo. And in One Piece too. Takaru called out one last time with a wave. So you finally man up and kissed her. Kengo said with a smile. How do you feel? I feel great. Like I'm on top of the world. Yet also I feel a little lightheaded. Takaru answered with a smile. Kengo just laughed as he and Takaru picked up the pace. Haruko stood still, staring at Takaru's retreating form, still shocked by what just happened. No tilde tilde. I wanted Takaru-kun to kiss me tilde tilde tilde. Syria whined. Haruko touched her lips, still feeling the warmth from Takaru's own lips. Haruko's lips started curving into a smile. Is she dreaming? No, it all felt too real to her. She just couldn't believe that Takaru, the boy she has had feelings for since they were kids, finally kissed her. It truly is a dream come true. I'm here Tilda. Minori popped out of nowhere, surprising everyone. Minori looked around to notice the state everyone was in. Wow, you all look like train wrecks. Minori scratched the top of her head. The same could be said for you. Leo shouted. Where are the three knuckleheads? Minori asked looking around for the only three male members of Maken Ki. It seems he ran off to lure the evil spirit Yamato Takaru away from us. Yusui-kun and Takaru chased after them to provide backup. Akaya said. Oh, Akaya, you're here. Minori said with a dull expression. Good to see you Minori. Akaya said in a sparkling pose and confident smile. He then noticed Aki. Aki, looking good. I'm with Naruto now. Aki simply said, crushing Akaya. Should have jumped at the chance when it was given to you. Leo said turning to Akaya. Akaya's eyes were shadowed with his eyebrow twitching as he took out Swindle and shot Leo in the head, causing him to fall to the ground with swirls for eyes. Anaho's eyes were still shedding anime tears. When did this happen? Anaho wondered as she was still remembering every moment of the kiss that Takaru and Haruko shared. Anaho, why are you crying? Anaho's head perked up as she turned her head to see a large, bulky man that she had not seen in a long time. Teshin. Akaya exclaimed with shock to see the very large and powerful man. Anaho stared at him with shimmering eyes. She then started to tear up again, but this time they are tears of joy. San tilde tilde. Anaho cried as she dashed over to him. San. The members of Maken Ki exclaimed with obvious shock. Anaho jumped into her father's arms cheering as she hugged him tightly. I'm so happy to see you again. It's been so long. I missed you. Anaho exclaimed with tears of joy as she hugged her father. Teshin stared at his daughter in surprise for a moment, but then he smiled as he hugged her back. Hello Tilda. Tiensen greeted, coming from behind Teshin, with a wave and smile. Ah, him again. Yen said with her arms crossed. Ni-san. Azuki said her brother's name with a smile. Geez, you all look terrible. Good thing I brought these. Tiensen took out a case of those special EpiPen-like devices. Tiensen opened up the case and tossed them all up, sending them into a mirror, as then smaller mirrors spawned above everyone else and dropped out the healing items into everyone's hands, with one landing atop of Leo's forehead, bringing him out of his dazed state. What are these called by the way? Azuki asked. Oh right, never gave them a proper name. I just call them Attises. Naming them after the Greek god of rebirth. Tiensen said with a smile. Not a bad name. Demetra said as they all used them. Leo blinked his eyes, seeing how everyone used one, so he followed their lead. Once using it, his eyes widened as he felt back to almost 100%. Holy crap. What are these things? Leo exclaimed with shock. I just told you, I call them Attises. Tiensen said with dull anime eyes and a finger up. Oh, hopeless Leo, when did you get here? Minori questioned. Tiensen-san. Furin spoke, earning the elder Shinatsu's attention. May I have another? Sure, but overuse is prohibited. Tiansen said as he handed another Atis to Furin. Then why are you giving her another? Aki exclaimed. Furin walked over to Miyabi and kneeling down next to her. Use it and you'll regain most of your strength. Furin said, handing Miyabi the Atis. Miyabi. How long have you been there? Minori exclaimed. Miss President, why are you giving her that? Haruko exclaimed, flabbergasted on why Furin is giving such a powerful medical item to an enemy. I have my reasons. Furin said as she stood up and adjusted her glasses. Now do you wish to continue asking questions or shall we hurry on to assist Naruto? I don't care if he's trying to protect us, I for one will be there for him no matter what. Yeah. Us too. Cha-cha, Kimi and Fu exclaimed with their fists thrust into the air and smiles on their faces. You took the words right out of my mouth. Azuki said with a grin, arms crossed and thumbs up. Yan and Demetra smiled in agreement, along with Aki, while Minori grinned. Yosh. Let's go then. Follow me. Minori shouted as she started running off, in the opposite direction. That's the wrong way. Everyone shouted. Naruto continued to run faster than the wind with Guken rocketing on his tail. Little wretch. I will punish you for your arrogance and cowardice. Guken Kusu shouted with rage. God, could he even be more cliched? Naruto thought as he turned his head back to his pursuer. I think I'm far enough as it is. So, however, before he could finish that thought, the ground below Naruto cracked greatly, alerting him and Kusu Guken. Breaking out of the ground, was the gigantic Great Terror himself, Big Lenny. Oh no. Not now. Naruto thought with shock and new worry. What the hell is this thing? Kusu Guken thought with shock evident on his face. Big Lenny roared with his fists thrust into the air. The force of his own roar, causing trees to be uprooted and the wind to blast away from the area. Naruto skidded across the ground for a bit, before hopping off it and landing on his feet in a crouching position. Naruto looked up with worried eyes. Big Lenny looked down at Naruto, causing the blonde to widen his eyes. Big Lenny thrust his left palm down towards Naruto, ready to squish him. Golden Asura. Naruto called out as his spirit appeared. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura punched the hand faster than the eye could see, and sent a final punch that sent the hand back. Big Lenny retaliated with a downward chop. Golden Asura's right arm grew to ginormous size, blocking the chop with its forearm and pushed the hand away, but Big Lenny followed up with opening its mouth and shooting a concentrated beam of energy at Naruto. Golden Asura's other arm quickly grew to ginormous size as it and the other arm performed an X block as the attack hit. The beam created a giant hole underneath Naruto, and as it vanished, all that was left was Naruto falling down the hole with Golden Asura gone. My arms, so much pain, Naruto thought as his arms trembled. Big Lenny brought its fist back and thrust it down towards Naruto. Cast of the Iron Hand. Iron Binding. Guken Kusu shouted as Big Lenny was suddenly entangled in ginormous chains. Big Lenny growled, managing to turn its head down to see Guken floating in the air with a hand on its body. This is a cast that seeps the element right from out of anything. Unbreakable to anyone and anything. Not even knocking me unconscious could save you. You have lost. Guken said, earning a growl and glare from Big Lenny. No one is allowed to kill that wretch, but me. Guken shouted. Suddenly his was double-kneed in the face by Naruto, sending him flying back. Naruto landed on the ground with his back turned to the growling Big Lenny. With a wave of his hand, Naruto commanded Golden Asura to charge at Big Lenny and punch the chains apart, and shockingly enough, it worked. I guess Golden Asura has an ability to break down any barrier and restrain, especially those that use elemental energy behind it. Good to know. Naruto spoke. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura exclaimed as he broke the chains binding Big Lenny apart. Big Lenny's eyes drifted down to Naruto, who still had his back turned to him as Golden Asura vanished. Big Lenny stared at him for a moment, growl, before his eyes glanced over at Guken, who was on his hands and knees trying to get up. Big Lenny slammed his hand right atop of Guken, crushing him. Big Lenny growled a bit before going back into the ground below. Naruto waited a moment, before turning around to where Big Lenny once stood. So I guess this makes us even. Naruto asked rhetorically with a smile. Guken was slammed into the ground, but a rich amount of elements surrounded him, acting as armor for him, but despite it saving his life, he still felt massive pain. Yar yar. You're so hard to kill. Especially with that statue piece in hand. Naruto complained looking down at Guken. Guken growled with pure unadulterated anger. His emotions were connecting to the Orochi statue piece, causing a jolt of energy to come to him. Guken roared as he shot towards Naruto. Naruto remained calm, still and silent. Taking in a deep breath in through his nose and mouth, he started to feel the warmth of life's energy course within him. Furuiru zo hato. Moatsukiru hodo hito. My heart resonates. The heat's enough to burn. Naruto's body started glowing as golden flames were starting to surround his entire being, his fists glowing gold, shocking Guken Kusu. Kizamu zo, Ketsuki no Bito. The beat of my blood is razor sharp. Naruto's eyes widened as his iris glowed gold. Naruto gave a roar as his fists, faster than sound, punched right into Guken's body. Sunlight yellow overdrive. Naruto screamed as he sent a blinding barrage of flaming fists all over Guken's body. Once done, golden flames exploded outside of Guken's body, and sent him flying back as his body steamed from being assaulted with such a blinding fiery barrage. Golden flames ignited from Naruto's palms as something new came from his hand. Clacker boomerang. Naruto shouted as he threw a pair of clackers that glowed with golden flames came towards Guken at high speeds, slamming into his temple, sending Guken flip sideways and fall to the ground. Bastard. Guken said, holding his bleeding temple. He got up to his knees, only to see Naruto over him with clackers swinging in his hands. Guken's eyes widened as he opened his mouth to fire a Kodadama, but clackers were slammed into the side of his head. Got to be faster. Naruto said as he then stomped his foot onto the ground, causing Guken to bounce off the ground. Naruto then roared as then assaulted Guken with a barrage of golden flaming clackers. Clacker volley. Naruto exclaimed as he slammed the clackers into Guken. Guken was bleeding, feeling his skin mend and bend and his bones crack and break. Naruto slammed all the clackers into Guken simultaneously. Naruto quickly dispersed the clackers via golden flames, and suddenly summoned Golden Asura. Aura. Golden Asura slammed his fist hard into Guken's face. Guken noticed the menacing aura around Naruto with his eyes shadowed. I'll beat you senseless. Naruto shouted with fiery golden eyes. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura finished his assault by growing an extra pair of arms and slammed them all together into Guken. Aura. Guken was sent rocketing away, his body badly damaged. Sweet dreams in hell. Naruto said with a stoic expression. Guken continued to fly away, but suddenly he was uppercut punched in the spine, sending him flying up, where he was cut by a flurry of slashes, that caused new wounds with blood shooting out of it. Takaru, with his fist glowing red-violet, and Kengo with his Sasori seal active, now stood with Guken falling behind them. The two dashed over towards Naruto. I guess I shouldn't have accept you guys not to show up. Naruto said with a smile as he strolled over to meet his friends halfway with his hands in his pockets. Are you kidding? None of us are going to let you fight alone. Especially not the others. They might be showing up soon too. Takaru said as he and Kengo stopped in front of Naruto. Even when beaten up badly they'll show up to lend a hand. Naruto said with a fond smile. Besides that, there's something we need to tell you. You see on the way here, Kengo started. Guken moaned with pain as his body trembled. This pain was unimaginable. Bones broken, muscles torn, insides on fire, torn skin with bleeding wound. Is he going to die now? Guken tried to move his body, only succeeding in turning to lay on his front side. Ah, I see. That's good to know, Naruto said. He noticed Guken trying to get up off the floor, having little success. Follow my lead, Naruto said as he started walking over towards Guken with Kengo and Takaru following. Guken was starting to push himself up to the ground, slowly and shaking with pain. He vomited blood, gritting his teeth, glaring at the floor. This pain is unbearable. He noticed three shadows in front of him. His head slowly looked up, shaking as he saw Naruto, Takaru and Kengo staring at him with stoic expressions and annoyed expression, more so in the latter two. It looks like you've finally reached the end of the line, Kusu. Naruto spoke. For all the sins you've done to everyone, Takaru added. Especially to people we love. For my Yuka-chan, Kengo growled. We're going to send you straight to hell. They all exclaimed together. Guken trembled with anger and fear. However, he noticed a light in the distance, waving. Guken grinned at them. You can all go to hell without me. Guken screamed. The rest of the gang made it in time to help, but Naruto suddenly gained a bullet hole right through his forehead, shocking everyone. The clicking noises of guns were heard all around. A shower of bullets came from the surrounding trees, hitting Naruto, Takaru and Kengo. Everyone watched in silence with the only sound made from anyone, was Guken Kusu's laughter at seeing the three biggest annoyances he's ever come across get littered with bullets. Blood flew around as the three of them were bombarded with bullets. The gunshots stopped. Naruto, Takaru and Kengo started to fall towards the ground. Blood coming out of the bullet wounds. Everyone watched in horror as the three fell to the ground. Slamming into the ground, with pools of blood surrounding them. Everyone watched in horror as the three laid there, dead. Naruto, Takaru, Usui-kun. Everyone screamed their names. Guken Kusu started to laugh more. His laughter only got louder as he got up to his feet. Miyabi made it in time to see the three young teenage boys lying dead on the ground, shot to death, while Yamato Takaru just laughed with sick glee. Guken Kusu got to his feet and threw his arms to the side. Yatazo. Guken Kusu cried with a triumphant tone. Naruto. Furin screamed as she ran ahead, but a gunshot was hit in front of her feet, causing her to cease pace. Muda-da. Useless, you are all surrounded by trained gunmen of Kamigari, using element-infused bullets. You all lose. Guken shouted as red lights surrounded the area. Shit. Minori cursed. Finally. I win. Guken walked over towards Naruto's body. Inside this body is Habakiri. All I need to do is dissect it and take it for my own. Baka. Guken kicked Naruto in the head. Naruto. Furin exclaimed as she tried running over, but was shot in the shoulder. Furin. Yuka shouted. Miss President. Haruko cried out. Hold. Guken Kusu shouted with his hand up. Furin held her shoulder as her face was scrunched up in pain. I don't want her dead yet. Furin's eyes widened as she looked up to the grinning Guken. I feel I deserve a little reward for all the hell I went through. Guken grinned lecherously. Furin's eyes widened more as she developed a look of pure fear. No. Yuka shouted as she tried running over. She dodged bullets with expert ease, but Guken punched the air, causing force from the punch to shoot out and collide with her, sending her flying back towards the others. Yuka-senpai. The girls of Maken Ki screamed. If they come closer or try anything funny, blow their brains out. Guken Kusu shouted to his men, before grinning to Furin and making his way over. I need to fuck some out. Everyone stared at Guken with rage, fear, disgust and anger. Furin started to tremble with fear as he came closer to her. No, not again. Please Kami-samas, not again. Furin began to tear up. Guken licked his lips as he came closer and closer to the frozen, fear-induced Furin. Damn it. I can't just stay here and do nothing. Akaya thought with pure rage, growling with gritted teeth as he glared at Guken. No, Yamato Takaru. I don't care if it'll cost me my life. Even if it fails, I have to do something. I'll never forgive myself for the rest of eternity if I don't do something to stop this right now. Akaya was about to summon his Maken swindle, but he stopped as he noticed something towards the three bodies of the male members of Maken Ki that caused him to cease his actions. That disgusting monster. He's got us surrounded and now he's going to make us watch him forcing himself upon an innocent woman. I would kill him right now, but that would mean these bastards surrounding us would shoot everyone dead. Damn it. Yen thought with pure rage written all over her face. Demetra was next to her, glaring holes into Guken. Naruto-kun, you can't be dead. Wake up, please. Save us. Kimi thought with teary eyes. I don't know what to do. None of this is good. I feel so useless. Cha-Cha thought with sadness, fear and tears streaming down her eyes. Damn it, I feel so useless. I'm tired of it. I have to do something. Azuki thought. This can't go on. How can we escape this? Haruko thought, seeing no way out. The only choices were either Furin is taken advantage of, along with the rest of the females after just so this pig to get his kicks and procreate, but their lives would most likely be spared, or stop this and everyone loses their lives. There's no way to win this. Guken finally made it to Furin and started reaching his right hand out, ready to violate her. Furin's eyes shook as streams of tears ran down her eyes. She felt defeated. She was going to be violated again. She was scared. She'd rather die now than get raped once again, but her body was frozen in fear that she lost the ability to retaliate. Naruto-kun, help me. Welcome back, my tasty treat. Guken Kusu said with sick delight. Yuka growled with rage as she brought out a kunai and charged. Screw it. Everyone thought as they went on the attack, ready to charge, except for Tien-san. Furin lost all breathing as Guken's hand came closer, but suddenly a body came between the hand and Furin, shocking her back to reality. Furin's eyes darted to the figure to see it was, shockingly enough, Miyabi who came to her aid. Furin's eyes were wide with shock. They shimmered as she stared at Miyabi. Nei-san. Suddenly the sound of blood drops were heard. Everyone stopped as they heard the sound. Guken's eyes slowly looked to see his right arm was gone. Sensing killer intent behind him, Guken turned his head to see Naruto behind him, his eyes shadowed and hair rising as he had a golden fiery aura surrounding him. Guken's arm in his hand. No one touches my Furin-chan without permission. Naruto growled with rage and throwing the arm away. Bakana, Guken Kusu said breathlessly with pure fear, noticing the bullet holes in Naruto's body were all gone. How did you survive all those? Guken noticed Golden Asura was floating behind Naruto with two fists up. Opening his fists, crushed bullets fell to the ground, shocking everyone. G-Z. Everyone looked to see Takaru sitting up, rubbing his arm, while Kengo was getting to his feet. Did you really have to let us get hit with a few of them? Takaru spoke. Had to make it look realistic. Besides, you weren't the one who had to force his blood cells to multiple at a fast pace to make it spread to look like your two friends had died too. Naruto said without turning towards him and Kengo. Fire. Guken shouted, but no bullet were fired. I said fire. Guken shouted, but still no bullets. I said, suddenly Guken's leg was shot, making him cry with pain and falling to one knee. Nanda. What the? Guken said with shock as he shook. Sorry tilde. Everyone looked to see Tomiko in a kunoichi get-up holding a rifle in one hand, while her other hand was on her cheek as she smiled, acting innocent. I'm a terrible shot. Tomiko said with her ever-present smile. Nei-san. Yuka cheered with a smile. Oh yeah, I forgot about Tomiko. Minori said, rubbing the back of her head. What happened to my men? Guken questioned, still in shock. The Yamato clan happened. Kengo answered. Back at the manor, after I took care of your little army of misfits, I woke up Tomiko-sensei. She had the idea of getting help from her clan, so I called Tien-san to help with that. I was already on the way here anyway. Tien-san added. I could have had some of Tengoku no Mon's soldiers help out, but I figured they don't want to be stuck with such a low-level job of clean-up when it came to Kamigari, so I just helped inform and bring some shinobi from the Yamato clan. Besides, they were inching to end you anyway, so I figured best not to disappoint them. Tien-san explained with his trademark smile. On the way here, Takaru and I crossed paths with Tomiko-sensei filling us on the situation. Now the Yamato clan has taken down your gunmen. Now you're the one surrounded. Kengo finished, pointing to Guken. No. This can't be happening. Guken screamed as he rolled away. Die. Guken opened his mouth wide, ready to unleash a major Kodadama. Everyone became on guard, but Naruto remained lax. You know, you pissed me off so much with all your crap, that you make me want to say a certain word that reminds me of a true bastard rotten to the core, and despite a good one using the same as well, I always think of him, and you've pushed me to actually want to say it to beat your ass. So here I go, Naruto said, his eyes still shadowed as Guken's mouth glowed neon green. Naruto looked to Guken with cold blue eyes and said, Muda. Suddenly Guken's body was instantly broken. Skin punched in, bones completely broken, blood flying and his face literally caved in with teeth flying. Literally caved in. A hole was actually punched into his face, but not through it. Guken went flying away, creating a mushroom cloud of dust as he hit the ground. Holy crap, he did. Leo exclaimed with shock. I didn't even see him move. Minori said with shock. It was all so instant. Haruko said. So L. Kimi, Cha-Cha, Fu, Kuuna and Anaho said with amazement, with the former four saying it with deep affection, along with hearts for eyes and around themselves as well. Naruto started walking over with his hands in his pockets. Oi! Get up! I'm still not done punching you. Naruto said, walking over to the dust cloud. Naruto, Haruko started. I think he's already kind of dead. Himegami bluntly finished with her arms crossed. Not yet. Naruto said. As the dust started to disperse, everyone noticed Guken's body healed, and his right arm back in place. Nani? Guken questioned with shock. I healed you with Golden Asura. Naruto said as Guken looked to notice Naruto's spirit holding onto his right arm for a moment, before vanishing as Naruto stopped in front of Guken. I hate hitting people when they're down. It'll tear apart my heart. So now, it's a fair fight. Naruto said with a calm tone and stoic attitude. Guken then started to laugh. He laughed, and laughed and laughed as the whole area now rang with his laughter. Guken shot into the air, alarming everybody, but Naruto. Fool. You've just made a grave mistake. Now is the hour of your demise. I am livid. Guken Kusu screamed as he raised his hands up high, creating a large ball of destructive elemental energy, ready to slam into Naruto and the others. Guken revved the attack back, glaring down at Naruto with a malicious grin. Naruto. His friends screamed his name. Move out of the way, you idiot. Himegami, Yan and Minori shouted. Guken just laughed, ready to finish things. Now then. Naruto pointed up to Guken, still possessing his stoic look. Your next line is, regret everything pissant. For your soul shall be extinguished today. Regret everything pissant. For your soul shall be extinguished today. Guken Kusu screamed with maniacal glee, but he stopped as his eyes widened in shock. What the? Suddenly wires wrapped around his body. Nani? Everyone gasped in shock. Bacana. So you never noticed. I had Golden Asura rig a trap. Tying wires to the trees while you weren't paying attention. Golden Asura just pulled on them, causing them to come and tie you up. Naruto said as Golden Asura floated behind Guken. Burn him. Naruto ordered. Golden Asura ignited the wires with its own energy, causing Guken to scream in agony. Everyone stared in shock and amazement. Furin was shocked to see the man she hated most to finally earn the pain and torment he finally deserved. Naruto glared at Guken. Despite seeing him in pure pain, he was still feeling nothing but rage. Naruto rocketed towards Guken, slamming his fist into his face. He sent a barrage of punches to him, vanished and appeared behind him where he kicked him in the crick of his neck, appeared back in front of, kicking him across the face and sending a barrage of kicks to him. Naruto immediately summoned 4 clones, before vanishing, letting his clones beat the crap out of him with an assault of punches and kicks, ending it with 4 punches to his head and face, sending him rocketing higher into the sky, where the original Naruto was. Naruto glared at Guken Kusu as Golden Asura was behind him. Naruto started moving his arms in a fluid motion, right hand raised up high and moving downward in a clockwise motion while left hand extended down below moving upwards in a counter-clockwise motion, both hands basically switching places. Once their places were switched, they slowly came towards one another, both bottoms of the hands coming closer to one another. Hakai no K's. Winds of destruction, Naruto spoke as both bottoms of his hands slammed together, creating a concentrated current of pure wind energy to rush out of his hands, charging towards Guken at breakneck speed. Once contacting, Guken screamed as his body was getting littered with thousands of cuts all over his body and some inside his mouth, blood flying everywhere and the cuts just kept on coming with more blood spilling. What in the, how did he? Akaya couldn't even form words on what he was witnessing. He made the wind his bitch again. Minori cheered with a toothy grin, a hand on the bicep of her pumped fist and a wink. Naruto's eyes were shadowed as the winds kept coming. Kusu no Makoto, I can safely say I have never met someone like you before. You are everything people in my world fear. I have never met a more disgusting and infuriating man in my life. Not even Orochimaru was as horrible as you are. You are everything I hate in a person. Naruto thought as his body was starting to glow with golden flames. Tenbi. Suddenly the sides of Naruto's torso glowed a new green light as some metal started to spawn. That girl. Akaya. Gen. Minori-chan. Aki-chan. Maken Ki. Two new pairs of arms started to grow from Naruto's sides. Yatsuno Oba-chan. Haimgami Imouto. Takaru. His mother. Suddenly a pair of mechanical arms and a pair of golden Asura's spirit arms became one with Naruto. Furin-chan. Naruto's hair started to rise and he tightened all 6 of his fists. Everyone I love here has been harmed by you. Along with so many other over the countless years. Naruto's iris glowed gold. And for that, Naruto's gritted teeth grinded tightly as his mouth shook with rage. I will never forgive you. Kusu. Naruto screamed as golden chains shot from his body, stabbing and wrapping around Guken. Golden chains, the Uzumaki Keke Genkei. Kimi exclaimed. Sujina. Cha-Cha and Fu cheered. Azuki and Yan stared up at him with shimmering eyes. Naruto. The two breathlessly spoke. Demetra stared up at the shining spectacle that is Naruto with wide amazed eyes. Show no mercy Naruto. Demetra spoke. Furin stared at Naruto with wide, yet shining eyes. Staring at the man, fighting to protect her. To protect everyone. Naruto, Furin spoke breathlessly as she felt her heart beat faster with excitement and love as she continued to stare at him. The chains shot back, retracting into Naruto, dragging Guken towards him. Guken, no, Kusu, stared at Naruto with pure unadulterated fear. He had never felt this sense of fear before. It was even worse than when he faced off against his nephew, Yabiko. Why is this happening? Naruto roared as Guken Kusu came closer. Cocking all his fists back, Naruto sent a hard left from his original left fist. Aura! Naruto shouted as he slammed his left fist into Guken Kusu's cheek. Then a mechanical right fist to his ribs, breaking it, causing it to puncture an organ, making Guken spit out blood. Then a left spirit fist to the side of his pelvis, shattering it upon contact. Pure. A mechanical left to his liver. Raging. A right spirit fist to the kidney. Grand. His original fist straight into Guken's right temple. Asura. Naruto screamed as he started to send a grand furious barrage of punches with all fists. Orao rao 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 ra. The two suddenly hit the ground, but Naruto was far from done. Naruto roared as he continued his relentless barrage. Orao rao 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 ra. The ground beneath them started to crack, and grew, taking up a 30-meter radius. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto gave an audible roar as he continued punch. Aura. Naruto sent a final hard punch straight into Guken's face, destroying the cracked ground as a whole. 151 Aura's bitches. Everyone stared in pure shock as they watched Naruto with gritting teeth and shadowed angry eyes, floating above the hole while a completely wrecked Guken fell into the hole. A large trail of blood following the body as it descended into the dark abyss below. Naruto focused energy into his body so he could stand on the air with one knee. Everyone stared in pure shock. All utterly speechless as they stared at the devastating scene. Naruto stood up and started walking towards the edge of the hole as his mechanical arms started to disperse into green elemental energy while his spirit arms started to fade away via golden flames. Miyabi shuddered as she stared at Naruto with pure shock, disbelief and fear. This is the man who declared war on Yamato Takaru. Miyabi questioned to herself as Naruto neared the edge of the hole. He's otherworldly. Naruto made it to solid ground. His extra arms now gone, while regular arms were tight from the intense use of the muscles. Naruto's body was steaming, but that soon vanished as well. Everyone continued to stare at Naruto. The blonde male just stayed silent with a stoic look, his eyes shadowed. The whole area was silent for the longest time. That is, until a growling sound was heard throughout the area. Naruto suddenly frowned. Yar days. Naruto started to rub his stomach. I need 100 bowls of ramen, stat, datbayo tilde. Naruto whined with calm eyes, and a starving frown. Everyone just continued to stare at him with pure disbelief this time. Furin's lips started to quiver. She then giggled. Her giggle soon got louder until it became all-out laughter. Oh Naruto! Furin exclaimed as she continued to laugh. Everyone, but Miyabi started to laugh as well. Naruto just chuckled with a blush on his cheeks as he rubbed the back of his head with slight bashfulness. Furin ran over towards him. Naruto! Furin cheered his name with a huge open-mouth smile. She jumped into his arm and gave him a kiss. Naruto's eyes widened, but then they closed as he wrapped his arms around Furin. Once separating, Furin snuggled her head into Naruto's chest with a bright loving smile, while Naruto smiled down at her. He was happy to see her this cheerful. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up only to shout in surprise as Azuki, Kimi, Cha-Cha, Minori, Aki and even Yan and Demetra, along with Kuuna, pounce him as they all gave a group hug with all, but Demetra giving him kisses. Naruto laughed as he felt so loved by these 6 beautiful girls, and 2 drop-dead gorgeous women, and apparently a cute little girl too. Trust me, despite that last part, he don't fly like that though. TCH. Lucky brat. Akaya said with his arms crossed and an annoyed smirk. However, that smirk soon turned into a smile as he stared fondly at the blonde male. Thank you Naruto, for finally ending the nightmare. Leo fell to his bottom, exhaling a long sigh. Now what? Leo wondered to himself. You know, if you're looking for employment from an organization that isn't filled with heartless monsters, but people genuinely desiring to help others, I know just the people for you to call. Akaya said with a smirk and a hand cupping his chin. Leo looked to Akaya with a questioning expression. That's my Ni-san. Anaho cheered with joy and fist thrust into the air. So this is the man that declared war on Yamato Takeru. Teshin said. He then placed a hand atop of Anaho's head, making her look up to her father. You sure know how to pick an excellent elder sibling. Teshin said with a smile. Anaho smiled back at her father with a cat-like smile. I missed your smile. My daughter. Teshin thought with a wider smile. I love you Naruto-kun. Kuuna exclaimed with a wide smile as she hugged Naruto tighter with her arms around his neck. Congrats on the victory kit. Kurama said with a smile, but then gained a devious smirking grin. And the new addition to your harem. Shut it, stupid fox. Naruto shouted through their mental link. Put just laughed with joy. Tomiko gently clapped her hands. Excellent work. Tomiko said. A plus material. In case there's nothing between the 2 asterisk, there was supposed to be a plus there. Not sure if it'll show until this gets on fanfic. That should give Naruto a lifetime worth of extra credit, Tomiko ne-chan. Kengo said with a grin and he helped Yuka to her feet. I'll allow you to say it this once until you marry my sister, Yusui-kun. Tomiko said with her ever-present smile. Kengo gasped with new joy. You mean I have your blessing? Kengo asked with hope. Tomiko just hummed as she pretended to ignore Kengo, bumming him out a bit while Yuka giggled. Honestly Yusui-kun, you've earned my blessing long ago. Tomiko thought with a wider smile. Kengo then held his head, worrying the Yamato sisters. Yusui-kun, is something wrong? Yuka asked with concern for her boyfriend. That stupid little headache just came back. Kengo said. Headache. Miyabi walked over to the edge of the hole and looked down it to see the only part of Guken that was visible was a broken, bruised and bloodied hand sticking out of a pile of rubble. This isn't good. Miyabi said. Yeah, your master is finally taking a dirt nap with the worms. Minori exclaimed with a grin, pointing at Miyabi. Not that. Guken is dead, but Yamato Takeru is still at large. Miyabi said, adjusting her glasses, as everyone stared at her in shock. What do you mean? Demetra asked. The truth is, Guken and Otahime are clones made from Yamato Takeru's DNA. While inhabiting the body of Okan-san, his descendant, he managed to create multiple clones for him to inhabit after Okan outlived his use. Miyabi said, shocking everyone. I knew it. I knew a kind old man like Okan couldn't have really changed like that. Leo said as he remembered the kind leader of Kamigari when he was a student. Once Okan-san died, Yamato Takeru went to the nearest cloned body in the area. That being Guken. So now, he's heading straight to inhabit that stupid brat. Izuki shouted. Yusui-kun. Yuka spoke, alerting some of the others, as they saw Kengo start to sweat, holding the side of his head. Yo Kengo, what's going on, man? Takeru as he walked over to his friend and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kengo's head hanged as he held the side of his head. Slowly he started turning his head towards Takeru, only to shock the other male. Takeru's eyes widened in pure shock as he saw Kengo's sclera was black and his iris was gold, and he had a sinister grin on his face as he chuckled evilly. Takeru gasped with shock and disbelief. Kusu. Suddenly, Kengo punched Takeru in the gut, making the reddish-haired teen cough up blood, as he was sent rocketing away, shocking everyone. Takeru. Naruto screamed. Take-chan. Haruko screamed. Takeru-kun. Sirius screamed. Takeru-sama. Anaho screamed. Yusui-kun, what are you doing? Yuka screamed with shock and disbelief in what her boyfriend just did. Kengo turned his head to Yuka and licked his lips, causing her to widen her eyes in shock and fear. You're not Yusui-kun. Yuka screamed. Oh, but I'm better. After all, I rocked your world when you were one of my mistresses. Kengo said with a lecherous grin and hand under his chin. Yuka gasped as she was now staring in horror at the man possessing her boyfriend. Tomiko took out a blade and put it against Kengo's neck. Get out of him right now. Tomiko ordered. Kengo just laughed maniacally as he then exploded with elemental energy, sending Tomiko and Yuka along with others nearby away. This body. It feels good. Even better than that weakling Okan and that brat Guken ever could have been. Kengo said with a grin as he scratched the sides of his head with immense satisfaction and excitement. Naruto's eyes widened as he stared at Kengo, with new shock and fear. Kusu, Naruto said with breathlessly with disbelief. I see. No wonder your friend looked familiar. He's a clone of Yamato Takeru. Miyabi spoke, shocking everyone to new levels of disbelief. Nani? Takeru questioned with disbelief. No. Not Yusui-kun. Please Kami-samas, no. Yuka said with a hand over her mouth as she started shedding tears. Kusu Kengo continued to laugh as his body burst with an aura of element. Miyabi, which one was this little brat? Kusu Kengo asked as he stared down at his new body. Miyabi stayed silent as she stared at the madman. Do you have crap clogging your ears? I asked which number was this one. Kusu Kengo shouted with annoyance. Miyabi flinched as she quickly took out her phone and scrolled through the past records. 001, Yamato-sama. Miyabi spoke, albeit with some new fear. Oh yes. I remember him. The little rebel of the family. Because of him we lost a clone that he liberated at the cost of his own freedom. Tortured him so much he lost his memories. Last I recall, one of our own took him away and wiped his own record away so we could never track them down. Finally you've returned to me, my son. Kusu Kengo grinned as he then flexed his biceps. And you've gotten into quite good shape too. I'm proud. Kusu Kengo resumed his laughter. Naruto's lips quivered. Naruto then started to growl with his teeth bare. Getting up and out of the embraces of the girls and women who love him, he headed over towards Kusu Kengo. Naruto, Furin spoke with concern. Naruto, please don't. Yuka begged, fearing the worst. Kusu Kengo looked towards the approaching Naruto. Oh tilde. You coming to finish the job. Ready to kill your friend to get to me, is that right? Kusu Kengo teased with a grin. Oi, Kusu. Naruto stopped and pointed towards his possessed friend. Get out of Kengo so we can finish this. Oh tilde, not going to kill me, are you? Kusu continued to tease. Not so long as you're in there. Naruto said. Then no deal. This is the perfect body yet. Imagine the powerful spawn I could create with this. Kusu exclaimed with a grin, but suddenly his head shot to the side as his sclera became white and iris became platinum blue. No woman touches this body like that but Yuka-chan. Kengo shouted before his head returned back to normal position as his sclera became black and iris gold again. Kusu Kengo blinked his eyes in surprise. Nanda. What the hell was that? Kusu questioned with confusion. Naruto blinked his eyes in surprise. Kengo's still in there fighting. Takaru said. Oh Yusui-kun. Even when you are possessed by the worst scum in existence, you're still faithful to our love. Yuka said with teary eyes and her hands over her mouth. Her heart was exploding with love for her boyfriend. Aishiteru wa, my soulmate. Stupid fool. Fighting for supremacy. Kusu said rubbing his new body's neck. Hey. Well it does not matter. I have lasted in this world for centuries. My mental strength far surpasses anyone's, even this little pervert's. I'll overtake full control of this body in no time. Kusu said with a smirk and crossed arms. For now. Kusu Kengo dashed at Naruto, sending punches at him that the blonde blocked with his arms. Kusu sent a kick to Naruto, but he slapped it away. Using the training katana, Kusu slashed at Naruto with elements surrounding the blade. Naruto just kept dodging the blade as Kusu Kengo continued to try and cut him down. Suddenly Shinobi and Kunoichi dressed in black with shinobi masks dashed over from the tree with their weapons ready, but Tomiko stood in their way. Tomiko, step aside. A tall male of the group spoke. I can't allow you to kill him. Tomiko spoke. We will not execute him. That would lead to Yamato Takaru escaping again. We plan on sealing him away. You can't do that. Not while he's still in Yusui-kun. Tomiko exclaimed. Don't let your emotions and personal ties with the young man cloud your judgment, sister. It is the only way we can assure that Yamato Takaru is gone for good. No one is sealing Kengo away. Naruto shouted. Kusu Kengo took his chance and sent a downward slash onto Naruto. Naruto surrounded his arm in elemental energy, as once the training katana hit his forearm, it grinded off it. Naruto jumped back while Kusu Kengo laughed. Like anyone could defeat me the way that I am now. Especially when I have this. Attack. Kusu shouted with a grin as he thrust his hand forward towards Naruto. But nothing happened. Everyone just waited to see what Kusu was planning, but he seemed as confused as they were. I said attack. Kusu shouted thrusting his hand forward towards Naruto again, but still nothing. Attack. Attack. Attack I say. Kusu shouted trying to summon something. Why isn't it coming out? Kusu questioned as he looked to his hand. If you're talking about Kengo's spirit, forget about it. A spirit is only unique to oneself. They are created through the soul mixing with the mind's mental strength, fighting will and instincts. Together projecting a being out of the body with the body itself acting as the tether. You may have Kengo's body and your mind is powerful, but so long as your souls are different, you can never summon Kengo's spirit. Tiansen explained, pointing to Kusu Kengo. TCH. Doesn't matter. I'll kill this fool, before he solidifies his resolve to defeat me. Kusu said with a grin. I will. Kusu Kengo suddenly grabbed his throat as he coughed. Coughing up some more, he suddenly vomited and fell to his knees. Everyone was on edge on what was happening. Naruto. Kengo spoke. Kengo. Naruto was about to walk over. Don't come near me unless you intend to kill me. Kengo shouted, causing Naruto to stop in place. I don't know what's going on. All I know is that I'm not alone in here. He's taking over. I'm fighting the best I can, but I'm going to lose in a few moments. This is your only chance to kill me. Kengo said, shocking everyone. Kengo, that's not going to work. He'll just go into a different body. Naruto spoke. I figured, but I know it won't be any of yours, so I'm okay with that. So long as he doesn't have my body to wreak havoc on the innocent and force himself upon others, then I'm fine with death. Kengo said, shocking the others. You idiot. Think about what you're saying. Takaru shouted. I have, damn it. Kengo shouted. I don't want this suffering. To constantly fight to take back control of myself only to wake up to see I have done something horrible to others. I don't want that. I always felt that would be my greatest nightmare. I never knew why, but, now I feel as if I know. Kengo started to tear up. I don't want the last thing everyone to remembers me to be was a monster. Especially not to Yuka-chan. I never want the first girl to give me real love to see me that way, I don't want to hurt her. Please just end me. Yuka's eyes shook as tears rolled down her cheeks. Yusui-kun. Yuka said her boyfriend's name with great sadness. Naruto stared at Kengo's shaking kneeling body, feeling sick knowing of what his friend is asking him to do. I'm losing, take action now. Hurry. Kengo exclaimed. Hell no. Naruto said. Don't be noble damn it. Kengo shouted. I refuse to kill you and cause a friend of mine to feel pain for the rest of her life. I could never forgive myself if I did that. Naruto said with a calm stoic look. Kengo stared at Naruto with calm, stoic eyes. He suddenly had a smirk grin. Should have known it was useless to try and convince you. Kengo said. He suddenly vomited blood. Yusui-kun. Yuka screamed with fear. Kengo got to his feet and sighed. His eyes were black sclera with gold iris again, meaning Kusu was back in control. Little brat. Although you should have listened to him. The next body I would have jumped into would have been Otohime's, but I can tell you would not stop until you send my soul to hell. Still, you should have taken his advice. Kusu Kengo grinned as he laughed, angering Naruto. No matter what, you will never get your hands on my soul. I'll keep going on until the end of time. The only way to save your friend is to rip my soul out, and that's impossible. Kusu laughed as the inside of his mouth started to glow. Prepare for oblivion, Uzumaki Naruto. Kusu shouted as he rocketed towards Naruto, ready to fire a concentrated Kodadama. Naruto. Azuki shouted with fear for his life. Naruto fist shook with rage as his body started to glow with golden fire. Bastard, you, Naruto spoke through his gritted teeth as Kusu Kengo laughed as he came closer to the angered Naruto. I wish, Kusu Kengo was finally in front of Naruto, ready to fire the Kodadama. I wish I could just punch your soul out. Naruto screamed with pure rage. Golden Asura suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Aura. Golden Asura cried as it punched Kengo right through the chest, causing some of the girls to scream. Everyone watched in horror as Kengo's body went limp onto Naruto's body. Naruto held onto Kengo's body looking down at him with sad eyes. The area was deathly silent, but suddenly Kengo's body moved a bit. Huh. Kengo blinked his eyes. Wait, what happened? Why is my body on you and not Yuka-chan's? Kengo questioned looking up to Naruto, who suddenly smiled, and for good reason. Usui-kun tilde. Yuka screamed with joy and relief as she pounced her boyfriend, glomping him into a hug. Thank the lords you're back. Yuka exclaimed with tears of joy. Kengo smiled as he wrapped his arms around Yuka. Tomiko sighed with relief that Kengo now gets to live on without being sealed away. Minerva sighed with a hand to her chest, happy that Kengo was now safe, but she frowned with self-disappointment that she did nothing. That she could not do anything. She's never felt so useless before. I'm happy Yusui-kun is safe, but, I did nothing, but watch. Disgraceful. Minerva thought with a frown as her head faced the ground. No way. Takaru spoke. Everyone was now staring at the scene, but they were all shocked by something they couldn't believe that they hadn't noticed until now. There in the center, Golden Asura was floating with the soul of Kusu in its hand. Kusu's soul was in the shape of what he looked before his original death against Yabiko, looking down at the spirit with fear. Everyone, even Naruto, stared at the scene with shock. Naruto's expression became calm and stoic as he walked over to Golden Asura with his hands in his pockets. Naruto stopped behind Golden Asura. Well, looks like Golden Asura can actually punch a soul out of a body. Yokata. Good. Naruto spoke in a calm, cool tone. Kusu stared down at Naruto and Golden Asura with gritting teeth and fear etched all over his soul's face. Now then, Kusu, now that we're face to face the proper way. I believe it's time to settle your debt to everyone right now. Naruto spoke calmly, causing Kusu's eyes to widen with pure fear. See Chato Mat. Wait a second, I have acquired many things over the years. I have great influence upon so many people with Kamigari. All that power, the money and all the women you could ask for. I can give you it all. Let my soul free and you can have it all, I promise. Kusu tried to bargain. Yar yar. You truly are one of the lowest, if not the lowest scum in history. The debt you owe can never be repaid with anything frivolous. Naruto spoke as his iris glowed gold, scaring Kusu. Now, get a good look at my face. Naruto said, pointing to his stoic face. Memorize it. Kusu's eyes shook as he stared at Naruto. Because I want you to always remember the face of the man who beat you. Kusu's eyes shrunk as he stared at Naruto with pure fear. I don't know if this has ever been said, but, if not, Golden Asura grew 2 new pairs of arms, giving him a complete 6. Then I'll be the first to say, Naruto stared directly into Kusu's soul eyes as Golden Asura cocked his arms back, tightening his hands into fists. I'm gonna punch you right in the soul. Yumeru. Stop, Kusu screamed with fear right before Golden Asura started its blinding assault of speeding fists. Orao rao 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 ra. Golden Asura suddenly slammed all its fists into Kusu's soul. Roku Ren Suzo Bakuden no Ken. 6-fold hydrogen bomb fists, Naruto spoke as fiery wind exploded right through Kusu's soul, tearing the soul apart. Everyone stared in pure shock as they watched Kusu's shredded soul float through the air, looking like torn-up body parts, while Naruto turned his back to the now defeated Kusu. TCH. Naruto spoke as Golden Asura vanished. Dame. You're done, Naruto spoke as he started walking away. So ku L. Kimi, Cha-Cha, Fu, Kuuna, Anaho, Minerva, Ailalu and Lailu thought on the same wavelength in awe with the former 4 possessing pure affection. Suyoi. Strong, Azuki, Yan, Furin, Demetra and Aki whispered with blushes on their cheeks. Minori was blushing as well, but she remained silent. Himegami stared at the scene with pure disbelief. The sight was more breathtaking than anything she could have ever imagined. Kusu's soul was in pieces. His thoughts blank. He has been utterly defeated. However, a person coming out of nowhere spun their weapon in a windmill motion, causing the pieces of the soul to get sucked into it. Everyone looked in shock at the new arrival who had just collected Kusu's soul. The Reaper guy. Naruto spoke softly with shock as he stared at Shiki. I don't think I ever introduced myself. I am Shiki. The man known as Shiki stopped spinning his scythe Maken, slamming the bottom of the snath onto the ground. It's that guy who possesses the Karatori Te no Atsumari. Reaper's gatherer, Minori screamed, pointing a finger at Shiki and his Maken. I thought it was called the Karatoriki no Seishu. Naruto said with confusion. I thought it was Ripa no Seishu. Azuki said with confusion as well. You know, I was never really clear on the proper enunciation of that name. Minori said with a finger to her chin. Fuck it. I'll just call it whatever the hell I want. Naruto exclaimed, starting to get sick of the name changes for one Maken. Okay, I brought this up because for some fucking reason, the name changed again over the years. I am sick and tired of finding the proper name for this damn thing. For the 3rd time, Google Translate, which is like the only source for us writers on fanfic and the Death Battle cast used to find out the proper translation of a word or phrase we use. I am tired of it. This is the last name change, and if it changes again over the years then the reliable source can go suck it. I'm not sure what name I should just use for this damn thing, but I'll let all of you decide. Sorry for the interruption, but I felt you all had to know before you all got confused. As everyone glared at Shiki, the upper body of Kusu's soul was seen hanging from the blade of the scythe Maken. Nani? What's happy? Kusu's eyes widened as he stared at the Maken holding his soul. That thing, it can't be, not you again. Kusu shouted with new fear. Kusu no Makoto. Or do you still go by that ridiculous god name of yours? Yamato Takaru. Shiki said to the fearful Kusu. Shiki turned his head back towards the large group in front of him, only to notice a very familiar face. Kodama Himegami. You have grown since I have last seen you, in the arms of your elder brother. Yabiko right. Heimgami gasped as images of a man with long hair and a scythe appeared in her head. Her eyes started to slowly widen with pure fear and disbelief. Bah! Bakana, impossible, Heimgami spoke breathlessly. Ah! Glad you caught him. A new figure was coming towards Shiki. Everyone looked to see man, looking to be in his early or mid-20s, walking over towards Shiki. It was young man, appearing in his 20s, with gray or more like silver hair with his hair combed back with some layers on the back, and a soul patch of the same color as his hair. He wore a green long coat with twin tails, a black dress vest, and white undershirt underneath the vest, a black tie, green dress pants and black dress shoes. Although what was the most noticeable part of this man was his left hand. It was a large dark green stone-like fist with a neon grass green outline of a circle on the palm with neon grass green lines coming out of the sides of the circle and going around the hand where it met another neon grass green circle outline on the back of the hand. There were also neon grass green lines around every joint of the fingers. Covering the entire forearm was a large cylinder-shaped arm guard, dark green with 3 neon grass green lines circling around it. Heimgami gasped as she fell on her bottom, alerting everyone. No. That's impossible. Heimgami screamed with pure fear. Heimgami Ojou-san. It's been, what? Centuries that I know, but how many? The man said with a calm smile. How are you alive? How are you both alive? You almost killed us. Heimgami screamed. Calm yourself. We never intended any harm back then or now. We're just here to visit my old friend here. The man said with his hand gesturing towards Kusu's soul. Hi, Heimgami-senpai, how do you know them? Anaho asked. They were with him. The same night my mother and father were killed. They were with that monster. Heimgami exclaimed, shocking everyone. Nani? But that happened centuries ago. I don't know about the guy with the weird bird mask, but the other guy looks really young to be that old. Takaru said. HMPH. Believe it or not, I am an old fart. Naruto has seen that before. The green-clothed man said. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto questioned with a serious stoic expression. The silver-haired man grinned as he rested his right hand on his stone gauntlet. It suddenly stopped glowing green as the man then started to rapidly age into an elderly man, shocking everyone, but none more than Naruto as he recognized that face. You're the old man who had Hayato capture me. Naruto shouted, shocking everyone. The name is Toshiyuku Rin, and I am the founder and leader of Mayanaka Moon Shikai. The old man now known as Toshiyuku Rin spoke as his left gauntlet glowed once more, causing his age to revert back to the appearance of a man in his 20s. Pleasure to finally meet you all. Toshiyuku spoke with a smile. Tien-san stared at him with wide yet serious eyes. The leader of Mayanaka Moon Shikai, I never thought I'd be so unlucky enough to be in his presence. Tien-san thought. Why are you here? Kusu demanded answers. We came for you, my old friend. Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Remember that debt you owe for finding the piece of Yamata no Orochi. Long ago, a shirtless man wearing a green with white lining open haori and green pants along with Geta sandals at the feet, was sitting upon a rock, with a smirk on his face as an arm rested on one of his knees. Ho tilde. You want me to help you? The man questioned with a smirk. I am not asking. I am telling. Kusu said, standing in front of the man with 20 men behind him. Ma tilde. You sure are confident. The man spoke with a smirk and no sense of fear. Will you assist? Or, Kusu's blade started to slowly come out of its sheath, with the blade glowing green. The man showed a little teeth with his smirk. Suddenly all the men behind Kusu fell, shocking him from sensing their bodies drop. He was about to turn his head, but a scythe blade was curved around his neck. His eyes glanced to see the wielder of the unique scythe. The man had long black hair with a cloth over his mouth. The sclera of his eyes were purple, his iris green and pupils were red. He was shirtless with the only clothes on his being were black pants that were a bit torn, burnt and had holes at the bottom of them, exposing his calves. Kusu's eyes stared down towards the scythe. It was truly unique. It had giant snake eye on its tang and a skull halfway up its grip. Although what was frightening was that the skull's mouth glowed green as he heard small screams coming from it, And inside the sockets were black eye and frowns moving around inside until everything within the skull vanished, all turning black. His name is Shiki, by the way. The man said, standing up and walking over towards Kusu, extending his left hand to him. My name is Toshiyuku Rin, and despite Rin being my first name, many go by my last. Whether out of fear or respect. Let's work together. Toshiyuku said with a smile. Kusu stared at him with a glare and shaking eyes. Kusu reached his hand over and grabbed Toshiyuku's left hand, but Toshiyuku grinned as his hand glowed green, causing Kusu's eyes to widen as he felt something inside him shift. Something personal, like his soul. Toshiyuku's hand stopped glowing to reveal a green stone gauntlet with neon green linings. And in return, you will owe me something in the future. Toshiyuku said with a grin. Despite getting this man on his side now, he had a bad feeling about the debt he now owes. Standing on a cliff, Shiki, with his scythe Maken on his back, somehow tied by an invisible force, used a telescope to scout the area while Toshiyuku and Kusu were standing behind him. Found it. Shiki said, handing the telescope to Kusu. 70 degrees longitude, 30 degrees latitude. So that is where Yamata no Orochi lives. Kusu said. Along with your brother. Toshiyuku said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Kusu grinned a sadistic, malicious grin. Now remember. Iroh said that down there also live his 2 children. If you are not careful, his prediction of you dying from one of them will become reality. Are you afraid that I won't be able to repay the debt? Kusu questioned with a smirk as he brought the telescope down from his eye. No. I know that even if you die, you'll find a way to continue on. I'm just giving a friendly warning. Being too overconfident is a hinder. Toshiyuku said with a smirk and a finger up. HMPH. Like I'd ever need such pointless advice. Just children to worry about. What a joke. Kusu said, tossing the telescope away and jumping off the cliff. Why are you so concerned about this? He is weak, yet we agreed to assist. For what reason? Shiki asked. Simple. Iroh spoke of a man who would die and obtain a new form of power. It will be called Soul Collector. The ability to control souls. I'm sure that one day, that power will be of great use in the hands of you, my friend. Toshiyuku explained with a smile. HMPH. Sounds like we'll be starting something big in the future to come. Shiki said as he stood up from the ground. The two stared down at the home, seeing a plume of element appear for a moment. The two vanished right off the cliff. As Kusu stared down at his brother and wife, Yamata no Orochi, he suddenly sensed 2 familiar signatures behind him. Rin, Shiki, follow those kids and keep an eye on them. Kusu said as he directed them to where his niece and nephew ran off to with his blade. So be it. Toshiyuku said as he and Shiki walked off towards where the 2 children ran off to. A little faster would be beneficial. Kusu said with narrowed eyes. Good luck dodging that punch to the face. Toshiyuku said. What? Kusu was suddenly punched in the face by his brother, Usu no Makoto, sending him into the ground. That was for trying to kill me years ago when I was flirting with Tachibana-chan. Usu said with annoyance and his knuckles steaming. Excuse me. Yatsuno questioned with a twitching eyebrow. It's nothing, honey. The past is the past and I am with you now, remember. Usu said with a nervous smile and his hands up. Yatsuno sighed at her husband's behavior. She turned her head towards the 2 men pursuing their children with a glare. She raised her hand as it glowed with element, but before she could try anything, Usu was slammed into the floor next to her. Usu. Yatsuno screamed. How rude, brother. Kusu said, wiping the blood from his mouth. I was talking to some friends. Yabiko panted as he and Haimgami continued to run, but they skidded to a halt as they ended up to the edge of a cliff. Damn. Yabiko cursed. Ni-san. Yabiko turned to see his sister staring in fear of 2 unknown men. Who are you? Yabiko questioned, turning towards the 2 intimidating men. 2 men who aren't on your side. Toshiyuku said with a smirk and his arms crossed. Yabiko gritted his teeth as he held the container of his mother's Maken on his back tightly. You're with him, aren't you? We're more of guides. Toshiyuku clarified. Guides? Yabiko questioned. His eyes widened as he realized what that meant. You 2 are the reason he found us. Yabiko screamed with anger, pointing to the two. Yes, that's right. Toshiyuku said nonchalantly. You bastards. Yabiko screamed as he rushed over towards them. He roared as he charged toward Toshiyuku with his fist cocked back. Shiki appeared between the two as Yabiko got close, grabbing the snath of his scythe. Don't kill him, Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Shiki slashed at Yabiko, sending him flying back with a large scar on his torso. Ni-san. Kodama screamed as she watched her brother hit the ground. Yabiko's scream of agony echoed throughout the area. Yabiko continued to scream, frightening his sister. She slowly turned her head towards the two, to see the tall guy with the scythe put his weapon onto his back. Kodama continued to hear her brother scream with tears flowing down her face, but when she saw the small grin on the silver-haired man's face, she started seeing red. She looked to the ground to see a large rock. She slowly reached her hand down towards it, grabbing it. Nanda. Why does this hurt so much? Yabiko screamed. Simple. My friend's weapon here can damage souls with one swipe. Even taking them out of their bodies and absorbing them. Toshiyuku said with a smirk, his hand gesturing towards Shiki. It's a, Maken. Yabiko questioned with new fear as his eyes shrunk with fear. The two stayed silent, but Toshiyuku's smile was all the answer he needed. Impossible. My mother creates them when this isn't possible, I have them all and yet, there's another, how? Yabiko exclaimed with pure fear. Toshiyuku continued to stare at Yabiko with humor at his shocked and fearful expression. He heard Kodama scream, charging at him with the large rock. She threw it at his head, but he had vanished before it fully left her hand, shocking her. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Kodama's head slowly turned to see a stone hand in front of her face. Too slow. Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Kodama. Yabiko screamed as he quickly got up and ran towards her. Toshiyuku flicked Kodama's forehead, sending her rocketing into her brother. The brother and sister fell off the cliff, although luckily it wasn't so steep. Habakiri. He is after it to become a god, yes. Is the story behind it true? Shiki asked, turning his head to Toshiyuku. Partly. I've seen a real god before and the power behind that sword didn't feel anywhere near that. Perhaps demi-god at best. Toshiyuku spoke. Shiki returned his gaze ahead. The two heard the children who fell off the cliff moan with pain. Kusu, holding the heads of his brother and sister-in-law in his hands, walked over. Move, Kusu said as he pushed past between the two, bumping their shoulders. Shiki stared at Kusu with annoyance building up inside himself. The day I take his soul will be the best day of my life. Shiki said. Then I'll be sure to remind you of that. Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Kusu threw away the heads, grabbed his blade and slashed at a charging Heimgami, holding a Maken, away, but Yabiko managed to take the hit for her. Kusu laughed as he leapt down the cliff and walked over towards them. How entertaining. For parents and children to be so similar. I guess it's only to be expected when the blood running through your veins is the same. The blood of fools. Kusu said with a grin. Shut up. Kodama said as Element started to surround herself. Your voice, I never want to hear your voice again. Kodama screamed as she exploded with energy. Kusu was suddenly hit by a plume of Element that rose straight into the sky. Toshiyuku blinked his eyes as he and Shiki stared at the plume of Element. They walked over towards the edge of the cliff and looked down to see 8 new beings along with Yatsuno surrounding Yabiko and Kodama. They're made of element. Shiki said. Looks like this is the girl's own newly awakened Maken. I believe Iroh has spoken of this one. Originally Yamato no Orochi's, but now it seems it has been passed down to her daughter. Toshiyuku spoke. Do you find use for it in the future? Shiki asked. None I can think of. Toshiyuku said placing his left stone hand on his cheek. The two watched the scene below with disinterest. Well then, let's head off. I'm sure he can handle it from here. Toshiyuku said as he turned around and walked away. I know when you were lying. Shiki spoke before turning around and following. And now after so many years, I have come to collect that debt. Which will be your soul. Toshiyuku said with a smirk, scaring Kusu shitless. Wait, you said piece of Yamato no Orochi, what the hell do you mean piece? Kusu screamed. The skull on Shiki's scythe bit into Kusu's soul, making him scream in agony at the unimaginable pain. Kusu continued to scream as the skull ate him up. The skull of the scythe slurped up the rest of Kusu's soul, finally absorbing it. The mouth and sockets of the soul glowed green as the echoing screams of Kusu was heard inside it. Everyone just stared in shock and fear at the Maken in the hands of the dark-dressed masked man. Shiki's hand slowly started to rise. That one. Shiki pointed to Takaru, making him flinch with fear. I sense that other kid's blood inside him. Ah. I see. So he must be a descendant of Himegami Yabiko. Or is it Yabiko no Makoto? That did tend to confuse me at times. Toshiyuku said with his ever-present smile. Suddenly jumping out of the hole were three figures, landing in front of Toshiyuku. They were Wabisuke, Hanahime and Iwao. Wabisuke showed the piece of the Orochi statue that he took from Guken's hand into his own. Good work. Toshiyuku said with smirk. Oh no you don't. Haruko exclaimed as she rocketed forward, but her sword Murakumo was blocked by another sword, shocking Haruko. A woman in a cloak had intercepted her attack. The only part of her appearance she could notice was her unkempt lavender-gray hair with bangs over the middle of her forehead, with a long lock of hair on the right side of her face extending down to her breasts, green eyes and purple lipstick. She was also pale-skinned. The woman pushed Haruko away, causing her to skid back, shocking everyone, but the members of Mayanaka Moon Shikai. Great work, Hasani. Toshiyuku said. Hi, Toshiyuku-sama. Hasani spoke as she stood up and walked towards her group. Yan threw off her Venus jacket and dashed forward. Hasani quickly intercepted her, but Yan became a bolt of lightning, managing to dodge Hasani's sword and go past her, shocking the pale beauty. Yan appeared behind her and dashed towards Wabisuke at lightning-fast speed. Wabisuke remained calm and did nothing as Yan came closer, seeing as he knew what would come next. Yan sent a lightning-coated roundhouse to Wabisuke's neck, but a pair of soft hands grabbed her leg. Yan's eyes widened with shock as she stared at Hanahime, who intercepted her attack with her bare hands on Yan's lightning-fueled leg. What? This is impossible. Unless, she can manipulate lightning as well. Yan thought with shock as she felt a current of lightning off of Hanahime's hands, countering her own lightning leg technique. Hanahime narrowed her eyes as she sent a small pulse of lightning to her hands, causing Yan to double back, as Hanahime sent a kick to her stomach, sending her flying back. Yan flipped in the air, landing on her hands and feet in a crouching position and rocketed back over towards Hanahime. Yan sent a roundhouse, that Hanahime pushed away with a back fist, but Yan sent another with her other leg, forcing Hanahime to move back. Yan spun on her foot from the momentum of the roundhouse, before sending a jab kick to Hanahime's stomach, which the lavender-haired beauty pushed down with both hands. Yan quickly sent a jumping knee with her other leg, intending to hit Hanahime in the jaw, but she moved back in time. While still in the air, Yan's knee attack became a kick attack that Hanahime blocked with an X block as a spark of electricity came from Yan's foot, but it wasn't enough to leave a burn mark or bruise. Bouncing off Hanahime's arm, Yan landed to the ground, crouching position as her right leg burst with electrical element, and charged over, starting to send a flurry of kicks, faster than the eye could notice, but Hanahime countered with her own flurry of kicks. Their kicks hitting against one another, causing yellow and pink sparks. They sent one final kick to one another, causing the bottom of their feet to clash with one another, causing a shockwave of electricity to burst from the exchange. Yan skidding back from the shockwave, while Hanahime remained unaffected. Yan growled, glaring at Hanahime, but she suddenly appeared in front of Yan. Hanahime's hands were placed upon Yan's boobs, making the Chinese maiden blush red at the bold move Hanahime decided to make, but her eyes widened in shock as those hands glowed pink, and then suddenly those hands burst with pink electricity, sending Yan flying back towards the others. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he saw Yan skid back towards the others. Damn. Naruto's eyes glanced towards Hanahime, who had a serious yet calm expression on her face. She may look like Hinata, but she seems more brutal to her enemies if need be. We can't let them have that peace. Haruko shouted as she and Azuki, with their Maken ready, charged over at breakneck speed. Hasani charged to intercept, but suddenly Naruto appeared in front of her, shocking the lavender-haired woman, and as she swung her blade down, Naruto sent an uppercut that knocked the sword away and caused great heated friction that forced Hasani to jump away, as her cloak burned away to reveal a short, sleeveless purple tunic with black edges with the front and back open to reveal a hefty amount of cleavage. In fact, the tunic only covered her nipples and left all bare, and a tattoo on her back with was a black circle outline with inside it was a closed eye with diamonds around it. A white obi belt tied on the front of her waist. A black choker around her neck. Special mahogany-colored steel arm guards that came from her backhands and extended all the way up to the bottom of her shoulders with holes in them. Purple cloth on the wrists with 2 lines of cloth going up the back hand and get tied around the sides of the middle finger. A black shoulder plate with the kanji for dormant in red. Leg guards that covered her knees and calves with holes in them. Tabi shoes and steel horns coming out from her forehead, most likely from a headband underneath her bangs. Hasani's eyes were wide as she stared at Naruto with shock and amazement. Suyoi. Strong, Hasani whispered, as Haruko and Izuki ran past her. Hasani tightened her left fist as fire came out the holes from her left arm guard, and she sent a punch at Naruto. Naruto grabbed the punch, but fire exploded from her fist, consuming Naruto. However, Hasani's eyes widened as when the fire dispersed, Naruto was intact with his eyes shadowed. Sugan-za. Amazing, Hasani whispered with a blush on her cheeks. Haruko and Izuki charged at Wabisuke, who stared at them stoically, not feeling any pressure or concern over the moment. Hanahime quickly appeared in front of him, ready to intervene, but Wabisuke just flicked the piece of the Orochi statue towards Toshiyuku, who grabbed it with his stone hand. Haruko and Izuki immediately changed directions and charged towards Toshiyuku. You know, people say my Maken is the greatest. Do you wish to know why? Toshiyuku spoke with a smirk. Haruko disappeared in a green flash, appearing above Toshiyuku with her glowing Murakumo ready to slash down upon Toshiyuku, but the silver-haired man blocked it with his stone hand, causing the neon marks on his gauntlet to glow for a second, as Izuki charged at his other side. Izuki went for a kick with her Maken hawk, but it was blocked by something that made Izuki and Haruko gasp. Toshiyuku just grinned. My Maken can replicate another right upon contact. Toshiyuku said with a confident smile as he had another Murakumo in his right hand, blocking Izuki's hawk. Everyone stared in pure shock as they all stared at the new Murakumo in Toshiyuku's hand. Toshiyuku unleashed a pulsive element, sending Haruko and Izuki flying. Luckily, Naruto quickly caught Izuki and threw a tiny scroll towards Haruko, where another clone took its place and caught Haruko. What? You couldn't have done the same for me? Yan questioned with jealousy. Not now. Naruto quickly said as he and his clone returned back to the group in a flash of gold. Toshiyuku continued to smile as his replica of Murakumo vanished. Tightening his left fist, he suddenly punched Himegami's large-sized Shikigami, shocking not just Himegami, but everyone as they had all saw the Shikigami from a pulse of elements surrounding their bodies for a moment after Toshiyuku punched them. The Shikigami became miniaturized again and vanished. No way. He saw my Shikigami. Himegami thought with pure shock. Takaru and Kengo quickly charged at top speed towards Toshiyuku, but Iwao appeared in front of them and swung his Maken, Kimusho, slammer, that glowed red, at them a little too early, but it was the intent, because an invisible wave of heated element collided with them, sending them flying back with now pink and steaming skin. They fell back towards the group, groaning in pain. Naruto stared at the group known as Mayanaka Moon Shikai. He glared at the leader. Who was he? What kind of man is he really? He didn't care. Naruto wanted to punch the guy right in his perfect teeth. Naruto released Izuki, as his clone dispersed, and started heading over towards the group. Naruto, don't be stupid. Izuki shouted. Have to be at this point. Naruto thought as he started charging forward. The rest of Mayanaka Moon Shikai readied themselves, but with a hand up and a few steps forward, Toshiyuku called them off. Naruto suddenly disappeared in a flash of gold and appeared in front of Toshiyuku with his fist cocked back. Naruto roared as he sent a punch at the man, but all Toshiyuku did was put up one finger, stopping the punch, causing an explosive shockwave that sent the leaves of surrounding tree flying off the branches, and some of the members of Maken Ki, Venus and the Amato clan, to fly away, only to be saved by the others who fought against the shockwave. Miyabi had tried fighting against the shockwave, but it sent her flying. However, she felt a hand grab her own, making her look down to see it was Furin with her hand extended, but apparently what gripped her own hand was a white spirit hand. Miyabi looked down in surprise at Furin, still in disbelief that she would help her after all the pain she put her through. Naruto quickly summoned Golden Asura to send a hard right hook to Toshiyuku's face, but Toshiyuku just grinned as a green finger slammed into Golden Asura's fist, stopping it. Naruto, Golden Asura and the others had shocked looks upon their faces. You didn't expect a man as old as myself wouldn't gain one himself, did you? Toshiyuku spoke as his spirit came from out of his body. Golden Asura, meet Izanagi. Izanagi was a very large and muscular, light green spirit with a bald head, white gold glowing eyes, no mouth and two lines coming down from the bottom of its eyes with all the way to the jaw. It wore a necklace of prayer beads around its neck with a single charm in the center that was in the design of 3 tomos in a circle. Arm guards on the forearms and backhand with orbs on the back of the hands of the armor, and fingerless gloves that extended to the bicep. It was shirtless, had baggy pants, armor on the front of the calves and had geta sandals. Around its waist was an obi belt with 4 long clothes on both sides of the hips, one in the front covering the crotch area and one last one at the back. Each of the long clothes had lining at the edges and symbols on them. A sun on the front one, a moon on the back one, a lightning bolt on the left and one of wind on the right. Golden Asura blinked its eyes in shock as he stared at Izanagi. Golden Asura growled as he glared at Izanagi. He started his assault of countless punches on his green counterpart. Orao rao 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 ra. However, with each punch, Golden Asura's fists were met and stopped by Izanagi's finger. Golden Asura's eyes were wide at the fact that he was easily being outclassed by an equally muscular spirit, effortlessly using its finger to counter his barrage. Izanagi's finger found its way to Golden Asura's forehead and then flicked it, causing Golden Asura and Naruto to rocket back away. Everyone stared in shock as they all viewed Naruto flying into trees and slamming into the ground, causing a cloud of dust. Naruto-kun. Kuuna spoke her crush's name with sadness and concern as tears ran down her cheeks. Furin growled as she turned towards Toshiyuku, readying Habaya with her angelic spirit arm grabbing the string of the bow, pulling it back as 10 arrows appeared, and once released, they charged towards Toshiyuku and divided as now there were 20 light arrows heading his way. Toshiyuku just gave a small grin and, as an invisible barrier in front of him took the hit of the light arrows, keeping him from getting scarred. However, miniature green lips ate right through the barrier, surprising Toshiyuku, forcing him to actually dodge, and what's worse, more light arrows came at him. Wow. Not a bad move. Toshiyuku said with a smirk as he vanished away and his minions jumped away from the combining explosive attack of light arrows and miniature eaters. Furin continued her assault of light arrows, shocking and amazing the others on her continuous assault. Especially since originally firing one arrow was supposed to tax so much energy from one's body. The fact that Furin has fired numerous arrows at her opponents is an amazing sight to see. Miyabi stared at Furin with amazement. She noticed an image of a young male student behind a younger Furin, showing her how to expertly fire a bow and arrow. Someday, I'll pass my Maken on to you. A young male voice spoke. Miyabi blinked her eyes as she continued to stare at Furin. Hasani was dashing towards Furin, who quickly shot light arrows at her, hitting the mark. Or so she thought. A few moments later, Hasani burst from the ground with fire coming from her arm guards, appearing above the shocked Furin. Hasani sent a downward slash, but it was blocked by Miyabi's Maken heel missing lips. Hasani's arm guard burst with fire, covering the blade in fire, pushing Miyabi back deeper into the ground. Miyabi's forehead bulged with numerous tick marks as she suddenly roared, sending a shockwave of element from her Maken, sending Hasani flying back. Hasani flipped into the air and landed gracefully onto the ground. Miyabi adjusted her glasses as she stood protectively in front of Furin. I'm confused. Isn't she your enemy? Hasani asked, pointing to Furin. Not anymore. Miyabi simply said as she finished adjusting her glasses. Furin stared at Miyabi with wide eyes, and then they softened as she continued to stare at the elder blonde. Hasani found new interest in this fight. Hasani spun as her sword suddenly split apart with a wire connecting the pieces of the blade, and sent a bladed whip strike towards Miyabi. Miyabi quickly kicked the tip of the blade away with her Maken, but Hasani managed to dash to be at close proximity of her as her sword whip retracted back into a normal sword again. Hasani cut a new wound onto Miyabi's shoulder and right side of the chest, kicked her in the stomach, spun her blade in hand and sent a downward slash, but Miyabi managed to block it with her Maken heel. Hasani grabbed Miyabi by the shirt as her arm guard exploded with fire and threw her over her shoulder where her clothes ignited as she rolled against the floor. Furin was about to shot a light arrow at Hasani, but the lavender-haired woman kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying back. Miyabi, now with her only clothing on her torso being her bra, was on her knee and a hand on the ground, glared at Hasani. Miyabi growled as she glared at Hasani. Amato clan, Hajime. The tall masked Amato shinobi spoke as more shinobi and kunoichi came out with their weapons ready. Don't kill them. Wabisuke said to Hanahime and Iwao, getting a nod from them as they charged towards the shinobi of the Amato clan. Some Amato clan members pounced at Shiki, but with one swipe of his scythe he ripped their souls from their bodies and devoured them. Shiki continued to swipe at more of the Amato clan, taking their souls. He scarred a kunoichi in the ankle, making her fall and scream in pain. Shiki brought down a slash towards her masked face, but it was suddenly blocked by Tiensen with an orange mirror on the palm of his hand. Oh boy. Guess I got to fight you then. How unlucky of me. Tiensen said, yet still smiled. Let's go. Yan ordered as the others were about to join in, but suddenly Mayanaka Moon Shikai's living armor soldiers, known as Armor Phantom, landed in front of them, ready to fight. Oh boy. Anaho said with her usual anime eyes and cat mouth. Anaho, keep Kuuna safe. Haruko ordered. Hi. Anaho exclaimed with a salute. Well, looks like we're going to be busy. Kengo said. Naruto roared as he broke through a few of the armor phantoms and charged towards a still smirking Toshiyuku. Aura! Naruto shouted as he threw a punch at Toshiyuku, but like before, he blocked it with his finger. Naruto opened his mouth as he shot out a mouth cannon, but Toshiyuku jumped back and blocked the attack with his stone hand, causing it to disperse as it made contact. Naruto quickly pounced at him with a flying double roundhouse, but Toshiyuku moved back from the flying kicks. Landing, Naruto sent another roundhouse, which Toshiyuku backed away from, followed up with a jab kick that Toshiyuku sidestepped away from. Naruto got on his hands and sent a kick to the jaw, which failed, and started spinning around while moving forward, delivering spinning kicks towards Toshiyuku, but the elder man just continued moving back with ease. Then Naruto leapt off his hands and sent a double drop kick that Toshiyuku blocked with his right arm. However, it was a red herring as Naruto had built up chakra to his fingertip and once bouncing off, he shot a small bijudama at Toshiyuku. Toshiyuku noticed the attack, and had brought his stone hand up as the palm of it opened up as a sort of black hole, devouring the bullet, before vanishing. Naruto, shocked by the feat, still kept focus, as when he landed, he summoned Golden Asura's foot to kick himself off the ground and rocket towards Toshiyuku with his arms and Golden Asura's spirit arms cocked back, ready for the furious assault. Orao rao 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 ra. Naruto screamed as he continued to send a flurry of punches toward Toshiyuku, but the silver-haired man just dodged each punch with ease, no look of worry or concern for himself as he continuously dodged all the punches. Just a calm smile on his face. Suddenly Toshiyuku's fingers came from the sides, pressing into the sides of Naruto's fists, pressing them together, ceasing the assault with the spirit arms of Izanagi doing the same. Naruto stared in pure shock and disbelief at Toshiyuku's unimaginable ability. Naruto gritted his teeth with rage as he opened his mouth to fire another mouth cannon, but Izanagi's knee slammed into his jaw, sending him flying back. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Too slow. Toshiyuku said with a smirk and wagging his finger. Across the battlefield. Tiensen was blocking and deflecting Shiki's scythe attacks with the mirrors on his palms. Geez Lucy. What are the chances that after getting out of bed today I'd be clashing with the Moon's Reaper? Calm down Tien, just concentrate on oh shit. Shiki sent a horizontal slash at Tiensen to bisect him. Tiensen quickly summoned a mirror below his feet, sucking him in, narrowly dodging that swipe of the scythe. A mirror appeared in the air with Tiencin's head poking out. Looking down towards he ground to see Shiki, but he was gone as a black ink-like smog came from behind him. Tiencin turned around with wide shocked eyes and a gasp as Shiki sliced his head in two, only for Tiencin to shatter into multiple shards of orange glass. Shiki muttered with surprise and confusion. Suddenly a hand grabbed his left arm making him look down to see Tiencin smiling at him along with a pair of eye smiles. Hello Tilda. Tiencin greeted with a wave as the arm he was holding was reshaping into a strange multi-sided glass arm. Shiki quickly sliced off the arm before the expanding mirror infection could reach the rest of his body. Shiki floated away as Tiencin let his now glass arm fall to hit the ground and shatter. What Maken do you possess? Shiki questioned. Oh, well it's a very strange one at that. First it was more of utility use, but then it evolved and gotten stronger. I call it cross-mirror mirror. Tiencin said with his ever-present smile. Black smoke started coming out the wound from severing his arm, only to reshape and become a new arm for Shiki. Interesting. Shiki said, flexing his fingers. Away from that battle. Miyabi and Hasani were still engaged in their struggle, with Miyabi suffering new wounds, while Hasani continued to parry and block her kicks from her Maken missing lips. Miyabi was trying her best to keep up, but she kept gaining new wounds. Her arms were cut up along with the thigh of her legs. Kicking off of Hasani's sword, she landed a bit away. She panted, glaring at the calm Hasani. She started concentrating her element into her Maken heel. Giving a roar, Miyabi quickly brought up her heel and started sending a flurry of kicks, creating thousands of miniature eaters. Feeding frenzy. Miyabi screamed as she continued to kick miniature eaters at Hasani. Hasani just spun her sword, windmill style as it glowed, and once the miniature eaters touched them, they dispersed out of existence. Miyabi sent all her remaining element to her feet, and rocketed over towards Hasani. Miyabi pulled off a slide, with the intent to kick Hasani off her feet, but the lavender-haired busty woman leapt off the ground as Miyabi got under her. Hasani spun in the air, with her sword ready to slice at Miyabi's head, but suddenly a pair of light arrows shot at her. Hasani managed to quickly shield herself from one intended to go into her neck thanks to her instincts telling her to grab her neck so the arrow would hit the armor on the back of her hand, but the second hit its marking, being Hasani's shoulder. The light arrow exploded, causing Hasani to scream as she flew away. Once hitting ground, Hasani firmly grabbed the ground, managing to stay on her knees, but she failed to detect the miniature eater rocketing over and going straight through her neck. Hasani coughed out a hefty amount of blood as her most vital area, her neck, started to internally bleed. Bet you never expected that sort of teamwork, did you? Miyabi said with a superior grin and adjusting her glasses. Furan sighed in relief, glad to have finally won. She noticed Miyabi turning her head toward her, surprised to see a smile on the elder blonde's face. Furan blushed as she smiled back at Miyabi, happy to have helped. Hasani held her neck, blood staining her hand and leaking through the fingers. Hasani knew trying to breathe was futile. She gritted her teeth, angered that she'd have to show such a card move so soon. Hasani looked around at the surrounding battles and spotted the perfect target. An Amato shinobi. Hasani's body glowed as she vanished, shocking Furan and Miyabi. Hasani managed to appear next to the Amato shinobi, shocking him at her immediate appearance. Hasani quickly grabbed him, brought him over towards herself, brought down the cloth over his mouth and suddenly kissed him. Surprising and confusing the two at such a bold move, Furan and Miyabi continued to stare with sweat-drop expressions. They both had noticed something wrong though. The Amato shinobi was starting to get skinny. He was dehydrating at a speedy level. His skin started to dry up, he gained wrinkles and his body was becoming bony. This continued until he was just a dried-up man, with his skin being the only thing separating him from becoming considered a literal skeleton. Hasani pulled her lips away and sighed. She released her grip on the now-deceased Amato clansman, stood up and wiped away the blood from her neck to reveal that the injury caused by Miyabi's miniature eater was now all healed. Furan and Miyabi stared in pure shock and new fear at Hasani and her new ability. I don't believe it, she sucked that man's life force to heal her wounds and prolong her life. Miyabi thought as she looked to the dried-up Amato shinobi. Now then, Hasani turned towards Furan and Miyabi. Time to finish your punishment. Hasani spoke as her sword went into sword whip mode. Furin's eyes shook as she stared at her with fear, but Miyabi stood up, surprising her as the older blonde glared angrily at Hasani with gritting teeth, but the sweat going down her head and her shaking was a sign of not just fatigue, but also fear. Damn, what do I do now? Miyabi thought to herself, feeling fresh out of options. With the other battles, Wabisuke, Hanahime and Iwao were easily defeating the Yamato clan members. How many of these damn bastards are there? Iwao shouted. The Maken Ki and Venus group were starting to feel their bodies get slightly fatigued from fighting the numerous armor phantoms, who just kept coming as their comrades were getting killed. How many of these damn bastards are there? Kengo shouted. Naruto roared as he rocketed back towards Toshiyuku with his fists along with his spirit arms and new mechanical ones he created cocked back, and sent a barrage of fists at Toshiyuku, who just continued to dodge them with ease, and then brought Naruto's hands together, the same as before with his fingers pressed against the sides of his fists, but Naruto had built up wind element into his fists and was ready to fire a Suin Suibaku Ken. Right before it fired, Toshiyuku appeared in the air, jumping faster than Naruto could fire his technique. Naruto roared as a torrent of golden flames came out of his body, as Kurama came from the flames and attacked Toshiyuku with a roar. As Kurama's claw came to strike him, he vanished, avoiding the claw strike, and after his successful dodge, he appeared above Kurama, slamming his knees into the Kyuubi's skull, making the giant spirit fox's eyes bulge as he dispersed into golden flames. Toshiyuku landed as numerous Rasenshurikens came raining down towards him. Yada. Thanks for that momentary distraction, Kurama. No one could survive a rain of this jutsu. Naruto thought with pure confidence in his technique as it closed in on Toshiyuku. Toshiyuku just smirked as the Rasenshurikens fell upon him, exploding, creating spiraling spheres upon contact that grew into one giant one. Naruto stared at the enormous sphere as it created a great force and winds that forced the others to fight through it, with Inaho holding onto Kuuna to keep her from flying. Yan took the chance this attack was providing, but turning into a lightning bolt and going right through all the remaining armor phantoms, causing them to fall apart before she changed back into her human form, but felt very fatigued as she started flying away. Azuki quickly leapt into the air and caught her, but now she started flying away. Giant pot of Daguda. Ailalu and Lilu quickly summoned a barrier to keep all their comrades of Maken Ki and Venus in. The only ones outside of the barrier were Naruto and Furin. Furin had her Habaya stabbed into the ground as she fought the intense winds and forced to keep from flying away. Furin suddenly lost her grip on Habaya, making her gasp, but before she flew away a white spirit hand came from her own hand and grabbed Habaya. Furin stared at the hand in total shock and awestruck. Even after now seeing it twice, she could not help but stare at it as if she had never seen it before. The fact that she most likely is gaining a spirit is breathtaking to her. Miyabi was trying her best to fight off against the winds and force, but Hasani had taken this opportunity to punch her right in the chest cavity making her cough up saliva, but fire suddenly exploded from Hasani's punch, sending Miyabi flying away, or at least would have if Hasani didn't grab her by the ankle. Naruto watched as the spiraling sphere continued on, but his eyes widened a bit as he saw it starting to shrink at a fast pace. The reason? A strange gourd in the arm of Izanagi sucking up the jutsu. Once done, it is revealed that Toshiyuku was safe, without a single scratch on his person. Naruto stared in shock. This is impossible. He has never faced anyone as strong as Toshiyuku before. How could he even have a chance of beating this guy? Hasani slammed Miyabi into the ground, stomped her foot onto her stomach, grabbed her ankle again and threw her towards a tree. Miyabi slammed into the tree, now sitting against it, her body now limp. Miyabi panted with pain, her breath making wheezing sounds. "Nei-sama!" Furin shouted. Naruto turned to see a now beaten Miyabi lying against a tree as Hasani started making her way towards her. "I don't know why Furin-chan likes you, but if you're important to her," Naruto tightened his fist ready to go. "I think we're done here," Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Naruto turned to him with a raised eyebrow, but Toshiyuku was suddenly in front of him. Smirking, Toshiyuku started extending his pinky to Naruto. The digit closing in on the left side of his chest. Once it touched, a titanic blast of concentrated element blasted right through it, shining green for a moment, before becoming invisible. The earth shook from the attack, with a large abyss forming behind Naruto. The abyss broke right next to the Finian twins' barrier, with the hole expanding, causing the ground beneath the people inside it to fall right in as the barrier vanished through the Finian twins losing concentration on their Maken. Azuki quickly grabbed Cha-Cha and Yan. She would have grabbed Kimi, but Violet Haze appeared and managed to hold her as they flew in the air, while Kimi held onto Minerva. Fu, with her wings summoned out, grabbed onto Inaho, holding onto Kuuna, and Uruchi. Himegami was able to float in the air easy, and she also summoned her Shikigami in their large forms to grab onto the others, but it wasn't enough since there were still more falling below. Demetra's eyes shined blue as she had her Jingu, trident out. Suddenly a giant water geyser burst from the empty abyss below, consuming them all as they all flew out of the dark hole below and fell onto the hard ground. Ow! Uruchi said. A little less painful way would have been appreciated. Himegami said with annoyance as she stared at Demetra, who stood up to her feet. Everyone looked over the destruction only to gasp in utter shock and disbelief. There was the abyss. Gargantuan in size and width. It looked as if one of the gods had gotten furious and had left a nasty deep gash on the island through a fit of rage. They all were frozen in place, staring at the new scar in the land. A body hitting the ground alerted everyone to turn to see Naruto lying back first in front of Toshiyuku with his spirit and mechanical arms gone and eyes blank as his body remained still. Everyone stared in utter silence with no noise in the area to interrupt the silent heart-shattering moment. Naruto. Shiki was still flying in the air, slashing at Tien, managing to diagonally bisect him, only for him to shatter and another try and slice his head apart with a mirror buzzsaw on hand. Shiki ducked under the attack and sliced Tien in half with a vertical slash only for that Tien to shatter apart as well. Shiki sent a decapitating slash to another Tien, spun his scythe in hand as a rising vertical slash came and sliced another Tien in half, came down upon the skull of another Tien, pulling his head off. All three shattered, as then Shiki continued to spin his scythe around, killing more of Tien's mirror clones. Shiki roared as his energy exploded from his body, creating a shockwave that shattered the nearby Tien's. Floating down to the ground, Shiki was now calm, but in letting his guard down momentarily, a glass bullet went right through the back of his head and exit through his right eyes, shattering the glass eyes socket of his Renaissance doctor mask. Hello Tilda. Shiki turned to see more Tien clones smiling with some waving at him. One of the Tiensens turned to see Naruto lying lifelessly in front of Toshiyuku. Well, things just took a turn for the worse. Tien thought. Wabisuke, Hanahime and Iwao had already finished defeating the shinobi of the Yamato clan, sparing their lives though, and were now staring at Naruto's body. Hanahime turned towards Wabisuke, who continued to stare at him with a calm expression. All right everyone, time to leave. Toshiyuku said in a chipper mood. One moment. Hasani said as she continued on her path over towards Miyabi. Furin continued to stare with heart-aching fear and sadness along with disbelief at Naruto's body. Although she managed to break out of her trance as she noticed Hasani was close to Miyabi's body. Furin quickly readied Habaya, but Hasani thrust her sword back as it extended into its whip sword mode, with the tip of the blade rocketing over towards Furin. Furin quickly tried to dodge it out of instinct as she readied a light arrow, but the tip of the blade pierced right through the side of her neck. Furin! Yuka screamed as Furin started falling to her side, releasing the light arrow, as it rocketed over towards Hasani, but an invisible shield of element took the blast, saving Hasani. Yuka quickly jumped over and grabbed Furin as she then jumped back towards the others. Yuka's left earlobe glowed as a strange earring that was a gold ball with markings on it and around a greenish-blue smooth gem in the earring. Mikuru, one of the 8 original Maken. The one that can call back souls, even from the underworld and resurrect the dead. I never thought I'd get to see it again. Himegami thought with shock that of all people, Yuka has it. Keep it with the best guard dog I suppose. Demetra quickly ran over to Yuka and Furin, kneeling down and placing her hand on the deep neck wound that Furin has. Demetra's hands started to glow green. Demetra had been training in medical ninjutsu for a while now and has gotten a bit better now, but without proper training from an experienced medic with the same ability, she wasn't as good to the norm in Naruto's world. They would probably call it subpar, but the fact that she trained in it for about a month and a half with no instructor or knowledge of the technique at all and just going by instinct made her a prodigy. Kodama quickly went over to Furin's side as well, summoning Najuchi, or Noyuchi, however you want to pronounce it. You keep the wound from getting worse, Noyuchi, and I will seal up the damage. Himegami said with Demetra. Demetra nodded, making sure the wound did not get any worse through infection or more blood loss. Najuchi flew over to Furin's wound and started closing it up with her healing powers. Across from them, Hasani stopped in front of Miyabi. Miyabi's head shook as she managed to look up to Hasani, who stared down at her. Miyabi growled with rage, her teeth gritting and her eyes glaring at Hasani with rage. I need that power of yours. Hasani spoke. Miyabi's eyes narrowed at Hasani, utterly despising those words Hasani spoke. Hasani reached her hand down towards Miyabi. Miyabi tried to bite it, but Hasani avoided the bite and grabbed Miyabi by the neck, starting to lift her up. Furin's eyes cracked open as she stared at Hasani lifting Miyabi up by the neck. Nay-sama, Furin thought with a tear running down her eyes. Miyabi started to sweat with fear, but kept her angry expression on to show no signs of weakness. Hasani stared at her with calm eyes. Silence had taken over, but the atmosphere was indeed intense as Miyabi came closer and closer to Hasani. She came so close that the final move was implemented. Hasani suddenly locked lips with Miyabi. Everyone, except the members of Mayonaka Moon Shikai, stared with bulged eyes and some had their jaws dropped. Miyabi's eyes bulged in pure utter disbelief and shock. Hasani moaned as her tongue entered Miyabi's mouth, licking every part inside her mouth. Kengo and Takaru blinked their eyes as blood came down their noses. Well, I'll be damned, Kengo said. This was indeed hot. Or at least it was for a while. When Hasani separated her lips from Miyabi, she was biting down on something that was coming out of Miyabi's mouth. Miyabi's eyes were wide and going blank as what was coming out of her mouth was a ghost-like entity that looked just like her. It was Miyabi's soul. Hasani pulled out Miyabi's soul from her body, releasing her grip on the now corpse, letting it fall lifelessly to the floor. Nay-sama! Furin screamed. Hasani started to devour Miyabi's soul. Slurping the last of the soul up, Hasani closed her eyes for a moment before opening them up as her iris glowed icy blue. With a wave of her hand, Hasani summoned a big eater, shocking everyone. Missing lips, now belongs to me. Hasani spoke. Oh dear Kamis, what are these people? I can't believe half the stuff they do. Himegami thought with pure shock and new fear. Well, now that that's over, let's head back to our home. Toshiyuku said with a smirk, taking out a blue crystal. Shiki finished sending a slash then backslash at a Tiansen, blocked both with mirrors on his palms as his defensive weapons. Shiki turned back to see the crystal in Toshiyuku's hand, meaning it was time to go. Vanishing in a cloud of black smoke as a Tiansen mirror clone tried fly kicking him. Shiki appeared next to Toshiyuku. Toshiyuku tossed a crystal a bit away, and once it hit the ground, a portal appeared, shocking everyone. Let's go. Toshiyuku spoke with a smile as he, Shiki and Hasani started heading into the portal. Furin quickly got out of Yuka's grasp, running over towards Naruto. Everyone quickly joined her, to see if the blonde was still alive somehow. Toshiyuku turned his head towards Naruto and smirked as he stared at his body. Not bad. Toshiyuku, Shiki and Hasani walked right through the portal. Furin slid next to Naruto's body, picking up his head. He didn't seem to be breathing, so she rested her ear against his chest to hear his heart beat. It wasn't beating. His heart isn't beating. Furin screamed, scaring everyone. Furin quickly tried using CPR. Pressing both her hands over his heart 3 times, then connected her lips onto his own, exhaling air into his lungs. Furin went back to pressing her hands on his heart, repeating the process. Come on, fight. Furin put her lips against his own and exhaled air into Naruto. Fight, damn you. Furin cried as she continued to try and save his life. Naruto-kun, Kimi said her lover's name with teary eyes and sadness in her voice. Everyone stared down, not knowing what to do. This was in Lady Luck's hands now. Yuka touched her earring Maken, Makaru. She had summoned it earlier to help save Furin, but luckily Furin was saved without needing the use of the Maken, saving Yuka energy. However, if worse came to worse, then she'd have to use it to resurrect Naruto. Wake up, goddammit! Furin screamed as she reconnected her lips on Naruto's and exhaled her breath into him. Furin quickly continued the process, but he still did not responded. I said wake up. Furin slapped his face, surprising the others. It was mean, but it was a gamble to see if he would somehow respond. Sadly he did not. Furin quickly pressed her hands over his heart 3 more times, then connected her lips back onto Naruto's, giving him more air into his lungs, then pressed her hands over his heart again, but she knew it was useless. Damn it, wake up. Furin slammed her fists onto Naruto's chest. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Furin continued to slam her fists onto Naruto's chest. Everyone stared somberly as Furin continued to try and bring Naruto back with no success at all. Furin slammed her fists onto Naruto's chest one last time as tears fell onto Naruto's clothes. Please don't die, wake up. I can't let you leave me, you're the best thing that's ever happened to my life in years, please. Furin continued to cry. Her head slowly resting down onto Naruto's chest. Naruto, come back, Furin begged. Naruto's friends started to tear up. All the Tiensens shattered into orange glass as another orange mirror appeared from the ground, with the original Tiensen jumping out it. Tiensen walked over, stopping next to Teshin and Akaya. He turned his head to Teshin to see Anaho in his arms crying along with Kuuna. Minori and Aki tried to stay strong, but they were slowly breaking down, both a mess with tears. Tiensen looked over to his sister to see her hugging herself as tears fell from her eyes. Tiensen walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Azuki suddenly turned to him, gripping his shirt as her tears started staining his shirt. Tiensen looked down at his sister with calm, yet somber eyes and a stoic frown. Tiensen, you're the oldest. If anything were to happen, please take care of them all. Especially Azuki. She's always been very emotional. His mother's voice ringed in his head. As the eldest he is given responsibility of his siblings. Right now, he is needed. Tiensen hugged his sister, letting her continue to stain his shirt with her tears. Tiensen stared down at her with somber eyes, but when he looked up, he noticed that Wabisuke was in front of Naruto's body. It took the others another moment to realize Wabisuke was in front of Naruto's body. Furin gritted her teeth as she readied Habaya with a light arrow. Don't you dare try anything. Furin yelled. Haruko, Demetra, Yan and Minori readied their Maken to retaliate against Wabisuke. Azuki was about to join in, but as her brother pulled her back, she looked to him to see him shaking his head. Wabisuke started to kneel down closer to Naruto. Furin pulled the light arrow more, but a hand got in front of her, stopping her. Furin looked to see Takaru was the one keeping her from retaliating, with Kengo helping by making sure the others don't do so as well. Takaru nodded to Wabisuke, allowing him to proceed. Wabisuke reached his hand over towards Naruto's chest. Placing his hand atop of his left pectoral, Wabisuke's hand pulsed with purple electricity, as Naruto suddenly took a huge gulp of air with his eyes regaining color once again. Wabisuke pulled his hand back as everyone stared at Naruto with shock. Naruto panted as he stared into the sky. I just saw my life flash before my eyes, honestly not as bad as I thought. I think, I also could have been tripping somehow. Naruto said. Naruto. Furin exclaimed his name with joy, immediately hugging him. Naruto looked to her in surprise. Suddenly he was tackled into more hugs by the others of Maken Ki, except Takaru, Kengo and Yuka, who were just smiling. Yan and Demetra joined in on the hug, being the only members of Venus to hug him, and of course Kuuna joined in as well. Oh thank Kami. Minori pushed everyone away from her favorite blonde and brought him into a tight hug. I'm so happy I didn't lose you. Minori exclaimed as she brought Naruto into a bone-crushing hug. Pain, hurt, tight. Naruto choked out with pain from Minori's strong hug. Aki squealed as she joined in. Thank goodness she didn't have monstrous strength like Minori. Dude, you really got to stop dying on us like that. This was like the 3rd time. You're going to give us all heart attacks. Kengo said, making Naruto laugh bashfully at how true that statement was. Haruko smiled, happy to see her brother alive. She turned towards Wabisuke, who stood back up to his feet. Arigato. Haruko exclaimed with joy and gratitude towards the dark-dressed teen, giving him a thankful bow. Don't mention it. Wabisuke said with a nod. Oi Hayato. Wabisuke looked to see Naruto managed to pull out of Minori's hold a bit, loosening her grip on him, but just a bit. Thanks. Naruto thanked him with a smile. Life would be boring without you, Naruto. Wabisuke said with a smile. Glad to hear that. Because you owe me a fight. Naruto said with a grin and fist pumped. How could he owe you one? Haruko exclaimed. He just does. Naruto simply answered as if it were obvious. Haruko sighed at her little brother's nature. Suddenly Haruko felt something in her hand. In fact, some of the others felt something in their hands. They opened their palms to see crystals in them, but Takaru also had a note with the one he received. I'll see you sometime soon. Wabisuke said as he headed towards the portal, where his friends were waiting. Hanahime smiled while Iwao grinned, both of them happy from Wabisuke's action. The three walked through the portal, and with them being the last ones, it vanished. Now that they were gone, Takaru opened the knot in his hand and read it. Dear Naruto. Takaru started earning the others' attention. These crystals are special ones made to connect to any world. Through our technology, these ones that I have given you and your friends will unlock a portal back to Shinobi world. Takaru's eyes widened as he spoke the last part breathlessly. Nani? Uruchi exclaimed with shock as everyone now developed looks of shock. Anytime you wish to go back, just toss one to the ground, and a portal will appear. The usage is limitless. I figured your friends would like some as well, in case they ever want to visit you. You owe me one, preferably a fight, for going so far for you this way. Enjoy and use them wisely. Don't need you abusing them. It's usually best to keep a low profile with them, seeing as you're always being watched. Sincerely, Hayato Wabisuke. Takaru finished reading the note. Everyone stayed in silence, none not knowing what to do or say. Well, Kengo cleared his throat. Looks like you can finally go back home. Kengo said. Naruto hadn't listened. He was spacing out as he was listening to his own thoughts which were blank. He was still shell-shocked by the news. Naruto managed to get out of his stupor state. Oh, why yeah, I guess I do. Naruto said. Suddenly Cha-Cha started to cry, alerting the others. Cha-Cha, what the hell? Izuki questioned. Now that we have these, I'm gonna lose Naruto-kun and Imouto tilde. Cha-Cha wailed. Naruto and Fu's eyes were wide at this. The reminder hit them just as hard as the revelation. Nei-chan, Fu stared at her older sister figure with sad eyes as Cha-Cha continued to cry with Kimi trying to comfort her. So, are you gonna go now? The Finian twins asked. Naruto blinked his eyes at the question. Here, this one's orange. Your favorite color. Uruchi said, extending an orange crystal to Naruto. If you want it, that is. Uruchi said with a frown. Naruto took the crystal. He stared down at it for what felt like an eternity. Blinking his eyes, he looked up to see everyone staring at him with sad, somber eyes. He didn't like it. These were eyes he didn't want to see on the faces of people he got to know. People he got to like. People he got to care for. People he loves. People who he is proud to call his family. Naruto turned his gaze back down to the crystal. Closing his eyes, the crystal disappeared via golden flames, shocking everyone. Nah. I mean, what's the rush? I could just stay here a little longer, ya know. Naruto said with a bashful smile and blush as her rubbed the back of his head. Everyone stared at him in shock, but then smiled, with some starting to cry tears of joy. Yeah, I could stay longer too. Fu said with a grin and her hands behind her head. Yay. Cha-Cha cheered as she suddenly hugged her sister in a bone-breaking hug. Nei-chan, hugging, too, tight, Fu choked out. Naruto laughed at the sight. He noticed Furin in front of him smiling. She suddenly hugged him, surprising him, but then he smiled and hugged her back. Group hug. Cha-Cha exclaimed as she with Fu, suddenly hugged Naruto. The rest of Maken, Ki and Venus hugged him too. Akaya, Teshin, Tiansen and Leo stared at the scene with smiles on their faces. Once separating, Furan gasped as she realized something. She turned to see Miyabi's lifeless body. Quickly running over, she slid next to the soulless body, kneeling down next to it. Furan stared at Miyabi's surprisingly peaceful face. Reached a hand over to touch her cheek. Furan stopped before it made contact with her skin. She didn't want to feel cold skin against her own warm one. Pulling her hand back, Furan started to cry, staring at Miyabi's lifeless body. She felt a hand on her shoulder, making her turn her head to see Naruto kneeling down next to her. I don't know your relationship, but I know she means a lot to you. Naruto spoke. Furan nodded and looked back to Miyabi. Who is she? And how do you know her? She was someone I admired. When I was 9, I visited Tenbi to see my elder brother with my parents. His name was Mugetsu. Furan started. Mugetsu Takaki, I knew there had to be some sort of relation. Minori said, rubbing the side of her index against her chin. Aki and Akaya looked to her with dull eyes. He wasn't really good at his studies. That's a shocker. Naruto thought with a surprised expression. Miyabi-san was his tutor. I met her through him. Back then she was nice. And a buzzkill. Minori said with half-lidded eyes looking to the side with her arms crossed. Minori! Aki exclaimed, giving her friend a scolding look. What? She was strict, a stickler for the rules, and she would have ruled the school with an iron fist with how good she was on the student council. Minori defended herself. That was her, but she was still a very nice person. Furan spoke as she gained a sad smile. Teaching me so many life lessons and studies to help me advance in education and life. She put as much time with teaching me as she did with my brother. She became my inspiration. I wanted to be like her. That explains a lot. Minori muttered, only to get slapped in the back of the head by Aki. Ow. But, then she changed, because she went to train in Kamigari's training grounds upon her 3rd year. She started to distance herself from my brother and I. Whenever someone said something negative about Kamigari, she got mad. She assaulted people for saying negative things about Okan. One of them being my brother. Even though she changed, Mugetsu never gave up on her. He tried talking to her, invite her to lunch, everything he could think of to spend time with her, but she never accepted. Even so, he still never gave up. He sounds like a kindred spirit. Naruto thought. His memories of him constantly trying to gain Sakura's favor flashed through his head. However, years ago, my brother vanished. I didn't know until about a year ago from him, that he ordered Kamigari to capture him, and brainwash him so that he'd fight her, and she took his life without knowing it until it was done. He was the last tie to her and he forced her to cut it unintentionally. It seemed she was gone for good, until I told her who I was. When I mentioned my brother's name, she started to change back. She protected me in the end, and yet now she's. Furan's lip quivered as tears went down her eyes. Naruto wrapped his arm around her, as she placed her face on his chest, crying on his shirt, staining it. Everyone stared at Furan with sadness. None of them, not even the adults, knew of this strange relationship until now. It was heartbreaking. Out of everyone, Himegami felt saddened the most. Kusu had hurt both herself and Furan the most out of everyone, but now it looked to be that he hurt Furan most of all. Taking her brother, her idol and her innocence, ruining them all for his own entertainment. Despite her feelings towards Mayanaka Moon Shikai, she was happy with what they did to him, and was very happy to see him experience the worst beating of all time from Naruto. Kusu deserved it all and more. Wherever he is now, let him receive no peace for the rest of eternity. Naruto stared down at Furan. His eyes were saddened as he stared at somehow he truly loves cry tears of pure heartache. Kengo suddenly perked up as he realized something. Yuka-chan. You're Maken. Can't we use that? Kengo asked his girlfriend, gaining the other's attention. Mikuru does have the ability to call back souls and resurrect an entire being. Himegami briefly explained, shocking those who didn't know. So there is a Maken that can bring people back from the dead. And it's in the possession of Yuka-senpai. Now that's a guard dog. Naruto thought. Yuka sighed as she placed her hand on her right cheek. True, but I don't know about this situation. Miyabi-san's soul isn't in the underworld. It's now at the possession of a very powerful enemy. I don't think I could call her soul back from someone with such a level of strength to overpower people so easily. Yuka said. You could at least try. I mean her soul could be devoured at any moment now. Takaru said. Not likely. Tien-san spoke. Souls don't get devoured like food. When absorbed, souls would start to merge with the new host's own. Although it's never instant. It does take a while for the process to finish. How long does the process take? Heimgami asked. Hard to say. Could take a few hours, a day or two, weeks, a month and so on. At most a year or two. Tien-san said with a shrug. So we do have time. Hopefully. Haruko said. Naruto looked over to the group. He looked over towards Miyabi. He felt no real problem in the body, excluding all those injuries. It just needs a soul. Naruto looked down to the still crying Furin. He gained a determined look as he knew what he needs to do. I'll get her soul back. Naruto said. Furin stopped crying and looked up to him. Golden Asura can now take out souls from bodies. Naruto pointed his thumb behind himself as Golden Asura appeared. Next time I see that woman, I'll take her soul back and we can bring her back to life. That way, you'll both be together again. Naruto said with pure conviction in his tone and spirit. Furin stared up at Naruto with wide eyes, staring at him with awe. Naruto. You know it still won't be easy. Hasani Chiyo earned the name Death Kiss Queen for a reason. She has absorbed many souls over her years. Along with their life forces, like she did with that poor fellow there. Tien-san pointed over to the bone-dried Amato. Oh my god. What did she do to him? Kengo shouted as everyone stared in shock and horror. Tomiko and Yuka were the most affected because that was a member of their clan. She absorbed his life force to heal her own injuries. From what I saw, she earned a large wound right through the jugular. One of her kisses can do this. Takaru questioned with new fear. Sucks up the life force to heal her own injuries and it prolongs her own life. The lucky bastard at least didn't have his soul absorbed. Through that process she gains her victim's abilities. They could never move on to the next world after that. Tien-san explained with his arms semi-cross as his right hand was on his cheek. Please, don't call him a bastard. Kengo spoke with narrowed eyes. Sorry. Slip of the tongue. Tien-san said with a hand up. He himself may be strong, but after today he does not want to get on Kengo's bad side. The point is, she's a very dangerous person. I don't care. She took the soul of someone precious to Furin-chan, which makes her my enemy. I won't rest until I get this woman's soul back. Naruto said with a serious and determined look. Naruto looked down to Furin with a smile. That's my promise. Furin continued to stare at him with shimmering eyes. As if she could not love this man even more. Not to bring a damper on the day, but just because there is a chance to retrieve her soul back, does not mean her body will not decompose as time goes on. Teshin spoke. Good point. I am so happy that I recruited you. Tien-san said with a smile. Anaho gasped with new joy. Tu-san. You work with Tengoku no Mon now. Then that means we'll get to be together again, right? Anaho asked with hope. Well, I'll still be needed for missions, but when I have time, Yay! Anaho cheered as she hugged her father, making him blush in surprise. He smiled nonetheless though as he hugged her. I still can't believe Anaho-san's father is so big. Kuuna thought with a sweat drop expression. So guys have something we could use to keep Miyabi's body from becoming worm bait? Minori asked. We could put her in a chronostasis chamber. Tien-san said. What do you think that is? Takaru whispered to Kengo. Chrono is like another word for time, right? And stasis means motionless or something, so. No need to continue. Takaru said. What's that? Minori asked. Let's just say it's a way for people not to age, so Miyabi-san's body will be alright while we try to recover her soul. Tien-san said with a smile. Best option right now then. Yuruchi said. Furin reached her hand over towards Miyabi's own, grabbing it. Just hang on, Ne-sama. Furin said with sad, yet hopeful eyes. Kengo looked over towards the deceased, bone-dried Amato shinobi. Kengo started walking over towards the body, gaining some of the others' attention. As he got closer to the body, some of the Yamato shinobi were about to intervene, but Tomiko extended her arm in front of them to stop them. Kengo knelt down to the corpse. Its eyes wide open. Kengo placed his hand on the eyelids and brought them down to close the deceased Yamato's eyes. Kengo brought his hands together and prayed. This was the first time he had ever seen a real death. How he was not going hysterical or fear-stricken or anything was beyond him, but he was showing his utmost respect for those who passed on today. Standing back up, finishing his prayer, Kengo looked around to see the other deceased and soulless bodies of other Yamato clan members. They're going to have proper burials, right? Kengo asked. Yes. We'll see to it. The tall Yamato clan shinobi said. A few Yamato clan kunoichi landed in front of the deceased bodies, holding green beaded bracelets in their hands that glowed green as the deceased bodies shined green and vanished. It was an honor to fight with you again, sisters. The tall Yamato shinobi said with a fist to his chest and bowing to Tomiko and Yuka with the other Yamato shinobis and kunoichis following his action. Takaru sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Can we go home now? I'm really tired. Takaru said with a somber expression. Really, he was just tired of the bloodshed after today. Yeah, go home. We'll take care of everything else. Tiensen said. But what about the villagers? Kuuna spoke up with worry and concern for her fellow villagers turned monsters. Don't worry about it. Just a call and I get some of our top-notch scientists to find a cure. This isn't the first time we had to fix mutated people. Tiensen said taking out his phone. Kuuna stared up at him with shimmering hopeful eyes. She suddenly felt a hand on her head making her turn to see a smiling Naruto. They'll fix things. Trust me. Naruto said with a calming smile. Kuuna's eyes shined as she stared up at him, before smiling with a blush on her cheeks. Okay. Kuuna said with a nod and wide smile. If Naruto trusts them, then so will she. Toshiyuku and his group made it back to their base, their flying castle. They were all in Toshiyuku's throne room, where Anna Belinda was waiting with a glass container in her hands. Toshiyuku flicked the piece of the Orochi statue in a container. Arigato, Toshiyuku-san. Anna Belinda said with a smile. Don't get too excited. Don't want this to become an obsession like before. Toshiyuku said with a smile as he sat down on his throne. He noticed Oso by his side, glaring at him. What? You know bringing you would have been too much. Toshiyuku said with a nod. Oso just turned his head to the side with closed eyes and his head being held high. Oh, one more thing. Lavender has returned. Anna Belinda mentioned. Really? Where is he? Toshiyuku asked with a smile. 1 second. Anna Belinda raised a finger as she took out a communication device. Lavender, please come to the throne room. Anna Belinda spoke into the device as her voice echoed throughout the base. After a few seconds, the door to the throne room was heard. Tilda, his speed is always a marvel. Anna Belinda said with a smile. Enter. Toshiyuku spoke. The door opened to reveal a dark-skinned young man. He was about 5'11", almost reaching even 6 feet. He has very short white hair, white eyebrows and emerald eyes. He wore a purple short-sleeved shirt with an opening to reveal his chest with golden cross tattoo on the chest, and 2 golden lines next to the sides of the opening. A white belt with an orange triangle belt buckle in the center. Baggy purple wide-legged pants, think something like MC Hammer pants or Nijimura Okuyasu's pants, and purple loafers with golden lining, and finally he had an ascot tied around his neck, with the knot tied on the front of his neck. I base this character's physical appearance on Enrico Pucci, minus the weird facial hair and a full head of hair instead of those strange openings through it, so it'll make it easier for you to get a better picture of him. Yo, what were your names again? Lavender said with a stoic look, pointing towards the group. Forgetful as ever, Lavender. Toshiyuku said with a smirk, resting his left cheek against his back of his hand. It's not like I forget faces or actions, I just have a hard time remembering names. Lavender said. You don't seem to forget your little girlfriend's name. Anna Belinda teased with a smile. I've been through a lot with Salem. Also she's not my girlfriend. Lavender said in his disinterested tone. Seeing as you have come back, our missions will go a lot smoother with you back on the force. Toshiyuku said with a smirk. Yeah, Lavender said in his disinterested tone. He turned around and started heading for the door. Give me a holler when you got something for me. Lavender said as he went out the door. Everyone just stared at the door for a few silent moments. Why did he even come in here for? Iwao questioned. He just wanted to make his presence known. Anna Belinda said with her ever-present smile. Pissed, Wabi. You think you can take him on now that you're a demigod? Iwao whispered to Wabisuke with a grin. No. Wabisuke simply answered, surprising Iwao. Even if Naruto and I worked together at the level we are at, he'd still wipe the floor with us. Wabisuke added, shocking Iwao. Jesus, how strong can one human be? Toshiyuku is human. Yeah, but he's only strong because of his strange immortality technique. It's not an immortality technique. Toshiyuku spoke, making Iwao flinch. It's just an ancient technique I use to prolong my life. A few others know it as well, such as your grandfather, am I correct, Wabisuke? Toshiyuku rhetorically asked with a smirk, shocking Iwao and Hanahime. Dude, did you know that? Iwao asked. Wabisuke narrowed his eyes towards Toshiyuku. This is the first I've ever heard of it. The group of Maken and Venus were heading back to the manor. Tiensen left to regroup with Ketsugaya and the arriving forces and scientists of Tengoku no Mon, but first he took Miyabi's body to get her to a chronostasis chamber back at Tengoku no Mon's base. It took Naruto some time to convince Furin to let Miyabi's body go, even though subconsciously she was afraid to let her go and never see her again for the rest of her days. After his departure they all headed off. Right now they were all making small talk. Dude, you could have warned us about the double vision thing when it comes to spirits. Takaru said. Sorry man, I guess I just got so pumped when first using Golden Asura that I paid no real mind and got used to it. Naruto said with a shrug. Same here. Kimi added. It really felt weird. I actually felt that I was really inside that old man. Kengo said. Takaru snickered and Naruto laughed. Oh real fucking mature you douchebags. Kengo said with a dull glare. So got your ass kicked by someone wielding the same affinity, that's got to sting. Izuki said with a smirk. Don't start. That's a warning. Yan glared at Izuki with annoyance. So you sure you're okay with not returning back to your home for now, Fu-san? Yuruchi asked. I'll admit I still miss Takigakure, but I love this place. It's my home too, you know. Besides, Fu suddenly jumped onto Cha-Cha's back. Shinobi World doesn't have Cha-Cha Ne-chan. Fu said with a grin as she was now riding on Cha-Cha's back, piggyback style. Ah tilde, I love you too, Imouto. I'd never want to be apart from you either. Cha-Cha said with a grin as she let her little sister ride on her back. Demetra was staring at Naruto with a sum of thoughts on the brain. Haruko-san. Haruko turned her head towards Demetra. How does someone know who's the one? Demetra asked, surprising Haruko. Oh, that's new. Haruko said in surprise before putting on a thinking face with her chin resting against her knuckles. Honestly it's very hard to say. We never could know who the actual one could be. However, before I go into any more detail, let me ask you, what brought this up? I want to know if Naruto is the one. I figured since now you and Oyama-san are finally together, that you'd know a thing or two about this subject. Especially with how awestruck you were when he kissed you. Demetra explained, making Haruko's face glow red. That, well, I wouldn't say we're official, but, Haruko's mind started to doze off as she held her red-hot cheeks and smiled timidly, but also with joy. So, you don't love him? Demetra questioned, making Haruko flinch before she started waving her hands as a way of say, no, not like that. No, I'm not saying that. I mean, is something wrong, Haruko-senpai? Yuruchi asked, getting concerned. No, everything is fine. Just having the usual girl talk. Haruko said with a nervous grin as she gently pushed Yuruchi away. Haruko sighed with her eyes momentarily closed. When she opened them, she was staring at Takaru. Look, all I can tell you is that you'll never know your answer by standing around and pondering about your future together. You have to be sudden with it. Haruko briefly explained. Sudden. Demetra turned her head towards the grinning Naruto, talking to his two best friends. I'll give it a try. Kuuna was looking at everyone as she sat on Inaho's shoulders. Her eyes soon landed upon Teshin, causing her eyes to widen anime style as sweat went down the side of her head as the man beside her and Anaho towered over them. I still can't believe he's your father, Anaho-san. Kuuna whispered to Anaho, making the cute first-year student giggle with a pair of eye smiles and her cat smile. Anaho, who is your friend? Teshin asked. Oh, her name is Kuuna. She the daughter of one of the villagers here on the island. She's been tagging along with us ever since we've been on this island. Anaho answered with her cat-like smile. I see. Teshin looked to Kuuna. Kuuna, don't you think you should be home with your family? After all that has happened today, they must be worried sick. Well, maybe, but I wanted to spend time with Anaho-chan and the others. Especially since, they'll all be gone soon. Kuuna said with sad eyes, surprising Anaho. True. It is understandable to want to be with friends you treasure, but I'm sure your family is worried sick about you. Take it from a father. I'm sure right now, your parents are so worried about you that they can't even think straight. Kuuna looked up at Teshin for a moment, before looking down to the ground with sad eyes. I guess I've been having so much fun with everyone, that I didn't really think of that. You're a child. We all never really think of such things at such an age. I only wish to bring it up for you to think about your family's hearts. Teshin spoke. I understand. Thank you. Kuuna thanked Teshin for opening her eyes a bit. Anaho smiled up at her father, happy to see him showing care to others. What the hell? Kengo spoke, getting everyone's attention. They all looked to see a whole bunch of Narutos, finishing building a new addition to the manor, while a bunch of Kamigari agents were tied up on one side guarded by two Narutos. What is going on? Azuki questioned. Oh, well, when I saw Venus show up, I figured summon some clones to go and build more to the manor while I finished Kusu. Naruto explained. When did you do that? Yan questioned. Like I said, when I saw you girls. And man. Akaya added with his arms crossed. You wish. Naruto said with a dull look, making Minori laugh her ass off. Leo snicker and Aki giggled, all the while Akaya glared at Naruto with steam coming off of his head. I created a clone away from the battlefield and have him unleash a few from the seal. Wait, I didn't know your clones could access those tiny scrolls from your seal. Takaru said. All my clones are connected through the seal and Kurama. Geez, the manor looks even bigger. Anaho said. In more of length and width. Naruto said with his arms crossed. Whoa. You even made an onsen and second jacuzzi on a new patio. Anaho cheered with a smile. Oh, thank Kami. I need a long hot bath. Yuruchi said with a smile. Dude, how the hell did you make all this in like half an hour? Kengo questioned. The magic of Kage Bushin, my friend. The beautiful magic. Naruto said with a smile and his fists on his hips. You made this all for us? Demetra questioned, still in surprise by Naruto's gesture. Well, yeah. You guys are nakama. Why wouldn't I do this for all of you? Naruto said. Demetra and Yan blushed red at Naruto's sweet gesture. I'm heading to the onsen. Minerva cheered as she ran off, throwing off her clothes, making Naruto, Takaru and Kengo blush red as she ran over to the new bathhouse in her underwear. Wait for me. Syria called out as she, Anaho with Kuuna on her shoulders, Yuruchi and Fu ran off towards the bathhouse. Minori and Aki grinned with amusement. Minori turned towards Leo, remembering something as she looked to him. Say hopeless Leo, didn't you have two guys with you before? Minori asked. Leo looked to her, blinking his eyes, before he screamed, shocked that he actually forgot about his subordinates. Tadao, Tsutomu, I'm coming. Leo screamed as he ran off to find his subordinates. Well, now that the square is gone, I'm heading in for a nice long bath. Nothing's better on the muscles than nice hot water. Minori said with a grin as she marched away with Aki following. Naruto watched the two walk away, but he was apparently staring at their behinds for a while with a slight perverted smile. He flinched as he noticed Minori and Aki saw his eyes wander, but Minori just grinned and winked while Aki just smiled with a blush on her cheeks, both happy that they have Naruto's interest. Naruto blushed red in surprise at how cool they were with him taking in their forms in a perverted manner. He sighed and gained a smirk. A pair of arms wrapped around his neck from behind, surprising him. You can come and take a private bath with me, Naruto-kun tilde. Cha-cha said seductively with a grin. Some of the girls might not like me in there. Despite that, I made the onsen big enough to have a female, male and mixed bathing section. Naruto said. Mixed bathing. Kengo and Takaru exclaimed with shock. They turned to one another and grinned. All right. The two high-fived with glee. Then maybe you and I can go into the mixed bathing together tilde. Cha-cha said with a grin in her seductive tone, but suddenly she was pinched by the ear. Oh no you don't. Azuki said, pulling Cha-cha away, making the mocha-skinned girl go, ow. The last thing any of us need are those kinds of liquids in the water. Now let's go. We need to clean off this filth. Azuki said as she started dragging Cha-cha by her ear over towards the onsen. Azuki tilde, let my ear go tilde. I'll be good tilde d. Cha-cha whined with anime tears. Wait for me. Kimi exclaimed as she ran after her roommates. Haruko sighed with a smile on her face. Well, let's go then. Haimgami said with a smile as she walked away. Haruko decided to join, but not before her and Takaru made eye contact only to turn their heads away as they blushed red with bashful smiles on their faces. You two are such kids. Naruto said as he and Kengo grinned. Shut up. Takaru and Haruko shouted. Naruto just laughed, but he stopped as he was kissed on the cheek by Demetra, surprising him. Thank you for the gift. Demetra said with a smile, making Naruto blush red. It was no problem, Datbeo. Naruto said with a modest grin and eye smiles as he scratched the back of his head. Yen stared at the two with a blush. She felt like she was being left behind, so she made a decision right then and there. Yeah, thanks. Yen said as she walked away, concerning Naruto and Demetra. Is something wrong with her? Naruto asked. I'll go talk to her. Demetra said. She looked to see a concerned and somewhat guilty look on Naruto's face. Don't worry, I'm sure you've done nothing wrong. I'll see what's on her mind, okay. Demetra said with a smile. Naruto smiled at her. Hi. Arigato Demetra-chan. Naruto said with a smile. Naruto's own smile just made Demetra's widen more. Demetra headed off to join the others. Well, I don't know about you three, but I am headed for the onsen. Akaya exclaimed in a sparkling pose. Hey, where did Kengo go? Naruto questioned as he and Takaru looked around. There he is. Takaru spotted Kengo, as he and Naruto headed over to him. They ignored me. Akaya thought with a dull anime expression and a depressed around surrounding him. Kengo stopped in front of a poker card of the 10 of hearts stabbed into the ground. Kneeling down, he took the card in hand, pulling it out of the ground and bringing it closer to his face. What's with poker card? Takaru asked as he and Naruto stopped behind Kengo. Some weirdo came out of nowhere after I kicked all these sorry bastards' asses. He was just up in that tree over there. Kengo pointed to the tree the mysterious green-haired person rested on. Yuka and Tomiko turned their head toward Kengo, wondering what he was talking about. Some guy, huh? What did he look like? Takaru asked. He had green hair, wore a slick suit with a fedora on his head and was playing with a deck of cards in his hands. He had his eyes closed the whole time, and had this really creepy smile. Kengo explained. Yuka started to sweat a bit as Tomiko started getting worried. What was creepy the most was that he knew about the Sasori seal and that I had it. Yuka and Tomiko's eyes widened with shock and fear. Then he vanished through a flock of doves. Kind of like a magician or something. Whoa. He definitely does sound like a weirdo. Takaru said with wide eyes. Who knows, he could be a part of Yuka's clan. Naruto said. Kengo punched his arm out of anger. Ow. That actually hurt. Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his now sore arm. That's not funny. Don't joke about that. Kengo shouted with new anger. Geez, sorry man. It was just instinct. Naruto said with an eye closed as he continued to rub his arm. Kengo continued to glare at Naruto, but he noticed the look of worry and concern on Yuka's face. Yuka-chan, is something wrong? Kengo asked, walking over towards his girlfriend. Oh. Yuka managed to get out of her fearful daze and looked to Kengo. No. I'm fine. Yuka-chan, I know when something is troubling you. Please, tell me what is wrong. Kengo pleaded with concern. Yuka stared at Kengo for a few moments, thinking over on how to explain things. Yusui-kun. Yuka wrapped her arms around Kengo's muscular arm. Please make love to me. Yuka spoke, making Naruto and Takeru's eyes bulged as blood shot out their noses at Yuka's bold declaration. Kengo looked down at Yuka in surprise, but his face became serious again. I'm serious. What's wrong? And please don't lie. Kengo said, surprising Naruto, Takeru and Tomiko by his serious behavior. I mean, the guy turned down sex. You know something's up. Yuka sighed with her right hand on her right cheek. I should have known that wouldn't have worked on you. I think it'll be best to tell you inside. Yuka started dragging him towards the manor. Tomiko looked to her sister as she dragged her boyfriend inside. Naruto noticed the look on Tomiko's face. Something was up, but he decided to stay silent since it was most likely none of his business. At least for now. Well, I'm cracking open a beer and watching some TV. Naruto said as he started heading towards the manor with his hands behind his head. What? No sake? Takeru questioned with a smirk as he followed Naruto. If I open one bottle of sake, there's no stopping me. Naruto nonchalantly said, making Takeru laugh at how true that statement was. Tomiko sighed as she watched the two males leave with her little sister and her boyfriend ahead of them, not entering the manor. However, she had just noticed that she wasn't alone. Apparently Tenshin was still there with his arms crossed. After a few moments of silence, words were finally exchanged. Would you like some tea? Tomiko asked. Sounds nice. Tenshin answered. Later on in the manor, Kengo was sitting on his and Yuka's bed. For the longest time, Kengo sat there with a look of pure disbelief and fear, while Yuka stood by and stared at him with a saddened look. She could only imagine the turmoil Kengo had within his soul. Apparently from being possessed by Kusu, he only knew he was causing harm, but any information heard by the outside world were not registered to him. It was like he was in a comatose state, with his soul trying its damnedest to regain control, which he only succeeded for only like a minute. Obviously needing to know the truth, Yuka took it upon herself to be the one to tell Kengo his origins. The way he's acting is pretty much what she was expecting. Silent and taking all the impact hard, but not letting the pain show so much. Kengo took in a deep breath and exhaled. Well, cut off my dick then. Kengo said as he handed Yuka a kunai. You know I won't do that. Yuka said, pushing the kunai away and sitting beside him. Fine, then I'll do it. Kengo said, bringing the kunai up high, but as it came down, the kunai was gone, but his fist still hit his junk, causing him to groan in pain as he fell to the floor. Yusui-kun, please don't act this way. Yuka said with the kunai he had a moment ago in her hand. And why shouldn't I? Kengo shouted as he got up to his feet. I'm a clone of that disgusting thing. How can I not feel disgusted with myself? I mean, I have fantasized and dreamt of some things people would call a bit sick, but this is the first time I truly feel disgusted with myself. I mean, I stuck this thing in you. How are you not furious? Kengo exclaimed with his hands gesturing to his crotch. Because it's you who I fell in love with. Not him. Yuka said. But I am him. No, you are just a part of him. And that's supposed to be better. Against believing you are him in general. Yes. Well, to me it's not. Yusui-kun, you are just made by his DNA, but you have proven that just because you are a clone, does not mean you have the same mentality as him. Oh my god, my perverted nature, I get it from him. I'm sick. Kengo shouted with disgust and fear as he held the sides of his head. I've had enough. Yuka said as she stood up and slapped Kengo across the face. She grabbed Kengo's cheeks, forcing him to look her in the eyes. Do you want to rape me? No. Kengo answered timidly. Are you disgusted by him? Yes. Do you hate everything about him? Yes. When you saw him, you wanted to kill him? Yes. Especially when he mentioned about me. To the extreme. Did you see in any way before discovering the truth that you had anything in common with him or even saw a slight sliver of yourself in him? Kengo shook his head. And now that you know, do you want to kill anyone, including Naruto? Number. Then how are you anything like him? I don't know. My perversion. Well, your perversion is sexy, while his is. Kengo chuckled at that. See. A smile. Yuka smiled. Her eyes opened, showing love inside them. Kengo, you are your own person. And that's what made me fall for you. When he invaded your body, you fought with all your might to take control and tell Naruto to take your life so you would never harm us. That was the most noble thing I have ever seen in my entire life, and I had never been more proud to be your girlfriend, and happier to say yes on that day. Yuka hugged Kengo closer. Please don't feel bad anymore. It hurts me to know you are hurting. Yuka said as she shed some tears. Kengo hugged Yuka back, feeling his heart was now lighter, but still a bit heavy. He was at least lucky to have Yuka here with him right now, and hopefully forever. He couldn't think of a life without her. Hell, even if he tried his best, her beautiful face and her wrapped in his arms always pops in every now and again. He just felt his heart feel so much more lighter knowing she'll always be here for him. So, you and him did. Sadly. Yuka said with a frown. Was he? He wishes he was just like you. After all, you made me enjoy it since the first time. Yuka said with a smile. Yes. Kengo cheered with a fist pump making Yuka giggle. Kengo pulled back a bit to stare into Yuka's eyes. I love you, Yuka Amato. I love you, Kengo Usui. The two stared into each other's eyes filled with pure love. They leaned closer and locked lips. Both kissing each other with love. The kiss lasted for a few long moments, before they separated. So Tilda, is there something you want to do now? Yuka asked seductively. As of right now, do you mind if we just cuddled? Kengo asked, feeling slightly embarrassed as his cheeks turned red. Yuka giggled at Kengo's shy action. She nodded as the two just sat on the bed and held one another close, not saying a word. Just enjoying each other's embrace and warmth with pure comfort. Outside their room, Naruto and Takaru were near the door, eavesdropping to see if Kengo would be alright. Luckily their help in any way or form was not needed as Yuka was there for him every moment. Naruto and Takaru smiled to one another, before quietly leaving. It was later into the night, and after today, Takaru along with many others, decided to hit the hay. Naruto on the other hand was watching, well, Naruto, with a beer in hand. Apparently this was an episode based on a light novel about an experience Sasuke had with this clan called the Chinook, like 2 years after the war. The arc so far was, okay. He actually felt nostalgic seeing Sakura hit his older self, but with the force behind that punch had to have cracked and broken some ribs. Other than that, not much interest. Even now with Sasuke fighting some multi-headed blood dragon, controlled by some little girl's Ketsuryugan or whatever it's called. Is that even real? Like is this whole Chinook clan and Dujutsu even a thing in his world or is this just for the anime? Either way, he has to admit that the story he was supposed to live is pretty bizarre. Not JoJo bizarre, but still pretty odd. It makes him think. Is the concept of aliens, like Kagaya and Shinji, real? Is the final antagonist of the series really an alien? Is he really a descendant of a visitor from outer space? Is there really a guy on the moon? Is the reason people are able to survive on the moon without fear of suffocation and having their bodies collapse from the inside or even explode, depending if the latter isn't a myth made by entertainment, is because since the moon is really a shell made by bits of the earth to contain the Jubi's body that there's still chakra radiating off which the body absorbs to adapt to the conditions on the space rock. Is there really a guy named Shin who worked with Orochimaru and is now trying to raise an army of younger clones of himself, all with Sharingan? Will his future spawn really have the gall to cheat and go against the rules of the Chunin exams in front of everyone including the Kages themselves? Will there really be someone who has the power to destroy Konoha, despite himself having 6 paths sage mode, basically making him like some sort of demigod? Even though he himself is one right now. Is any of this shit real or will be in the future? Ah, screw it. My brain hurts enough as it is. Naruto grabbed the remote and turned off the television. Naruto sighed, getting up to his feet. He walked over to the recycle can next to the trash can in the kitchen, finishing off his beer and tossing it into the blue bin. The TV suddenly turned on, alerting Naruto, making him turn to see that it was indeed on, but no one was there to use the remote. Naruto scratched the back of his head in confusion. He didn't sense any malice or dark intent around. It was just him in the room, so no need to put up his guard. He still remained on his toes just in case he was about to face an enemy he could not sense. If there is anything he learned from not only his shinobi training, but also from anime, that you should never let your guard down, under any circumstances or the consequences could be dire. Just because Naruto can't sense anything, doesn't mean an enemy would not show up. Naruto walked around the couch, spotting no one as expected. Grabbing the remote, Naruto turned the television off again. Staring at the now dark screen for a few moments, to confirm nothing was up, Naruto slowly placed the remote back down onto the couch. Walking away, the TV suddenly turned on again, making him look back to see it was back on. Grabbing the remote, Naruto turned it back off, but it turned back on again, shocking him. He turned it off again, only for it to turn back on again. Groaning with annoyance, Naruto turned it back off, only for it to come back on again. Growling with new anger, sharp teeth included as steam came from the top of his head, Naruto was suddenly surprised to see the television change channels. Naruto blinked his eyes as they glanced down at the remote. The channels started changing rapidly. Naruto blinked his eyes, still remaining cool, despite many people in his position would be freaking out right now. He turned off the TV. Again, only for it to come back on and resume channel surfing. Naruto groaned with annoyance as he tossed the remote back onto the couch, and walked over to the plug of the television. Kneeling down, he grabbed the cord and pulled it out, effectively turning the set off. Naruto closed his eyes and nodded with satisfaction, feeling victory over his little odd battle against the television. Standing up, Naruto started to walk away, intent on heading for the stairs, but suddenly a noise caused him to stop. His eyes were wide as he sweated a bit. No, it can't be. Naruto's head slowly turned to see the TV. Back on with the late-night news being on the set. Ah! Witchcraft! Naruto screamed as he fell down onto his butt in new fear. Being brave enough to crawl over towards the back of the TV, he saw gold electricity coming from the outlet and connecting to the television's cord. What in the electricity suddenly disconnected with the TV and started running off. Hey! Get back here! Naruto shouted as he ran after the electrical spark. It went down into the den and headed for the new door that led to the outside. Naruto followed it, leaving through the door to walk across a bridge with a small river connected to a pond with koi in it. Don't ask where how he made this and found fish to be the new addition to the manor, and opened another door that lead into the new part of the manor that Team Venus were now staying in. I don't know what this is, but if this has to do with a new enemy, I better be ready. Naruto thought as he continued to follow the running spark throughout the Venus quarters. The spark made a turn right through an open passageway. Naruto ran right in, but slowly down to a halt as the room was dark and he sensed the spark had vanished. I can sense something. It's dark, but not in an evil way, more like lustful. Wait, what the hell? The door suddenly closed behind him and locked. Naruto turned around and walked over to the door, but once his hand touched the knob, it got shocked with electricity. I'm afraid walking away isn't allowed anymore, Naruto-kun. Naruto heard a seductive, yet slightly sadistic voice. Blinking his eyes, Naruto's head slowly turned to see Yan, but she was in this strange get-up. She had on leather top that covered her breasts with laces on the sides tying the front and back halves of it together, but it also had an oval hole that revealed her collar bone and cleavage, the top also with connected to a choker. She had black leather gloves that extended and stopped at the middle of her biceps, long black high-heel leather boots, and these strange panties that seemed to be in the shape of a V with two white linings on them. It's basically the same outfit Anaho imagined her wearing to punish people in a dominatrix manner after she summoned Kinbin in Chapter 16, What God Left Behind. In her hands was a whip. It wasn't Kinbin. Just a normal whip. And she was holding it tightly in her grip. She had this gleam in her eyes that was rather predatory in oh shit. Yan-chan tilde, that's a very unique get-up. Naruto said with a nervous grin. I'm glad you like it. I wore it special. Just for you. Yan's smile widened, licking her lips a bit. Okay, weird time to get a boner. Naruto thought. Well, I love the pajamas, so tilde. Naruto reached for the knob, but Yan's whip tied itself around his wrist and pulled him away from the door and more towards her. You've been a very bad person, Naruto. Yan said. Me. I honestly thought I was a pretty cool guy. Naruto said. Yan pulled the whip more, bringing him closer to her face. You've whored yourself to those other girls and yet you don't want to spend a little quality time with moi. How rude. Yan said with a smirk. I wouldn't say whore, but. Yan grabbed Naruto's jaw, and locked her lips with his own. She forced her tongue in, licking his own tongue in every inch of his mouth, making sure she was the dominant one in the kiss. Separating her mouth, with her tongue sliding against his own and out of his mouth, Yan moaned, enjoying the taste of Naruto's mouth. She could taste the bitterness of alcohol, but his mouth had a taste of its own. Yan spun him around, using her whip to bring his hand to his collarbone and wrapped more of the whip around his neck once, as she had his back rest against her front. With her right keeping her hold on him, her left hand rested on his abs. Her hand moved up to feel his pectorals, lingering onto the hard chest, then she traced her fingers down the bumps known as his abs. Her hand was finally starting to travel to the front of his pants. Rubbing her fingers against the front, Naruto's lip quivered with a sense of pleasure. Yan's hand expertly unbuckled Naruto's belt and unzipped his pants a little, before her hand slid into it, starting to rub the growing tent on his underpants. Naruto groaned as his lip continued to quiver, pleasing Yan from hearing his noises of pleasure. Yan started to lick Naruto's trapezius muscle, and started to trail up his neck, having to stand on her tiptoes to reach up higher since he is taller than her. Her tongue graced against his neck, until it reached his ear, where she licked his earlobe. It gave a small tingling sensation, but then it tickled as her tongue traveled into his ear, licking the inside of it. Naruto made a noise as he felt his toes curl from the new tickling, yet welcomed pleasure. Yan gave a tiny moan as she brought her tongue back, but then she used her canine teeth to bite into Naruto's earlobe, making him groan at the new pain that somehow provided pleasure at the same time. Yan's left hand then withdrew from Naruto's underwear, but had now started to enter them. Her gloved hand gliding across the top of his crotch, moving downward. Yan released her teeth's grip on Naruto's earlobe, and whispered. Tonight, Yan's hand grabbed Naruto's member. I am the master. Lemon scene. Yan started to rub her gloved hand up and down Naruto's shaft that met the base. Naruto groaned a bit through his throat with his cheeks reddening as he felt a bit of excitement from having Yan starting to jerk him off. Ho tilde. Are you getting excited by me just starting to rub your cock? Yan teased. Don't tease me. Naruto said, but that resulted in the whip getting tighter. Don't give your master orders. Tonight, I am the one making the demands. Yan said with a smirk. Damn. This hurts my neck. Naruto thought as her felt the pressure around his neck. Yan felt Naruto's member harden. Growing in size more. Well my, looks like you really tilde enjoy pain. Yan said with a wider smirk. Bad dick. Bad. Naruto thought with his cheeks turning redder. Hey, Yan-chan groaned if you don't mind me asking groaning what grunt do you have planned? Naruto asked. Don't worry about that. Yan said. She then threw Naruto to the ground, posing him now on his hands and knees as she suddenly slammed her heel onto his back. Tonight it's just you and me. Yan smiled. You know I'm not a masochist. Naruto grunted out with one eye closed. Oh really? Yan smirked. She tightened the hold of her whip on Naruto, making him groan in pain, but then his eyes widened like saucers as he felt his member harden enough to pitch a large tent right out of the unzipped pants. Oh boy. Naruto said as his pupils looked down. Oh tilde. It looks like that was a lie. Yan said with a smirk. She pulled on the whip, releasing its hold on Naruto's wrist and neck, gripping it back with both hands. That requires punishment. Oh no. Naruto thought with a large anime tear hanging from his left eye. Yan whipped him in the behind making Naruto yelp with new pain. She started to continue whipping his behind, making him go, ow, every time. Ow, 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 ow. Naruto repeated over and over again. Why am I getting turned on by this? I don't even like pain. Yan giggled feeling power from just being dominant over Naruto. Naruto growled as he quickly grabbed the whip with his bare hand, shocking Yan. Yumeru. Stop, Naruto shouted as he got up to his feet. Yan stared at Naruto with a shocked expression as Naruto glared at her. She shivered from being under his harsh gaze. Yan moaned with her knees touching together. A dripping noise was heard, making Naruto look down, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Nani? Yan was apparently leaking love juice down below. You came. Naruto exclaimed in shock. Yan moaned, making Naruto look to her face to see excitement mixed with bliss as one hand grabbed her lower jaw with her fingers spread across the lower half of her face. A powerful man. You are so strong. I just can't help but get off on that. Yan said with a red blush and smile as she stared longingly at Naruto. She then predatorily licked her lips. But more than that, I get even more turned on by dominating strong men like you. Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened in shock and new fear. Damn, this woman's crazy. Suddenly Yan attacked his lips with her own. Yan's tongue glided into Naruto's mouth, tasting every corner of it. Naruto couldn't help, but returned the kiss with his own tongue tasting her mouth. Naruto's right hand roamed down to Yan's left cheek, squeezing it, making her moan. Despite the momentary fear he had a moment ago, Naruto was getting turned on by just making out with Yan, who, he had to admit, looked hot in her outfit. Naruto grabbed Yan's cheek, making her moan even more. God, does he love her ass? It's so plentiful. Naruto started moving his crotch forward, rubbing it against Yan's own area, making her moan even more. Yan brought her mouth back a bit, with her teeth still holding onto Naruto's own tongue. Yan wrapped her left leg around Naruto's waist, rubbing her covered majesty against Naruto's crotch, making Naruto moan. Suddenly Yan released her hold on his tongue, spun around him, having her whip wrapped around his neck, and once she was behind him, she knelt down, causing Naruto to lean back from the force of the whip being pulled. Damn. Naruto choked out. Remember, I'm the one in charge here. Yan said with a smirk. Of course she's this persistent in remaining dominant. Naruto thought with dull anime eyes. Now let's see. Yan stood up, but kept her grip strong enough to keep Naruto leaning back with the back of his head resting on her right shoulder as rubbed his left cheek with her right hand. How can you pleasure me today? Yan questioned, with a smirk and her eyes closed. Maybe you can lay on the bed and I could just. No talking. Yan said as she pulled on the whip tighter making Naruto choke up a bit. Just a suggestion. Naruto choked out. Tilda. Yan tapped her chin with her left index finger. Oh Tilda, I know. Yan smiled. She tossed Naruto over her shoulder, slamming him down into the floor, making him groan. Sitting down on the bed, she undid her right boot, taking it off, before pulling on the whip, making Naruto get up in a kneeling position. Suck it. Yan said as she brought her foot up to Naruto's face. You do have beautiful feet Yan-chan, but, Yan pulled on the whip, making it tighter. Okay. Naruto choked out. Grabbing Yan's soft foot with his hand, he then wrapped his mouth around Yan's big toe, sucking on it, making her moan. Naruto started liking it to add more pleasure, making Yan moan even more with a blush evident on her cheeks. That's good. It looks like you have a natural talent of being a slave. Yan said with a smirk. Naruto gained an annoyed look as he decided to give her toe a bite, making her flinch in pain, but for some reason, that got her off. Now, Yan said with a smirk as she pulled on the whip more, making it tighter, causing Naruto to flinch in pain. Don't get so rough Naruto. I'm the master here. Naruto growled, only causing the whip to tighten around his neck. I am no pet. Naruto thought as his eyes shifted into blood-red iris with slit pupils, surprising Yan. Naruto suddenly jumped at her, making her scream a bit, as his face dug right into her crotch area. Biting down on the fabric, Naruto pulled it to the side and then took her majesty into his mouth, his tongue digging right into it, making Yan moan with pure pleasure with his tongue digging deep. Naruto's tongue was licking all over inside Yan's entrance. Her love juices oozing from having Naruto's tongue inside her. Naruto's tongue was licking up and down, tickling Yan's inner walls with tantalizing pleasure. Naruto wrapped his arms right around Yan's knees, bringing the legs up and pulling her body forward to him, digging his tongue deeper into Yan. Yan moaned with her mouth wide open and eyes shut tight. Her toes curled as she felt Naruto's tongue dig in deeper. Her love juices leaking out from feeling his tongue gliding against her inner walls. Yan's lips quivered as she smiled, feeling so excited from feeling Naruto's tongue licking deep inside her. So good. Yan thought as she shivered with pleasure. Naruto started standing up, bringing Yan's legs up with him. Naruto dug his tongue in even more, making Yan moan. She started moaning louder as Naruto's tongue started going in circles, licking all the walls, making Yan moan loudly with quivering happy lips. Naruto's right hand snaked over to the top of her entrance, reached for the special spot, her clitoris, and suddenly pinched, making Yan cry out with pleasure. Naruto hurried his tongue's pace as Yan orgasmed all over it in his mouth. Naruto sucked on the sweet yet bitter juices greedily. He might be one of the only few guys who enjoys getting a girl off before he gets off. For some reason it feels so good to be the one to make the ladies go nuts for him. Maybe he likes the power over them in a sexual manner, maybe he enjoys their screams of pleasure, or maybe he just loves being the one to make them feel this way. Either way, he really enjoys it. Yan moaned with a smile, but then she gave a small gasp as she realized what just happened. She's the one who's supposed to be in charge here. She's the dominant of the two. Yan pulled on the whip, making Naruto lean forward, aching, in pain of the tight grip around his neck, pulling him forward a bit, causing him to loosen his grip on Yan's legs. Yan wrapped her legs around Naruto's head and flipped him over herself, rolling back on the bed as he fell off the other side of the bed. Yan tightened her hold on the whip as she used all her strength to pull on it so hard. Naruto flew over her and fell off the other side of the bed, which was where he was before. Ow! Naruto said with some pain. Yan pulled the whip, releasing the hold on him, only to hog-tie Naruto's ankles and wrists together as a lightning-fast speed. Okay, this is a new level of S&M. Naruto said, only to have Yan's left heel boot slammed onto his noggin. No, it's not. Yan said. How would you know? Naruto questioned, only to get the heel grinded deeper into the skin of his head. Ow. You know, just because I can reattach limbs and take beatings like a giant sword to the fucking torso, doesn't mean crap like this doesn't hurt. Yan slammed his head down into the floor with her heel. Ow. Fuck. TCH. Remember who the master is, Naruto. Yan said with a stoic expression and narrowed eyes. Naruto moved his head up as his serious and raging eyes stared at Yan. I have no master. You will never rule me. Naruto said in a serious tone as his eyes glowed blood red. Yan shivered as she had an excited smile. He breathing hitched from the sense of danger. Oh tilde. I'm going to enjoy dominating you tilde. Yan moaned with quivering excited lips. Naruto growled with fangs out. Yan grabbed the handle of the whip and pulled Naruto free. Naruto started getting up, his eyes shadowed as steam came out from his gritting teeth. Yan moaned as Naruto started to rise, soon starting to overshadow her. This feeling of danger. So many would be scared. For good reason. I feel fear in his powerful, monster-like presence, but, Naruto hovered over her with glowing red eyes and fangs. I'm so turned on right now tilde. Yan thought with bliss as her cheeks were red and she smiled with excitement, with her fingers spread out across her mouth. Naruto roared as he pounced down on her, biting her on the neck, making her scream with pain and pleasure. Naruto sucked on her skin, as his left hand came down, gliding across her bottom and the fingers sticking into her entrance. Naruto grabbed Yan's left leg as he then lifted her up off the floor, placing her leg on his right shoulder. Yan cried as Naruto's fingers pumped into her at a blurring pace, making drops of her love juices coming out. Naruto's fingers started to glow gold, heating up, causing Yan to scream with pleasure as Naruto's fast-pumping heating fingers were causing her to orgasm once again with her juices flooding out from the intense pleasure. Yan was losing her mind. She felt things going blank. She's losing herself in pleasure. Yan's left hand shakenly got to Naruto's neck. She managed to pinch where the neck met the shoulder, making Naruto's eyes widen as he went limp, falling forward. Yan panted as Naruto laid atop of her. Oh my lord. He almost killed me with pleasure. Yan thought with shock as she panted. Naruto groaned. What did you do to me? Naruto questioned. I sent an electrical current that's purpose was to disrupt the flow, of the electrical impulse to your nervous system. Now your actions are delayed. Yan explained while trying to regain herself the best she could. Naruto groaned as he managed to move his body, but just a bit. Yan grabbed Naruto's head, pulling it back as she started making out with him. Naruto couldn't really respond to do his fair share, because his nervous system's electrical current is being disrupted. Granted, he is trying his best to fix his body's current problem, but that still requires time. Element and chakra put together is a grand power, but that doesn't mean it's going to solve every problem coming his way, at least when it comes injuries and physical problems. His healing factor and energy could do so much. If he was skilled in lightning techniques like Yan herself or even Wabisuke, maybe even Sasuke, then this problem would be easier to deal with. Yan moaned as her tongue explored Naruto's mouth thoroughly. His mouth tasted so good. Sweet yet bitter, yet that was because he ate her out. A piece of her is inside him. Now she believes it's time for the reverse to happen. Yan pulled her head back, with her teeth gliding against Naruto's tongue, holding it between her pearly whites. She suddenly bit his tongue, making it bleed, but Naruto didn't really flinch since his body can't register pain immediately at the moment. Yan pushed Naruto's head back, causing him to fall back against the ground. Yan got up on her hands and knees as she started crawling toward Naruto with a moan and smile. Once making it to his body, she slid her own against his, crawling up his body. Yan's smile widened as she slid up against Naruto's body. Just feeling his covered muscles slide against her breasts and the revealing stomach, turned her on as she felt a tingly electric-like sensation from the feel of them against her, especially against her bare stomach. Yan started licking his collarbone. Her tongue sliding against the hard bone, sliding up the neck, licking his underjaw before continuing sliding up to his ear where she suddenly bit his ear lobe. Yan's right finger inched to Naruto's neck, putting pressure into it, causing a spark of electricity to shoot inside the skin, making Naruto grit his teeth in pain. Yan slowly started licking Naruto's cheek, making his shiver from the sensation. A little more sensitive, are you? Yan whispered into his ear. Damn. Now it feels like my nervous system is going haywire. Yan moaned as her hand slowly rubbed down his chest and down his abs. Reaching for the bottom of his shirt, she pulled it up, and massaged his abs. Yan chuckled. Now we can have some real fun. Yan smiled as electricity coursed through her and Naruto. A little bit later, Yan managed to get a now naked Naruto onto the bed, with his wrists tied together by the whip which was also tied to the bed's headboard. Yan moaned with satisfaction as she pulled on the spare whip in her hands. Humiliated. More annoyed actually. Naruto responded with dull eyes. Suddenly he was whipped on the side of his torso making him yelp. Ow. Damn it. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You're very sensitive now, are you? Yeah, thanks to you. Naruto's side got whipped again making him growl with gritting teeth. No talking back. Yan ordered, but with a smile. Yan's lips widened into a smile as she then started whipping Naruto's body. Naruto gritted his teeth as Yan whipped the sides and fronts of his torso, along with his arms and legs. Throughout the experience, Naruto growled with growing rage as Yan left red marks all over his body, that were being healed at a fast rate. All the more enjoyable for Yan, because to her there is no consequence to all this sadistic torture. The only real worrisome one being that Naruto was just getting angrier with every whipping. Yeah, enjoying yourself. I know I am. Yan said with a sadistic grin. Naruto growled with anger. Yaro tilde. Naruto growled through his gritting teeth. Yan moaned as she continued whipping. Yes. That's what I like to see. The power and strength of will in your eyes. It just makes me more determined to break it. It turns me on. Yan said with a grin as she continued whipping. You think this is the best turn on for you? When I get out of these restraints, I'm going to show you a night that will make you lose your brains. Naruto thought as he felt his primal urge for dominance get stronger. His muscles growing a bit and flexing as he started getting pumped in thinking of the ways to wreck Yan's body. Yan panted as she continued to whip Naruto's body. She suddenly stopped, grabbing the whip with both hands. She took a few steps forward on the bed, now standing above Naruto's head. Yan licked her lips in delight. Bottoms up. Yan crouched down, as he pussy now rested on Naruto's face. Naruto was surprised by the action, but nonetheless, he started licking Yan's entrance making her moan with pleasure. Naruto's tongue was licking up and down the slit of an entrance at a moderate pace, before it started to pick up, causing Yan to moan more. Slower. Yan moaned, but Naruto did not obey. I said slower. Yan shouted as she whipped Naruto's thigh. Naruto groaned, but he refused to obey. Instead, he dug his tongue deeper into Yan's entrance making her moan as her knees shiver with excitement and pleasure. Yan started to pant as she grinded against Naruto's face, with his tongue licking deep into her cooch, tasting all of the walls. Yan moaned with an open-mouth smile, with her cheeks blushing red. Yan gasped, realizing she was being submissive again. She grabbed Naruto's head and pulled it back as she lifted her majesty up, away from his face. I said that I am the boss. Yan said. Yan turned her body around, so now her rear was in front of Naruto's face. Yan sat down onto Naruto's face. Now work. Yan ordered. Naruto started sucking a bit before licking, making Yan moan with a red blush and open-mouth smile. She had her eyes closed as she enjoyed the bliss of Naruto eating her out again. Yan grinded against Naruto's face again, as she felt his tongue getting deeper and deeper in. Yan moaned as she bit her left pinky nail. Yan's right hand reached over to Naruto's member, grabbing it as she then started to stroke it. Naruto groaned from the sensation, although his skill in licking didn't diminish from the sudden feel of pleasure. Yan giggled as she felt Naruto's long stick harden in her hand. His tongue continuing to roam deep into her. Yan now started to laugh as she felt dominant over the situation. She picked up the pace of her grind in her hand's stroke, still continuing to laugh as she went on. This was heavenly. Yan's hips moved faster as she suddenly came all over Naruto's face. Yan panted from the feeling of the orgasm. Yan rose up a bit, and started pumping her fingers fast into her majesty, causing more love juices to flood out and come down upon Naruto's face. Naruto tried to lick all the juices he could, but his tongue could do so much. Yeah, that's right. You enjoy this taste. You desire the taste of me, don't you? Yan teased as her love juices continued to rain upon Naruto's face. Yan stretched the lips of her entrance and lowered down back upon Naruto's face, letting his tongue lick her entrance and dig deep inside of it, making Yan moan with closed eyes, feeling bliss as her cheeks were red and her quivering mouth lips smile with pleasure and ecstasy. Sugoi tilde. Yan thought with pure delight. Her toes curling from having Naruto lick her insides. She shivered with her knees shaking from pleasure. Yan moaned licking her lips. Her back arched as she moaned. Naruto quickened his tongue's pace, causing Yan's body to heat up from pleasure as her love juices started to leak out and going down that sides of Naruto's mouth as he drank more and more of the juices she was secreting. Yan moaned with delight as she then stuck her tongue out panting. Yan started pumping her left fingers into her own majesty, going at a breakneck speed, causing her love juices to flood out and drench Naruto's mouth. Naruto's tongue quickened inside of Yan, making her moan audibly as she hurried her finger movements more. She then screamed as she came all over his face. Her love juices pouring out. Yan hurried her fingers more wanting to feel more from her release. She arched her back, moaning as her juices came out more. It wet Naruto's face, who didn't seem to mind as all he cared about at the moment was licking Yan dry. Yan rested her hands on the sides of the bed as he back arched more. She gave a cry as her majesty gave a small burst of an orgasm. Sugoi tilde tilde. Yan's mind moaned as her cheeks were glowing red, her eyes closed as she took in the bliss with an open-mouth smile with her tongue sticking out the side of her mouth. Yan smiled as she played with herself with her right index finger, while Naruto continued to lick inside her. Tilde. It looks like you enjoy pleasuring me, nay. Does it really get you off that much? Yan teased as her right hand grabbed Naruto's member, and started stroking it. Yan mentally giggled. It seems he really does get off on making women come for him. That's a first, but very welcomed. Yan thought with an open smile as she continued to jack Naruto off. Naruto groaned as he felt Yan's hands stroke his member up and down. He enjoys a good stroke. Although he just wished that she didn't have any gloves on. Nothing feels better than skin-on-skin contact. Well, besides fucking of course. Naruto member grew bigger as he groaned. Dear Lord, does he just want to take Yan and fuck the hell out of her? Despite not being a fan of pain, this experience was making him seriously determined to just take Yan and ravage her. For now, he will remain submissive, but only until the time is right. Yan may be determined, but so is he, and the one thing he has over her, it's that her stamina wasn't as vast as his own. Yan continued to stroke it more and more, making Naruto groan as he felt his member shake in her grip. Naruto started digging his tongue deeper into Yan's entrance. Yan panted as she continued to jerk Naruto off, but she suddenly wailed as Naruto's tongue managed to find her G-spot. Yan moaned with pure pleasure as the tip of Naruto's tongue was rapidly licking Yan's G-spot, while she increased the speed of her stroking hand. Naruto started sending his hot chakra into his tongue, causing heat to alight from the tip of his tongue, bringing a more heating pleasure to the G-spot. Yan's eyes widened as she gave a scream of pleasure and orgasmed all over Naruto's mouth. Naruto greedily drank the love juices and licked up as much within her as possible. Yan panted a bit and then moaned with her tongue out with delight. She was sweating much with her whole body being hot, with her cheeks burning red. Yan moaned as she brought her hands to her stomach, sliding it up the skin of her stomach, slid across her breasts up to her collarbone, where her arms made an X over her chest with her hands gripping the opposite shoulders they were connected to. Right hand on left shoulder, left hand on right shoulder. Sugoi. He's so demanding and powerful. He makes my toes curl and my insides stir with pleasure and excitement. I want to break him, but at this rate, he might break me tilde. Oh tilde, I can't take it anymore tilde. I want to take him. To ravage him. I need him, inside me. Yan licked her lips as he breathing hitched with excitement. Yan got up off Naruto's face and turned around, grabbing his member. Yan positioned herself over the tip of Naruto's member. She hovered over him with an anticipating smile. She stroked the member, getting Naruto turned on as she hovered her entrance over it. Naruto let out a growl as he tried thrusting up into her, but Yan anticipated this and moved her entrance out of the way. Era tilde. Don't be so hasty now. Yan licked her lips. I want to make this Jew tilde street right. Yan placed the tip against her entrance, sliding up and down against the tip, causing both sex organs to tingle with excitement, as Naruto groaned while Yan moaned with pleasure. Itadakimasu tilde. Yan chimed as she then lowered herself down, taking in the tip of Naruto's member. Yan shivered with an excited grin on her face. She moaned audibly as she started filling more of Naruto's member inside of herself. It went in deeper and deeper until it hit her hymen. So close. I just need to break through it. Yan thought as her body shook. Dashta. What's the matter? Cold feet. I thought you were determined to lose what little innocence you have left. Naruto teased with a stoic expression and sarcastic tone. Yakamashi. Yan shouted as she slapped Naruto across the face. I'm the boss here, Naruto-kun. Remember that. Yan said with a wink and smile as she poked Naruto's nose. Naruto licked his lips and teeth, showing his fangs as he was feeling restless. I can't wait to make you mine. Naruto thought with rising ambition. Kurama blinked his eyes as he listened to Naruto's primal thoughts. He's never had these thoughts before. Especially with the first 5 times he's had sex. It seems he's gotten a little more intense after the experience in the labyrinth. First in fighting, which let's admit, his fight with Kusu got brutal. I mean he decimated Oken, destroyed Guken's body with countless punches and had his spirit punch Kusu's soul to shreds. That shit was brutal. Now he was getting more primal and lustful during sex. First showing some animalistic lust and a dominant behavior with Aki. Now it was definitely showing with his sex with Yan. This is probably a trait of being a demigod. The kids definitely changed some after meeting Amaterasu-sama. In more ways than one. Kurama thought. Yan licked her lips as she started to slowly insert his member in more, causing it to press deep into her hymen. Naruto growled with elongated teeth, wanting to just ram hard into Yan, but he decided to wait and let her have her fun, before he pounced to take absolute control. Oh yes. This is Predator Naruto. And he is just getting hungrier. Yan's lips quivered. Her body shaking. She couldn't take it anymore. Yan groaned as she lifted herself up a bit and then thrust down hard onto Naruto's member, causing it to break through her hymen, making her scream as she felt excruciating pain. Yan gritted her teeth for a second as tears started rolling down her eyes, but then her mouth turned into an open-mouthed smile. Yada tilde. It's finally in tilde. Yan mentally cheered, still having an open-mouthed smile and now with her eyes shimmering with the tears still going down her eyes. Some blood was leaking from her entrance, a primary sign of finally losing her virginity. I've been saving myself for a real man, and now I have him. Now I will ravage him until he begs for mercy. Yan licked her lips and teeth as she clawed her gloved fingers into Naruto's chest. Naruto narrowed his eyes as Yan clawed her fingers into him. However, since they're gloved, they didn't really hurt that much. Yan grinned as she leaned her head back and started riding Naruto's member. Yan's hips moved forward and back as his member went in and out of her. She moaned as she rode his cock. Sugoi tilde. Yan's hand rubbed over her hair and rested against the back of her neck. Now this is more pleasurable than in the field of battle. At least it is because it's this man that I'm making love with. Yan's eyes widened with a red blush on her cheeks. Make love. Did I really think that? Yan's eyes were wide with surprise, but then they closed as she giggled a bit. How silly. Me thinking such girlish thoughts. Yan thought, but she couldn't help but smile as her blush reddened. Yan moaned as she continued to ride on Naruto's member. Naruto groaned as his member went inside and out of Yan's anatomy. He licked his lips as he started to slowly thrust up as she rode him. He felt his crotch tingle with pleasure. His heart increased with anticipation as she grinded against him. Goodness, if his hands were free, he would just grab her rear cheeks and control her, making her bounce on his member at a fast pace. All he could do was wait for the right time. Yan smiled, her hands behind her head as she continued to ride him. She felt her love juices leaking, covering the member in them. Yan mentally giggled. Oh yes. This feels so good. I knew that this would be great someday. I never expected it to be this soon, but I'm glad it is. Yan moaned with her eyes closed in ecstasy. More, more, more. Iku, IKU tilde. Yan increased her hips motion. Her body shivered as she rode Naruto faster and faster and faster. Iku tilde. Yan came all over Naruto's member. Yan panted with her cheeks heated. Sugoi. This was what I needed. And I want more. Yan had a gleam in her eyes as she wanted more from the experience. Oi, don't tell me you're done yet. Naruto said, confusing Yan. We're just getting started. Suddenly Golden Asura's arm appeared out the sides of Naruto's body, grabbing Yan's hips, surprising the Chinese maiden. The spirit arm lifted Yan up high, shocking her, before slamming Yan down onto his member, causing her eyes to widen in pain as she screamed. Aura! Naruto shouted as Golden Asura's arms started making Yan bounce up and down. Yan made noises as she was slamming down into Naruto's member. Naruto growled with a red aura surrounding him and the spirit arms increased at a breakneck speed, causing Yan to bounce on Naruto as a blur. Yan screamed with pain and pleasure as Naruto was aggressively fucking her. She couldn't take it anymore. In just a few moments, she came all over Naruto's member. Her orgasm exploding, covering Naruto's entire crotch area. Naruto slowed down the pace of Golden Asura's arm speed. Naruto sighed as they slowed down to a halt. Yar. Are you really done already? Naruto questioned. Yan's eyes were wide with tears going down them, though that was involuntary, and drool leaked from the sides of her mouth. I'm not even satisfied yet, Datbeo. Naruto said as his spirit arms vanished, allowing Yan to fall back against the bed. Yan choked a bit out of habit. She panted as her body shook from the experience. Sugoi, pain, now pleasure. How did he break me like this? Yan thought as she panted, lying vulnerably. Naruto sat up and looked down at her, overshadowing her form. Ho tilde. You don't seem so well. Naruto said holding his chin. You know Yan-chan, I just realized that I've been doing most of the work. Naruto said. His left hand reached over, with his index and middle fingers inserted into Yan's entrance making her cry at the instant sensation. Tilde. You're pretty sensitive now. Naruto grabbed her hips and started to bring her up onto her hands and knees. Naruto leaned over, wrapping his right arm around her stomach and pulling her closer so his body was lying against her own. Naruto continued to finger her making Yan whimper from pleasure. Pulling out his fingers from her entrance, he then placed them in Yan's mouth, making her taste her love juices. Naruto pushed down her bottom jaw a bit, making her open her own mouth. Tisk, I don't think this mouth could take it. I guess I'll just have to fit it in the best I can. Naruto said, alerting Yan. Yan tried to say something, but Naruto pushed his fingers further in making her choke a bit. Nice and wet. Small too. Just how I like it. Naruto said with a stoic expression. Yan's eyes widened with shock and new fear. Dashta. What's the matter? Are you afraid you can't take it? Naruto asked sarcastically, before his eyes became a bit more serious, yet still stoic. A word of advice, Yan-chan. When being aggressive to someone, you should always be prepared for them to return the favor. Naruto whispered into her ear in a husky tone, making her eyes widen. Naruto grabbed Yan's long ponytail, pulling her back, making her yelp in pain. Naruto grabbed Yan by the back of the head, gripped his member, positioning it, and then slammed Yan's head down, making his member thrust straight into her mouth. Yan's choked up with her eyes widened greatly. Naruto started bobbing Yan's head up and down, forcing her to give him a blowjob, all the while she was trying to speak, but her voice only became muffled. Yan's eyes were tearing up as Naruto forcefully bobbed her head up and down. Her throat was clogged up by Naruto's long, thick, strong member. She kept feeling her throat twitch from having the tool lodged into her mouth. Saliva leaked down Naruto's member. Some snot was coming out of Yan's nostrils. She was being pushed too far. And yet, she was enjoying it. She was on the knife's edge, and she was in love with this feeling. She would normally never want to be used like this by anyone, but this one man who has proven to be at the pinnacle of power and strength, who has made not only her, but many extremely powerful fighters fall to their knees at his greatness, she would allow him to use her in any way possible. She enjoyed being his. Yan's right hand shakenly reached over to her entrance. She inserted her middle and ring fingers into her anatomy, making her shiver and moan. Just the feeling of her fingers inserted into her majesty and Naruto forcefully using her mouth to pleasure his anatomy was getting her so turned on. Yan moaned repeatedly as Naruto abused her and she jerked herself off. Yan's tears continued to flow as she was feeling too much pleasure from the situation. She couldn't take it anymore. She gave a muffled cry as she orgasmed all over the bed sheets. Naruto growled as he continued to bob Yan's head. He gritted his teeth, they elongated. His muscles twitched and flexed, with veins bulging. He growled even louder as he increased his hips' pace and increased the speed of Yan's head. His body twitched as he was ready to unleash himself upon her. Naruto growled audibly as a red aura surrounded him. Growling even louder, sounding like an animal, Naruto suddenly gave a roar as his eyes shined red. He came straight into Yan's throat. Everyone got up from hearing the roar of what sounded like some kind of fierce animal. What the hell was that? Kengo questioned as Yuka rubbed her eyes. They thought of checking things out, but they didn't sense any coming danger, so they figured it was just some bear and decided to get back to bed. Although deep down inside, they kind of figured that it wasn't really a bear, but a beast. Yan's eyes widened greatly as she felt Naruto's ejaculation spill within her, going into her stomach. Her arms and legs went limp. Naruto tightened his hold on Yan's head as he continued to orgasm inside of her. Yan's eyes drooped out of fatigue, while Naruto continued to shoot his fluid inside her. After a while, Naruto panted from the experience. Taking in a deep breath through his nose, he exhaled a calm sigh. It took Yan a few moments to regain thought. Sugoi tilde. That was Yan's only thought. Naruto leaned over until his face was to Yan perfect as. He gave her left cheek a lick making her shake and moan with pleasure. Sensitive, nay. Naruto teased. He rubbed her cheeks with his strong hands. He licked her left cheek then right, before giving a nice long lick down between the cheeks. Yan shivered with pleasure, unable to make a sound, as his tongue glided into the crack. The tip of Naruto's tongue licked Yan's rose bud, making Yan moan audibly, at least as audible as she could, having a dick in her mouth. Naruto moaned as the tip of his tongue licked in circles on the rear hole. Yan's fingers shivered and her toes curled from the pleasure. Naruto pulled his tongue back and inserted the tip of his thumb into Yan's rear hole, making her moan. I can't wait to tear this up, but, I am not done with your mouth yet, Yan-chan. Naruto grabbed Yan's legs as he then turned Yan's body around, so not her front was facing the ceiling. The feeling of having her throat rotate while Naruto's dick was still inside her mouth felt strenuous. Naruto wrapped his arms around Yan's waist and stood up on the bed, holding Yan's body against his own. Naruto's mouth attacked the entrance, sucking on it upon contact. He sucked on it for a few moments, before gently biting the clitoris making Yan come from the instant's pleasure. Naruto suddenly started thrusting downwards, causing his member to thrust into Yan's mouth, now fucking her mouth. Naruto inserted his tongue straight into Yan's entrance, licking up the inside of Her Majesty. Naruto sucked on Yan's bottom lips as his tongue licked the inside of her. Naruto was enjoying the taste of Yan. She just tastes so bitter, yet so sweet deeper into the fluid. Just like her personality. Yan just made muffled noises as Naruto fucked her face. Thrusting down into Yan's throat, causing her gag reflexes to act up as Naruto's member thrust hard down into her. Naruto growled as he continued to suck and lick Yan's Majesty and fuck her mouth. He used his right hand to slap her ass cheek, making her give a muffled yelp. Naruto's hands tightly gripped Yan's cheeks as he started bobbing his head up and down, causing his tongue to insert into Yan's Majesty over and over again. Tongue fucking her. Naruto's throat growled as he increased his rate of thrust with his hips. Naruto's member dug deeper into Yan's throat at a fast pace. Naruto's muscles tightened as his arms tightened their hold on Yan. Naruto's tongue increased pace, starting to lick the walls, making Yan give yelps of pleasure. Naruto increased his rate of fucking, continuously violating Yan's mouth in a harsh manner. How her mind did not go blank from the constant mind-boggling pleasure, she will not know. Naruto growled as his elongated teeth pressed into Yan's entrance, making her cry with pain and pleasure. Naruto growled louder and roared through his throat as he gave a long suck, pulled out his tongue and gently bit Yan's clitoris, making her orgasm explode from her anatomy. Naruto quickly started to lick up the love juices, moaning as he got to taste the bitter and sweet juices of Yan. He was so turned on right now that his rate of thrusts increased. Naruto groaned louder and louder as his hips started to blur a bit. Naruto then gave an audible groan as with one final powerful thrust, her came inside of Yan's mouth. Naruto's arms tightened more around Yan's body as he continued to unload himself into her mouth. All Yan could do was stay there, the blood going to her head, as Naruto came inside her. His fluid managing to go into her stomach. She was feeling woozy. Her vision started to blur. Where was she again? Oh dear God, the experience was staggering. Naruto sighed as he felt his ejaculation coming to a close. Yan's body shook in Naruto's grasp, from the feeling of being fucked, tasted and fondled. Naruto released Yan, allowing her to fall to the bed, drenched in sweat. Smelling from the constant sweat of pain and pleasure. With Naruto's cock out of her mouth, she greedily breathed through her mouth, her heart racing rapidly from the intense experience. She couldn't have been more relieved that she was able to take a breather. Naruto was not finished with her though. Naruto grabbed Yan's head, and brought it to his member, putting it right back into her mouth and started to fuck her mouth. Naruto humped Yan's mouth really fast, making her moan over and over again. Growling, Naruto increased speed more and more. His hips starting to blur. Yan's voice tried to protest, but they were all muffled, and therefore unheeded. Naruto groaned as his hips blurred. Yan's eyes were bulging, her heart racing, tears and snot coming from her eyes and nose, with drool coming out her mouth, spilling as Naruto thrust his stick harder and faster into her. Naruto started to roar with pleasure and passion as he increased speed, hurting Yan's mouth as he pounded into it. Naruto hung his head as he panted through his gritting elongated teeth. He groaned. He growled. His muscles got even tighter. He was about to explode. Someone, help me tilde. Yan thought before Naruto roared as he came right into her mouth, causing Yan to mentally scream as her eyes were rolling to the back of her head. Right now, Naruto was lying against the bed with his hands behind his. His expression seemed bored. Down below, Yan was still sucking on his cock, upon her own will and rhythm. After pretty much wrecking her mouth, he decided to ease up on Yan and allow her a little break. After a few minutes of regaining herself, Yan crawled over to Naruto and started sucking him off. He just rest there, while Yan sucked on his member, with her eyes closed as she enjoyed the bliss of ecstasy from just getting Naruto off. Even after all that punishment, you still have strength to continue on just to please me. You're amazing, Yan-chan. Naruto said with his stoic expression. Yan moaned in response to show her appreciation for the compliment. You know, I plan on making you my wife someday. Naruto said in his husky tone, as he rubbed her left ear with his right index finger. Yan looked up to Naruto's stoic face. Would you accept that? Naruto asked. Yan nodded with a blush. Yan pulled her mouth back. Her mouth wrapped around the tip of his member for a few moments, before letting go with an audible pop. Yan started to crawl up Naruto's body. She sat up with her hands on Naruto's chest. She grabbed his member with her right hand and positioned it under his member. Yan lowered herself, moaning as Naruto's member got inserted into her. Yan blushed red with her eyes closed with bliss in her mouth being an open-mouth smile. Yan started to ride Naruto's member with delight and pleasure. Naruto's head perked up a bit as he felt Yan's entrance lips quiver as she continued to ride him. Love juices were already leaking out. Looks like the experience was so much for you that you can barely stand slow pleasure. Oh well. Guess that's the price of banging you so roughly. Naruto said as he placed his left hand on Yan's hip. Yan gave a hiccuping noise of pleasure as she continued to ride Naruto. She then hunched over, her body shaking. She suddenly shot her head back, moaning with pleasure as she orgasmed all over Naruto's crotch area. Yar yar. You can't even last for a few minutes. I guess I really did take a lot out of you. Naruto said as Yan panted with her head hanging, sweat coming off her brow. Alright then. Naruto vanished from under Yan, making her fall onto her hands and knees. She felt a pair of strong hands grip her rear cheeks, making her turn to see Naruto staring at her bottom. Naruto's thumb inserted itself into her rosebud making her cry with pleasure. This hole will have to do for now. Naruto said. He positioned his member to be in front of Yan's rear hole. Slowly inserting itself into her rear, Yan started to cry with new pain. Naruto growled, feeling the tightness of Yan's anal cavity. Grabbing hold of her twin cheeks in a tight grip, Naruto slammed the rest of his member straight into Yan's rear hole, making her cry with pain and pleasure. Naruto slapped her rear cheeks, making Yan whimper in pain. Naruto started thrusting into Yan's rear, making her give noises of pleasure. Yan rested the side of her head against the bed, with her hands next to the sides of her head. Naruto continued to thrust into Yan's rear at a moderate pace, slapping her ass to deliver more painful pleasure. As Naruto slapped those cheeks, they started getting redder. Naruto was having too much fun banging and slapping Yan's ass. So far, it felt like the best part of her. His dick could melt into her asshole for all he cared and he'd be fine with it. Honestly, Yan felt too good to be true, but he knew she was real. He knew this is all real. And damn, did it feel too good. Naruto increased his pace, making Yan moan as she started moving forward with each thrust Naruto made. Naruto growled with gritting teeth as he slapped Yan's ass some more, making it glow neon. Naruto increased his hip motions, causing it to start to blur, making Yan cry with pleasure as Naruto violated her. More. Yan's mind repeated over and over again. God, she wanted more pressure. Naruto growled as he suddenly grabbed Yan's wrists and pulled back, causing Yan to arch back, as Naruto increased his violent thrusts into her ass. Naruto started to slowly roar as his hips blurred. Yan's tongue was out, with her eyes shrinking from the pleasure. Naruto's voice increased as he continuously slammed his member into Yan. Saliva came out of Yan's mouth as his eyes started rolling to the back of her head. Naruto growled, and growled, and growled even louder. He was in heaven. Giving one final roar, he released himself into Yan. Yan had her head leaned back, making, acking, noises as Naruto filled her up again. Naruto released Yan's wrists, allowing her to fall, as he grabbed her right cheek, continuing to fill her up. Naruto sighed. I think it's time we get you out of those clothes. Naruto said. A bit later, Yan's clothes were on the floor, as now Naruto stood on the floor instead of the bed, holding a now naked Yan's arms as he thrusted into her pussy from behind. Yan panted with her tongue out as she felt her love juices spill out with every thrust Naruto deliver. Grr. You're so sensitive, Yan-chan. This is what I like. Naruto said with a growl and slightly gritted teeth as he continued to pump into Yan. She couldn't really say much with the pleasure she was experiencing, but she still managed to produce thought. More. Yan thought with a red blush and her tongue out. Naruto continued to thrust into her, growling with dominance. Feeling Yan's juices leaking onto his member. He was getting even more turned on. Picking up the pace, Naruto growled as Yan screamed with a large orgasm following, but Naruto continued to thrust into her for a little while longer, before he ejaculated into her. Naruto sighed as he released Yan, letting her fall to the floor below, as fluid came leaking from her cooch. Yan's chest managed to rise and fall a bit, but she still felt drastically affected by the constant pleasure Naruto was delivering. Guess that's enough from you. Naruto said. Number. Yan spoke with a whisper-like tone. Number. No. No, what? Naruto questioned with his arms crossed. No, I am not done. Yan managed to pick herself up with her hands, now being on her hands and knees. I want more. You want more? Naruto rhetorically questioned. Hi. I didn't hear a proper answer. Naruto said. Yes, I want more. You want what? More tilde. Yan exclaimed, turning her head to Naruto. You want more, what? Naruto questioned. Yan wrapped her arms around Naruto's strong right leg. I want more sex, Naruto. Yan exclaimed, practically begging. Naruto. Just Naruto. Naruto teased with a hand up to his right ear as a way of questioning what he heard. Naruto-sama. Yan spoke as she then stuck out her tongue. I want more sex from you, Naruto-sama tilde. Yan moaned as she then started licking Naruto's member. That's more like it. Naruto said with both arms crossed as Yan started sucking the tip of his member with her eyes closed. Who am I to deny the request of one of my most loved people and one of my lovely maidens? Naruto rhetorically questioned with a shrug as Yan's eyes looked up to him. Naruto bent over a bit, his hands reaching down, grabbing both of Yan's cheeks firmly making her moan in pleasure. Alley-oop. Naruto said as he lifted Yan up by her rear and immediately inserted his member into her majesty, making her cry in pleasure as she wrapped her legs around Naruto's waist and her arms around his neck. Arigato, Naruto-sama tilde. Yan cried. Who's my Chinese empress? Naruto questioned. Me. I'm your Chinese empress. Yan shouted as she moaned from Naruto increasing the speed of his thrusts into her. Kurama watched the scene with surprised, blinking eyes. The kid actually managed to break her. Got to give him some credit. Kurama thought, surprised that Naruto had it in himself. Naruto landed onto the bed, with Yan's back hitting it first, as he continued to pump into her. Naruto groaned with gritting teeth as he continued to plow into Yan. You know groan, I wasn't kidding about wanting you to be my wife someday. I need you. I want you by my side, you hear me? Naruto groaned as she continued to pump into Yan. Yan blushed red at Naruto's word. Flattered by his words. She too wants to be his wife. I asked you a question. Answer. Naruto exclaimed as he burst with golden energy, giving a hard-heated thrust into Yan, making her cry in pleasure. Yes, Naruto-sama tilde. I gladly desire to be your wife someday. Yan moaned out. Tell me who you love. Naruto said. You. I want the whole name. Naruto commanded as he gave another hard thrust, making Yan hiccup. I love you, Uzumaki Naruto. Yan cried out. And I love you, Yan Ming. Naruto growled. Naruto started increasing his rate of humping, causing Yan's love juices to flow. She gave a long audible moan, before she released herself, orgasming all over Naruto's member. Naruto stood right back up on his 2 feet, humping faster and deeper into Yan. He growled as he continued to pump harder, harder, harder. Naruto opened his mouth and bit Yan's earlobe, making her scream as she exploded with an orgasm. Her love juices falling down to the floor like a mini waterfall. Naruto roared as he got back onto the bed, slamming into Yan, grabbing her right foot, bringing it up to his face, getting a better angle as he plowed into her. Naruto sucked on Yan's toes, moaning as he tasted each digit. He suddenly bit onto the big toe, making Yan moan cry loudly with pleasure as she came all over his crotch again. Naruto spun Yan in place, making her lie front first against the bed. Naruto grabbed Yan's arms once again as he continued pounding straight into Yan from behind. Naruto's muscles tightened and twitched as Yan's eyes were rolling to the back of her head with her tongue out. This was it. Sugoi, 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 sugoi. Yan thought over and over again as Naruto pounded into her. Naruto growled. He growled. He growled. He growled. Naruto's body was tightening as he was reaching his climax. Giving small shouts, Naruto continued to pound harder into Yan, leaving red marks from his constant thrusting. His hips were now moving so fast, they became a blur. Yan's body was moving sporadically. She just couldn't follow Naruto's rhythm. All she could do was let him have his way with her. And that's the way she loves it. A very powerful man who has taken her heart pounding hard into her like a dominant alpha male. She was losing her mind. Sugoi, 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 sugoi. Sugoi, sugoi. Yan's mind was going blank as Naruto started to roar, continued to thrust like an animal into her. Her majesty was constantly spilling love juices. She couldn't take it anymore. Here he comes. Sugoi tilde 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 tilde. Naruto roared loudly as he came right inside Yan, causing her to scream with her tongue out in pleasure. Lemon scene over. Right now, Naruto lied against the bed with his hands behind as Yan rested against him, using his chest as a pillow, with a satisfied smile on her face. The bathroom door suddenly opened to reveal Naruto all fully clothed, brushing his teeth. Remember, not to move. I made you so she could sleep next to me without disturbing her nap. The clothed Naruto said, pointing the toothbrush at the clone Naruto. I know, boss. I just wish you could have summoned me earlier to take this whole thing for you. The clone Naruto said with a smirk. PSH. Yeah right. I wanted a piece of her for a long time now. Like I was going to let some clone do all the fun. The original Naruto said as he tossed the toothbrush back into the bathroom's sink. Naruto headed towards the door, with his hands in his pockets. Once leaving, he decided to go get some fresh air out onto the patio. Naruto walked out of Team Venus's portion of the manor, now on a wooden walkway. He leaned against the railing of the walkway, taking in a deep breath in through his nose and exhaling out through his mouth. Had an intense experience. Naruto turned his head to see Demetra, wearing only a white bathrobe, sitting on a lawn chair, reading a book. Oh, Demetra-chan. Haha, I guess I was a bit too loud, huh? Naruto said nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Very much so. Demetra said with her eyes closed. I believe everyone thought there was an active animal near the premises. Demetra said, looking to Naruto as he chuckled with embarrassment. So how was she? Demetra asked. Pretty rough at first, but I managed to take control in the end. Naruto said. I'm shocked. Yeah, you and me both. Naruto said looking ahead. Demetra looked to her feet as she remembered what Haruko said earlier. All I can tell you is that you'll never know your answer by standing around and pondering about your future together. You have to be sudden with it. Sudden. Demetra closed her book. Demetra stood up on her bare feet and started making her way over to Naruto. She stopped right next to him. Naruto. Naruto turned to Demetra to see she was right next to him. Please look into my eyes. Demetra said. Naruto blinked his eyes in surprise. That's an odd request, but okay. Naruto stood up straight and stared into Demetra's eyes. The two stayed silent, staring into one another's eyes. Suddenly, the two felt a spark. They started to slowly lean their heads forward. Their lips inching closer to one another. They closed their eyes as their lips pressed against one another. They allowed themselves to focus solely on the kiss. It was so sudden, yet very welcomed. This was the first kiss they shared upon mouth-to-mouth contact. It was sweet, yet simple. Enchanting yet grounded. It felt just right. The two slowly separated their lips from one another. They opened their eyes and stared at one another in surprise. Naruto has shared kisses many times before, and Demetra had experienced much hardships that should leave her sense of surprise drastically low, but for the two this felt so different it was life-changing. Does this mean they are more? Who knows? Maybe time will tell. Naruto. Yeah. Do you love me? Demetra asked. Hard to say since we could never really find the time to get to know each other, but I want to fall in love with you. Naruto said. Demetra blushed red at Naruto's words. He wants to be in love with her. He wants to be with her. He wants to build a future with her in it. She just felt so touched and happy. Demetra started to wrap her arms around Naruto's neck and Naruto placed his hands on Demetra's hips. The two slowly brought their face forward and shared another kiss. This time it was longer. The two had their eyes closed as they enjoyed the bliss of sharing a kiss. A simple kiss. That is all that matters to them. As if upon instinct, Demetra picked up her left foot, in the classic female way during a kiss. The two remained kissing. Nothing to disturb them. It's pure bliss. Although sadly, all good things must come to an end. The two slowly separated their lips from one another. They opened their eyes and stared into one another. They wanted love. They wanted love with each other. And despite the desired result will need some time, so long as in the end they end up together, the waiting will be worth it. Demetra pulled away from Naruto, unwrapping her arms around his neck, and he released his hold on her hips. We should spend more time together. Demetra said. Yeah, clears throat. We should totally do that. Like, after we get off this island. Naruto said. Sounds fine. Demetra nodded. Good. Good. Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head and looking away to the side. Demetra looked to the ground with a blush on her cheeks. You're my first. Demetra spoke. Huh. Naruto looked to her. You were my first kiss. Demetra said, shocking Naruto at the fact she was never kissed before. Demetra smiled as she touched her lips with the tips of her right hand's fingers. Thank you. Naruto smiled. You don't need to thank me. I'm just happy I got to kiss you at all. Naruto said with a smile, making Demetra blush. I will be off then. Demetra said as she started walking past Naruto, but she stopped. She grabbed his shoulder, tiptoed to his face and kissed him on the left cheek. I'm happy I got to know you, Naruto-san. Demetra said with a smile, before she returned back into the manor. Naruto blinked his eyes in surprise, but then he smiled, and that smile turned into a grin. I am so lucky Tilda. He mentally cheered. The next morning, in Konoha, Sakura was enjoying some ramen at Ichiraku's. Yeah, apparently missing Naruto so much got her to come back to this restaurant frequently, but she didn't eat ramen all the time. Sometimes she just went there to talk to Ayame and see if the Ichiraku's and their restaurant were doing. Sakura slurped up some noodles, smiling with delight. She heard the sound of a hammer making her look to see Tuki nailing something up on the wall of the ramen stand. Is that? Kakashi gave it to me. Tuki said as he nailed Naruto's orange and black jumpsuit jacket. Along with the one he wore 3 years ago. I figured putting up something to remember my best customer was fitting. Tuki said with a smile as he finished nailing the jacket onto the wall, 4 nails hammered in, one in each shoulder and end of the sleeves. There we go. Tuki smiled with his knuckles to his hips. It looks great. Sakura complimented with a smile. You know, I still remember the day I met Naruto. He was probably no older than 5. He popped up looking inside my restaurant with curiosity, or at least a warm place to stay for the moment. After all, it was raining and he was soaking wet. He was so scared when I saw him, but when I called him back. Tuki chuckled remembering the day. He stared at me as if I had a second head. Next thing he knew, he was dry with a towel I gave him, and a nice steaming bowl of miso ramen was laid on the counter in front of him. He looked so happy, and that bright smile of his turned even brighter as he took his first bite. It seemed that it was the best thing he ever tasted. Ever since then, I could never get rid of the kid. He always came down to have ramen whenever he had the money to buy a bowl. Then again, he did at times used a tab. You take tabs? Sakura questioned in surprise. Only when it came to Naruto. Tuki said as he grabbed the old orange and blue jumpsuit jacket with white collar that Naruto used to wear. Something that surprised me that day was that there was dry blood on the left sleeve of his thermal. Sakura gasped in surprise. I don't know what happened, but I did not like it. Tuki stared at the old jacket and sighed. I don't know what the villagers ever talked about when it came to him. When I first saw him, I never saw a demon, I just saw a young child who was hungry. Tuki developed a sad smile as he remembered his favorite blonde. Sakura blinked her surprised eyes. She then developed a sad look as she looked into the broth of her ramen. Naruto. Sakura. Sakura picked up her head as she turned to see Sasuke. Hi Sasuke. I need your help, Sasuke said. With what? Sakura asked with a raised eyebrow. I need you to go get the ripple. What? Why? I need to see Naruto again. I have some questions for him. Sasuke said. Tuki turned his head over to the two with curiosity after hearing, see Naruto again. Sasuke, we can't. We're still in a heated relationship with Kumo, remember? Sakura said with a serious expression. They don't matter in the situation. This is a Konoha-only business. Sasuke said. Not true. We did trespass on their land to get the jewel. Sakura said, turned back to her ramen with closed eyes. We always trespass on other people's land. Sasuke retorted. This was different. Sakura said, turning her head to the Uchiha. We weren't given a mission by a client. This was on our own will. Sakura said, turning back to her broth as she grabbed the bowl holding it. Then it's our will to use the ripple. Don't you want to see the dobi again? Sasuke tried to convince the pinkett. Of course I do, but I'm not going to be selfish about the situation like you. Sakura said. Funny thing to say, since you never had a problem with being selfish before. Sasuke said, feeling annoyed. Sakura narrowed her eyes in anger. Leave. Now. Sakura demanded with finality. TCH. Sasuke turned and left. Sakura stared down at the broth. The situation with the ripple was a gray area. She and Sasuke weren't the only people who wanted to see Naruto again. Believe it or not, most of Konoha wanted him back. Apparently Naruto did get what he wanted and have the people of Konoha acknowledge him in a positive manner. At least most of them do. There is still a minority that don't like him. You alright, Sakura? Chuki asked with concern. Sakura stared down at the broth with serious yet soft eyes. She suddenly brought the bowl to her lips and chugged down the broth, then slammed the bowl down onto the counter, making it shake, startling Chuki at the sudden force created through Sakura's actions. By the way, Chuki-san, have you ever met Naruto's parents before? Sakura asked with a bright smile and a pair of eye smiles. Chuki was definitely surprised by the sudden behavior. So bipolar. I swear her and Naruto were made for each other. Chuki thought with a sweat drop expression. Clearing his throat, he gave an answer. Well, seeing as Naruto is an orphan, it is hard to say. Chuki then looked around for a second, before leaning over towards the counter. But years ago, there was this woman who came here frequently, especially when she was pregnant. Her name was Uzumaki Kushina. Chuki whispered with a smile. Naruto's mother. Sakura smiled. She also came by here with her boyfriend. Chuki looked around again before leaning closer with a hand up and whispered to Sakura. Namikaze Minato. The fourth. Sakura gasped with a grin. So it is true. Sakura mentally cheered with shimmering eyes. You know, if they were really Naruto's parents, then Naruto sure did inherit more from his mother than his father. Unless you count their near-exact appearance, that is. Chuki said with a smile as he grabbed his chin with his thumb and index. Minato was more quiet, calm and reserved. Kushina was a bundle of energy. Very talkative too. In fact, she was so talkative that she pretty much said things without thinking them through. Chuki laughed. Funny thing is that when she got really excited, she always ended a sentence by saying, Datbane. Datbane. So that's where Naruto got it from. Sakura whispered. Actually, now that I think about it, you actually remind me a lot of Kushina, Sakura. Chuki said, holding his chin. Me? Sakura questioned in surprise. Yep. Despite Naruto getting his personality from her, she acted more responsible. She was nurturing, and yet could be fierce at the drop of a hat. She made it a policy to knock some sense into people who were acting, as she'd put it, complete bakas. In fact, I felt bad for poor Minato. Whenever he said something that was wrong to her, or came out wrong, she slammed her fist straight onto his head, sending him slamming into the ground. In fact, I remember one time when she was pregnant, Minato accidentally commented on Kushina's weight by talking about the quantity of ramen she usually ate. Kushina got furious and punched him so hard that I had to get a new counter that day. I still remember her scolding him, calling him Minato Baka. Chuki laughed as he remembered that day. Sakura stared at Chuki with wide eyes, soaking up the information she was told. I'm like Naruto's mother. Sakura thought. She then smiled and blushed, looking to her hands on her lap. I think I like her. Away from the ramen stand, Sasuke was walking down the street with his eyes shadowed. No one asked if anything was wrong, because Sasuke radiated this menacing dark aura that scared them all, keeping them from even thinking of take a step toward his direction. If the only person I trusted who could enter the Hokage's personal library to get that thing won't help me. Sasuke's Sharingan shined. Then I'll just have to take it myself. Sugoi tilde. Minerva cheered. Everyone was sitting down for breakfast outside. This time though, the entirety of Team Venus were now here, now enjoying the meal with the rest of Maken Ki. Minerva and the Finian twins were eating at a fast pace. Geez, you three act like you haven't eaten in days. Syria said with a smile. It's really good. Ailalu said. I can't help myself. Lilu said. I've never even had Naruto-kun's food before. Why have I missed out on this for so long? Minerva exclaimed with pure joy and delight. Naruto-kun, you're officially the head chef of my future wedding. I'm honored. Naruto said with a grin. He then looked to Kengo with a sly, devious look. I wonder who the groom will be. Naruto teased, causing Kengo to have an annoyed expression before he could finishing eating his hash brown. A kunai whizzed by, almost nicking Naruto's nose, causing him to yelp and lean back with wide eyes. Whoa! Takaru exclaimed as the kunai whizzed by him. Thank you, Yuka-chan. Kengo said with an appreciative smile. Naruto leaned back into his seat, groaning with a pout and half-lidded annoyed eyes. Where is Yan? Ailalu asked. She should be up by now. Lilu said. Oh Kami-sama, please don't let Anaho Imouto say. Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a yawn that made the others turn to see Yan yawning, funny wordplay, as she walked over with a red with black lining on, and sat down in a seat and started to pick out her meal. Please don't let Imouto say. Wow Yan-san, you're glowing. Anaho said with a cat-like smile. Damn it. Naruto thought as he drank a saucer of sake, acting innocent while Azuki, Furin, Haruko and Cha-Cha spat out their drinks. Azuki growled as she glared at Naruto. Naruto kept a calm, stoic expression as he continued to drink his sake. Good thing for practice. His eyes looked over toward Azuki right before he finished his saucer of sake. She tricked me. Naruto said, pointing at Yan. Azuki stared at Naruto with dull yet annoyed eyes. You tell me what you'd do when a surge of electricity changes the channels of an unplugged TV. And runs off. Naruto said. Well, that must have been freaky. Kengo said, sipping his glass of orange juice. Hey wait, that loud roar last night, did that come from you? Kengo questioned, causing all eyes to be on Naruto. Yes it was. Yan said with a smug smirk. Damn this woman. Naruto thought. Whoa. Takaru said. Now he got interested with a grin. Dude, so what did you do to make that kind of noise? Anaho screamed a little as her entire face turned red. Haruko, clearly annoyed with her unofficial boyfriend, pulled on his ear, causing him pain. Taki tilde. Haruko said with disapproval. Ow, ow. Sorry. Takaru quickly said. I don't want to even think about any of this stuff. Anaho said shaking her head as she covered her ears. Well, time to change the subject. Minori said with half-lidded eyes. Guys, hate to tell you all this, but the ferry is coming later today to pick us up. What? Already? Anaho questioned. Yup. So if you got some goodbyes to say, you better say them soon. Minori said eating some rice and vegetables. How in the world do you make these vegetables taste good Naruto? Minori asked, still chewing. I wonder how those villagers from yesterday are doing. Haruko said to herself. You want to go and ask them. Everyone turned to see Tiensen at the end of the table eating some smoked pork. This is incredible. It's like this meat soaked up barbecue sauce like a sponge. How are they doing? Furin asked. Well, we cured them of their monstrous looks if that's what you're wondering, so no worries there. Honestly, I think you should head over to see things for yourself. Tiensen said as he ate some fried rice. Oh, Tiensen-san. Anaho spoke up with a raised hand. Yes, cat girl. Now that Kamigari's leader has been defeated, what will happen to the island and the villagers? Anaho asked, earning everybody's attention. Well, seeing as he's gone, most of Kamigari's soldiers are detained and so far there doesn't seem to be any worries in the future or arise from a fall, the island is free. However, Tengoku no Mon is willing to strike a deal. We use a certain section of the island to train rookies, and they earn protection along with the added bonus of expanding their settlement. Tiensen explained. Seems fair. Kengo said. By the way, where is Teshin? Tu-san is inside eating with Tomiko-sensei and Akaya-san. Anaho said with her cat smile. Good to know. Tien-san said with a smile. The members of Maken and Venus headed over to the village to see how things were going. Arriving, they found that some soldiers of Tengoku no Mon were repairing damaged houses and property. What the heck happened here? Takaru questioned. Guys. They all turned to see Kuuna running over towards them. You came. Yo Kuuna. Naruto greeted the young girl as she stopped and blushed in front of him. What happened here? Oh. Well, apparently some of the villagers here transformed too, but thankfully some of these nice guys in white came and healed them right up. Now they're not monsters, but they really damaged the village. Kuuna said. Dang. At least no lives were lost. Kuuna's father, Mr. Suginoki, came over, standing behind his daughter. That's good to hear. Takaru said with a smile. Suginoki-san, is it true that your village made a deal with Tengoku no Mon? Uruchi asked. Yes, actually. They've all helped us so much. With Kamigari now gone, we have nothing to worry about. Now we are protected by good people. And it's all thanks to you all. Mr. Suginoki said with a smile. You should really thank Naruto. He's the one who finished off Kamigari's leader. Fu said with a smile. I wouldn't say finish off. Naruto said with an embarrassed smile as he scratched the back of his head. You literally punched his soul to pieces. Kengo said with half-lidded eyes. Regardless, I still had help. Naruto said. Suddenly he was brought into an embrace with the side of his face smooshed into a large pair of breasts. Don't be so modest, Naruto-kun. You're the one who deserves a lot of credit for defeating that nasty Kusu. Cha-cha said with a grin. Wait a minute. Naruto, are you as tall as Cha-cha? Uruchi exclaimed. No. Naruto-kun is only 5'10". Cha-cha-san is still an inch taller than him. Yuka said with her classic smile. Damn man. Takaru said. Naruto pulled back and turned to Cha-cha to see that he could stare into her eyes on an even level. Huh. Naruto placed his hand atop of his head and then brought it to Cha-cha to see the size difference. I guess I have gotten taller now. Sir, I advise you, your body is still feeling fatigued from the events from last night. They all turned to see Eiji, rubbing his head and groan, walking towards them with a young lady with shoulder-length brunette hair wearing a nurse's outfit. Eiji-san, I figured that you would still be in bed. Suginoki said. He's supposed to be, but he just got up and headed out the door, despite my warnings. The young nurse said. Suginoki-san, what has happened? Eiji asked. Kamigari's leader and his top agents had come, but they were all defeated thanks to these young ones. Suginoki said, gesturing over to the members of Maken and Venus. Eiji stared at them in shock. Then who are these people in the village? Suddenly Tien-san appeared, walking from behind Azuki. They are members of an even stronger agency called Tengoku no Mon. They've despised Kamigari as much as you all have, and now they are willing to assist you village in repairs, expansion and protection as well. Tien-san explained with a smile. Where did he come from? Eiji questioned, pointed towards Tien-san. He flinched a bit as he saw Naruto in front of him. He had his stoic, yet intimidating look as he stared at Eiji for a few moments, worrying the man. You sure you cured this man? I still feel element inside of him. Naruto put in his 2 cents as he pointed at Eiji. Yes. We have cured the villagers of their monstrous forms. However, I'm afraid we couldn't have erased all traces of element within their bodies. So they all still have the energy in their bodies. The young nurse explained, shocking everyone. Normally we don't view this as a wrong, but a great opportunity. Although we understand that you all still feel uneasy with those of elemental power. This is a lot to take in. Hey, look at that. You're one of us now. Naruto exclaimed with a grin and hand up, as if asking for a high five. Eiji remained silent as his lips quivered. Throughout their stay on the island, Eiji want the ability users gone. Now he is one of them. Is this karma's cruel sick joke or something? Eiji suddenly fainted, alerting everybody. Could someone please help me take this man's body back his bed, please? The young nurse called out. Later, the members who had come to this island, Maken were now standing at the pier, ready to get on the ferry and shove off. No tilde tilde. I don't want you to go tilde. Kuuna whined with streaming tears as she hugged Naruto and Anaho's legs. Sorry Kuuna. We wish we couldn't take you, but your family needs you here. Anaho said. But I want you all here tilde. Naruto placed his hand atop of Kuuna's head. I know it will be long, but we'll be back next year. Plus, at least you will always have us in your memories. Naruto said with a smile as he panted her head. Kuuna continued to cry as she looked up to Naruto. She knew he was right. But it still didn't make the pain go away. Mr. and Mrs. Suginoki came to see them off along with some of the other villagers. We all will miss you all. Mr. Suginoki said with a smile as they all bowed with gratitude and respect, surprising the members of Maken. Whoa. I've never been bowed to before. Not to mention by this many people. Takaru said rubbing the back of his own head. Ma, you don't need to bow to us like that. Minori said with an embarrassed grin, waving off the gesture. Well I like it. Kengo said with a smirk, only to get punched in the arm by Azuki. Ow. Okay, sorry. Just so you know, even though Kamigari does not own this island anymore, you will all always be welcomed. Mr. Suginoki said with a smile. Dad, can I go with them? Kuuna asked. Sorry, Kuuna-chan, but you have to be a little older until you can attend Tenbi. Haruko said. Ah tilde. Kuuna whined, but then Naruto placed his hand onto her head again. She stared up at Naruto, seeing him smile down at her. Can't wait to see you join one day. Naruto said with a grin. Kuuna blushed as she stared at Naruto with shimmer eyes. Marry me. Kuuna said, surprising and shocking everyone. Naruto's eyes were wide, in surprise. Well, I'm flattered, but I know how to cook. Kuuna exclaimed. Suginoki-san. Maybe when you're older Kuuna. Suginoki said. Ah tilde. Kuuna whined with a sad, disappointed look on her face. Naruto felt saddened just looking down at Kuuna's sad face. Kuuna, close your eyes. Naruto said. Kuuna looked up at him in confusion while the others what was up. Trust me. Naruto said with a smile. Kuuna trusted Naruto so much, that she obeyed. As her eyes were closed, golden fire came from his hands for a moment before vanishing to reveal something making some of the girls gasp. Kuuna kept her eyes closed shut, despite being curious on what was going on. She felt something wrap around her forehead. Okay. Open them. Kuuna opened her eyes to see Naruto kneeling down in front of her, with a smile on her face. Kuuna looked to the others to see the group of Maken staring at her with shock, but then smiles. Kuuna placed her hand on her forehead to feel what was wrapped around her head. She felt metal attached to a cloth. Kuuna took it off her head to see it was a headband with a metal plate on it with a symbol on it. What is this? Kuuna asked. It's my Hitai-8. Naruto said making her look to him. It's one of two of the only things that I have that are from my old home. I want you to have it, to remember us by. Naruto said with a smile, grabbing his Shodime necklace, given to him by Tsunade. Kuuna's eyes widened with shock, shining with awe. Kuuna's parents and the villagers watching felt so touched by the gesture the blonde had given to Kuuna. He and the others came to their island, and despite feeling fear, they all protected them and showed them kindness, even when the hospitality was not returned. Now they knew that these people truly are good people that they could count on. But, won't you miss this? Kuuna asked. Well, I won't lie. I will miss the symbol on the metal plate. It is the symbol of my village, Datbeo. Naruto said with a somber smile. Kuuna blinked her eyes. She looked down to the plate. Her face turned determined as she grabbed the metal plate and tried pulling it off. What are you doing? Naruto asked. I'm trying to take this plate off and give it back to you. Kuuna said, surprising Naruto and the others. It means so much to you. I have no right to take it. You need it more than I do. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. He then smiled with his eyes shimmering. Allow me. Yuka said, extending her hand to Kuuna. Kuuna gave her the headband. Yuka took out a kunai and used it like a screwdriver to unscrew the bolts keeping the plate tied to the headband. Successfully taking it off, Yuka gave the headband and plate to Kuuna. Here. Kuuna extended the plate to Naruto. Naruto took back the plate as Kuuna then tied the headband around her forehead. This will be all I need. Kuuna said with a smile. I just wish it had that cool symbol on you, big house. I can help with that. Kimmy said with a smile. Violet haze suddenly appeared, surprising everybody, as the spirit placed its right finger on Kuuna's forehead. Mangaka. Faster than the eye could see, the symbol of the Uzumaki clan was drawn on her forehead. Violet haze was so fast, it looked like she only moved her finger downward. Wow, it looks great. Takaru said with a smile. Kuuna took off the headband and looked to see a perfect red Uzumaki symbol on the cloth. It's perfect. Kuuna said with a smile. I'll say. Naruto agreed with a smile. Oh. Kuuna retied the headband on, and then reached into her pocket. She pulled out a red scarf and extended it to Naruto. This is a sign of our friendship. Kuuna exclaimed. Naruto blinked his eyes in surprise, but smiled again as he grabbed the red cloth. I'll treasure. We all will. Naruto said with a smile, with everyone nodding in agreement. Kuuna smiled brightly at him, happy to have them all as friends. Yay! Fu grabbed Kuuna and hugged her tightly and spun around in place. Fu has a new friend. Fu cheered with a wide grin. Imo Uto, I think you're making her dizzy. Cha-Cha said. Fu stopped spinning to see Kuuna had swirls for eyes. Oops. Sorry. Fu said with an embarrassed grin as she set the dizzy girl down. A meow was heard, making them look down to see Mori, Manji and Matabi interacting. And from the sounds of their meows, they were having a conversation. Kawaii tilde. The girls exclaimed. It looks like Manji and Matabi will miss Mori too. Anaho said as she crouched down next to the three kittens. I'm happy they became friends. Anaho said with a happy cat smile. That reminds me, how come you never called any of the baby Bijus to help you during your fight with Kusu? Takaru asked Naruto. PFF'd. Like that maniac was worth any real effort. Naruto said with his arms crossed as he had a stoic look with his lips out. The ferry honked twice to inform the members of Maken Key that the ferry driver was ready to shove off. Yeah, give us a moment, will you? Minori called out. Well, time to shove off. Thank you for having us. Minori said to the villagers with a smile. Thank you for being such great guests. Ms. Suginoki said with a smile. Ma, you're getting me flustered. Minori said with a grin and rubbing the back of her head. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked down to see Kuuna with her pinky extended up to him. Pinky, promise me, you'll come back someday. Kuuna said with a determined expression with a hopeful gleam in her eyes. Naruto smiled down at her as he wrapped his pinky finger around Kuuna's own. I promise, and Uzumaki Naruto never goes back on his word. Naruto said, giving his trademark grin that Kuuna returned with one of her own. Same goes with me. Anaho said with a cat smile and her pinky up. And me too. Takaru said with a smile on his face and his own pinky up. Just like that, everyone of Maken Key put their pinkies up to show their promise to Kuuna. Kuuna couldn't be happier. You know, unless she got to marry Naruto. The ferry honked twice again. We're coming. Hold you shorts. Minori shouted. Sorry about that. We have to go. Minori said with an embarrassed blush and her hand behind her head as she bowed twice to the villagers. Right. Naruto stood back up to his feet. Let's go. The members of Maken Key and their teachers got onto the ferry. As the boat started heading off, the villagers called out to them, waving goodbye, wishing them luck and hoping for the group to visit them again. Kuuna's lip quivered as she started to tear up. She couldn't help but call out to them. I miss you guys already. Come back real soon. Kuuna called out as everyone on the ferry waved back to them, with smiles on their faces. I can't wait to see you all again. Naruto, everyone, I can't wait for next year. Naruto smiled, as he made a cross sign with his finger over his heart. We'll meet again. I promise. Naruto thought with a smile. He suddenly noticed something extended to him. Here. Your jacket is being rightfully returned to you. Himegami said, extending the white fur-collared black leather jacket Naruto wrapped around her naked form last night. Thanks, Imo Uto. Naruto said with a smile, taking the jacket and putting it on. I really do like this jacket. So I take it you don't appreciate orange anymore. Himegami teased with a smirk. Oh no. I still love the color, but I just look really good in this get-up. Naruto said, referring to his black leather with white fur collar jacket with the insignia of a red flaming sun ring on the back with a red flame in the center, leather black pants, black ankle boots, black fingerless biker gloves, a white undershirt with black lining and of course his Shodime necklace. And how? Cha-Cha said with a grin in her fist to her knuckles. So does this mean this is your new regular outfit? Heimgami questioned. Most likely. I mean so far I have worn it during important days. Naruto said with a smirk. He took out the metal plate that was a part of his hit I ate earlier, and slid his thumb across the Konoha symbol. By the way, what are you gonna do with that? Haruko asked. I figured that it would work out like this. Naruto placed the metal plate over his belt buckle. Not bad, huh? That does look good, Ni-sama. Anaho said with a cat smile. Honestly, it completes the package. Takaru said with a smile. Oh, Kimi-chan. Hi. Kimi responded. Could you do me a favor? Naruto asked. He walked over and whispered something in her ear, making her smile. Can do. Kimi exclaimed with a salute. Violet haze. Kimi exclaimed as her spirit appeared just as Naruto pulled down the left side of his jacket a bit to reveal his trapezius muscle. Mangaka. Violet Haze said as it quickly created a tattoo of the Uzumaki symbol on Naruto's trapezius muscle. Perfect. Arigato, Kimi-chan. Naruto said with a grin, making Kimi smile with a blush on her cheeks, but a thought suddenly came to mind. Oh my gosh. I almost forgot. Kimi exclaimed, alerting everyone. I submitted a leave of absence 3 months ago for the day after tomorrow. I forgot about Comic Carnival. Kimi looked over to Aki, only to see her slide away with a nervous look on her face. She turned her head to Furin, who did the same. What's Comic Carnival? Naruto asked. It's like the manga collection convention, but there, I intend to sell my own works of art. Kimi said. She managed to get Naruto invested. She then got an idea that could help her. Oh Naruto-kun, I need you. Naruto said as she suddenly hugged Naruto. Huh? For what? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You see, I need to sell mine and Cha-Cha's work, but there is so much to do that day that I won't be able to provide anyone new material to read. Please be my knight in shining armor like you always are and help me sell my doujinshis. Kimi pleaded with shimmering hopeful, begging eyes. Now who am I to reject one of my favorite people in their time of need? Of course I'll do it. Naruto said with a smile and his fist pumped. Kimi developed an open-mouth smile as she then snuggled into Naruto. Okay Tilda, this is embarrassing. Naruto thought as he sat behind a table with Kimi and Cha-Cha's doujinshi of Boizu Rabu, Boys Love, aka Yaoi, trying to sell it to customers while the two young ladies were doing, Kami knows what. Funny thing is that today, by the look of everyone, it was a hot day with all the sweat coming from their bodies, but he wasn't really bothered by it. Most likely because his awakened god's blood kind of made him immune to heat or something. Naruto glanced down at the work of art his Kimi-chan wrote and illustrated the kanji SFX and backgrounds, while Cha-Cha illustrated the characters and produced it. Those two really are a perfect team. Although, I'm still surprised that they are such fans of yaoi. Naruto thought. He heard Kurama start to chuckle. Who knows Kit? Maybe the next time they need inspiration for this, they'll ask help from your clones. Naruto's cheeks flushed for a moment as Kurama's laughter echoed throughout his head. Damn fox. Naruto leaned back in his chair and sighed with his eyes closed. His jacket was wrapped onto the seat rest, as he was now just sporting his white with black lining undershirt and shodai necklace. He closed his eyes as a stoic look was now on his face. Yar days. Excuse me. HN. Naruto looked up with stoic eyes to see an orange-haired shoulder-length wearing a black shirt and white khaki shorts, with a brunette girl with her hair tied in a ponytail wearing glasses, a sky blue shirt with pinstripe green horizontal design on it and wearing beige khaki shorts. What is this? The orange-haired girl. Doujinshi. Naruto simply answered. I figured, but what is it about? The girl asked. This story is about a shy boy who isolates himself in his room, too afraid of the world, until his window breaks from a basketball by a taller dark-skinned young man. He helps him to conquer his fear of leaving his home, and in the meantime the two discover love. Interested? Naruto explained in a stoic manner. It sounds great. The orange-haired girl said with a smile. Did you make this? The brunette asked with a smile. No. Two of my close friends did. They couldn't be here, because they're rather busy with something in the carnival. You know mangakas. Whether big-named or small, there's always something keeping them busy. Naruto said with a calm smile. That's so true. The orange-haired girl said, giggling with her friend. I don't think I said anything worth laughing about. Naruto thought, but kept his smile. We'll take two. The orange-haired girl said with a smile. Arigato. Naruto said, standing up and handing them to Yaoi Doginshi, as they took out their money and gave it to him. My name is Air, by the way. The orang-haired girl, now known as Air, introduced herself with a smile and eye smiles. And I'm Aaron. The spectacled brunette introduced herself as well. Naruto. Naruto introduced himself with a smile and his hand extended to them. Wow. Is that your real name? Because you so identical to Naruto Uzumaki. Air said with a smile. Except more muscular. Aaron said with a blush and smile. Yeah. Guess my parents decided what the hell, since I look just like him, Ttebeo. Naruto said with a grin and scratching the back of his head and his eyes closed. He even said his catchphrase. Air exclaimed. Sugoi tilde. Aaron cheered with a smile. Can I feel you muscles? Air asked with hope. Sure. Naruto said, letting her feel his biceps. It's so hard. Air said with a blush. Can I feel your whisker marks? Aaron asked, already touching his whisker marks, making him pure, which made the girls giggle at how cute he looked. Nearby girls looked to notice the hunk of a blonde, allowing two girls to feel him up. You're already touching them, so I don't see the point in asking. Naruto said with a dull look. Hey, I wanna feel. A random girl shouted. Naruto looked only to flinch in surprise as a mob of girls crowded towards him. The girls started to talk loudly, saying they wanted to feel Naruto's body and even started complaining about not getting their turn. Wait a moment, this isn't about me. It's about the doujinshi. Naruto tried to reason with them, but they ignored him, trying to get his attention and try to touch him. From afar, a young man with dark thick down locks of hair and a young lady with violet hair tied into a ponytail. The young man wore a red with yellow vertical and horizontal pinstripe designed unbuttoned button shirt, a black shirt with a rocket design on it underneath the buttoned shirt, dark gray cargo pants and yellow work boots. The girl simply wore a lavender sleeveless turtleneck, white khaki shorts, a pair of black shoes and a black purse with a long strap wrapped around her shoulder. My. Girls really like him. The violet-haired girl said. Sex sells. The guy said, shrugging his shoulders. Naruto's eyes were closed as his eyebrow twitched. He was already getting sick of this. These girls weren't here for the doujinshi, they were here to ogle him. His Kimi-chan and Cha-Cha-chan put in so much work and effort into it, and all these girls care about is him and his physical appearance. It's nice that they are interested in him, but he doesn't want it for only his looks. At least not when he is supposed to promote his girlfriend's works of art. Naruto's teeth started to grit as he gained a tick mark. He's had enough. Yakamashi. Naruto screamed, which caused all the girls to flinch, as wind picked up out of nowhere, blowing some others' pieces of work away. I am not the attraction here. Two of my precious people worked hard on these and I will not have their rightful attention stolen from them. Either you're here for it or you can just get lost. Naruto shouted. Everyone stared at him in shock. The whole area remained silent for a long pause. Suddenly, all the girls blushed red as they stared at him. Hi tilde. They all said. I'll take 4. No fair. I'll take 8 tilde. I'll take 12. Suddenly now all the girls were trying to buy as much of the doujinshi as possible. Of course, trying to get his good graces. No. You'll all get one. No need to act greedy when there can be enough for everyone. Naruto said with a calm, stoic yet serious expression. Hi tilde. All the girls said with a blush and smile. I'll take 1. A red-haired girl sitting at the table on the left side of Naruto said with a hand raised and leaning forward toward Naruto with a smile on her face. Don't you need to sell your own works of art? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. I can read while I wait. The girl said with a smile. The girls started to take out their money to buy the doujinshis. The young man and girl were watching from afar with wide eyes. Damn. He sure has a way with the ladies. The young woman said. The young man said with a shrug. The two turned and walked away. On the way towards Naruto's spot, were Takaru and Kengo. Takaru wearing a navy blue short-sleeved open-buttoned shirt with black shirt with white lining, basically the one he wore throughout his time on the island in the manga, and gray shorts with white lines on the sides of them along with gray with white shoes, and Kengo wore a white with blue pinstriped horizontal and vertical lined short-sleeved button-up shirt with a plain white t-shirt underneath and black shorts with white shoes. They stopped and watched the girls crowding around their friend. I envy him. Kengo said. You have a girlfriend. Takaru said, turning his head to Kengo. I'm talking about the fact that he doesn't get hot or cold anymore. Do you know how many people would kill to have that ability? Kengo clarified. It probably has its disadvantages. Like what? Well, he probably can't relax in super warm places like onsens and sauna rooms. Takaru suggested. Okay, that may be, but who knows? Maybe he can change his body temperature at will. Kengo retorted. That could be possible for him. Takaru said, rubbing his chin with the side of his finger. Takaru noticed what looked like a couple, with the guy with dark thick down locks of hair having his left arm wrapped around the young violet-haired lady. However, the guy brought up his right hand up to show that he was wearing a wristwatch that had the insignia of Tengoku no Mon designed right underneath the ticking hands of time, while the girl showed a bit of her burst that had a silver metal insignia of Tengoku no Mon attached to the strap of her purse. The two passed by Takaru and Kengo, with Takaru looking the retreating couple. Man, the people at, are so good at blending into the crowd. Takaru said to Kengo. Well, do have young people. Not like those guys at, I forget their name. Yomatsuri. Takaru answered. Yeah, them. I mean, yeah, they want to join up with the better people, but thinking of coming to this event to old gruff guys, most of them wearing suits. They lack any common with today's age of espionage. Or espionage for that matter. Kengo said with a dull expression. You think we'll be able to pry Naruto away from the crowd? Takaru asked. Impossible, the only one who could send them packing is himself. We try anything, it's a suicide mission. Kengo said. Could I feel your muscles? A girl asked. Naruto groaned. Oh my gosh, it's Jun Matsumoto. A female voice shouted, gaining everybody's attention. Over there, at the West Wing. My friend texted me a photo. All the girls screamed as they all ran off to find the famous Japanese actor. And that wasn't a fake name, folks. I looked up handsome male Japanese actors for this. Naruto sighed as he sat back in his seat. Thank Kami for that. I barely could keep them all for taking more than one. Naruto said as he grabbed one of the doujinishi, staring at the cover. And you did a great job of managing things too. Naruto perked up his head and turned his head, only for his eyes to bulge and his nose to shoot out blood as he saw two incredibly beautiful women coming his way. One was a tall young woman with mocha skin and long violet hair. She was half naked, only wearing a long magenta loincloth that only covered her private part, but luckily she was wearing purple underwear underneath, while two gold strings keeping the loincloth from falling wrapped around the waist to connect to the underwear. A bra that was white with golden lining only covered the front of her breasts, but exposed all her cleavage along with the sides and bottom of her breasts, the bra tied by a strap around her neck and one going around her back, a golden choker and strange tiara that had a round smooth jewel in the center with a ring wrapped around the sides of her head and a third one going from the top of the center piece, going to the top of the noggin and back to meet the other two appendages coming from the sides of the center piece. Also she had opened black sandals with two straps, one going around the middle of her foot and around her ankles with two straps on the sides connecting the two larger straps, gold bracelets around her wrists, on thicker one around the right wrist and two thinner ones around the left wrist, and a gold ring wrapped around the top of her bicep like an armlet. The other girl was short Japanese lowly girl, with long strawberry blonde hair with the bangs over her forehead, but had an opening on the right side over her right eye, and the end of her hair was curled up. She also had blue-violet eyes. She wore a blue-violet pointed hat with the hat brim folded up, a yellow-orange shirt with capped sleeves, a black belt with a belt buckle that was a golden X in a golden circle, orange gloves that also covered her wrists, a blue-violet cape with a red round and smooth jewel at the collar bone, acting as the item to keep the cape tied around the girl. She also has black stockings and red boots. You're pretty good, handsome. The violet-haired girl said with a wink and grin. She and her friend walked up to him, with the violet-haired girl possessing seductive eyes and smile as her fingers started climbing up his chest, making Naruto turn red and shiver with worry. I have girlfriends. Naruto screamed as he shot up to his feet with his hands up in defense. The violet-haired girl laughed while her shorter friend giggled. You're funny man. The girl said with a grin as she slapped Naruto's arm. It's us. Cha-cha and Kimi. Cha-cha-chan. Kimi-chan. Naruto questioned in surprise as the two girls, apparently in cosplay, grinned at him. Naruto placed his hand on the table and jumped over it, as he got a better look to the two. Whoa. You two look great. Naruto said with an interested grin. I mean, hell, who wouldn't admire something so sexy on their girlfriends? Naruto crouched down as he then grabbed the side of Cha-cha's loincloth and lifted it a bit to see underneath it. Huh. For a second there I thought you went commando. Naruto said looking up at Cha-cha with a smirk. Oh Naruto. Cha-cha laughed as his forward approach while her blonde boyfriend grinned. Takaru and Kengo stared at the scene with wide eyes. The dude's the only guy the first know who could get away with something like that in public. Takaru said. Thanks for watching the booth for us Naruto-kun. Kimi said with a smile, as Naruto got up to his feet. No problem. You know I'd do anything for you girls. Naruto said with a smile and his hands on his hips. Your doujinshi looks great by the way. Naruto said, grabbing one of the doujinshi. Takaru and Kengo appeared behind Naruto, their head looking over his shoulders to see the yaoi work of art. Seriously? Kengo questioned with a dull look. The characters look great. Takaru added. Did you make them Kimi-senpai? Takaru asked. Kimi was now on her knees, her back turned towards them, as a cloud of gloom hovered over her. Did I say something wrong? Takaru asked with worry and concern. Kimi can't really draw characters right, but she is great with everything else. Cha-cha said with a sad smile for her friend. I don't know, her drawing of the Black Butler was pretty good the other day. Naruto said. Kimi's eyes widened and Cha-cha looked surprised. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion, but suddenly Kimi was right in front of him with a drawing up to him. You know that this is Sebastian Michaelis? Kimi asked with teary eyes as she showed off her, admittingly poor doodle-like drawing of Sebastian from Black Butler. Yeah. It looks just like him. Naruto said with a shrug. No it doesn't. Takaru and Kengo thought with dull eyes. Kimi suddenly jumped at Naruto, hugging him. Naruto-kun. You're my one and only. Kimi exclaimed with a blush and hearts somehow coming from her head. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion, but smiled as he hugged her back. Cha-cha smiled, happily seeing her best friend feel so much joy, thanks to their boyfriend complimenting her admittingly bad drawing of a famous character. Naruto-kun, how about you go and hang out with Takaru and Kengo? You know, explore the place. Cha-cha suggested. Are you sure? Naruto asked. Positive. You earned it with all the help you've given us. Cha-cha said with a smile. Kimi pulled back from Naruto and nodded in agreement. Oh, well, if you two are sure. Naruto said with a shrug. Let's go guys. Naruto said turning to Takaru and Kengo. Wait, Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see Kimi extending his jacket to him in her hand. Don't forget this. Kimi said giving Naruto his jacket. Arigato, Kimi-chan. Naruto said. He wrapped the jacket over his shoulders and grabbed a small rope from inside it and managed to tie it to something else on the other side, causing the jacket to now be held around his shoulders without worry of it falling off. Good luck with selling the rest. Naruto said with a smile. Hi. Kimi said with a smile and a pair of eye smiles. Don't worry about it. Cha-cha waved it off with a grin. As the two best friends turned toward their table, a pair of strong hands firmly grabbed their rear ends, causing their eyes to widen in surprise and shock. Before we leave, we should find a closet to personally role-play a very interesting scene, should we not? Naruto whispered to them in a husky voice. Cha-Cha and Kimi blushed red and moaned, with Cha-Cha's cheeks turning red and her eyes almost rolled to the back of her head as she had a wide-open mouth smile with drool coming down the side, and Kimi's entire face was neon red as she had swirls for eyes. Well, let's go exploring, guys. Naruto said with a grin as he turned back toward Takaru and Kengo, walking past them. Takaru and Kengo just looked to one another, shrugging their shoulders before following, leaving Cha-Cha and Kimi to their own dirty thoughts of what's to come. Naruto, Takaru and Kengo explored the comic carnival, seeing cosplay girls, doujinshi work and toys being sold. So anyone wondering how Venus are doing? Takaru asked. Who knows? I mean, of course we parted ways on the island so they could get used to working with Tengoku no Mon, but is this really worth a conversation? We'll see them soon enough. Kengo said with a shrug. Oi Takaru, did you talk things over with Anaho Imouto about, Naruto said, causing Takaru to sigh. It wasn't easy, but I had to be honest. Even though I now remember her from my childhood, I still am in love with Haruko. I couldn't lead her on. Takaru said with a sad look. Good man. Although you could have waited a bit longer. After all, the punishment of getting flicked into the ocean seemed kind of like a pain. Kengo said. Would have hurt more if I skipped across asphalt after we hit land. Good point. Whoa. Kengo spoke, causing Takaru and Naruto to stop as they saw him notice a very long line. What is this line all about? Takaru wondered. Red-eyed goddess. A thin dark-haired young man with glasses said, pointing up to a sign above the line that said, Red-eyed goddess, middle of the line. This is the middle of the line. Naruto exclaimed with disbelief. Sirs, make a turn at that corner to get to the end of the line. A girl chimed. That voice, where have I heard it before? Takaru wondered. Hi Minerva-san. Naruto greeted with a hand up. Minerva poked her head out more to see it was Naruto, Takaru and her, Yusui-kun. Oh my, it's been a while, you three. Minerva said with a smile. Wah, what are you doing here? Takaru questioned. A better question is what is she wearing? Kengo whispered to Naruto with a blush on his cheeks. Minerva was wearing a skin-tight schoolgirl swimsuit with a pair of large black fake cat ears atop of her head, making her look like a Neko schoolgirl prepared for swim class. I'm releasing my doujinshi, obviously. Minerva said with a smile showing off her doujinishi. Please take 3 copies. It's meant for a male audience, so by all means, enjoy the night with it. Staff-san, pass me 3 copies, please. Hey, how come they get to cut? A person online shouted as the 3 young male teens walked over towards Minerva's table. Yakamashi. Naruto simply said with a cold tone as he looked to the males in like with a stoic, yet intimidating look that made them shut up as they shiver with fear. Ah. Then thank you very much, Minerva-san. Takaru exclaimed. Yeah, the doujinshi's great. We haven't even gotten our copies yet, so how would you know? Naruto questioned with a dull look. It's a doujinshi for the male demographic. It's already a big plus. Kengo said to Naruto with a thumbs up. But don't you have to worry about Venus? Takaru asked. Seriously, I understand if Naruto-san asked that because of his feelings for both Yan-chan and Dimitra-chan. That made Naruto blush. There are more interesting things to talk about, right? Like, Minerva-san's school swimsuit Neko Mimi cosplay is totally crazy. I'm gonna die from Mo overload. Minerva said, impersonating Takaru's voice the best she could as she shook her bottom to the 3, making Kengo's nose gush blood as he was red, while Takaru's condition was much lessened, while Naruto's wide eyes blinked as he had a red blush on his cheeks. It looks like I got my Yusui-kun's attention. Minerva purred as she rubbed her body up against a nervous Kengo. Help. Kengo gulped as he tried inching back, but Minerva kept scooting closer to him. What kind of characters do you take us for anyway? Takaru questioned. Well, it's obvious Naruto-kun and Yusui-kun are real men, while you are the type of character that always avert his eyes, despite being a perverted harasser. Male virgins are so cute, Takaru-kun. Minerva said with a blush and smiled as she held her left cheek. Leave me alone. The harasser is you, by the way. Takaru defended himself. And Kengo is the victim. Naruto said as he grabbed and lifted up Kengo's right arm. Kengo growled and punched Naruto in the gut, taking back his arm, but Naruto just laughed as Kengo waved his left hand around and blowed on it to ease the pain of punching Naruto. Sure, Kengo is strong now, but Naruto always felt like the equivalent of a brick wall to anyone, no matter how strong they are. Setting aside the jokes, someone important is escorting me for today's comica. Minerva said. Ha ha ha. Comic takes priority over any escorting job. A tall muscular, admittingly handsome man exclaimed. His hair was black spiked back, kind of DBZ style, with a spiky bangs covering the right side of his forehead that had a soul white bandana around it, and his eyes were dark, but somehow his pupils looked like white four-pointed stars. Kind of reminded our trio of Syria's heart-shaped pupils. What was up with that, now that they thought about it? Don't you three find this to be another fabulous moment of youth? You escaped Tenbi and made your way here to buy Minerva's books. That is some serious passion you all got. The man cheered with a smile. But what a shame. This book is suitable for all audiences. He said, giving the three their dogenshis. Hi, has Minerva-san told you about us? Takaru asked. The man suddenly grabbed Takaru's hand with his left and grabbed Naruto and Kengo's with his right. I go by the name Aomi Koshi, and I'm part of the executive staff of Yomatsuri. I've heard rumor of you three. You all took on Okan and Wan. The man now known as Aomi introduced himself with a grin. True, but really he was just possessed by Himegami-senpai's uncle. Naruto's the one who finished that guy off. Takaru said. Incredible. Modest. Strong. Youthful. You three are the pinnacle of the future of our youth. I am honored to be in front of you three. Aomi said, flexing his biceps and then giving a thumbs up and shining wink as he showed of his sparkling pearly whites. Holy shit, I just found Guy's long-lost brother. Naruto said with wide eyes as he, Takaru and Kengo stared at him in a surprised, shocked and slightly creeped out stupor state. Why is it hot? Takaru questioned. Anyone who's around Koshi-san will find their body temperature goes up by 3 degrees Celsius. Try to stay careful. Minerva chimed. Consider it my own will of fire. Koshi shouted with pride as he flexed his biceps. I'm afraid my previous comment might turn out to be true. Naruto said. So you three are the ones who took on and defeated Yamato Takaru. Someone sitting on a desk said. Our favorite trio turned to see a young man, probably around their age, said with a smile. He had white hair with 3 long locks over his forehead acting as bangs, 2 at the sides, curling at the ends and 1 going down the middle of the forehead, and he stood at average height, just wearing a white short-sleeved dress shirt with a black tie and blue slacks with black dress shoes. He seemed nothing special. Ah yes. He's also one of my escorts. He's the same as Guken and the others. A Yamato Takaru clone. Koshi exclaimed. What? Takaru shouted. No way. Naruto shouted with shock. Kengo stayed silent as he stared at the young teen who apparently is his brother. Aomi Kai, remember my name. I guarantee it's the name of someone who will be of use to you. The Yamato Takaru clone introduced himself as Kai spoke as he curled a lock of hair in his right finger. Gosh. Get back to work, you guys. And you shouldn't be putting those on the tables. Minerva exclaimed. We'll go into details after the closing ceremony. Koshi said with an open-mouthed grin. Okay. Takaru said. I look forward to talking to you three. Especially to you, brother. Kai said with a smile and wave. Kengo blinked his eyes, before he turned and left with Naruto and Takaru. Not going to say bye to your brother? Naruto asked. It's still really strange knowing the truth. Kengo said, rubbing the back of his head. I understand. Naruto said. Ora. Who is Oraing without me? Naruto shouted as he turned his head to see 2 groups of average people punching as fast as they can, shouting, Ora, and Muda, as they did so. What is this wondrous event that I had not yet discovered until now? Naruto asked with shimmering eyes. Oh boy. Kengo said with dull eyes and a frown. People usually do this at these comic geeks events. JoJo has become so popular that sometime 2 groups of people face one another and start punching the air as fast as they can while shouting Ora and Muda. Then when done, Takaru's explanation was interrupted by one crowd shouting, WRYYY, and the other crowd did the classic Jotaro pointing pose. They do that. Awesome. I wanna try it. Naruto shouted with glee. That's probably not a good idea since you can do it so perfectly. Takaru said with a nervous smile and nervous eyes smiles as he had a hand up. Plus they're scattering. Kengo said as the crowd started to divide. What? Ah tilde. Naruto whined. He then earned an anime glare as he tossed his phone to Kengo. Film this. Naruto shouted as he walked over to a pillar. A clone came into existence, alerting nearby people, and the clone walked over to another pillar next to the pillar the original Naruto was in front of. You filming? Naruto asked. Wait a moment. Kengo said with low enthusiasm and half-lidded eyes. Okay, go. Kengo said as she started filming with Naruto's phone. Both Narutos took in a deep breath. Aura started to surround themselves, as they gained new serious, determined look. Aura. Muda. Naruto and his clone started punching the pillars at top punching speed, causing dust to accumulate. Aura rao 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 ra. Muda 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 muda. Everyone stared in shock as they watched the spectacle. Naruto Uzumaki and a shadow clone Aura-ing and Muda-ing that actually looked like the real thing, if it was made by real people and not stands. It's like something out of a fanfic. Either way, this is making everyone's day. Aura. Muda. Naruto and his clone finished up their barrages. The dust soon started to fade and as it did everyone gasped. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The clone cried with his back arched and arms out to the side while the original Naruto somehow had obtained a Jotaro Kujo hat atop his head and leaned back as he pointed in the classic Jotaro Kujo pose. The pillars they decimated with their fists, actually were carved by the constant knuckle abuse, now becoming sculptures of Star Platinum and the world, in a charging position with their fists back, ready to punch the other stand. And that deserves a pic, admittingly. Kengo said with a smile, but his eyes were still half-lidded as he took a picture of the scene. Everyone suddenly cheered, whooping and calling it the best thing they had ever seen, and that this is the best day of their lives. Naruto started walking away as his clone vanished in a puff of smoke. He walked over to a ginger-haired and freckled kid with his older brother, and placed the Jotaro hat atop his head. Sorry about borrowing this without permission. Naruto said with a calm smile. You're so cool. Can I have your autograph? The young boy asked with excitement, making Naruto chuckle as he rubbed the back of his head. My, he always knows how to make a scene. Minerva said with a smile. So powerful. No wonder Yamato Takaru feared him. Koshi said with a smile and his fists to his hips. Kai stared at him with shocked eyes. Amazed at Naruto's strength, power and apparently precision to create two perfect images of the most famous stands in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. HN. Was all Kai could say. For those who don't know what Koshi Aomi and Kai Aomi look like, they are not in the anime. So far they are manga-only characters, along with Oken, Kusu, Miyabi, Teshin's face is shadowed so, you get my drift. Go to chapter 60 of Maken Key, titled, The Start of the Festivities. They are first seen in pages 24 Koshi and 25 Kai Aomi. Later that day, the carnival was officially over. Naruto, Takaru and Kengo had later decided to help Minerva and the others at their table. With this, the 86th comic carnival comes to a close. Minerva cheered as she slammed the sold out sign on the table. Good work everyone. Thanks to you guys we were able to sell out again. Minerva cheered, clapping her hands together. We ended up helping until the very end. Takaru said looking tired as he leaned on a tower of boxes. Only because we had nothing else better to do. Kengo said, resting his arm on a cardboard box. Besides, why are you complaining? This wasn't the most strenuous thing we've ever done. Sorry. It's just a habit. Takaru said with an embarrassed smile. Kengo did a hoarse lips sound, thinking Takaru was a bit of an embarrassment sometimes. Suddenly he was kissed upon the right cheek, making him turn to see it was Minerva. Consider that my show of gratitude, Yusui-kun. Minerva said with a smile, making Kengo blush. Could your show of gratitude for me be a bottle of water? Takaru asked. Embarrassment. Kengo exclaimed. Shut up. Takaru shouted. Good work. Takaru turned to see Kai extending a bottle of water to Takaru. To think that this many people would come here. It's kind of shocking, seriously. Kai said with a smile. Thanks, Aomi-kun. Takaru said taking the bottle. Kai is fine, since I'm calling you, Takaru, anyway. Kai said with a smile. By the way, where is your blonde friend? Well, he's having a threesome with two of his girlfriends in a closet. Kengo said bluntly with a dull look. Ah tilde tilde. So scandalous. Minerva cheered with excitement and a red blush, her hands together. Girlfriends? Kai questioned. Naruto-kun has a very odd relationship. Minerva informed. As strange as Kengo and Yuka's. Takaru teased with a grin. Hey Takaru, watch out for that bird. Kengo said. What beer? Kengo flipped Takaru off. I walked right into that one. Takaru said with an annoyed look with half-lidded eyes. Yes, you did. Koshi said with a smile and his fists to his knuckles. So you now go by the name, Yusui Kengo, Ha-001. Kai started up with a smile directed to Kengo. Yeah, did I know, personally? Kengo asked. Why of course. You saved my life. Kai said with a smile and an arm across his torso, catching Kengo and Takaru by surprise. How? Kengo asked with genuine curiosity, making Kai's smile widen. It all happened years ago. You were the most rebellious of us. So I've been told. Kengo said. When Yamato Takaru performed experiments to inject souls into his clones, it so happened that many of his subjects ended up gaining consciousness. Those subjects, who then carried their own will, came together to repel him, and plotted an escape. Among them, there was one whose character was that of a leader. Don't me. Takaru said. Yes. Kai turned to Kengo with a smile on his face. It was you. Yusui-kun. As clones were running around to find an exit, a young Kengo, known as 001, ran out a door, holding the hand of a young Kai. Kai panted as his feet were bleeding along with Kengo. I can't. Don't give up. We're gonna all escape together. Kengo 001 shouted. There they are. Soldiers of Kamigari arrived surrounding the two. Damn it. Kengo 001 thought with gritting teeth. Sample 001 and 06, huh? We caught all your other clone companions, already. The Solider that was the leader of the group said. We were told that it's okay to dispose of you if you resist. Just cooperate with us and we'll let you off with a light punishment, yeah. The sound of a boat's horn was heard, alerting Kengo 001. Well then, guess we'll surrender. Kengo 001 said with a smile as he grabbed Kai 006's shoulders. Huh. Kai 006 exclaimed as he and the guards were confused on 001's sudden mood change. I was kidnapped by this guy. Yeah tilde, it was really troubling. Hey. 01. Are you turning your back on me? Kai 006 shouted with anger. Hey. I never intended to be your accomplice in the first place. Kengo 001 shouted. Now, here you go. Kengo 001 said with a smile as he started pushing Kai 006 to a guard. Wah what the hell? So you were that kind of person, Kai 006 said, feeling betrayed. Fell free to, Kengo 001 suddenly grabbed Kai 006's arm. Take him with you. Kengo 001 threw Kai 006 with all his superhuman strength, sending him flying over the sea. Kai 006 screamed all the way, until he spotted a boat beneath him. Ho tilde T blooded circulation. Cuts through tilde the deep seas tilde. Koshi Aomi, who apparently was on the boat, sang without a care in the world. Old man. Koshi stopped his merriment and turned his head toward the docks to see 001, but he managed to grab Kai 006 in time as he landed. We're being chased by some bad guys. Take care of him. Kengo 006 screamed. What hot-blooded shouting, all right. I haven't the slightest idea what's happening, but leave it to me. Koshi yelled back with his thumb up as he did a nice guy pose. Why? Kai 006 questioned to himself. Enjoy the world beyond. Kengo 006 shouted with a wink and his fist extended to them. Kite-006 turned his head in time to see Kengo-001 get knocked unconscious by one of the guards. What the heck? Didn't you say we were gonna all escape together? Kite-006 thought with tears coming down his eyes. 001. After that, I went to look for you, but with no luck. However, I'm just glad to see you living your like this. Kai said. Kengo and Takaru stared at Kai in shock of the story. Whoa tilde, dude, you were some kind of revolutionary. Takaru said looking up to Kengo. Kengo was still shell-shocked by the story. He wished he could remember all this, but hearing this story was good enough, and from someone who is technically his own brother nonetheless. Or are they technically the same person? Where did that go? Takaru questioned with a grin. Oh screw you. Kengo shouted at Takaru with a pissed expression. During the Venus War, you managed to nullify the barrier wall and quickly rushed over to where everyone else was, and at Okinoshima, you negated Yamato Takaru's attacks. Kai added. Oh tilde, so that's how you were able to do that so easily. Must be easy to negate a power that is technically your own. Takaru said. It's true. It's a distinctive ability that only the clones, Guken and 001, are capable of using. The element canceller. Kai said. Damn. I wish I would have known that earlier. Kengo said with a grumbled. Suddenly a squeal of glee was heard as Kengo was tackled into a hug. Yusui-kun, you're so cool. And you were always so brave. I'm head over heels in love with you. Minerva exclaimed with smile as she hugged Kengo tightly, rubbing her head against his chest. Oh, and so muscular too. Minerva said with a drool as her hands got underneath his shirt and rubbed them against his abs, making him blush red and shiver with wide anime eyes. Yo. They all turned to see Naruto with a severely tired, yet happy Kimi riding on his back, some of her real hair showing from out the wig, and Cha-Cha was wobbling next to him, shaking as if she went through rigorous, intense training, but had a wide happy smile and dreamy tired eyes, and also some of her hair was poking out of her wig. What did we miss? Naruto asked with a smile. Oh tilde, my. What have you three been up to? Minerva asked with a knowing smile. Just, exploring. Naruto said with a blush and nervous smile. A lot of exploring. Tilde. Cha-Cha moaned as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck making him grin his trademark grin with embarrassment. Era tilde, sounds fun. Maybe Yusui-kun and I can explore some undiscovered places ourselves. Minerva said with a red blush as she felt Kengo up more. Yuka-chan, help me. Kengo cried as his face turned red. Today is even a better day than I expected. Koshi said with a smile on his face. So who are you guys anyway? You're Kengo's brother and you're his adoptive father, which I got, but what about your allegiance? Naruto asked. Glad you ask. Koshi shouted getting close into Naruto's face. Dude, personal space. Respect the ladies, man. Naruto said. My apologies. Koshi said, leaning back with his hands on his hips and his ever-present smile still on his face. You see with Akaya's evidence and the incident, as well as your achievement, Naruto-kun. We helped too. Takaru and Kengo said with their hands raised. Having proven that powerful ability users can rival Yamato Takaru, Yomatsuri has aligned itself with the great Tengoku no Mon. And now young Kai here and all the other clones can live normal lives without fear of Kamigari. Koshi exclaimed with a grin as he slapped the back of his adoptive son. Ow! Went Kai. However, from intel, we have discovered that now Otahime is running Kamigari, seeing as she is the only one of the Shishigami still alive. Although with all the defenses taken by Tengoku no Mon, we do not have much to worry about. Koshi said, still smiling. The next time I see her causing trouble I'm gonna spank her. Naruto said with an annoyed look. Oh tilde, a spanking. Let's try that next. Cha-Cha said with a grin making Naruto blush red. I wouldn't mind a spank on my bottom. So long as it's your big hands, Naruto-kun. Kimi said into his ear with a smile, making Naruto's entire face turn red as his eyes became swirls. A tilde nd that just got weird. Kengo said. Oh sensei. When did you come here? Kimi asked with a gleeful smile. I've just been selling my doujinshi. Minerva said with a smile, as she then pulled out 2 copies of Red-Eyed Goddess. Copies for the ladies. It was the middle of the night in Konoha. It was 4 a.m. and everyone was sleeping. In the Hokage's personal library, it was all dark. Everything quiet. Suddenly out of the floor was a figure, slowly rising. Out from the ground it was none other than Zetsu. Why did we wait so long? The white half of Zetsu asked. Because of the high security. Now with Konoha being busy with Kumogakure, we can come in with no worries. Black Zetsu said as they rose from the ground. They headed over toward a desk in the office. They grabbed a drawer in the shelf, but they suddenly sensed danger. Jumping away, they noticed lightning Senbon stabbed into the desk. Uchiha, Sasuke, Zetsu turned to see Sasuke staring at him with his Sharingan blazing red and his right hand covered in lightning. One of the Akatsuki. Of course, your organization would have known about the ripple, as well. Sasuke said. So you were on guard duty? White Zetsu asked. Think again. Apparently we aren't the only ones deciding to steal the device. Black Zetsu said. Sasuke narrowed his eyes as he dashed to Zetsu. Zetsu jumped away to the side, avoiding the downward slash of Sasuke's Chikudo. Sasuke accidentally sliced the desk in half, causing everything on and inside the desk to fall out onto the ground. Sasuke's eyes scanned through the mess, but he didn't sense the ripple, since it gave off a hint of energy, both chakra and something else. Where is it? Sasuke questioned with new annoyance. Looking for this. Sasuke and Zetsu turned to see Sakura with the ripple in hand. I knew something like this would happen, so I took it and kept watch here. Although I never thought a member of the Akatsuki would come, but better safe than sorry. Sakura said with a frown. Sakura, give it to me. Sasuke said. Why do you always do these things? What is with you? Sakura exclaimed. You don't understand. Sasuke said. Only because you never tell me. You never tell anyone. Sakura shouted. Because there would be no point. Sasuke simply said. That's always been your reason. Sakura said with a narrowed glare. Suddenly the floor below rumbled, alerting the two. Sensing the oncoming danger, Sasuke and Sakura jumped away from their spots as large spiky thorns came from the ground. I came for that device. I will retrieve it. Black Zetsu said with rising rage. For mother. Black Zetsu's eye widened as vines started breaking into the room. Sakura quickly dashed towards the door, but vines had come out from it, and large thorns burst out to impale her, but Sasuke managed to grab her and jump away in time. Sensing a new attack coming from the floor with his Sharingan, Sasuke quickly jumped high up, narrowly avoiding large spikes of wood and thorns that burst from the ground. Sasuke, still holding Sakura, landed on the ceiling and stayed there as the whole room was turning into a vine trap. There's no way out. Sakura said as the vines, thorns and wooden spikes were coming towards them. Yes there is. Sasuke said. Sakura looked to the ripple in her hand. It's now or never. Sasuke said. Sakura stared at the ripple with wide eyes. Her expression shifted into one of determination as she took out a scroll. Upon unsealing it, Naruto's old jacket was in her hand, but the crystal ball fell to the spike pit below. Sakura put the ripple on the jacket and focused chakra into the device. Take us to Naruto. Please. Sakura shouted as the spikes rose up higher. The ripple suddenly started to glow. Each jewel Konoha had collected started to glow their individual colors as gears inside the ripple started turning. Energy started to snake out of the device, shocking Sakura and Sasuke. The energy was coming together, spiraling with one another, becoming a miniature tornado. The miniature tornado grew and grew until it transformed into a large portal. Sasuke and Sakura stared at the portal with shock and awe. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he jumped into the portal, taking Sakura with him. Zetsu hurried to get inside the portal, by climbing up the spikes he created, but as he jumped towards the portal, it vanished. No! Sakura screamed as she and Sasuke traveled through the dimensional rift. Sasuke gritted his teeth as his Sharingan spun. I will find out the truth. Ahead of them, a new portal appeared. They went through the portal, and now they were falling towards a roof. Sasuke quickly grabbed, flipped in the air and landed against the ground. Sakura blinked her eyes as she pushed off of Sasuke and walked over towards the edge of the roof, and gasped. A city filled with people below to the ground, buzzing with activity in the morning shine. Wait, morning. Sakura looked up to see the sun was already out shining bright. That's right, we share a few hour difference between this world. Sakura thought, but then she gasped again. We're actually here. Sakura shouted with disbelief and excitement. Sasuke walked over to the edge and stared at the city. He looked down below to see people dressed very differently than in their world. It looks like they wore clothes for more casual events here. No one looked to be in a uniform. At least, none for military combat like him and Sakura. Sasuke noticed four-wheeled metal contraptions speeding down the streets below. What are those? Sasuke wondered. Sakura quickly sealed back the jacket into the scroll and pocketed the ripple, and jumped down to the streets below, with Sasuke following. Once landing, people looked at them and stared in shock, some looking up to see where they came from. Excuse me. Sakura approached a bald man. Is this Tenbi? Yes, it is. The man said. Then do you know where the school is? Which one? There are a few. The one for people with abilities and are around our age. Sakura specified. Oh, you're new students. It's just southwest of here. Just go. Thank you. Sakura exclaimed with a smile as she suddenly jumped up onto a street light and up to the roof of a building, now starting to roof hop. You're welcome. The other guy vanished. Someone else shouted. Sakura and Sasuke were building hopping toward the southwest direction. As they continued they saw a pathway where the building stopped. Looks like we're reaching the city's border. Sakura said. The two jumped down below and were about to head down the path. Ha! Look at those two losers. A young tan man, who looked like a punch with some fuzz on his chin, a red and dirty yellow jacket and green beanie on his head said, smugly. He was in a crowd of 6. The comic carnival was yesterday losers. Or are you just cosplaying for some sort of role-play sex game? Sakura gained an extremely pissed-off exaggerated face, complete with gritting teeth and a major glare. There, I didn't call it an anime face. I'll try my best to avoid that more. What did you say? Sakura screamed, scaring them as she turned around. Ignore them, Sasuke said as he grabbed Sakura's shoulder. Why yeah, honey. Listen to your boyfriend. Just go and stare into his stupid Sharingan eyes. The leader said, acting tough again. What a retarded power to have anyway. One of them said with his arms crossed as they all laughed. Big mistake. Sakura looked up to see Sasuke's eyes glowing red. Go on ahead. I'll take care of this. Just don't kill them, Sakura said as she ran off to find Naruto. PFF'd. Please, just because you look like Sasuke Uchiha, doesn't mean. The leader was suddenly sent to the ground as he was punched in the throat. He choked and made acking sounds as he held his pained throat. His 6 friends looked up with new fear as Sasuke's eyes shined red. At the dorms, the door to one of them opened as Naruto walked out, with a smile on his face. He took in a deep breath in through his nose, and sighed with delight. I missed this place, Naruto said with a smile. Me too, Cha-Cha said with a grin as she wrapped her arm around Naruto's neck. Nothing beats Tenbi, Kimi said appearing on the other side of Naruto. Let's hurry up before we're late, Azuki said with a smile as she was now next to Kimi. Why? School doesn't start for like half a month, Cha-Cha said. Yeah, that's obvious, but we're still needed for paperwork, Azuki said with her arms crossed. So boring, Cha-Cha said with a pout. All part of the job, Naruto said with a grin. Ikuzo. Let's go, Naruto said as he jumped onto the railing and jumped down to the ground below. Hey, hold on, Azuki shouted. That guy. That's our Naruto-kun, Kimi said with a joy-filled smile. And we wouldn't want it any other way, Cha-Cha said with a grin. Azuki couldn't help but smile at that. So true, Azuki thought as her smile widened. Last one down is a rotten egg, Cha-Cha exclaimed as she started running down the stairs. You're on, Azuki shouted with a grin as she hurried down. Wait for me, Kimi shouted as she hurried down to catch up. As they made it to the floor below, they heard a crash from Takeru, Haruko, Himegami and Anaho's dorm. They blinked their eyes staring at the door. It opened to reveal Haruko, with a towel wrapped around herself, looking at them. Sorry to disturb you guys, but, do you mind helping up pull Take's head out of the now broken toilet? Haruko asked with embarrassment. He saw you naked again, didn't he? Azuki asked with a smirk. Funny that a girlfriend isn't comfortable to allow their boyfriend see herself bare. Haimgami teased with crossed arms and a smirk. Take-chan and I aren't ready for that yet. Haruko argued with a red blush. Even though he's seen it before. Haimgami teased more, making Haruko groan with a frown. I'm coming, Takaru-sama. Anaho quickly ran into the bathroom. Oh no. I'm gonna need help. Cha-cha to the rescue. Cha-cha exclaimed as she ran into the dorm. I can summon Violet Haze to fix any damages. Kimi shouted as she ran in too. Fu managed to come down in time to see the commotion. What's happening? Can I help? Fu asked as she ran in as well. Azuki sighed. She turned towards the railing and leaned over it to see Naruto still waiting below. Go on without us. We'll catch up. Azuki called down to her blonde boyfriend. You sure? Naruto called back. Yeah. Just go and do some paperwork for us. Gotcha. I'll be missing you girls. Naruto exclaimed with a grin and thumbs up as he ran off. Azuki smiled as she watched Naruto run off, resting her cheek on her hand as she leaned against the railing. I love that baka. Azuki, we're going to need help. Cha-cha called out. This is more than a three-girl job. Fu called out. Azuki sighed as she walked right into the dorm. With Naruto, he was walking down the usual path towards Tenbi. He looked up to the sky. He smiled as he stared at the sun, and it did not hurt his eyes at all. If anything, it made them feel great. Arigato, my goddess. Naruto thought. Someday I will bring these two worlds together, so you'll be truly happy again. He could have sworn he saw the sun shine brighter, as if she heard his thoughts. Naruto's smile widened as the sun shined. Well, Naruto looked ahead. Another day, another fun-filled experience with all my friends. Naruto's smile widened even more. With my family. Naruto grinned. Nothing can bring my mood down. Unknown to him, dashing down the pathway, a certain pink-haired young lady was coming closer. She stopped as she stared in shock at the person far ahead of her. She knew that mop of golden hair anywhere. Sakura's eyes started to tear up, her lip quivering as it soon became a smile. She couldn't contain herself. Naruto! Sakura screamed as she ran down the path. Naruto stopped in his tracks. His eyes were wide with pure shock. That voice, it couldn't be, that voice only belonged to one person. Naruto slowly turned around, only for his eyes to widen in pure shock as he saw a face he honestly thought he'd never see again. Sakura-chan. Naruto was so wrapped with disbelief as the pink-haired beauty came closer. Naruto. Sakura cheered with joy as she jumped at him, hugging him upon contact. Naruto gasped as he stared down at her. She's real, she's really here. Sakura-chan, how? When? Naruto couldn't think straight. I'm never letting you go. Sakura exclaimed with pure joy as the tears continued to fall from her eyes. Naruto stared down at her in pure shock. He didn't know what to do. Naruto-kun. Naruto looked up to see Azuki, Kimi, Cha-cha, Fu, Haruko, Takaru, Haimgami and Anaho staring at him and Sakura in shock. Naruto couldn't really form a sentence right now. Sakura turned her head to see the group. Her eyes and Azuki's met, and once they did they narrowed as a spark of lightning came from their eyes, colliding. Right then and there, in that silence, Naruto spoke the first thing that came to him mind. Yar days.